His second.
Dwayne Kuiper on the call for NBC Sports Bay Area. Jock goes yard not once, but twice. And boy, did he need it. And the Giants needed to win. Dropping the first two against the Cubs. They lose another series at home. The third straight home series loss. So the temperature of Giants fans, I'm very eager to check today as we say, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning here on a Monday as we start the week off with a little Giants baseball. Good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? All the graduates, everybody out there, good morning to YouTube. The Comcast Business Text line, we got Spadoti back in the building. Lupman's not doing solo duty, although the boss man picked up the slack. Friday, we got Sam Lubman running in here with his head cut off. He had a weekend at Oracle Park. And we got Joe Shasky in the building here as the Giants do lose 2-3 to the Cubs. Had a fun day at the yard. Brandon Crawford pitched for the first time in his career. Jock goes yard twice, but I mean, I'm a little disappointed over the weekend, Shasky. I'm confused with the Giants right now.
The back-to-back bad series, is that what it is for you?
3 straight home series loss.
Yeah.
I mean, losses.
But they've looked like lifeless, it feels like, in back-to-back.
They should have got no hit Saturday.
Yeah.
I was actually rooting for the no-hitter.
I mean, why not? I mean, to me, you want to see a little history.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it's tough to put my finger on them. They seem very streaky right now. They're a very streaky team, and I think that's a lot of people get frustrated when we say it's like, no, they have a lot of guys who are streaky. You know what I mean? And then defensively, they've slipped a little, and I think that's one thing that I'm looking at. And then the other part is like pitching. Right. You got to have good pitching, sustainable pitching, and when you don't get timely hitting and your pitching slips a little bit, you leave yourself vulnerable. Now Saturday they just ran into a buzzsaw.
I mean,
you go 8 2/3.
Yeah.
I mean,
hitter could get some lone hit there in the bottom of the 8th.
Just to get out of that bad
right.
boy.
I mean, it was electric out there at the yard. As Howie Hendricks was dealing yesterday, Saturday afternoon. You look up and like, boy, Giants don't have a hit.
Right.
Giants don't have a hit. Giants don't have a hit. Wait a minute, Giants don't have a hit. 4 outs left. They don't have a hit. Then Henry goes the left center field to hit the double and get the hit on the board there, break up the no-no. But yesterday they needed it, 13-3. Jock Peterson going 4 for 4 to raise his batting average to 282. Tyrese John batted leadoff yesterday, going 2 for 4. One guy I was watching yesterday very, very closely was Casey Schmidt. He goes 2 for 4 yesterday.
Yeah,
with his strikeout. And my thing is this, before I let you get in here, my thing is this. Do not allow him to go back to Sacramento.
Why?
He needs to be up here with the big league club and learn how to be a big leaguer under Brandon Crawford. He has the perfect mentor in place to navigate his career, to see how a pro does it. A Gold Glove winner. Let's be real. Casey Schmidt has Gold Glove potential in the future. So why not let him just soak in everything he can out of Brandon Crawford? I don't care if his bat is cold. You just cannot afford for him to go back to Sacramento and play with this confidence there. He needs to stay with the big league club. I don't want him going back and forth. I want him to stick with the big league club. It's sticking around Brandon Crawford so he can learn how to be a big league infielder and just pick up the daily habits of what a professional is supposed to have. So there are rumors about him maybe going back down because of the bat. I want him staying with the big league club.
It's interesting that you're saying that. I see it both ways, right? And I don't want to sit on the fence, but the reality is yes, he had 2 hits yesterday. It just feels like he's not playing at the level and seeing the ball at the level from the plate as he was early on. Now, obviously, there's the adjustments that need to be had. I mean, he's like 13 for 50, or 55 or whatever it is.
Right.
So it's not great. 4 for 25 of his last 25.
It's not great.
No, and to me, it's the at-bats themselves. When he was coming up, it wasn't just that he was hitting. He's fouling stuff straight back, which means to me that he's seeing the ball very well. Defensively, he's just so good, B. I don't know if you can afford to bring up somebody else. Come on, you've seen Christian Wise play second base.
Not good.
No, he's not even close to Casey Schmidt. So there are enough opportunities with J.D. Davis off day here and there, with a Estrada off day here and there. Obviously, Brandon Crawford, you got to play the numbers when it comes to him.
Yeah.
I think there's enough opportunities at the big league level to get him enough at-bats throughout the week to justify it. But if they sent him down to kind of just work on some things, I get it. I guess my question is, if he goes down and he rakes, that doesn't necessarily mean he's going to come back and have better plate discipline and continue to rake at the major league level. And this is where I struggle with the whole minors, majors development question. I lean more in your way in terms of keeping him up and letting him see Major League pitching. Because when you go to the AAA, you're facing remedial pitching.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? And guys who are going to hang balls and guys that are going to leave more of the fat part of the plate out there. And I just feel like it's like false hope. You know what I mean? Like you go down, he gets a couple of walks. That doesn't mean he's going to translate to the bigs.
Joey Bart's perfect example. Oh, my God, he scalded the ball in Sacramento. And then he gets to the big league level and he can't hit anything. So here's the deal. And I don't recall Brendan Crawford.
Arm is so good.
So Brendan Belt was going back and forth to Fresno when the Giants had the AAA affiliate. He went back and forth to Fresno in 2011, and I didn't like it. I swear, to this day, I did not like that. I was just like, what is Bochy doing? Just let the young man stay up there, keep him at first base, but he just kept going back and forth, and he was inconsistent with the injuries, but I thought, just let Brendan Crawford live at the big league level. Don't mess around with this guy going back and forth, taking a 4-hour van ride back to Fresno and back to San Francisco. Crawford, if I recall, did not. Once he was up, correct? I don't recall him going back down at all.
For me, if I remember correctly, they lost Juan Uribe in free agency, and Renneria, I think he came back, but he was just like, he was done at that point. Done. I mean, he barely played in 2010 till the playoffs, you know what I mean? But I thought Aubrey Huff was the guy at first base that kind of went MIA, which opened up the door for Brandon Belt, whereas Crawford was like, oh, we didn't bring anyone up.
Right.
We're just going to have to play him a little here. But he
didn't go back down.
Yes.
He never went back down despite the bat being suspect. He could not hit whatsoever when he first got up to the
But I think
big
they batted him eighth, and they kind of were like, we're
just
okay
hit
with
him.
it. Yes.
Yeah, automatic out. If he hits something, great, it's a bonus.
Yes.
But my point is, they never sent him back down.
Yes.
They played around with Brandon Belt. Look, some Giants fans will tell you he's the best first baseman in Giants history. I don't subscribe to that. But you can kind of look at 2011 and say, boy, the inconsistencies of him being on a big league kind of played throughout his career where he just wasn't consistent due to an injury, due to something happening, the cold streaks, the hot streaks, whatever it was. He just was never he was never able really to put it together outside of the 177 win season. So Brendan Crawford not going back down, I think, helped him throughout his career where he had the glove, he had the glove. He justified his place in the big league roster because he was winning gold gloves, but his back came around at times. With Casey Schmidt, let him stick around and just learn from Crawford every single day, every road trip, every homestead. Shadow Crawford. Take infield with Crawford. Learn what he's doing. How does he see the pictures? How does he read the scouting report? You can't afford to see a Casey Schmidt back down. I've heard a lot of that over the weekend, and I'm just, look.
That's interesting that you're pushing back on it.
Well, I am pushing back on it because, look, some people might say, oh, Bonte, you're getting hard on Casey Schmidt. I'm just saying, he's having a slump.
Well, let's have a real conversation about this because this is something that I struggle with. Would we all agree their best coaches are supposed to be at the big league level?
Yep.
Okay. Would we also agree their facilities are going to be the nicest at the big league level?
At the big league level, no
Your
doubt.
sophisticated approach when it comes to training, when it comes to regiment, when it comes to nutrition, check every box.
Yep.
Is the big league superior to AAA?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, the pitching that you're going to face, is it going to be better in the bigs or in the AAA?
Better in the bigs.
Exactly. So where I always say is like, hey, you kind of learn by doing on the fly at the highest level. Now, is there something to be said for putting in the work at the lower level, earning your spot? All that? What could he really do in AAA that's going to change how we see him for the major leagues?
Yeah,
I feel like he's surpassed that, right?
Yeah, no, he has.
Whereas Joey Bart's a different conversation. To me, Joey Bart has never looked as good as what Casey Schmidt's looked like for any 2-week, 3-week period.
No doubt. And when he's gone back to the minors, he's hit, and we've all been
fooled. And it doesn't translate.
Yeah, it doesn't translate at all. So
it's got a Mac Williamson feel to it, Joey Bart.
I would keep Casey Schmidt with the big league roster.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Now we get to the pitching, though, real quick. Now we get to the pitching. And look, I'm all with the, this is fun watching some of the youngsters play. You're starting to see some of the vision. Luis Matos, it feels like it's just a matter of time before he's with the big league roster.
4 home runs in 5 days?
I mean, it feels like it's a matter of time.
When was the last time a Giant
I don't know.
just at the big league level?
I don't know.
Bonds?
I don't know. But, I mean, did Pablo have a stretch like that? I know Posey didn't have a stretch. I don't know. I don't know. But it feels like it's a matter of time for him.
Yeah.
So with that said,
21.
The starting pitching, with a lot of the experts close to the team, And we push back on this. This is the deepest rotation they've had in years. I'm like, really?
It feels laughable.
Deeper than
in
Sanchez,
retrospect.
Lincecum, Bumgarner, or Kane? Are we kidding? And Barry Zito is your fifth? I don't know about that. The starting pitcher, you're going back-to-back bullpen games. And so we can talk about having fun and it's fun seeing elements. But overall, I'm saying to myself, there's some head-scratching moments here. There's some heartache. There's some frustration when I watch this baseball team. And it starts with the pitching. It starts with the Manias of the world. We haven't even saw Stripling in a while, but he was giving up runs left and right. Jacob Judas. Jacob Judas is okay.
No, Jacob Judas is a spot starter that you bring in out of the bullpen because someone has a tight calf or something like that. Like, he's not a starter. The problem is they put together a rotation with basically two guys.
Webb and Cobb.
Yes, and Cobb, even, I'll be honest with you, like, to me, he's a fourth or fifth starter on normal team.
Yeah.
On this team, he's a number two. DeSclafani, amazing in April. Completely. Now, pitched much better the other night. Pitched much better, but, like, he's not the same guy. No. He's just not, and that's looking like a bad contract. Sean Manaea, who in baseball is giving him a 2-year deal?
No, for $25 million.
But who?
For $25 million.
And it's been fine the last couple of times around, but, like, look what he's making. I mean, just look at this team. And then you're going to tell me, because I don't know if you read the article from Andrew Bagley, Sam Lubman and I were talking about it. You go up against Marcus Stroman on Friday night, and Stroman was electric.
He was dominant.
I mean, he looked amazing. And that's the kind of guy who's going to be available at the deadline, right? And so you look at what the Giants need. They need starting pitching. And you can make an argument for 5 or 6 guys that are going to be on the open market right now in terms of starting pitching. Part of the reason why it doesn't make financial sense to go get Stroman is because it pushes you into a tax category. And I'm thinking to myself, you're in the tax because you're giving Mitch Haniger and Manaea and Stripling and Jock Peterson contracts that no one else in baseball is giving them. So it's to your own, like.
So can you offload these guys? Can you offload these guys?
Who really wants?
I know nobody really wants them. You're just gonna have to take pennies on the dollar. I mean, seriously.
Like I'm looking right now. Like right now, the Jock.
Like even Jock goes 4 for 4 yesterday, and I'm saying you gave him $20 million.
Okay, it's great.
And I remember sitting up here, not to bring up Mark Willard or whatnot. He goes, "It's just $20 million. It's nothing." I'm like, "Damn, we're just putting aside $20 million like it's a veteran minimum." Oh, it's just $20 million for 1 year.
Now look around baseball, and okay, let's say that someone trades for him at the deadline, so it's like $8 million it's going to cost them for the rest of the year.
Right.
Who is paying $8 million for a platoon guy?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who only can DH. So that's why I look at the Giants. I'm like, you're probably going to have to eat 4 or 5 million of those if you want to unload them.
So this is where I go to when before the season we talked about, hey, you don't want to offload the youngsters. You don't want to deplete the farm because by 2024 they're going to be ready to go. Okay, well, what about 2023? We're in the midst of 2023. There needs to be a commitment here from Farhan and Gabe Kapler.
In which direction?
Go full out youngsters.
I am
Luis Matos, Kyle Harrison, and whoever's on the brink. We're going to talk to Melissa Lockhart. We love her on the roast, man. She's really good. She's
super tapped in.
She covers the A's and Giants farm system, sort of athletic. We're going to ask her who's close to joining the big league roster, and maybe the stretch coming up where they play the Cardinals and the Dodgers, and they got the Padres and the Diamondbacks. Maybe it forces the Giants' hand to say, you know what? We have to offload some of these veterans, and we got to go full youth movement to get these guys ready for 2024. Because you see the Cubs starting to do that a little bit here.
Yes.
The Pirates are starting to do that a little bit here. The Diamondbacks, the Cleveland Guardians, the Baltimore Orioles. They've gone full out. You know what? We're going to try to compete, but we're going to give our youngsters some reps here so they're ready to go to compete over the long haul, see what it's like to play 162.
You know, I'm with you on this one, B. And the thing that I keep coming back to, I'm going to use one player, and you're going to say, Joe, it's just one spot on a 25-man roster, 26 now, like Wilmer Flores. I like Wilmer. Where's Wilmer playing?
Yeah, I know.
What's he doing? And I heard the other day they felt bad for him. He had a really nice day, a couple of hits. This is, I don't know, about a week ago. And they go, you're not playing a lot. And where does he fit into the equation?
Right.
He's not a second baseman. He's basically like a third baseman, first baseman, DH type.
He's a bench player.
And right now, J.D. Davis is so outperformed the expectations. You got to kind of roll with them. Yep. Casey Schmidt's coming up. You're not going to play, Wilmer ahead of Casey Schmidt right now. Yep. So he's the kind of guy you dump just to dump.
He's
You're
31
not going to get
years
you back anything.
Yeah, he's 31 years old.
But you're opening up a spot. Here's another guy.
31, and by the way, he's making $6.5 million per season.
All right, here's another guy, and people are going to lose their minds because he's important to this team. Austin Slater. And the reason why I bring him up, I actually think he has value. He's a pinch hit type who can play the outfield, all three corner spots.
Hit lefties
elitely, okay? You're telling me there's a team out there who's in contention that wouldn't give you some farm arm for Austin Slater.
Right.
He's worth more on the open market than maybe he is to your roster right now.
I would be open, and that's not a knock on Austin Slater.
No, I think he's valuable.
It's opening up a spot for Matos.
Exactly.
It's playing some of the youngsters here. And, if you're not going to move off of Yaz, you're not going to move off of, say, a Haniger, or if you're not going to move off of Conforto, well, Austin Slater, you know what? Bye-bye. Open it up a spot here. Like, is Austin Slater in the Giants' long-term plans?
See, that's the question that I'm asking. And I don't think...
He's 30 years old.
And I like him. So you're telling me, and I'm just using a hypothetical team here. Like, I'm the Florida Marlins, okay? The Miami Marlins. And I feel like I'm in contention, okay? And I'm looking really good. And I need a guy who can give me some right-handed pop off the bench and could be a good situational hitter for me and maybe give me some defense in the outfield.
He's perfect for Miami, actually.
Right?
He's perfect for a team like that.
Right?
You look at the Mets, maybe they need another outfielder. The Phillies may be in play.
I see.
Because the Phillies are starting to warm up
That's
a little
good
bit
call.
here. They're 7-3
There's a lot
their
of
last
teams
10.
that could use him.
And there's teams that are worlds. So let's look at the NL teams that are, we have to contend for a championship this season. Braves, Mets, Phillies.
Dodgers. And we're not going to trade with the Dodgers, but you get where I'm going.
Padres, You're not going to trade with the Padres. And now the Diamondbacks, they're 3.5 up on the Dodgers. They're going to be in play for something.
Did you hear over the weekend what's going on with the Padres? The rumors?
No.
A lot of locker room stuff coming out of San Diego.
Doesn't surprise me.
Soto wanting money. Fernando Tatis already been paid. Bogarts gets paid. It's
Machado
not the same
paid.
as the Warriors, but a lot of people are saying there's a Warrior-like vibe in that locker room. Something's off, and some guys getting paid while others haven't has disrupted the team chemistry in that locker room. Now, obviously, they're underperforming, but when I heard Warrior-like vibe in the Padre locker room, my eyebrows went up.
Well,
isn't that interesting?
A lot of people made a big deal about them laughing when they're getting swept by the Dodgers.
Yes.
And they're getting smoked in. Yeah, Machado, Tatis, and Soto over there laughing and having a good time. And I think that's Bob Melvin's like, man, what's going on here? Are we going to take this stuff seriously? Now, their pitching is a problem.
Musgrove's is nowhere near what he was.
Musgrove's not. He was hurt to start the season. Darvish is a shell of himself.
Agreed.
Blake Snell hasn't been the same since Game 6 of the World Series against the LA Dodgers when he was with Tampa Bay. Their pitching is in shambles. So the Padres are underperforming, but they're a team that's going to try to put a Band-Aid on everything right at the deadline. They depleted their farm system, but they'll find somebody to trade and try to shore up that rotation. So if you're the Giants, you're in a spot where, sure, you would want to make a run at the playoffs. There's 7 playoff teams. But you also want to develop the youngsters. Isn't this season to do that?
I'm 100% with you. And that's why, I look at this outfield and I look at this roster. It's crowded with a bunch of guys that, to me, are not future pillars.
Right.
If there were future pillars in the way of a Luis Matos, I'd be like, you know what?
Right.
Hey, I get it. Let's be patient. He's going to have to wait his turn. But come on. We're talking about platoon types that aren't pillars of an organization.
Slater's 30. Yaz is 32. Haniger's 32. Flores is 31. Michael Conforto's 30, of course. Jock Peterson's 31.
See, I like Conforto.
Right.
To me, I wish they would have flip-flopped the contracts.
With him and Haniger.
Give Conforto the multi-year deal and Haniger kind of the 1 year with the one option.
All right, Melissa Lockhart, 8 o'clock. We got Eric Webb, the father of Logan Webb. He's going to join us at 9:20. That'll be a lot of fun. As this segment was brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. What's coming up on the game sponsored by 7-Eleven. More Giants talk. We'll get into Game 5 of the NBA Finals. Got a question about the Nuggets and the Golden State Warriors as the NBA season comes to an end. It feels like the Nuggets, they're going to win it tonight. It's academic. And shout out Aaron Gordon, San Jose Zone. How about him in game number 4, huh? Archbishop Minnick, stand up. Stand up for your boy, AG. All right, what's coming up on the game sponsored by 7-Eleven. More sports here on the Morning Roast.
A small blue raspberry Slurpee drink from 7-Eleven is the perfect frozen accessory for any summer outfit, winter outfit, or midnight craving.
Well, that tops off a great Sunday afternoon. I never did get the attendance, but I bet it was close to 35,000. And what did they do today? They watched the Giants offense get going. They watched the bullpen, and then they watched Brandon Crawford. How about that?
The Morning Roast is live on YouTube right now. Take it away, Bonte.
What's up, Steph? By the way, you see his golf shoes?
Oh, yeah.
Stoney, his manager. What up, Stoney? He's getting ready for the match against Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes. He's going to pair with Klay Thompson out in Las Vegas.
They were at Lake Merced recently. I saw on the Lake Merced golf Instagram page, the two of them were out there. Clay's swing's pretty funny. Not that he's bad. It's just it's just goofy. Like, because Clay's kind of goofy, and like the way he hits it and stuff. It's very interesting. I'm actually really looking forward to that.
No, the match has been fun. I mean, thank God they moved away from Bryson DeChambeau.
Totally agree.
He was awful on the match twice. He was not good for television. This will be really good. Kelce, we know with the Kelce podcast, him and his brother Jason. Patrick Mahomes is always must-see TV. And Klay Thompson, how is he going to be on the tour? He's going to be fun. Will he bring Rocco?
That, yeah.
Will Michael Thompson be there?
Oh, I didn't even think of that. That's
Will
a good,
we be there?
I don't know.
Will we be there? I want to be there.
Send us down.
I want to be there.
Money time!
Yeah.
Budget.
Now, you heard Kipe on the call there for NBC Sports Bay Area. Yeah, the budget. Better figure out the budget too, man. Better figure this budget out. We got some things we need to get done here at 95.7 The Game. By the way, starting Wednesday, we're giving you and a guest a chance to go to Chase Center.
Really?
And attend the Warriors introductory press conference with the player they draft.
Wait. You're giving a listener a chance to go to Chase Center.
Chase Center, the day of the draft.
What?
And attend, actually, not even the day of the draft. We're going to allow you, we're going to give you tickets to go to the introductory press conference.
I love it.
For the player the Warriors draft. Yeah, we all love it. We'll be showing you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch at certain points of the show, and you will qualify by texting those words to our short code. It all starts Wednesday. So search 95.7 The Game on YouTube and Twitch now so you are ready to go. You got to be a subscriber. Hit that like button on YouTube. We got damn near 40,000 subscribers on YouTube. 38.4, man. This thing has grown.
Yeah, thank you to everybody that taps in every single
no doubt.
day.
I want to get to 50,000 by the end of the year. I think we'll get there. I think we'll accomplish that. So that'll be really good. But you get to go. Whoever, what if it's Keegan Murray's brother?
Ooh, actually, I would love that.
I would love that.
I would love that.
19 overall.
I know. It feels foolish even discussing who the Warriors will draft when it comes to rookies because it feels like we're ready to run every young player out of town.
We have no idea.
Everyone wants to run them out of town. Come on, quick aside. Could you summarize what the hell's going on with Zion Williamson for me? Because every time I open up Twitter, there's like new screenshots of Zion Williamson. And I know some of it feels a little out of bounds, but is it basically a girl that he was dating is putting out screenshots of their texts? Is that to summarize?
So I try to stay away from the personal stuff because first of all, I think the girl who was tweeting nonstop at Zion Williamson, okay, Zion got somebody pregnant. I guess it's his girlfriend. I guess he had a side chick. And the side chick found out that he was getting somebody pregnant, saw it on her Instagram and Snapchat, whatever it was.
And she
went crazy. So she's putting it all out there. Zion pay for me. And everybody's like, oh, how could Zion pay for this? Well, listen, man, he's a multimillionaire.
Well, he signed a $200 million extension.
He's 22, 23 years old.
God, he's still so young.
The money's nothing to him. The kid wants to have fun. Now, look, you got to keep your business in order. I get all that. But for me, I look at the girl and I'm just like, boy, you're kind of embarrassing yourself.
Putting out the screenshots?
Putting out the screenshots, tweeting at him nonstop and all that.
Leave him alone.
I mean, you had to know the situation. And if she didn't know the situation, there's got to be a better way to handle it.
Yeah. Nobody likes that person.
To me, it's a scream of attention.
Yeah, but nobody wants to see everybody's, personal relationship stuff. You don't need to broadcast that and put a flashlight on it.
Now,
and the guy, he is young. Like that's the other thing. Like, yet he who has not sinned cast the first stone.
Right.
Like if you're a 20-something-year-old guy, you're gonna do 20-year-old stuff. And I'm not making excuses. I'm saying like you have to kind of live your life, and you're gonna make some things that you're going to look back on and go, maybe I would have done it X, Y, and Z way.
Some of the things he said, like, I would be afraid to look at some of the texts I sent as a 23, 22-year-old to women that was single, late night, whatever. We all done it. We're all guilty of it. But Stephen A. Smith, that is, had his take on what was going on with Zion Williamson. You got the whole thing, Spinodi? We didn't play this last week. We could throw this away right here. Go ahead and give our 6 o'clock audience something to laugh about.
I want to hear this.
The name Zion Williamson came up because apparently he's about to be a daddy. He's about to be a dad. The person who's about to make him a new father is not the person that was on social media talking about him. A girl by the name of Mariah Mills calling him out by name, giving vivid details of their encounters with one another. She's a porn star. Where am I going? Man, you only played 29 games last year, and you missed the season before that. What the hell is taking you so long to get healthy? Well, now I know. You're young, you're not married, you can do what you want to do. It's a damn shame she putting your stuff out like that. Need to cancel her. But there's a bigger issue here. I mean, she's a porn star. Well, one would surmise she's kind of an expert at whatever it is she does. I've been waiting for the leg injury to cure to heal, Zion. I've been waiting for a while. You've been waiting for a while. I mean, damn, bro. No wonder you ain't healthy. Let's talk about your legs. We need those legs spry. We need you bench pressing with your big self. We need you bench pressing about 400 pounds. We need you running up and down that court. He's a man-child. But you can't get healthy. Your lower extremities were compromised.
So Stephen A. Smith.
Your lower extremities were compromised.
She's a porn star.
I mean, Stephen A. Smith
That
is
was
off
Picasso.
the rails. No, it was. Well, a couple of weeks ago, he was talking about breastfeeding.
What?
Because Jason Hart was like, I'm asking for a friend whether or not it's cool to drink breast milk or something like that.
Josh Hart from the
Josh
Nets.
Hart. What did I say?
He
Kevin Hart?
tweeted that out, or he said that?
Jason. Josh Hart.
He tweeted that out?
He tweeted that out, right?
That's-
And so Stephen A. Smith tackled it and goes, hey, it's not just babies that like breast milk. It's just like Stephen
Well,
A.
now I know.
I mean,
Only he can get away with all of this.
True story. So the lower extremities thing, I know we're talking about it because it was hilarious.
Well, isn't that like an old wrestler thing?
Yeah, well, Emmanuel Stewart, longtime boxing trainer,
Okay.
passed away.
Okay.
He used to train Lennox Lewis. He used
Yeah.
to train Tommy Hearns. He got really mad at Tommy Hearns before their fight against Marvin Hagler because he had all these people in the dressing room. He was getting massages by these women and stuff like that. And Emmanuel Stewart kicked them all out of the room. Get the hell out of here. Get the massage. You're going to weaken the legs. And he would have some of his boxers say, hey, no sex while we train because I need all your legs.
Well, is there science to back it up nowadays?
I don't know if there's science
or was
to
that
back
just
it up.
the old school?
I guess that was the old
chicken
school way.
soul for the soup?
So when he said the lower extremities and you're weakening the lower extremities, I don't know. I can speak for experience. I don't know if it. Well, I'm not an athlete. I actually can't speak from experience.
I'm just going to stay out of this.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that one alone.
Yeah,
leave that one alone and say and agree with Ernie Chavez. The lady's clout chasing.
Let me ask you a question.
Like, because
She's a porn star.
if he was his Zion Williamson, would she be putting the business out there on the street?
No, but he is. Right? So, I mean, let me ask you this. Like, if you had to bet on someone's future and they both have their own stuff going on, Zion or Ja?
Oh man.
I'm talking about as a basketball player.
Yeah. I lean Ja.
Okay.
I lean Ja.
If the Warriors could come up with a creative trade for Zion Williamson, would you be in on him coming to the Warriors?
I would definitely be in on him.
Okay.
I mean, the guy's a talent. The guy is special, but he just can't keep the weight down. And by the way,
Do you think he just needs to change the scenery on
maybe,
that? Or do you think that's an internal
He needs
thing?
to be around a veteran. He needs to get around somebody
yeah,
who
I
takes
agree
it
with that.
seriously. And by the way, the Pelicans PR team did a masterful job Friday.
Why?
As all the stuff is going on with the side chick, and she's tweeting incessantly. The Pelicans Twitter account sends out a tweet with Zion Williamson and the Pelicans as he's granting. Hold on, I got to figure it out. I got to pull this up, but it was art. In the midst of all this,
Okay.
they sent out a tweet how Zion is helping out summer schools in New Orleans. And everybody's like, look at this PR team doing
my
work.
God.
I got to find the exact tweet here, Shasky, but it was hilarious.
Oh my
and I'm
God.
like, do
What
you
a
guys-
great pillar of the community he is.
Yeah, I was like, do you guys understand what is going on? Here it is. June 9th. Zion Williamson has partnered with Jefferson Parish Schools for Summer Bridge program. The program will provide students with additional opportunities for accelerated learning and growth during summer. It is Zion cheesing with a bunch of people here. There's a bunch of photos with Zion at the facility. In these comments, I guess they've been doctored here as the PR team's been doing work. Butt crack sports. Zion should be a student. And of course, you got the 30 for 30 Guns and Buns featuring John Morant and Zion Williamson.
Oh my God, Guns and Buns. That is genius.
I mean, it's been
She's a porn
unbelievable.
star.
So that's what's going on with Zion Williamson. Hopefully his offseason gets a lot better. And good luck to the girlfriend who's actually having a baby. We want to have a nice, healthy baby, nice, healthy pregnancy.
Now I gotta go.
Now we got to go. What's coming up in the game sponsored by Fremont Bake, full service baking, no compromises. We will not talk about lower extremities. Maybe we'll get back to the Giants.
I have some shout outs.
Oh, you got shout outs on a Monday.
Yes.
All right, let's do some shout out. You know what? Everybody just like shout out, shout out, shout out. I got a shout out too. I got a text last night. So I guess we're gonna do some shout
We're not
outs.
Sports Center. We're not reading that script.
Your lower extremities.
tonight. Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. I know we're going to do some shout-outs. I'm going to cheat here on a Monday. But first, let's give a shout-out to Daryl the Guru Johnson, who just completed his first week on the SOTA program. Of course, SOTA, SOTA, weightloss.com. Say it with me now. It's state-of-the-art. SOTA. Daryl the Guru Johnson lost 10 pounds in his first week, sticking to the script.
Dude, I'm jealous.
Yeah, so shout out to Daryl the Guru Johnson. I know you
healthy.
had something, I don't know if it's good to say about Daryl the Guru Johnson. But
Well, no, it's Guru related.
Yeah.
You know Guru, like when you go up to the 916, Guru's like, hit me up, hit me up, hit me up. So we had some games up in Elk Grove, Saturday, Sunday, and Saturday night, I'm like, hey, we found out, hey, we're going to be playing the 12 o'clock or whatever, 12:15 game on Sunday. So I text Guru, and you know how like the iPhone is, you text somebody, and then you see like bubbles.
Right.
So it looks like they're going to respond.
Right.
So I text him, here's the address, here's the location. I'm up in the 916. He had said Friday, I'm going to come. He's a big baseball fan. And then the green bubbles went away, and they vanished after I texted him. Blue bubbles, whatever it is. And then never to be heard from again. Not a thumbs up, not a I'll be there, nothing. So Elk Grove, Sunday, I'm waiting. I'm praying that maybe the Daryl the Guru Johnson will show himself on the diamond. Nowhere to be found.
Nowhere to be found. Well,
But that's okay.
is that shocking?
No, I mean, it's family time on Sunday. I'm not mad at him. I was hoping that my guy Goo would show up. So while we're here, and I'm going to give a shout out. Let's start at the beginning. We do Carl's Beacon. That's the name of our team. Me and Jimbo's other team, right? We have the All-Star team that we're doing now, but we play in SFYBL, and the name of the team is Carl's Beacon. Well, there's a younger team below us, which has a great nickname. Listen to this nickname, guys. It's Carl's Beacon, but they're the 8U team, and Jimbo has dubbed them Carl's Jr.
Wow.
Come on, that's a great name.
Wow. I like that.
Isn't that a great name?
Don't bother me. I'm eating.
It's a great name. Now, unfortunately, it's gotten out of control when it comes to these shout-outs, Bonte.
It is, because I got a couple, too.
Yeah, it's out of control. And I'm going to start here with Brent Sullivan. Brent, I love you to death. He sent me a text, a soliloquy, a monologue, if you will, a novel. About all these people that need to be shouted out, including his staff, okay? Jeez. Jason Ramirez, who threw 20-something innings. I don't even know. But point being, guys, this is not Sports Center. I will give you guys a shout-out. Let's take a deep breath here. The Burlingame 8U Tournament, Carl's Beacon, coached by Brent Sullivan. Yes, selfish plug. And the San Carlos Missions, coached by, I think it's Steve Kazazi. I don't know. Right. Steve, I apologize if I'm butchering your name. San Carlos wins on a walk-off double in the bottom of the 8th inning. Colton, it sounds like, had a great game. Carl's Beacon had some great performances. Young Jack, Keegan, Frank, Vicente, my buddy Sully's son, Cristiano, and little Jason Ramirez's son. Jason himself pitched 20 innings, but it sounds like a great 8U tournament that was won by San Carlos in the final championship game. Carl's Beacon, a.k.a. Carl's Jr., coming in second.
So Coach Barry, formerly of Sacred Heart, now down there in Midlow. What up, Coach Barry McLaughlin? Bonte, this is at 9:09 last night. I hope all is well. I heard you and Joe do some shout-outs on the air. If possible, could just shout out my son Logan on Wednesday for completing the 2nd grade. If not, all good. Now, I like that. Loyal roaster. He goes, Barry, loyal roaster. And I'm like, Coach Barry, we know each other. Just text me. Text me, hey, Logan, 2nd grade.
Seriously.
But shout him out for getting out of the 2nd grade, because that's a hard grade to do. It's like you're going from, I want to say, addition and division to multiplication in 2nd grade?
I'm going to sit this one out. I'm not sure I know the curriculum of second graders.
Yeah, well, second to 3rd grade was a tough transition for you, boy.
Was it?
Not really.
It is.
2nd grade was actually really, really fun. But shout out to Logan and shout out to Coach Barry. But there's somebody out. I can't even fight it because the DMs are going out of control with the shout outs, right?
It really is.
Somebody shouted.
It's like we're Sports Center. I feel like Seth Everett. Coming up on Sports Center, we're going to be talking about the San Carlos 8U team.
By the way, the other guy, Neil Everett. Neil Everett, you're talking about Stan Verrett. Stan Verrett, Neil Everett.
Yeah.
Neil Everett is stepping away.
What?
Yeah. He's been doing some Portland Blazers pre- and post-game stuff. I think he did some play-by-play for them, but he's stepping away from sports. He may be part of the cuts and the layoffs that are happening at ESPN, but I just read that over the weekend. He's going to be stepping away.
I always liked Neil Everett.
He wasn't bad.
Yeah, he always gives some positivity. I want to ask you a Warrior question here in about
we got a couple Warrior
minutes.
questions.
Because I have
we got a lot of
one,
Warrior.
but I'm not
I got
done
something
with
that I just pulled up. You're not done with
No,
shout outs.
I got to shout out my team. That's the whole point of the show is shouting out the team that I'm coaching.
What did you got, man?
No, I was just going to jump in on the Neil Everett thing real quick. His tag when he always had a highlight with the home run, bartender, Jack, it's an all-timer for me anyways. He always did that one. So I just want to give some love for some Neil Everett. Go back to the shout-outs, Shasky.
So there was somebody who sent me a text. They knew you. And I can't find it. I just, maybe I replied, maybe I did. But they were like, the Carl's Beacon team. I know Shasky. I listen to you guys all the time.
Oh, nice.
Blah, 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 blah. And I don't even remember what the text is. Maybe I'll find it by the end of the show.
Well, obviously last night there was that Stanford pitcher who pitched 150 innings.
Yeah.
150 pitches, 150 pitches, 16 strikeouts. And analytics Twitter was losing their minds. This kid! Oh my God. I always say this to people.
150 pitches.
Yeah, and this is what I tell people. Well, how stressful were those pitches? This guy knows his body. This coaching staff knows him. Had he not pitched for a couple weeks, were there guys on base? What was he in the stretch, in the windup? Were there a ton of breaking balls? How many pitches in between innings?
Right.
You know, how many warm-up pitches? Right. You know, like there's I have a million questions. It's not just he threw 150 pitches. Now
he was dealing.
Yeah,
Did you watch that game? Did you watch some of that?
Oh, dude, he was on fire.
So shout out to Little B and Big B. Andrew and Matt Payne, they were sitting behind the plate.
Were they?
So, yeah, they were sitting behind the plate.
Hey, Stanford looks ridiculous right now.
Yeah, they do look ridiculous. I might go to the game tonight. It's a 5 o'clock start.
Yeah.
Maybe.
College baseball is really, and college softball, obviously.
I like college baseball.
It's a lot of fun.
No, it is. The College World Series
was televised, quite honestly.
No doubt. And you got, I believe, Old Dominion's going to the World Series. TCU's going. Yep. Wake Forest is going. Stanford and Texas obviously is going to play for the right
Texas
to go.
Texas is legendary.
Florida is going.
Yes.
They swept South Carolina.
I like Florida's jerseys.
And
all their guys, they have a lot of Wilson Glove guys on that team. They have like signature, like royal blue with the orange, the gloves, the very cool custom colorways from Wilson coming.
You know what else is ridiculous, though? I'm sorry. It's Stanford pitcher Quinn Matthews, 156 pitches.
156.
What are we doing?
I just talked about that.
Come on, man.
Yeah,
but I don't think we should gloss over that. 156.
It's awesome.
It's awesome, but like too much, dude. This guy's gonna have Tommy John soon.
Stafford,
come on.
Did you see what happened Saturday? Stafford they give up 5 runs in the 9th inning. Their bullpen is very shaky. Whoever manages Stafford, I mean, I kind of get it. It's like, yo, we're going to ride or die with you. We're not going to our bullpen.
Toby Gerhardt's not coming out of that bullpen.
By the way, you want to sound so Stafford has 156 pitches. The kid from Stafford yesterday. Remember Tyler Gaffney?
Oh yeah,
the running back.
Yeah.
He played baseball, I think, too.
Yeah,
gets Oregon on a Thursday night.
Running back.
Marcus Mariota comes to the farm. They're number one team in the country.
Okay.
Thursday night football at the farm. Stafford gave the ball to Tyler Gaffney 45 times in that game. He ran the ball 45 times.
Wow.
Now, what's worse?
Big upright runner.
Right. What is worse? Running it 45 times, getting banged up like that, or throwing 156 pitches?
That's a really good question.
45 carries in a football game on a short week? Yeah. Man, that is insane.
It is. But, who knows? This might be the end of that guy's baseball playing career. And I'm not saying, maybe he plays in the minors. I don't know. I don't know how highly coveted he is. I don't pretend.
Think he was a 19th round pick last year with Tampa Bay.
So let's just say, hypothetically, that's the highlight of his baseball life. He'll always have that.
Yeah.
That's one of the great moments of that guy's life.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't know. I'll stand for the kid. If the kid wanted to stay in there. Now, it's one thing if it's negligent and he pitches 120 the next time out and this, that, the other. But, you only have one life at it. I don't know. And apparently they consulted with his family, so I'm okay with it.
So, Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Insider, just released an article, and I just saw the headline.
Okay.
And I clicked the headline. I'm going to try to read through it during the break.
Then I'll give a shout-out while you read through it.
All right, so Jordan Poole's future with the Warriors is murkier, but not unsalvageable.
Interesting.
It's murky, but it's not unsalvageable. So I'm very eager to see where Slater is going here, because it sounds like Poole could be on the outs here. And if Poole is on the outs, then, man, you re-sign Draymond Green.
Because
now there's a power structure here at play that I want to get into in a second. But go ahead and shout it out.
I do want to get into that because I find this very fascinating. But very briefly, I'm coaching the SFYBL team right now. We got it's like a collection. It's a league in the city, and it's a collection
Charlie,
of.
Shout out Prince. Shout out.
Yep.
Little tiny Tiny, my guy Tiny JT.
Yeah.
All those kids, man. Sleepy. What about Sleepy? How'd he do?
Daz did not make the tournament. We were shorthanded, so we had some of our alternates come up, which was awesome. But like, just to give you an idea, B, baseball up north is always going to be superior to what we have down here. Like, it's just they're a little more organized. They play all year round because the weather and the fields, and there's a lot that goes into it. And quite honestly, they have really, really good coaching and great infrastructure in place to put together great programs. So our SFYBL team in our league this year, we probably played the division as a whole like 80 games, B. We were playing teams that played 60 games. These teams, that's insane. 60 games, but they're really, really good. So our team goes up there on Saturday. Because of run differential, we got dropped to what would be the silver bracket, the losers bracket. We ended up winning on Sunday. We get into the championship game. We play Woodland. We actually played a team from Richmond, and I want to give a shout-out to Coach T. He's doing great work with these young men. He practices out at Pinole. Coach T plays the game the way I appreciate the game being played, and he's out there right now. Hopefully he's listening. Great dude, great program. It was great to see like a real urban team out there balling. Like this dude is out there putting in the work for baseball in the city of Richmond, and I thought it was awesome to see.
Got to watch Hardball. Dude. Got to watch go watch the movie Hardball with Keanu Reeves.
I said to one of the dads, I go, that coach right there, Coach T, that's the kind of guy I like. Like your kid is lucky to be playing for them. So seriously. We ended up playing them in the semifinals. We go into the championship. We played Woodland, and this team from Woodland was awesome. The Lobos. We ended up losing 9-1, but our guys got second place. And for a city team that just got put together, I was so proud of them. We played so well. Vines was hitting bombs. Charlie making plays at shortstop, your favorite. JT behind the dish looked awesome. Little West coming in and slinging it. Our team was balling. And I got to give a shout out to our guy. I call him Logan Posey. Logan Johnson was an absolute monster Saturday and Sunday. We showed out, and I was really proud of our little league team out there. And so we got a big tournament this weekend in Pleasant Hill.
Speaking of baseball, and I'm thinking about Quinn Matthew and 156 pitches. Let's try to get him on the show.
Let's get him.
I'll holler at Laura Wakefield. Laura Wakefield down there in Stanford. Shout out to Laura Wakefield. She's probably up early right now at Stanford baseball. Maybe I'll go see her. I may go to this game today. Laura, if you're out there listening, I know you are. Nice. I'm going to send her a text. Let's get this guy on the air. How does his arm feel?
Yeah.
Like, whose decision was it? Because this guy had a chance. He got drafted by the Tampa Bay Rays. I was listening to the broadcast. It's like, damn it, he's an old school lefty. It's got the change. It's got the slider. We locked a couple people up. Fastball was hitting about 93, 94. But maybe we should get him on.
The art of pitching is keeping people off balance. Right. So I look like that's what he was doing yesterday. That's what he was doing. So I saw a couple graphs here I want to read to you as we opened up. I didn't even think we were going to go in this direction, but I got something very intriguing that I want to read from this Slater piece on The Athletic right now as you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. So this is very intriguing, Shasky. I want your thoughts on this. Give it to me.
Quickly on the vacant general manager spot.
Yeah.
Kirk Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. are currently running the show. And even as the draft and free agency near, there doesn't appear to be any urgency to officially announce a front office restructuring. Joe Lacob, the ultimate decider, wasn't in town this past week. Indications remain that Dunleavy and Lacob will step into elevated leadership roles, so the interim structure is the most likely permanent structure. That's relevant.
That's interesting.
Kirk and Dunleavy were influential voices within the established front office that gave Poole that hefty contract extension last October. Dunleavy was a scout before the 2019 draft. He saw Poole at Michigan and was a proponent of taking him 28th, adding some playmaking skill and creation to a roster that needs it around Stephen Curry. They maintain belief in Poole through his early career struggles, rewarded his breakout, and have shown no indication that a turbulent couple of months will change their overall opinion on the 23-year-old's future. One point that's been made, you can't argue that he's unable or unready to be a high-level contributor to winning NBA basketball because he's already done it on the biggest stage for a title team with this exact core. So first of all,
let's start with the GM.
Let's start with the GM stuff. Kurt Lacob, Mike Dunleavy Jr. are currently running the show. Does that concern any Warrior fan? Do you feel good about that they're going to maybe be elevated to this position here? Kurt Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Dunleavy Jr. being influential in drafting Jordan Poole and getting him that contract extension. How are we feeling, folks?
Well, let me ask you this one. Like, have you ever been a part of a corporate restructure where they change titles and names and things like that?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if this is the case. This is me giving you my experience in corporate settings. I have been in situations where someone leaves a position and maybe they were planning on corporate restructuring anyway, but they changed names and titles and they kind of changed the hierarchy of the organization. And in some cases, they do it to kind of save money and to also keep certain individuals out of scrutiny, right? And maybe you try to make it more collaborative or more committee-based as opposed to individualist-based. And you do that for a variety of reasons. Now, I'm not saying that's because he's trying to be cheap. People are misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, we look at this and like, you're the GM and you make all the decisions. And haven't we kind of seen this in sports where it's trending? And I'm not caping up for anyone.
Collaborative decisions?
Well, like the Niners. Are we certain? I think the GM currently is John Lynch. That's his title.
Or he could be the president of football operations, the exact title. John Lynch.
Do you get where I'm going?
I get where you're going.
Right, like right now, Farhan is kind of the
president of baseball ops, but he runs everything.
And the GM's
the guy. Yeah, yep, exactly.
Right? But we all think that the buck stops with Farhan.
Right. He makes the final decision.
So does it really matter if they name a particular GM, general manager?
Right. No, it's who's going to be making the decisions. And it sounds like the Lakers will get a little more power in the decision making without Bob Myers.
How does it make Warrior fans feel, you think?
That's what I'm saying. So
I think that I'll be honest with you. I think a lot of Warrior fans are going to pivot. And this isn't me. I think there's a lot of Warrior fans are going to pivot and say nepotism. He's not ready. What are we doing? Why are we giving him more power? And my kickback to that would be like any person that they hired from the outside and brought in whose name we didn't know that wasn't a former player, wouldn't we be skeptical?
Absolutely.
We're probably more skeptical because we see, Lake Up son. Instantly, we feel some kind of way.
So,
fair or not?
650 Comcast Business Text Line. More concerned about Kurt Lacob than Mike Dunleavy Jr. I believe in Mike Dunleavy Jr. I do. I'm a believer in Mike Dunleavy Jr. to get the job done. I'll say this on the front end. I'm a little concerned if the Lakers do have a little more power. But they've had a lot of time to gain experience of running an organization. They've done well on the business side. We all know that. You got the stadium up. You own the property. You're selling jerseys left and right. You're selling out concerts, all that good stuff. But Kurt now having a bigger voice. And he did get tutelage from Bob Myers. Is there any concern if Kurt Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. are the future decision makers of the Golden State Warriors? Again, in Anthony Slater's piece that he just released this morning, get to it on The Athletic. Maybe we get Anthony Slater on before the week is over.
Does it make it more easy or less easy if it's a committee that's making decisions on
I don't know.
On movement?
Who's the final decision maker? Who's the guy who says we have to take this guy?
Why does it feel
That's
like,
it.
Feels like Joe.
It feels like Joe Lacob. So
am I wrong?
How does that make people feel? How does that make people feel?
Dude, I get the sense, and this is my gut, my speculation.
You still got a lot of other guys involved.
Well, yeah.
Larry Harris is still involved.
How much influence does Kerr have?
Yeah, that's a good point. Does Kerr have that juice? Can Kerr have that juice with only 1 year left on his deal?
That's a good question as well. I keep going back to, the very rarely does a coach make a great GM because a coach wants to win tonight. A GM wants to win for the next multiple seasons, right? Like they're always trying to set their roster up for the now and the future. And so I think at times coaches and GMs, just naturally are going to be diametrically opposed at times when it comes to roster construction. And then I don't know if I want Steve Kerr having that much influence on the roster. Yes, I need him to be kind of buying in and get it. But like if you're listening to the vets and the coach, you probably don't uncover a GP2.
So here,
you know what I mean? Last year.
No doubt. You don't.
You would have stuck with an Avery Bradley.
And that would have been a disaster.
So there are times where it gives and there's times where it takes.
Again, I want to read this graph again. Quickly on a vacant GM spot. Kurt Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. are currently running the show. And even as a draft and free agency near, there doesn't appear any urgency to officially announce a front office restructuring. Joe Lacob, the ultimate decider. That's what Slater writes.
So
Joe Lacob, the ultimate decider.
How does that make people feel?
Yeah, exactly. 888-957-9570. And I already knew this was coming because it's hard not to think this way. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. This situation gives me a bit of Jerry Jones vibes. That's Teeks from Hayward. Do people feel like that? Joe Lacob, the ultimate decider. So he's got some big-time decisions to make.
Well, if I owned the organization, I'm going to tell everyone this. If I owned a team, Hell yeah, I'd want influence. It's my team. And I know people feel like that teams are, owned by the community essentially, and you're just a steward of it. And no, that's not the case. When you spend the amount of money that these people spend and you're invested emotionally and fiscally as deep as they are, like, I'm sorry, you're going to have influence on your product.
Right.
So this thing that like the owner is not going to be involved is absurd to me.
Well, Lacob, again, I wish we could pull up the sound here when Lacob joined us in studio during the championship season from a couple seasons ago. He told us that he's in on every group decision. He's involved in the decision-making process. He told us that straight up. Now, was that a problem for Bob Myers? And did that maybe help Bob Myers make his decision to maybe step away because he wants total control and not maybe input from the ownership group?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't sit here and say that I didn't think he had influence on Bob Myers prior to Bob Myers leaving.
Now this makes it clear that it makes it a little more clear that, boy, Bob maybe stepped away because maybe there was too much for the owner. Lubman had a question here before we hit the break. Lubman, what you got?
Yeah, I just kind of curious, like, when did all this kind of like hesitation towards like trusting Joe Lacob really pop up? Because ever since he's gotten here, he's turned, the Warriors were just completely downtrodden when he got here. He's completely flipped them around. That was all under his watch. And now that Bob Myers is leaving, it's all of a sudden like, oh, can Joe Lacob, can he still run the Warriors? Can he still run the Warriors? He's been doing a pretty dang good job of running the Warriors the last 10 plus years. Why all of a sudden now are we so hesitant about this?
That's an interesting question there. 888-957-9570. Do you trust Joe Lacob to make the ultimate decision for the Golden State Warriors? And we've got a bunch of decisions to make this all season. Lubman, hell of a question there. Hell of a question. We'll roll with that on the other side. We got a break, and we'll be right back talking about the Golden State Warriors. And we got some more questions here. 888-957-9570. Wide open phone lines here on a Monday morning. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Cars.com.
Oh, that's...
a pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
John Sterling, WFAN in New York, got hit with a foul ball over the weekend.
Ow! Ow!
The video's even funnier. And then the next day,
honestly,
they put a Band-Aid on the ball. He had a Band-Aid over his eye.
He's lucky he didn't get more hurt. I mean, a foul ball straight back like that, even if it ricochets.
How did he not see it coming?
He's older.
How did he not see it?
Well,
and it's just like, ow, ow, ow. And then
Ow!
And that's like a 1 in a million shot.
3-2 count. Remember Roxy Bernstein caught a foul ball during the game
ball
down in
coming
Texas.
Up here and caught by me.
Caught by me. Roxy was on the call, I think, at one of the Stafford games.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
How could he hold his Cal Bear, allegiances inside while he was being a media member?
Roxy's good, man. Roxy
isn't good. He's great.
Roxy's unbelievable.
One of my favorite
man.
people in the world.
Should have a bigger role, man, at ESPN, dude. He is legit.
You think I'm a psycho watching games?
Oh, no. I sat next to Roxy during the San Jose Sharks game.
Every umpire, strike, and ball.
No, well, hockey is great. He bangs tables. He schooled me on the entire hockey game. We're watching the Edmonton Oilers versus the Sharks. I sat next to him. And he was schooling me on all the sets, plus minuses, everything. Conor McDavid. Oh, dude, Roxy's something else. And he sits back.
Please explain.
Please explain.
Please explain.
Well, Joe, you've got to understand that the 49er quarterback position, it's a glamour spot.
I miss Ryan. We need to get him on
love
soon,
Roxy
man.
so much.
Maybe we'll get him on when the College Worlds. If Stafford wins, we'll get him on too.
If that's the gold standard for like being great at your job and being media, I am the reverse. I am the 180 on the other end of the spectrum.
No, right.
When I see someone like Roxy, I go, I cannot even pretend to be close to that.
Well,
I just need to be
and
me.
we haven't even discussed his most difficult job. Working with Bill Walton. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That's a maestro at work.
Joey, me and Bill were walking down on the Santa Cruz boardwalk together, and Bill started to take mushrooms. And it was at that point I realized everyone knows Bill.
He thought he was actually in space with the giant dipper.
That's good stuff. He puts the pro and professional, Roxy Bernstein. By the way, the Bill Walton 30 for 30 is 4 parts.
Yeah,
first
I
2
got
parts
through
came out.
a half of the first part, so I will finish it today.
I learned a lot about Bill Walton.
Yes.
And we still got 2 parts to go.
The interesting thing was the facial hair component. John Wooden, take a deep breath, man.
Well, John Wooden, that was him. No,
John Wooden, you know it was him getting duffel bags of cash to pay players. He's the greatest coach of all time.
Is that a bad thing?
When he had talent.
Is that a bad thing to pay the players? It's a good thing.
No, I'm just saying, like, we pretend like John Wooden didn't have the greatest assembly of talent.
Hey, listen, he's dead. Don't pour
no, I
gasoline
know. I
on
just
his
find
grave,
it funny.
Shasky.
No, I'm not. No,
all right,
I'm
all
not.
Right,
I'm just saying, like, I always laugh a little when we make these narratives. He's the greatest who ever lived. Yeah, he also, like, Jerry Tarkanian did the same thing, and Jerry Tarkanian is considered like a horrible person in the game of basketball.
Well, Jerry Tarkanian was also affiliated with the mob, so you had some guys catching bodies over guys going to UNLV, and you had some kids that were up to no good at UNLV.
What was the favorite line? Like the NCAA was so mad at UCLA for cheating that they suspended, Louisville or something like that.
Diddy Crumb. Yeah. He was a long-time assistant under John Wooden. By the way, starting on Wednesday, we're giving you and the guests a chance to go to Chase Center. Check this out. To attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with the player they draft. Now, they may not draft a player, and we may need a plan B for this, but we'll be showing you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch at certain points of the show, and you will qualify by texting those words to our short code. Again, you get an opportunity, whether it's, I don't know, what if Imani Bates drops a 19 and the Warriors say, hey, let's select Imani Bates.
Who?
Imani Bates went to Memphis, then Eastern Michigan. He's a prospect.
I don't have a college league pass.
I didn't see it.
Yeah,
Can't tell you.
I mean, I just know about him because he played on the AAU circuit.
Love you, buddy.
So you could be at that press conference, the rookie introductory press conference at Chase Center. Again, we'll be showing you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch at certain points of the show, and you will qualify by texting those words to our short code, and it all starts Wednesday. So search 95.7 The Game on YouTube and Twitch right now so you're ready to go. And subscribe to us on YouTube right now. 38,000 strong. By the way, we're going to continue to do what we've been doing the last 2 Fridays. We brought the Night of Numbers, Alex in Atlanta, in the studio for the last 5 minutes on the Friday.
I shall rise as the Knight of Numbers for the King.
There he is. And he made Tyler Miller so upset, so we had to bring in Tyler last Friday. Let me tell you, Tyler was so giddy. That made me smile to see how happy he was to come in here. And
great.
he brought it. He came in ready to roll.
He wants his own, hour.
Yeah, well, that's not going to happen, Tyler. We need to keep you on YouTube. I don't know if you can keep it together for an hour. But he came in here ready to roll, clipped the videos immediately, Instagram. No, he's one of my favorites, man. He might be my favorite, but he was here, smiling ear to ear. That's, somebody sent the tweet, and Pam Moore said it Friday. It was great to have Pam Moore from Crown 4 on the show.
It was.
And she said, you don't want to, you don't want to look at the haters. You don't want to read the criticism, but you also don't want to overdo the praising, right? You don't want to take that praising in and just be on cloud nine over it. You got to have some balance to it. So somebody did tweet, though, and it made me smile. It made me feel good. He said, man, I hope the roast is around for 20 years.
Oh.
I was like, damn, you might be the only person in the world who wants to roast around for 20 years. But the way Tyler came in here and he was happy to be part of the show, the way the roasters responded to Tyler, the way people tweet at us, man, it makes me smile, man. It does make me smile. And I'm able to say, you know what? Screw the haters. We got people who genuinely love us, like Robin in the city, who calls us, and she's got some thoughts on Bob Myers and the Golden State Warriors. Robin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning to the both of you. Hey, Shasky, I want to tell you, as a person who has family from Kentucky, they pronounce it's Louisville, not Louisville.
Yeah, Louisville.
Okay.
Louisville.
So
Louisville
Slugger.
Louisville.
It's Louisville. Like, my family is from Danville. They don't say Danville. They say Danville. Danville, Kentucky.
Okay. Danville, Kentucky.
Louisville, Kentucky.
Louisville.
Right.
Okay. Louisville.
That's how you pronounce it.
There we go.
All right,
Kentucky.
Robin, I like it. Thank you.
The home of, is it Colonial Sanders or Colonel Sanders?
Colonel Sanders.
Anyway, Robin, go ahead.
Chicken is so low around, it's pathetic. Here, you guys, I have a few thoughts here, whether they apply or not. Years ago, when Lakem brought the team, I'm a person that, reads everything, and, there's always different things in different articles, but I look for commonalities. That's one of the things you learn in college, is that you look for things that are common in articles on the same subject. Anyway, I read this article called, it was entitled New York Times, How a Capital Vigilance Businessman from Silicon Valley took those principles of I'm ad-libbing here, and applied it to a basketball team, because his specialty, Jay Laker's specialty, is tearing down companies and rebuilding them, and he has done so 150 times, okay? And so he took those principles from Silicon Valley, which is everyone is inclusive. Everyone's inclusive, and if you look at that, how that was the philosophy, the principles, and if you see that when they fired Mark Jackson, when he said everyone in the organization hated him, you see that in the culture when everybody's respected on how they treat everyone, from the usher people, from you, Bonte, or anyone. You know what I'm saying? So those are the principles that were put in place by Lakem. So I don't buy this notion that things change over time. I'm just giving you an insight on what I read and what principles and philosophy he took and applied to this organization. And I don't think many people realize that, okay? And so this notion that Bob Myers wanted total control, I don't buy that, because I don't buy that those principles haven't left. I do believe that disease of me has set in with the players, but I don't believe that philosophy has gone by the wayside. It's just rough times right now, and I could be wrong, but I just wanted to share that knowledge out there that people don't know. Sometimes they need to pick up and read stuff. Bye, you guys.
All right, Robin. Reading is fundamental. Reading helps.
Reading Rainbow.
What did Sickett say, Charles?
Reading Rainbow.
LeVar Burton. Shout out to him.
So good.
Don't we have the Pie in the Sky? DMX did a remake, right?
Yes.
Remember that show he did? Reading Rainbow?
Yes.
We started playing the beat. It was hard.
Can I ask you a sincere question?
Please.
Okay.
I thought all your questions were sincere.
Well, no. It's interesting. I find this interesting. Society, right? Just society. Not sports, but society. we kind of just automatically not jealous isn't the right word, but we're skeptical of the kid of the original owner.
Right.
Are we not?
Yeah.
It's like second generation. Like I think there's a large part of society that hates wealth. What?
Yeah, Jed York running the team, and then you got the Maras, you got the Rooneys.
I mean, Lakers, right? With what's her name? Jeannie Buss running, the team. But like, I just think in general, and again, if we remove sports, I think in general, like, oh, the boss's kid, right? Like,
right.
Electrician outfit X or, restaurant Z or whatever. And there are a lot of times in business, whatever it is, whatever industry, where you see the second generation take over and maybe they weren't as invested emotionally or as well versed in the industry as their parents were. And the business does struggle. Like it does. Now, are there times when someone goes to school or whatever or works in the industry and is raised up in the industry and becomes excellent in that industry? Hell yeah, there's lots of examples. I've referenced my uncle's business, and I'm not here to say that the Mary Sales Company that makes bicycles is on the same level as the Golden State Warriors that are worth $7 billion. No, I'm not. But like, my uncle was raised in the business. He's raising his kid in the business. They both got the proper education. Doesn't mean they're going to be successful, but dude, they know every single part of that business because they started in the warehouse and worked their way into leadership positions. I do feel like Kirk Lacob is getting kind of a bum rap here. Not that he's going to be great.
Well, what is the rap on Kirk?
We're automatically putting him in the deficit role. Like right now, if you ask Warrior fans, Kirk Lacob, unqualified.
No doubt.
Well, how's that? Wait a minute. He's done his duty down in Santa Cruz.
But not only that, he's been with the organization since they bought the Chiefs.
That's what I'm saying.
He's learned the family business.
That's what I'm saying.
So now that he got to sit under Bob Myers and soak up game, and I'm sure he wasn't annoying by doing it. Kirk Lacob's been around everywhere. I see Kirk Lacob literally the Warriors World Tournament, which, by the way, is getting a lot of buzz. And, there's rumors that the last time we played, we didn't bring the best players in 95-7 a game.
Well, I would say you had a guy who was 7 feet tall on that team.
Bob Big Mel, was the best player at 95-7 a game. He actually played on a college basketball team.
Yeah, he's awesome.
And he let us down. Anybody better than Big Mel? I highly doubt it here at the station.
No.
So, but your boy may have to take his GM talents at NBC and how with 95-7 a game like that, I'll make sure we're in the same bracket and I'll make sure to get their ass kicked. So bring your best player. Anyway, but Kirk Lacob's been around. Kirk Lacob's been around the block. He's been around the block. He's been with this organization. And again, if he has Mike Dunleavy Jr. there, who I trust, I look at Mike Dunleavy Jr. saying, and some people may say nepotism with him because his dad was an NBA lifer, right?
I would put it more like, no, it was just ingrained into your soul. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no doubt. So Anthony Slater again writes that Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Kirk Lacob are currently running his show, even as the draft and free agency near. And it doesn't appear to be any urgency to officially announce a front office restructuring. They're taking their time with this. And I like the fact that Joe Lacob has stayed quiet since Bob Myers' presser basically telling everybody that he's leaving, that he's stepping down from the Golden State Warriors. I like the fact that Lacob has become quiet. But it also says Joe Lacob, the ultimate decider, wasn't in town the past week, but indications remain that Dunleavy and Lacob will step into elevated leadership role. So how's their relationship with the players? I think it's pretty good from what I hear, and that's relevant. Kirk and Dunleavy were influential voices in drafting Jordan Poole and giving them that contract extension, that big money contract extension. So is Kirk ready for the job? We will see.
Well,
there will be a lot of people scoffing and rolling their eyes originally, but you know what? Joe Lacob, as an owner, he's everything that a fan wants, right?
Yes.
One, he spends money. His bravado. We love that in an owner, right? We love an owner who comes out there saying, hey, no matter what the rules are, the CBA, the tax threshold, we will win. When he said, I'm going to put a banner next to the 74-75 banner, everybody laughed at him because the Warriors had no success. They got it done 4 times. Now, is he the sole reason why? No, they got a player named Stephen Curry.
Yes.
And I believe the players make everything go. Steph, Dre, Clay, Wiggs, Looney, Poole, all those guys.
I would say they have a bigger hand in what.
Right.
Like there's a lot that goes into the recipe.
But you need an owner who's ready to sign off and say, you know what? Let's make these moves.
Yes.
I'll pay the tax.
I agree.
How many owners don't want to pay a luxury tax? We're looking at John Fisher can't even pony out money for a stadium. So Kirk Lacob, I get why some people will be a little skeptical of him running the show because they don't know much about him.
I agree.
Other than that, he's Joe Lacob's son.
So let's Can we acknowledge this? There are good and bad examples of family members in getting into the family business.
Very bad.
Basketball right now is the family business. There are good and bad examples across the board, across industries.
Yep.
Okay. Let's take a step back then. We've removed the family stuff, which I know is part of it, right? People get jobs because someone recommends them. In this case, it happens to be your dad, right? And you get opportunities. You have to make the most of those. If you were looking around the league, we do this in every sport. The Giants hired a guy from the Astros. We think that guy could bring some of the winter dust over to the Giants.
Yep.
How many teams have hired people from the New England Patriots?
Everybody. Scott Pioli, Romeo Crennel. The Raiders have a GM for the Patriots system. The Texans have a guy from the Patriots. Did they fire that guy from the Texans, by the way? He came for the Patriots or whatever the name is, because we kept linking him and Jimmy Garoppolo
Exactly.
together.
Caserio.
Is it Caserio?
Yeah, Caserio.
Yep.
So then I look at it this way. If you were to just say, who are the most successful organizations the last 5 to 10 years in the NBA? The Warriors are in that mix.
Yep.
Now, whether you want to say it's because of the GM, it doesn't matter. People from outside the Warriors would be trying to poach people from within the Warrior front office because they have winter magic pixie dust.
Travis Schlenk.
Exactly.
Atlanta.
So, again, there's a family tie that I cannot overlook. I'm not going to omit that. But you also have to recognize that, like, if you're going to hire from within, from the Warriors, it's not the worst thing in the world because there's probably 15 other teams in the league that would want to take some of the guys from your front office because they know what they're doing. And we need that kind of stability over here.
Now, it doesn't guarantee winning, right?
No, it does not.
Because Min May on YouTube, how many coaches have come from the Warriors? And those coaches haven't really worked out. Now, Mike Brown won Coach of the Year in Sacramento. Yeah, same with the Patriots. But Mike Brown in Sacramento, but Luke Walton's been fired from 2 jobs. Alvin Gentry fired from 2 jobs. Who else got hired from the Willie Green was an assistant in Phoenix before he took the Pelicans job. He's done a good job so far, but they disappointed last season. Patriots, as you mentioned, had all these coaches: Charlie Wise, Bill O'Brien, Joe Judge, Matt Patricia, Romeo Carell.
Bill Walsh's tree, if you just look like the actual winning from some of these guys, like I love
Mike
Danny
Holmgren.
Green. I love Danny. Yeah, Mike Holmgren was awesome.
Danny Green was good, though. I got to give, I'd say Denny Green, rest in peace, had more success than any of those Patriot coaches.
No, that I agree with. But it wasn't like he became the next, top 3 coach in the league is what I'm saying. Like, there's levels to the success.
But he was really, I'd say Denny Green was actually really good.
Underrated.
Very underrated. He didn't get that big one. Mike Holmgren won a Super Bowl, did really well.
Yes.
Had the Seahawks on the brink of winning a couple Super Bowls.
For every one of those, there's like Pete Carroll didn't look so hot, early on. And then look, you're seeing someone in Mike Malone. Mike Malone was on the Kings. They said no. All right? Now look at him. Bill Belichick was on the Browns.
Right.
And they said no. You know what I mean? So success could come from anywhere, but a lot of the teams want to take what the winning teams are doing and bring them into their organization. So if you're hiring from within, from the Warriors, is it the greatest thing in the world? I don't know. But here's where I'm at with Kirk Lacob. I'm giving him a chance.
Yeah.
And that's all you can do at this point.
What about Mike Dunleavy Jr.?
Of course you're giving him a chance.
So, again, if people are like, why are they talking about Kirk Lacob or Mike Dunleavy Jr.? Well, Anthony Slater just wrote an article that got released about 30 minutes ago in The Athletic. And he had a quick aside on the vacant GM spot. Kirk Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. are currently running the show, folks. They're currently running the draft and free agency. And there doesn't appear to be any urgency, according to Anthony Slater, to officially announce a front office restructuring. Joe Lacob, and this is a key sentence here, Joe Lacob, the ultimate decider, wasn't in town this past week. Indications remain that Dunleavy and Lacob will step into elevated leadership roles, so the interim structure is the most likely permanent situation here for the Golden State Warriors. Now, Joe Lacob joined us back on November 10th, 2021. He walked in the studio. Talked to Shasky and I for an hour. It was really good. It was during the early stages of their championship season. And Joe Lacob, if people were hesitant on him being involved in every decision, well, this is what he told us back on November 10th of 2021 about some of the decision-making processes of the Golden State Warriors.
The politically appropriate thing to say probably would be, I let people do their job, and I do. But I am pretty involved in everything. I mean, I'm going to have to be honest about that, whether it's a business decision or a basketball roster decision. Even the 15th spot, you would think, why do I have to be involved in that? But the truth is I am, because I'm really probably the person that's all over this, maybe more than everybody, because it's what I love and what we're doing. And I'm involved. I know what's going on. I don't overrule people very often. If they've come to a firm decision, they've got their analysis, that's it. We go with it.
Including the draft?
Yeah, including the draft. I will tell you the draft, that's very true. We can sit here and say who liked Wiseman, who liked this guy. We could do that all day long. There's all kinds of views on that. But at the end of the day, it's a group thing. We come to a group decision for a lot of different reasons, and we pick who we're going to pick. And hopefully we're right, more often than not. But, we've been wrong too.
So that's back on November 10th, 2021. I'm involved. Free agency, business decisions, and even the NBA draft. And does that scare Warrior fans at all? Or are you encouraged that Joe Lacob is involved in the day-to-day operations of the Golden State Warriors? If I ran a business, hell, as an owner, we always put ourselves as man, what if I owned that team?
You would want to be involved.
I would be on the field before the game. I'd be in the suite sitting up on the edge of my seat.
Bonte has Arthur Blank coming down in the fourth quarter.
Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? I would be at every practice. Like, I remember the Bill Belichick 30 for 30.
So you would be Jerry Jones, the guy you love.
No, I wouldn't be Jerry Jones. I wouldn't be holding pressers at their every single game. I wouldn't be saying, we need to make our 53. I would just be in the back of the room. I wouldn't say anything, but I would want to be involved in that. That's the access that we all yearn for, right? Yes. So like the Hesses, when they owned the Jets, they would be sitting there with their lawn chairs at practice just watching. I would be that owner. I wouldn't be sitting there all up in the video and stuff like that. That's you. I wouldn't be Mark Cuban. No, Mark Graves. I'm not Mark Cuban. Stop it.
I think you'd be a little more boisterous than you're admitting, but that's fine. I do not think you'd be Jerry Jones.
I'd be Eddie D.
No, I just think you'd meddle more than you admit. That's all I would say. And I'm not mad at that. Like, you got to be at your business every day to see it thrive. That's a reality of running a business.
What do you think about this, Comcast?
No matter how big or small.
Comcast Business Text line 4115. A group decision as far as talent is not always good.
Well, this is what I would say about all decisions in companies. It's never one person deciding on anything. Now, sometimes there are two things could be equal, and you got to lean in a direction, and someone's got to make a decision. Right. That happens a lot. When you succeed, everyone reaps the benefits of it. When you fail, you're an orphan, and you're out on your own on a raft, and everyone's pointing at you. Right? And that's how it works in sports, right? Like right now, Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, the GM, their offensive coaches, Bellamy, everybody was getting credit for identifying, developing, and balling out with Patrick Mahomes, right?
Right.
We don't even know who picked Trey Lance. And I'm not even saying Trey Lance is a quote-unquote bust, but because he hasn't had success, it's all finger-pointing. I don't even know if Shanahan wanted him.
No. You know what? The Trey Lance thing I'm putting on Kyle Shanahan. That's on him. He's the offensive guru. He calls the plays. He sat there, and John Lynch just put out, he goes, on Monday, Shanahan told me the Monday of the draft, I'm taking this kid. And I said, okay. So it's on Kyle Shanahan. We're not confused. They may be trying to confuse people now. It's on Kyle Shanahan. Let's just nip that in the bud. Trey Lance is on Shanahan. If it doesn't work out, that's on Shanahan and the 49ers.
But we agree with that. But would you also agree there's been a lot of smoke?
There is. There is a lot of finger point now.
You're talking about culpability. That's different from, we literally have no idea who picked what and who wanted what. We've heard a different thing every week.
With Trey Lance, I'm going strictly Shanahan. That was his decision. Strictly Shanahan. Look, now, James Wiseman, we don't know if that was Bob Myers. We don't know if that was Joe Lacob. We don't know if that was Steve Kerr. That's where the group decision-making can kind of protect everybody from taking all the blame, right? So when you're finger-pointing, everybody's trying to figure things out, who really took Kuminga? Who really took Moody?
I mean, Bonte, whenever there's a promotion or a demotion, it's like, us and the management crew, us and the board, we as a panel have decided. It's never like, I'm demoting you. It's me. I'm the guy. Because now you're going to hate me forever. Yep. You try to, spread the blame out and spread out some of the love. So, no, there's a fine line, right? There's a fine line when it comes to quote-unquote meddling. I call it, being a part of the decision.
Right. So here's what Lacob said back on November 10th, 2021. He said the team, there hasn't been many mistakes. I want to see I want to hear.
No,
this.
he
It's
came
been
in
a while.
2021.
2020,
And they won a championship in 2022?
November 10th, 2021.
So
It's
he
part of
told
the
you
season.
the year before they won the championship
No,
that he's
this is the same season.
okay, but
This is the
that
same
he's
season.
involved.
Yeah, he
And
told
they
us-
won the championship.
And they won the championship. They won the championship. He's involved, and they won the
interesting.
championship. Here's what he had to say about some of the decision making and whether or not they've made mistakes.
We haven't made a lot. We've done well, but I don't want to put the onus on any particular players here or there. But we probably should have listened last year a little bit with the fit of some of the players. So a couple players we brought in, it wasn't quite right. I mean, I don't think it mattered as much because we weren't going to win the title last year.
Right.
But I mean, there's things like that. We haven't made a lot on the basketball side. I mean, honestly, I'm pretty amazed how well we have done.
So that was Joe Lacob, and you can kind of read through the tea leaves that he's talking about Kelly Oubre Jr., Brad Wanamaker. Did not quite work out for the Golden State Warriors. He also said this about the good job in terms of drafting.
It's a demerit.
Drafting is another matter. I mean, obviously, there's always somebody
Yeah.
that you say, dang, I know I was at 28, but I should have taken that guy. That's just the nature of the beast. It is really hard to predict who's going to be great in the draft. Nikola Jokic at
No one saw that.
41.
Right.
I mean, how do you? Well, we did see it actually, but we didn't do it. And so that's the drafting thing's the thing I think about when I say mistakes, the here or there. But again, it's hard to be perfect. So I don't really think. I think we've done a good job overall. I just think that obviously we could have been better in certain regards.
I gotta play this over because I want to hear the Jokic part one more time.
I was just gonna say it sounded like LeBron.
Yeah.
Like I knew from day one
let me-
he was gonna be great.
One more time.
No, we did.
Drafting is another matter. I mean, obviously, there's always somebody
Yeah.
that you say, dang, I know I was at 28, but I should have taken that guy. That's just the nature of the beast. It is really hard to predict who's going to be great in the draft. Nikola Jokic at
No one saw that.
41.
Right.
I mean, how do you? Well, we did see it actually, but we didn't do it. And so that's the drafting thing's the thing I think about when I say mistakes, the here or there. But again, it's hard to be perfect. So I don't really think. I think we've done a good job overall. I just think that obviously we could have been better in certain regards.
Wait a minute. I'm surprised that he get more buzz. Think about that line. Shaskin's like, nobody saw Jokic. Well, actually, we did see Jokic. We all saw that. You imagine Jokic is picking this system? Now you're telling me there was a chance to get Jokic.
That was had shades of John Lynch recently saying, "Oh well, we looked at Patrick Mahomes
Right.
long and hard.
Well,
Thanks."
We're at his
But
pro
we
day.
knew 5 years later
Well-
Purdy would be available.
Well, John Lynch, no, the other part that had me, remember I was fired up about this. I said, why is he speaking? I was so mad that
Yeah,
he
you
even
were.
said something. He goes, well, man, I was at the pro day and I called Kyle and said, maybe we have to reorder our whiteboard here. This guy's, I'm here as a decoy. It's like, wait a minute. How about you just don't say anything? Because now I'm ticked off about the quarterback spot. But just the fact that he said, we all knew Jokic is going to be good.
So what year was Jokic drafted? I kind of want to see who they took.
Yeah,
and
no,
where they took him.
it's just you're reading my mind here, Shasky. You're reading my mind with the Jokic draft. Somebody back there.
2014.
2014. Damn it, it's been that long. Been that long.
No, wild.
I'm looking it up right now.
All right, look it up right now.
I will.
Oh my
All
gosh.
right. So
It was the Wiggins draft.
it was the Wiggins back. Jabari Parker. I mean, this is just a all-time.
So where did the Warriors pick in this draft? Where did the Warriors pick? I don't even know if they.
I don't think they didn't have a pick that year because that was
not
the
seeing
Jazz
him.
got their pick at 23. They took Rodney Hood because that was part of the.
was
that part of that whole
deal?
Yeah, the Biedrins deal. They had to forfeit their pick.
And they
Yeah.
had to get Iguodala in and stuff like that. Yeah.
I don't see a pick here.
Yeah, they didn't have a pick, but maybe they could have moved up into the draft and selected somebody.
Let me give you. This is always a
Glenn
fun.
Robinson the third went right before Jokic in Minnesota.
And Jeremy Grant right before him. Wow.
Yeah. Spencer Dinwiddie right before him.
I mean,
This draft wasn't bad. Joe Harris, 33. Kyle Anderson at 30. Josh Hustis, remember him?
we actually
29.
did know he would be Jokic.
Jordan Clarkson, second round. Yeah.
God bless him.
Adrian Payne, rest in peace, 15 overall. Elfrid Payton, 10 overall. Nick Stauskas, big like Clay, shoots like Steph. 8th overall by the Sacramento Kings.
Here's another point.
Julius Randle, 7 for the Lakers.
This is good. Oh yeah, Someone's saying it
Dante
reminds
Exum.
them about how Mooch said we did work out Tom Brady.
Oh, my
and then in the Hall of Fame game, they knew right away they made a mistake.
Yeah, Gio Carmazzi, the game was just a little too fast in the Hall of Fame game. Played against fourth stringers.
One of my favorite texters, the 650, Steph's brother and brother-in-law were on the team at one point. Clay's brother was on the team at one
Still
point.
part of the team.
And Kerr's son works for the team, too.
Yeah, and Clay's brother still works. He's part of the staff now.
And
he works out Jordan Poole before every game.
And I believe Johnny West was on the staff.
Yes, absolutely.
Now,
Jerry
I don't
West
know if he
is
got his job independent of his dad, but his dad was a part of the organization at one point.
Right. Dante Exum, 5 overall in that draft. Aaron Gordon, 4 overall. By the way, shout out Aaron Gordon having a monster in game 4 down in South Beach, Miami.
I just feel like when you say the Lake Up name, whether it's Joe
people.
or and I think it's a little unfair. Like if they would have hired Faceless GMX, wouldn't we all be skeptical anyway?
You know this, like,
right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know the Joe Lacob thing. I said this last week, and I'll say it again. Life after Kevin Durant for Stephen Curry. It felt like Curry needed one more, just one more, and not for us, but the stupid narratives that were out there nationally. Like he needs to win without Kevin Durant because there's always this asterisk placed on the 2014-15 finals due to Kyrie and Kevin Love being hurt. I get it. Them being hurt compromised the Cleveland Cavaliers. Warriors win it. Maybe they don't win it. Who knows what happens if they're healthy? We don't know. But it felt like Curry needed that championship last year to finally. Now nobody's saying anything about his legacy. Everything now is bonus, is the cherry on top, icing on the cake. Feels like now after Bob Myers, and Jerry West is long gone, but now life after Bob Myers for the Lakers. It feels like now for them, they can get one more without Bob Myers. It validates everything.
Like Eddie D getting the one, not 89, but the one in 94 felt like, it was his championship as much as it was Seiferd's, whereas the other ones were Walsh's.
Yep, exactly.
You get where I'm going?
Oh, exactly what it is. Exactly what I'm saying. So it feels like now what we see from Lacob from this point on will help determine what his legacy will be amongst the people, amongst Dub Nation, amongst the fans out here saying, like, all right, who is Lacob? If he gets one more, now it validates everything that he's talked about and everything that he said. And that's unfair because 4 banners in the building, he's had a hand in that.
Oh, no
and
doubt.
Joe Lacob doesn't deserve that reservation, but in a lot of people's eyes, they will look down at him saying, well, Bob Myers was there, Jerry West was there, Steve Kerr was there, Steph Curry was there. From what he does now, moving on, a lot of people will be looking at Joe Lacob differently depending on what he does and does not do.
Well, the one thing that I think that is inarguable, he's maximized Steph Curry. How many, we're talking a small list of all-time NBA greats that have more championships than him. And if you'd have told me that in 2015, after they won just that one, I mean, I would be like, hey, we won one, I'm good for the rest of my life, right?
He's got more than Bird now.
Which is crazy.
More than McHale.
I mean, that's crazy.
Insane, right?
I mean, there's a lot of great players that don't even get one, that don't get two.
Charles Barkley.
Olajuwon, he has more than
Olajuwon.
There's
more
a lot
Clyde
of them.
Drexler.
So I guess I like this thing, you're every year you don't win it your way. It's like, come on, man. Like, it's hard to win championships. That's number one. The other part is you're talking about, kind of not getting credit, but I think there's an element of I want to take back control of my own organization to a degree. And I mean more player versus owner, because Dan Gilbert has alluded to this, that look, when you have LeBron, it's great and you win, and there's a lot that goes into it.
But you don't have control of the organization.
No, you lose complete control.
And so I asked you.
The Buses have talked about this with LeBron James as well. Pat Riley has referenced this with LeBron James.
Shaq, Kobe, maybe you get rid of Shaq because he had a little more power and a little more say in who played on the LA Lakers, and Phil Jackson the first time around. So that leads us to Draymond Green. And it feels like Draymond Green has had a lot of sway in this organization. Deservedly so. He's been an all-time player for the Golden State Warriors. 4 championships, DPOYs. We know all the accolades. We know the resume. But we also know some of the things that have happened off the floor and some of the things that have affected the basketball team. And a clip came out because some dude on Twitter, it's really awesome. What's this person? It could be, it's Asin at AAS. I don't know if it's Asin it all or whatever it is. AASINITALL, whatever the
is
Twitter
this Zion's baby mama's
I don't know
handle?
If it's a burner. But this person has been tweeting the funniest season This was the funniest season ever. I'm sorry. And they're playing clips. And they played the clips in Draymond's documentary on opening night about the punch. And we haven't even revisited that yet. I mean, not the punch, but the
Draymond
documentary.
was doing a documentary,
on
to
Ring
be
Night.
released the night of Ring Night, and it happened to coincide with the entire punch.
And this person is tweeting it, but it just, I don't even want to go through the clip itself. What I'm trying to get at is Draymond's had a lot of sway.
Yeah.
And do the Lakers, does Dunleavy Jr., does the Warriors infrastructure feel like, boy, this is a good time to maybe get some of that power back over the roster?
A little bit.
A little bit here.
Yes.
And by removing a player, you just don't cut a player and say, when you got superstar players, you let superstar players do what they say.
Yes.
And you cater to them. There's no doubt. You cater to Stephen Curry. But if Draymond Green did opt out and sign elsewhere, to me, it would signal that, oh boy, the Lakers and Dunleavy are gaining back control of this organization. Because it feels like the organization is, who's running the show? Who's calling the shots?
Who is running the show?
I don't know. It's been a group effort according to Lakers, but who is running this show?
Well, because there's been times, and 925 texts us in, and I agree with them. I was going to bring this up. You know, the players have had influence on who they draft. Bob Myers has talked about Draymond going through scouting reports and helping him pick certain players.
Jacob Evans.
Which I find to be funny because none of those players have helped them out.
Well, real quick, before we get to the injury report, back on November 10th, we got sound for everything. November 10th, 2021, when Joe Lacob walked in the studio and joined the Morning Roast with Shasky and I, here's what he said about the rumors about Steph, Dre, and Clay having input on the decisions.
You have to talk to your stars, for sure, before a big decision. But the truth is, they are players. That's not what they get paid for. They get paid to play, right? That's what they are great at. We pay Bob Myers a lot of money and Steve Kerr a lot of money to coach and to make the kind of roster decisions. And so I have to rely on them primarily when it comes down to situations like that. That isn't to say that Steph or Clay or Draymond, particularly Draymond, he definitely speaks up. But the truth is, they have to have input. But I think they would understand by me saying this here today that they can't be the primary decision makers, and that's not their job. Maybe they'll be good at it someday. Steve and Bob have had a lot more experience doing that. And so that's what they're here to do. So again, we take input from everybody and we put it all together in a pot, swish it all together, and then we come up with the answer.
So in a long-winded way, basically said, look, we got Bob Myers to make decisions. Steve Kerr's a coach, and the players play. We like to listen to the players, but ultimately, they're not going to make the decisions for this roster.
Which I agree with.
I do too.
Like, for example,
I do too.
I'm a host at this station. I don't make personnel decisions.
Right.
That's the boss's job. Now, he might ask me. He hasn't. But he might ask me, and I'll give him my, 2 cents. Doesn't mean I know anything.
He hasn't asked us, but we have given our 2 cents.
Probably. I want
like
Avery Bradley.
50 cents. I don't know. So it's very interesting. Look, we're going to pivot for a second. We got the injury report coming up. Melissa Lockhart is going to join us at 8 o'clock, but I want to get right back into this.
I want to get into the pool part of it.
Yeah, it's fascinating here.
I can't envision everybody kissing and making up.
We'll see.
And maybe I'm wrong.
We shall see. Well, Tyler Miller said, hey, just let Jordan Poole get his punch back and call it the day. It's not how it works, Tyler. It's not going to work like that. Oh, man. All right. What's coming up? We got the injury report. Injury report. Let's get there.
Ow! Ow!
Ow, ow, ow.
Ow! Ow!
John Sterling not on the injury report?
He should have been in hindsight.
Oh, man. Well, guess what? It's Alex Wood on the injury report. He's getting closer and closer to returning, and the Giants are getting closer to a healthy rotation. Alex Wood threw 3 innings and allowed 1 run and struck out 1 in his rehab start yesterday for the Sacramento Rivercats. Wow, the Rivercats won 18-2 behind 2 Luis Matos home runs. Matos coming up soon.
So we're now reading off AAA scores. I like it.
Absolutely. Giants manager Gabe Kapler expects Wood to be activated soon. They could be ready to pitch this weekend against the
nice.
Dodgers.
I'm getting ready for 3 1/3.
Yeah, I'm getting ready for 4 1/3. Maybe he gets to 5. Maybe, but we know when he gets.
Did you hear he was
inning.
crying about how, or I guess somebody was crying about how you need to go to 4 innings to get qualified for a win?
I did see that.
Shut up.
Yeah, I did. See
if you can't go more than half the game, you don't belong on the roster for a win and a loss.
So he's been out since June 1st with a lower back strain after feeling some discomfort after his start in Milwaukee. Alex Wood could be back this weekend against the Bums down in L.A. Giants taking on Cardinals today down in St. Louis for a 3-game set. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Girls in Northern California's premier workers compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Melissa Lockhart, 8 o'clock. She covers the A's, Giants Farm Systems for The Athletic. When is Matos coming up? When is Harrison coming up? We're going to ask Melissa on the other side. Now to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
It's Ram season, which means it's time to serve.
baby. Great to be with you here on a Monday morning. We are rolling as we get through the dog days of sports radio, but there's no such thing. A big misnomer. Sports are happening, folks. Got baseball heating up. The Giants lose 2 or 3 to the Cubs. We'll talk to Melissa Lockhart in a second here from The Athletic as she covers the Giants farm system. And, of course, there's a lot of things happening with the youngsters with the Giants, so we'll get her thoughts on that. We got a lot going on with the Golden State Warriors. We'll get right back into Anthony Slater's article about Jordan Poole's future. Kirk Lacob, that is, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. right now are running this show. The Warriors appear to be in no rush to name a GM, and it feels like Mike Dunleavy Jr. and Kirk Lacob will lead the draft and free agency, and there's some big decisions to make for the Golden State Warriors. Not much happening on the football front, but all around sports. Well, I want to get into golf in a little bit here, the Live Golf and the PJ. Some of the stuff I saw for the weekend, NASCAR up at Sonoma's Point, formerly Sears Point, I guess, but Sonoma Raceway up there. A lot of things happening. Mayweather's exhibition ends in a brawl. Go figure. He's just stealing money from people at this point. But let's go to Melissa Lockhart, who joined us last year, gave us so much good intel. We've been begging to have her back. She's a popular lady on the circuit. Melissa, good morning. Welcome back to the Roast with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. How you doing this Monday?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. We want to talk farm system here with you, but some of the youngsters we're starting to see for the Giants starting to pay dividends. Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey playing really well behind the backstop here. Luis Matos tearing it up here. So the Giants, last time I talked to you, it felt like it was more about 2024, getting the youngsters ready to go for 2024. But do you believe now the Giants are ahead of schedule with some of their youngsters here, Melissa, as we move forward in 2023?
Yeah, it's always hard to peg a schedule because, as you've, I think, experienced over the last couple of years, prospect development is definitely not linear. You've got your ups and your downs. And I think if 2021, we would look at it and say, oh, wow, 2023 would have been exactly when we expected these guys to arrive. And then last year there was a pretty big speed bump for a lot of them. And that expectation kind of pulled back. But they've made up for that this year. So, I think, not everyone's going to arrive at the same time, and people are going to be on different timelines, but I would expect they're going to continue to get more contributions from young players as the season goes on.
Who do you, look, before we get to who's going to come up and whatever, what do you think, flipped everything? Was it just a couple of guys, Bailey and Casey Schmidt, kind of getting hot at the right time and then making an imprint on the organization at a big league level? What flipped for the organization? Because it feels so different today than it did until, if we go back 1 year ago.
Yeah, I think one of the things I wrote when I was doing my preview this year was that one of the good things about a bad season last year was that all those guys are still there. I think if they had good seasons last year, some of them would have been traded at the deadline, and maybe you'd be seeing them have breakouts for other teams. The talent was always there, and I think sometimes things just happen. And I know it's sort of a weird, frustrating thing to deal with, but each guy had sort of an individual story. You can look at Luis Matos. He got off to a slow start in a tough hitting environment in Eugene. Then he got hurt. Then he was trying to make up for lost time, and I think maybe over swinging a little bit. And it just sort of snowballed on him. And I think there were a couple of guys that sort of happened to. And ultimately, you kind of have to look at it as these things kind of come when they come. And it does seem weird that they all happened at the same time, but I don't know that there was any magic formula that did it. There were talented kids, and it's a good system with really good people in charge. And I think ultimately the good stuff was going to rise to the top, and it has this season.
Melissa Lockhart here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game does a great job chronicling the farm system for both the A's and the Giants for The Athletic. Follow her on Twitter at Melissa Lockhart. She does it well. Been doing it for over 20 years in the world of baseball. So you brought up Matos here, who's hit 4 home runs in the last 5 games. He's tearing the ball up. Giants fans are salivating over his arrival to the big league club. So what is the latest surrounding Luis Matos? How much longer can the Giants keep him up there in Sacramento?
Yeah, I think his time is coming soon, which is super exciting. I think a lot like Casey Schmidt, the good thing about Luis Matos is that the glove will carry him even if the bat starts out slow, so it's not like a situation where you're bringing up a guy whose bat has to be hot right away for him to make an impact on the big league team. And you sort of seen that even when the Giants are playing well at the big league level right now, center field has not defensively been an area of strength for them. So, even if he came up and it took him a little while to get going as a hitter, I think the impact you could see with him as a defender right away would be pretty significant. And I think that's what you've seen with Schmidt as well. But I think the fact that he is as hot as he is right now, and he's kind of a feel hitter, he's got incredible bat-to-ball skills. And when he's feeling it, I think that's probably a pretty good time to bring him up. So, I can't guess exactly when they're going to do it, but you sort of read the tea leaves a little bit with the Kapler's post-game comments and all that sort of stuff. You sort of get a sense that maybe it's coming pretty soon.
We've heard so much about Luciano, for example. Did Matos leapfrog him, or is he just having an outlier kind of a run right now? Like, what's going on? Or is it his positional depth? Why is he ascending so much?
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is that, he was healthy at the start of this season, and Luciano was not. And I think that is 90% of what happens in baseball is like how healthy you can be. So, that sort of made a difference. Obviously, there was a bigger opening in center field to move up than there is in shortstop right now for the Giants. I mean, I think that's ultimately an easier spot for somebody to come up and be on the big league roster right away. Marco, he struggled with a back injury, and I think back injuries can be, really difficult, not just offensively, but defensively and getting your timing. And he's off to a slow start with Richmond, but this past week he hit a couple of home runs, and I think you'll start to see him get in that groove. And like with Matos, I think he's the kind of player that when he starts to feel it, it's going to come together pretty quickly. Again, the talent is definitely still there. He just needs the health and the rhythm back, I think.
So will we see him maybe as a September call-up? I know he hasn't gotten to AAA yet, Marco Luciano, that is, but it feels like his bat is heating up. Is there any slim chance that we'll see him at all this season in a Giants uniform?
I think so. I mean, he's on the 40-man roster, and I think with the Giants that means more than maybe some other organizations because they do value those roster spots so highly. He wasn't added to the 40-man roster because they for sure knew they were going to need him this year, but at the same time, they weren't going to add him if they didn't think he could possibly help. So, absolutely, I think if he's hitting well in August, if he's hitting well, even in July, and they need somebody for a couple of days, I think you've seen that, they're not afraid to bring people up when they need them for the big leagues at that time. So, just because he's off to a bit of a slow start doesn't mean that he wouldn't have a chance to play with the big leagues this year.
You're so tapped in on this, and I love your perspective because you just know more than anybody out there. So I want to rat-a-tat-tat these three pitchers because it feels like to me the Giants need starting pitching. And if one of these guys or any of these guys could make an impact, whether this year or next year, it would really help them. Kyle Harrison, where's he at? Where do you think he fits into the equation?
Yeah, he's getting close too. I mean, he again, a guy who it took him a couple of starts in AAA to really find the strike zone and what that kind of, especially that automatic ball strike system was doing to stuff that sort of played at the corners of the zone with him. But now that he has a real feel for it, he's been throwing more strikes more consistently, and you've been seeing the results. They've been very careful with all their starting pitchers in terms of the number of pitches they're letting them throw. And I think I saw a tweet the other day that they are averaging the least number of pitches per start of any organization in baseball, and that's by design. But he's starting to tick up in terms of the number of pitches and innings he's throwing per start. And I think that when you start to see him get to 5 innings, he pitched into the 5th inning in his last start, which was the first time this year. And when you start to see him get full 5 innings is when you would start to maybe put on the calendar that he's getting there. But the stuff looks great. He's throwing more strikes. He's a very talented pitcher. He's shown the ability to pitch in front of, friends and family, which in San Jose and Sacramento, they're all nearby because he went to De La Salle. And that's a lot of pressure for a kid who's, as young as he is. So I think that bodes well for when he's going to do that in San Francisco as well.
Yeah, and it feels like they have another lefty who's rising. I mean, Carson Wisenhunt, he missed his final year at East Carolina because of the steroid suspension or performance enhancement suspension, and they take him late in the second round. And it feels like when you get compared to Bumgarner and you're flying through the minors, I don't know, I'm really intrigued with this guy.
Yeah, he's fun, too, because he's kind of a throwback in the sense that, his best stuff isn't the fastball. I mean, he's got a solid fastball, but it's not like the overpowering 100-mile-per-hour sort of light up the radar gun sort of thing. It's his secondary pitches that are really outstanding. His breaking ball and his curveball his changeup. And he throws a lot of strikes. He gets a lot of swings and misses. He's aggressive. And, he's already in Double-A. He did miss that time at East Carolina, but in some ways that might not be the worst thing in terms of his health, because sometimes those guys as juniors get overused a little bit in college. So he came in with a pretty fresh arm this year. He does have the seasoning that comes from being a 4-year college pitcher. So, yeah, I mean, there's an outside chance that he could make an impact at the end of this year, just given how quickly he's moved up. But certainly next year, I think you're going to hear a lot about him.
He sounds like he's legit. I've been hearing a lot about this Wizenhunt kid. So, Casey Smith, for a second, there were some rumors that they may have to send him back down to Sacramento, and I'm kind of against that, especially with Brandon Crawford, which could be his farewell tour. It really could be. But I want Casey Smith to kind of be around Brandon Crawford throughout the season to soak up some of that knowledge that Brandon Crawford has, the way he takes infield. I mean, this guy's a Gold Glove winner, and who better to be around while you're coming up in the game than to learn from a Brandon Crawford. What do you think happens if Casey Smith does go back to AAA? Is that a detriment to him? Does that mess with him mentally? Because we've seen a guy like Joey Bart go back and forth from Sacramento to the Giants, and he's never able to gain traction here. Casey Smith, I think he just needs to stick with the big league club, and hopefully he doesn't go down to Sacramento. What's your thoughts on that, Melissa?
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know if you've ever spoken with A's assistant GM, Billy Owens, but he's one of the smartest guys in baseball, and one of the things he always talks about is one of the toughest mental grinds is the going back and forth and the staying in the big leagues once you get there. It's hard to get there, but it's really, really hard to stay. And that's the biggest thing for players to be able to figure out how to do is to make those adjustments and stay. And certainly he would not be the first really good player to get up here, do well, struggle a little bit, have to go back down, reset, and then come back up again and have a very fine career. I don't think it would be devastating. I think it's certainly something that has happened before. I think there are players who could help him with that. They've got a great staff in Sacramento that's very used to helping players if that happened. And I'm not saying that it would, but if it did. And I think he's a really mentally tough kid. I mean, I think that's the other thing, too, is you kind of look at the players and you look at what you think is going to help them ultimately. And he's a guy that has always seemed to have a lot of confidence. He knows what he wants to do and where he wants to be. And I don't think it would devastate him. The Joey Bart situation, I think, was a lot more difficult because he was actually trying to have to replace a legend.
Right.
He had to come up in a weird year where there was the whole pandemic and the strange roster, and I just think everything has been working against him, unfortunately, and maybe a fresh start is really what he needs. But I don't know that would be reflective of how it would happen for any of the other players in the organization.
Well, Melissa Lockhart, if you don't follow her. She's tapped in. She knows what's going on with the Giants farm system. She's been all over it, and it feels like some of these youngsters we're going to be able to see sooner rather than later. Melissa always tapped in with a lot of information, good information there. Senior editor, staff writer at The Athletic. Melissa, we'll do it again soon when we start to see some of these guys come up even more like a Harrison, like a Matos, and like a Luciano. Thanks for the time this morning.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Anytime, Melissa Lockhart here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. And it is very encouraging to see Farhan's plans start to come to fruition. Now we're starting to see what everybody was talking about with this farm system. And in patience, it feels like it's starting to pay off here for a lot of Giants fans.
What was the last young center fielder that the Giants had? Not even, it doesn't even have to be their own farm guy. What was the last young center fielder who was decent?
Darren Lewis?
Feels like it, doesn't it? I mean, someone's going to say Jason Ellison, and I'm going to laugh.
Not Austin Slater. What's my guy's name from a few years ago? I already forgot his name. He got hurt. Steven Duggar.
Oh, Steven Duggar. I totally forgot about Steven
Gary
Duggar.
Brown. See what I'm saying? Steven Duggar was that guy.
About Steven
Remember
Duggar.
him?
Yeah.
A lot of people may say Gary Brown. A lot of people
Gary Brown
say
never
Fred
even played.
Lewis.
Like at least Steven Duggar made it to the big leagues. He just kept separating his shoulder. No, it's interesting. I think Matos, defensively, it sounds like he's a wizard out there, and boy, could they use it. I mean, that's part why Yaz has so much value to them. Defensively, he is excellent. I wouldn't put him in the top 5, at center field, but he's a plus defender. So if you're a plus defender, you're going to be able to play in the field. Obviously, the bat keeps you in the lineup every single day, but they need defense.
They need defense on this team. You see some of the defense of
with
the Orioles game.
Pitching?
Yeah, last Sunday against the Orioles, man. Oh my gosh, it was disgusting what I was watching out there. Guys are throwing the ball all over the place. I almost threw the ball away. They did throw the ball away yesterday.
I know you want to get back into the Jordan Poole thing because I do too. I find it fascinating. One last thing. Joey Bart. If you asked me today, I would say B. My gut feeling is that they're stapling him to something else to be moved at the deadline. I think that he is a big-time candidate for needs a change of scenery. I just don't think he's very good. I mean, you're looking at a guy with 500 plate appearances, and he's got 11 home runs.
Yeah, man.
The power's just not translating.
No, and look, it's not Farhan's pick. It's not his guy. It hasn't worked out. It's okay. I mean, it's kind of wild because now you got a couple number 2 picks that haven't worked out in the Bay Area. James Wiseman with the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
Now Joey Bart with the Giants. It seems like he's on the way out. And we'll see about the number 3 overall pick, Trey Lance. If he works out with the 49ers, it's kind of wild that 3 high-profile picks like that. Solomon Thomas, crying out loud, was the number 3 overall pick. That doesn't work out. All the time you're not going to hit on draft picks. It's just not.
We've missed actually a lot of top 5 picks.
Right, a lot here in the Bay Area.
It's kind of crazy.
It's sports, man. I mean, missed out a lot. But Joey Bart, look, maybe a change of scenery. Maybe to just because she hit on it, and we talked about this last week. Replacing Buster Posey
is almost impossible.
I mean, he was the dude coming out of Georgia Tech. The dude.
Have the Yankees replaced Derek Jeter?
No.
I mean, the Volpe kid's very young, but
He's got potential.
Who was the guy that was playing shortstop right after? Who actually I think had an all-star season. Come on, he wasn't that good.
Was it Gleyber Torres?
No, Gleyber Torres is second base.
Yeah, second base.
It was the shortstop who went in free agency. I think Toronto signed him afterwards. God, what's his name?
What's the name? It's slipping me too. Poor guy though.
Yes, and he had to replace Derek Jeter. And he actually had.
Was it Ramirez? No, not Ramirez. Mendoza. I forget his name. Look it up. But to your point, replacing a legend, Mac Jones has to do that in New England. That's not easy.
Yes,
that's not easy at all.
Almost impossible.
You know, it's not
almost impossible.
Like he has to live up to Tom Brady.
Didi Gregorius.
I
knew the name was going to kill me.
Well, you know what though? He was by way of Arizona.
Yes.
Remember, he's a Diamondback for a long time.
But you're replacing Derek Jeter.
Yeah, no doubt. Didi Gregorius.
Wow. He had a good year for them, though.
Yeah, he did.
Gregorius. Not Gregarious. Gregorius. Just striving. I know, I have to. I'm sorry.
Hey, Evan.
No, please correct us all the time.
Save that for the Arena League broadcast, bud. Over here, what's amateur hour?
No. Don't say it. It's people. Well,
indoor football league. Come on. Our Bay Area Panthers. Let's go. We're balling.
Let's go, Bay Area
General
Panthers.
Grievous.
Can I get some tickets to go to the Bay Area Panthers game? Can I get some tickets, please? And I want to be at the 50-yard line. I want primetime seats, okay?
Are you throwing out the first pitch?
I am cloud chasing at a Bay Area Panthers game.
We haven't talked about that?
No. What do they do at the football? You get the first. Can I do the coin toss at the Bay Area Panthers game?
According to Evan, you'll actually be on the 25-yard line, not the 50-yard line.
Okay, all right. 25-yard line. I want to do the coin toss. I'm going to bring Baby Chaz out there. I want free T-shirts. I want free dogs. I want sodas. I want the whole 9. I want the VIP treatment.
Who would be better, Bonte doing the coin toss or E40 doing the first pitch?
Oh, me, coin toss. Come on, 40. He was a former Little League star throwing like that, man. Was he a lefty too?
Well, I mean, he threw right-handed.
Was threw right foot. I don't know.
I hope he was a lefty because that right-handed throw, look, 50's got one of the all-time worst opening pitches.
No doubt.
That was pretty close.
It was.
I asked him what pitch he was going to throw before he threw out that first pitch, and he I don't even know how to describe the grip. It was like the middle finger was over the ball, and like all the other fingers were tucked behind it. And he shows it to me with this big smile on his face, and I'm looking, I'm like, all right, hey man, you go have fun out there. Right?
Love, you didn't tell him that, but hey, did
the
you?
Summer of Love. Can you describe?
I did. I asked him what he's throwing. He was like, all right, hey, go get him, man.
So, did he have the goatee thing? Did he have a platinum grill in?
No, you didn't. It was normal grill.
So
explain the Summer of Love.
So the Summer of Love. We need some music for that. The Summer of Love. Sam Lubman's had himself a couple good weeks here. Your boy's glowing. There's no more lunchtime
Every week at
love.
95.7 is a good week. What are we talking about?
Hey, there he is. The Summer of Love. This guy was on television, NBC Sports Bay Area, chopping game with E40. He's sitting there interviewing Logan Webb, and my guy David Taylor at NBC is taking photos like, your boy's everywhere, man. Well, this is why I try to get John Curley to do. I said, you could be Lubman.
John Curley got married this weekend.
Congratulations, John.
Yeah.
He got married this weekend?
There was like 100 people in his groom party. It was one of the larger.
So we did get invited to the wedding.
We did not get invited.
No.
Who got invited?
Bud Light. The representative from Bud Light.
Who else got invited? Nobody from the station got invited?
Langford, I think.
Natty Ice was there.
That's it?
Langford.
Derek Papa, was he there? Damn. You know what? Curly's dead to me. I'm so happy that we got Lubman now. Congratulations to John Curley, but I do not miss you on this show.
And his beautiful
You know
bride.
why? Because I would tell John Curley, get out to the games, go talk to the players, go talk to the coaches. Well, you know what Sam Lubman does? He goes and gets those credentials, and the Summer of Love is off to a hot start. He sat with Rob Parker, chop game with him. He's talking to E40 behind the plate before he throws out the first pitch. On television.
Sitting next to Kapler.
Sitting next
on the couch.
On the couch.
You were sitting next to Kapler on the couch? I missed this.
Yeah, no, after Saturday's game, we go in there, and usually, like either Susan Sluss or Alex Pavlovich have that spot, but neither one of them were there. And I figured, you know what? Yeah, let's sit on the couch next to Cap today.
Wow. So you sat on the couch.
How do you introduce yourself?
Did you cross your legs? Did you put your arm around
Hold
him?
on, Shasky.
No, you don't introduce him. He knows who everybody is, I assume.
No, but how do you introduce yourself when you ask a question to Logan Webb or Gabe Kapler?
Well, you don't really do introductions. You just say, just ask the question. It's not like an NBA press conference where they want you to be formal about it. It's very laid back and informal.
When you do introduce yourself to someone, how do you introduce it? Do you say garlic fries and baseball guys? Do you say 95.7 The Game?
I say 95.7 The Game. Yeah. People know who 95.7 The Game is. And then, garlic fries and baseball guys, which, again, Logan Webb episode comes out tomorrow. Not as many people are familiar with it yet.
Garlic fries and baseball
Subscribe
guys.
wherever.
Subscribe.
Doing numbers.
It's the best. If you want Giants intel, it's the best Giants podcast, hands down. I'm not
what
just
kind
saying
of couch
that. I would even if I hated Shasky.
Black leather.
Yeah,
is it black leather?
Yeah.
That's good. How'd you introduce yourself to E40? Because you always chopping the game for a minute.
Hey, 40, what's up? I'm Bonte Hill's producer.
No, you didn't do that.
I straight up said I'm Bonte Hill's producer.
What'd he say?
He's like, oh, hey, I know you. Yeah, you be texting me all the time. I'm like, yeah, I was trying to get you on the show.
You be texting me.
And he's like, yeah, man, I'd love to come on the show sometime. And I know what's going to happen there. But, it's fun that he'll like to say that.
It looked like they had a 5-minute conversation.
Yeah, like 2.5 minutes.
So you're the reason why he threw a bad pitch.
Well,
no, that's all on him.
Well, I know Shasky now. Shasky now is going to feel some type of way because E40 tried to big league him at the playoff game, remember?
Yeah.
And it was mad at me, too. She goes, you didn't introduce me to 40. I was like, man, you shook hands with 40 all the time.
Well, you became someone else. We were friends.
I didn't become somebody else.
We were all walking together, and then Bonte, I knew right then and there you would take the stairway to heaven and leave me down in the gates of hell.
No, I tried
it's
to
like
introduce
freshman year high school. It's like, we're going to be friends. We just came through the middle school.
I introduced Shasky to everybody I meet, Spadoni. And
nice
it's not my fault.
Bonte, one of the plastics.
It's not my fault Shasky shriveled up and got stage fright and was like, holy,
No, I put my hand out and he left me hanging and I was like, I sunk.
You weren't aggressive enough.
Oh, sorry. I need to be aggressive.
Taking too many pitches. Taking too many pitches. You got to swing for the fences.
There you go. Yeah, E40. Can we get Steve, you're right. He's not waking up for the morning roast right now.
Can we get into this Jordan Poole thing?
We will get back into the Jordan Poole thing.
I just don't see how him and Draymond can coexist next year. And maybe I'm wrong.
So there's a couple things here. As we break, and what's coming up on the game sponsored by SC Johnson Raid. Couple questions here. How good do you feel about Kurt Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. heading into the offseason, running the show for the NBA draft and the free agency portion of everything for the Golden State Warriors? How do you feel about that? And Jordan Poole, where are you at with Jordan Poole? Do we want him back as a fan base? Do we want Jordan Poole back in a Golden State Warriors uniform? And if he does come back, can he coexist with Draymond Green? There's so many questions here with the Golden State Warriors. We'll get into it coming up. 888-957-9570. That's all coming up. Brought to you by SC Johnson Raid.
This can't keep your loved ones protected.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
This is a top 10 beat all time. All time. Wu-Tang. Wu-Tang! Good show, too. Love Wu-Tang Clan. Welcome back to the Morning Roast here on a Monday morning. And starting on Wednesday, we're giving you and a guest a chance to go to Chase Center and attend the Warriors introductory press conference with the player they draft. That's right. You and a guest get to go to Chase Center and watch the rookie get introduced and hang up his jersey, show it off to everybody out there.
Cool.
And it'll probably be Mike Dunleavy Jr. next to that rookie. He was actually next to the rookies last year. Don't forget, Mike Dunleavy Jr. was there alongside Patrick Baldwin Jr., Ryan Rollins, and company there at the draft. Go to this introductory press conference. We'll be showing you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch. At certain points of the show, you will qualify by texting those words to our short code. It all starts Wednesday, so search 95.7 The Game on YouTube and Twitch right now, so you're ready to go. First part of the show, we're talking a little Giants, but Anthony Slater dropped an article here. He dropped some heat on The Athletic discussing Jordan Poole and some of the decisions here. Jordan Poole's future with the Warriors is murkier, but not unsalvageable. That's the headline here in The Athletic. So basically, it's murky with Jordan Poole, but it's not unsalvageable, and there's a lot of good nuggets in here. The first nugget, we're kind of spitballing here. The general manager spot, which is now vacant. Kurt Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. are currently running the show, even as the draft and free agency nears. There doesn't appear to be any urgency to officially announce a front office restructuring. Joe Lacob, the ultimate decider, wasn't in town this past week. Indications remain that Dunleavy and Lacob will step into elevated leadership roles, so the interim structure is the most likely permanent structure. How are we feeling about that? 888-957-9570 with Dunleavy and Kirk Lacob having more influential voices. Their voices were influential in giving Jordan Poole that hefty contract extension last October. Of course, Dunleavy was a scout before the 2019 draft. He saw Poole at Michigan and was a proponent of taking him 28th overall, adding some playmaking, skill, creation to a roster that needs it around Curry. But let's get to Jordan Poole, because there's a lot of things that have been said about Jordan Poole. Shasky, and I obviously call Willard's show, and there's some narratives about Jordan Poole that I just do not like. I just do not like him. But let's talk about him for a second. The player last season that we saw coming off a championship. He was fourth in the NBA in total turnovers. That's not good.
Wow.
Fourth in the NBA in total
just overall turnovers.
Overall turnovers.
Okay, can we just stop for 1 second? Because I want you to read off this. Is that a byproduct of him playing and logging more games than some of these other guys?
Yes, but it's also.
But, I mean, it's bad. I'm not saying it's not bad.
There's a lot of carelessness with the basketball, bad shot selection, which should count as turnovers. He played 30 minutes a night. 30 minutes a night. It was fourth overall in the NBA in total turnovers.
Wow.
He averaged 3 a game. All right, now Steph averaged 3.5 or 3.2. 3.2.
Okay.
But he played nearly 35 minutes a game. That's 5 more minutes than Jordan Poole, and they basically averaged the same amount of turnovers.
And then, okay, keep going.
So
keep
fourth
going.
overall. We
That's
know about
not
the
good.
three-point percentage. 33.6.
Not good.
All right, from 3.
It's probably his lowest since his rookie year.
Right. He during the championship season, 36.5%.
Wow.
All right, that's a huge difference. And as Anthony Slater chronicled, he did spend a whole lot of time arguing with the officials.
Yeah.
You remember the Cleveland game when he got hit for the delay game, and Steve Kerr started clapping at him saying, "Lock the F in! Lock the F in!" And that's been part of the problem from last season, where there was a lot of concerns about his disengagement from the basketball team, which affected his defense.
Was it this year when Curry was mad at a shot he took and fired his mouthpiece and got
That was
ejected?
this past season. Yes,
that was this year. Wow.
Also, what happened, and this clip has been making the rounds.
What's that?
Remember in Oklahoma City, they were playing the Thunder. And Jordan Poole to get past the ball to Draymond Green as he was rolling to the basket. Draymond thought he was open.
Oh, yeah.
Poole threw it somewhere. They turned it over, and Draymond Green just quit on the play. He quit on the play. Now, that's not right.
No.
But he quit on the play. And so,
was it March?
That was late in the season.
Yeah, well, Draymond doesn't get up for March.
That's
that was a joke. Keep going. It's not a good one.
He said it, not us. He said it. The jokes are going to come out. So, what about Jordan Poole's future? How are Warrior fans feeling about Jordan Poole moving forward? Because he seems to be the guy, whenever I talk to somebody about what's going to happen with the Warriors, and then they give me their 2 cents, it's always, well, yeah, if they move Poole. And I'm thinking to myself, well, Steve Kerr called him one of the foundational 6 after last year, and he still believes that to this day, that he's part of the foundational six. Now, who's the foundational six? It's Poole, Clay, Steph, Draymond, Wiggins, and Looney. Now, there's a question that if the Denver Nuggets win the championship today, we're going to ask this question. Maybe somebody asked it today, but we could ask it right now. Is this year's Nuggets team better than last year's Warriors team that won the championship? And if so, if the Nuggets team is better, then how can you come back with the same foundational six? That's a question for the future.
Is Jordan Poole a winning player?
I think so.
Why?
I think he helped you win the championship. I think he has all the principles to being a winning player, facilitating, playing well, playing team basketball. We've seen it. We've seen it last year.
Well, that was when his role was a little smaller. It was different last year. I'm talking about in the playoffs. Which he helped you get to the playoffs, and I don't want to diminish that. Like, it's very important. I'm just asking, is him taking on a larger role, is that going to make them a more winning team? Is that going to create more winning plays on the basketball court? Is that unfair for me to suggest?
No. Well, because I would ask you this. Wouldn't you say he had a larger role last season? Not this past season, but 2 years ago when they won the championship? Would you say his role was a bit larger? Like, think about that season. They won the championship.
Yeah, it was during the regular season, but I think that it got changed in the playoffs. And as the playoffs went on, this is my feel of the situation, he was less reliable. Less reliable as it got deeper into each series, less reliable as we went round to round. Because I thought his first round was excellent, and then it kind of got worse.
It was up and down.
Yeah.
It was up and down.
Not that he wasn't good at times, but I don't think he finished on a high note.
So he started 51 games that year and averaged over 18. In the playoffs, his first ever postseason. I think this is important. We always talk about quarterbacks in their first postseason, whether or not they struggle or not. But in the NBA, when that spotlight is hot, and you're playing in the playoffs for the first time, he averaged over 17 and a half now. Just looking at the game loss, I agree with you. His Denver series, the first 3 games, 30, 29, 27. He was dynamic, Mr. Money Time. We're playing the clip left and right.
And that was when he started.
That's when he started. Then he came off the bench in he started that entire series. He started all 5 games of that series. Hit his starting game the rest of the playoffs. But people forget this. Game 1 against Memphis, when you stole game 1, he had 31, 9, and 8. We forgot that. He had 31, 9, and 8 to steal that game. All right, the first 3 games of the Memphis series, very good. The deeper the series got, he struggled.
Yeah, they got physical.
The Dallas series, first couple games, really good, right? 19, 23. And look at the efficiency of this Dallas series, the first 2 games. He was combined 15 and 22 from the floor. Combined 15 and 22, Shasky. That's pretty damn good, and he went 9 for 9 for the free throw line. So I'm going through all this to answer your question here. This Boston series, he got better as the series went along. Game 6, that run, when they go on a 21-0 run, Jordan Poole had his fingerprints all over that run. So to answer your question about can he be a winning player, can he help your team win? I think the answer is yes.
Can his role grow? Can his minutes grow given who's in front of him in the pecking order right now and his status? Like, if we were looking at him, it feels, this is just my feel, he's your 4th or 5th option. And I think he views himself as, at minimum, a 2nd option.
When you look at this basketball team, I think he should maybe be the 3rd or have a bigger role on his team. Will you say 4th option or whatnot?
Because I would
Steph's
go
1.
Yes.
As far as a 2, that changes game by game.
I think Clay still views himself as a 2.
And that's the problem. He shouldn't be the 2. Clay shouldn't be. But if I'm looking at the team and I'm saying, okay, Steph's my number 1, my bona fide number 1. Well, if I'm coaching this team and I'm saying, I'm not going to appoint a number 2, how can I? On any given night, depending on the matchup, it could be a Clay. It could be a Wiggins. It could be Jordan Poole. Hell, Jordan Poole, maybe on any given day, that Nugget series, let's face it, those first couple games, he was the 2.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I agree. But I think where it gets difficult is there's dynamics, right? There's relationship dynamics amongst everyone out on the court. How many times did we see Jordan Poole or Steph Curry pass to Clay, and Clay says, I gotta take this. You guys have taken a bunch of shots. Now I gotta take this shot. Or conversely, Jordan Poole takes the ball off the rim, or someone passes it to him, and he's coming down, and it's the Jordan Poole show. Get out of my way. I gotta cook.
Well, but that championship season, wasn't he the number 1 option for a big stretch of that season?
Absolutely. But I think when you fast forward a year later, I think he grew frustrated with trying to put his imprint on the game because he's only playing short periods. So I guess where I'm going, something's got to give. It feels like to me. So
if the roster dynamics doesn't change, and they come back with the same core, the same foundational six, and the same personnel, and they think, hey, this is good enough to win a championship, a fifth championship. How's Jordan Poole going to feel? And I don't think he'd be happy. And I think if you do bring Jordan Poole back and you bring Draymond Green back, it feels like to me Jordan Poole's going to have to start to really appease him and get him comfortable again within this organization. Because when you see...
Is that the best for Jordan Poole or is that the best for the team?
No, I can make the argument that it may be best for the team.
Okay.
But individually, would Clay accept the lesser role? Would Wiggins accept a lesser role? Would Draymond
in a
accept
contract
a lesser
year? I
role?
don't see Clay doing that.
Well, then you got a problem on your hands. Then you have a problem, and then you may have to make a decision.
And I could be wrong. That could be unfair of me, but I'm going off of what I saw this year, and I got the sense of a guy who views himself a certain kind of way, and until I see otherwise, it's hard for me to see him accepting that. Now, it doesn't mean he can't. It's just I haven't seen it.
Well, Truth Live on Twitter is sending us some facts here, and we could fact check this, but he's saying that JP was number one in unforced turnovers last year in the NBA. Lowest three-point percentage in NBA history for as many attempts that he had, and then there's the defense. Don't let the points per game fool you. He just had one of the worst seasons in NBA history for someone playing 30 minutes a night. I'm not going to say worst season in NBA history, but the data does prove that, hey, he didn't have the greatest season, and his role fluctuated. So if he does come back, it almost feels like he has to start. And so then we ask the question, does Klay Thompson accept a lesser role? A lot of people don't think Klay Thompson could accept that role in a contract year when he's making $43 million this season. I almost think if he does come off the bench, it may help extend his career and make him more lucrative on the open market because another team says, look at Klay Thompson. He's sacrificing for the better good of the team. And most importantly, Fitz always says this. He says, who cares who starts? Obviously, it means something to these players. But if you are into the game with 30 minutes, 32 minutes, what are we really complaining about? When it's money time and we're all locked in on the fourth quarter and people are coming in to watch a game and say, oh, it's a close game, let me turn to it. Are you in the game or not? That, to me, is important. And so can you win with Jordan Poole being in that closing lineup? I think that's more. Who cares about who's starting? Will he be in that final five lineup, and can you play him? At times this year, he was unplayable in that final five lineup.
Yes, and it wasn't just him, but you had too many defensive liabilities on the court all at once. That's the first part. So that's its own question.
Will his defense be better if he knew he was starting? Would he try harder knowing that he... Because some players do that. If you start him, you get extra energy out of him.
Can we acknowledge, even Steph, Jordan Poole, like they're never going to be...
Great defenders.
Great defenders. It's just not. It's just not. And so we have to acknowledge that. And if you know that, and those guys are going to be important, then you need to build the roster around them to be able to offset those weaknesses, which is you got to add defensive players. But those defensive players are usually flawed, and they don't have balanced offense, which presents its own problems. So they've got issues. Like, they have to make a decision here.
Like, the optics don't look good. I get it. Austin to San Jose. $43 million player off the pitch. That's crazy and ridiculous. I'm not a player. I'm saying $43 million come off the pitch. I'm getting $43 million. That's on the organization. Now, the optics may not look good, but we got to remember something with this contract. He was paid before the Achilles injury. Klay Thompson, that is. So this contract to me is like, you know what? The fact that you were able to salvage a contract, the fact that you were able to salvage something out of this player, it's a blessing in disguise. Like, I know Klay, we have all our thoughts about Klay, and most of them have been negative. But let's be real about something, him coming back and playing in all the games that he played, playing at the level at times that he played at. I'm actually surprised. I didn't think this guy was going to be nearly the player he is today. And obviously, he's not the player that he was. But coming off those injuries, I think we need to take a step back and say, how many players are really recovered from that injury?
Well, that's a fair point. But the other side of it is, all right, knowing that, how about not just automatically have the square button locked in as you're shooting? How about, like, pass? There's an X button. You could pass a little as well. It doesn't have to be shoot. If you realize that, and I think that's part of acceptance. The last person to know is the mirror, right? Yeah. Everyone else knows before you do. So, yeah, the money is the money. But that is an element because the money sunken into him makes it difficult to build the team around him, right?
Yeah, but that's not just him. You got
no, it's not
Wiggins.
just him, but it is.
That's unfair.
In part him.
It's on
Well,
cost.
no, it's not unfair. It's pro sports.
It's on cost.
It's all fair.
It's on cost. You know what I'm saying? It's on cost. It is what it is. And if there's any, again, I always make the point, if there's anybody to have a sunken cost in, why not Klay Thompson? Like, we talk about loyalty. Fans want ownership and owners and coaches to be loyal. Where was the loyalty at from the fans when it comes to Klay Thompson? Is that a fair question?
What do you mean?
What I mean is it feels like everybody just wants to kick Klay to the curb and say, you know what, screw this guy, yada, yada, yada.
I don't think people want to kick him to the curb. I think people just want him to not be so shot hungry. That's what I think people want.
But I agree with that. But who the hell else was going to take shots? Again, when I go back to the Lakers
that's a good counterpoint.
That's who else is taking shots?
That's a good counterpoint.
You know what I'm saying? How many guys you got on the court?
But when you miss 9 in a row, maybe
pass the ball.
Yeah.
But then you look around you and you say, well, who else is going to shoot?
Well, in that moment, when you're missing that many, not you. That's all.
So you want Looney shooting? You get what I'm saying? Like, because there's context to everything.
Of course.
On why a guy is shooting. I look at everybody else and I was like, well, Klay's missed 9 in a row, but I'd still rather have him shoot than Draymond Green. Right now, he's missed 9 in a row, but boy, Jordan Poole's not doing much here.
That's
you know
large. That's like zooming out large picture. I'm talking like situationally, like, dog, just take
Pass
a
the
dribble,
ball. I get it.
kick it back out, you know? And then obviously there were times, it's not just the shooting, it's like putting the ball on the floor and leaving your feet and then throwing it in no man's land, which is also a Jordan Poole problem. I mean, look, they're all on the same Klay, Poole, Draymond, you know, pick whoever you want. They all just didn't play well this year. And I would even say in the closeout series, Steph didn't play well either. He had moments where he played really, really well. He wasn't his best version of himself. I have a hard time thinking that everyone's going to be able to play along nicely and figure out their roles when there's money and ego and respect involved.
If that's the case.
And disrespect involved.
Well, if that's the case, it's time to break this thing up.
Well,
if that's the case, it's time to break it up. If these guys can't coexist and figure out roles and they can't play together and nobody's willing to sacrifice for the betterment of the team, then it's time to move some pieces. Let's just be real. If Poole can't play without starting, because obviously the splits tell you that he can't play without starting. His handles, the slips, the defense, everything goes awry for Jordan Poole when he has to come off the bench. And you know what? There's times where I look at Steve Kerr and I say, that's so unfair. Iguodala comes back, he's the first player off the bench. The play?
Well, that I agree with.
That's bad optics. What does that say to the youngsters?
Yeah.
You know? Why is Jordan Poole not the first guy off the bench? Looney goes in and out of the lineup. So if you can't figure that out, then it's time to break things up. If we're having this, if Klay can't come off the bench and he can't accept the lesser role, and that's what Steve Kerr wants, then it's time to trade him.
Well, the part that the part that I think is the most frustrating for me is I thought that Moses Moody could be somewhere. He could be somewhere in the mix to where he could offset whatever you're losing defensively from Jordan Poole and be able to knock down a shot. I thought he'd be a little farther along as a viable 2-guard, three small forward option opposite those guys when Wiggins couldn't play or whatever, or when he's out of the game, and maybe Wiggins could, in fact, slide over to the 4. I thought Moody would be able to help them on the perimeter and space the floor better, and I just don't think he's far enough along as I expected him to be.
You asked a question because I want to lock in on Poole because we're getting too down the rabbit hole with Klay. For some reason, we turned.
Well, I think they're connected. Would you acknowledge they're connected?
They are a bit connected, but again, I just look at fans, and fans always scream loyalty, loyalty, loyalty. And one of the most loyal members of the Golden State Warriors in their history of basketball said, Klay Thompson. You know, we act like he didn't suffer 2 injuries. Like last year, did you expect Klay Thompson to play at that level in the playoffs?
No.
That's bonus. That's foul money.
Yeah, but that doesn't give you a runway for.
It does not. I'm not saying
forever.
it does.
Like everyone goes off of what you just did.
I'm not saying it does, but when you average over 22 a game, you have 2 of the best offensive months of your career, and his role changed. Let's be real. This entire basketball season, the most frustrating part about it is everybody's role changed except for Steph Curry. Everybody. So how can you win a championship when you got revolving doors and 25 different starting lineup combinations? How the hell can you build cohesion and continuity?
Well, and when you're old.
And you're older.
I mean, like that's the thing that we have to acknowledge. Like, you don't get better as you get older once you're at this point in your career. You start to come down the hill a little more. Some guys, like LeBron, are outliers and they can sustain it longer than others. I would put Curry in that category, but like most don't.
Yep, they don't.
I mean,
they don't. So what do you do here with Jordan Poole? There's a couple questions here for Dub Nation.
I see.
One, do you trust Kirk Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. to call this, to make some of the decisions alongside Joe Lacob? And two, what do you do with Jordan Poole? You ask the question, is he a winning player? Is he a winning player? And if he's not a winning player, then you have to say to yourself, well, maybe we need to find somebody who can win or can fill the void that Jordan Poole brings. Like, can you build with Jordan Poole? Is it as simple as, hey, let's start him, bring Clay off the bench, and you're going to win games?
I don't know, man. Like, there's an offensive argument that offense runs the league, but the defense with him and Steph simultaneously, that's very difficult.
It's not pretty.
No, it's not. And so that's where, so like as we talk about Klay Thompson, which again, I think they're connected. If Klay resembled more of the defender he used to, I think you could get away with it. I don't think you can get away with that anymore.
Yeah, I don't know if you can on this team.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Team.
Like if they had another perimeter two-way player, if I had Wiggins and one other perimeter two-way player, I think you can get away with it.
Yep.
I don't with the current version defensively of Klay Thompson, and that's not a knock. It's more evaluating where he's at.
And we knew the leg injuries. I think a lot of people said Klay's going to be able to shoot until he's dead.
Yes,
but defensively, what made him Klay?
Yes.
That's long gone.
Yes.
And that's unfortunate.
And I think that was also the beauty of what made him and Steph such a great combination.
Right. Was that he was able to take on the load for Steph. And even when KD was here, he was guarding the James Hardens of the world. And you saw at times in the Boston series last year, we forget in the Boston series, at times he D'd up Jason Tatum. For stretches, he could D up Jaylen Brown. He can't do it for 35 minutes, but if you ask him for a couple minutes here and there, he could hold his own.
I have a hard time envisioning either Draymond or Klay Thompson coming off the bench in lieu of Jordan Poole starting. Doesn't mean it can't happen. Well, I just have a hard time seeing it.
You know what? And I was thinking about this over the weekend, thinking how the Warriors are going to construct their roster, what's going to go on. Say if they make no moves. I do think they could get better. I do think they could get better by just making a couple tweaks to the combination. Like if Steve Kerr went out there and said, all right, this is what we're going to do. First day training camp. Steph, you're starting at the 1. Poole, you're at the 2. Wiggins, you're at the 3. Kuminga, you're at the 4. Looney, you're at the 5. Draymond, Klay, I want you two vets to come off the bench and give us a jolt. When things go awry, I'm dead serious. You could almost get better with making a couple tweaks within your lineup. Now, you laugh because you don't think that could work throughout the season.
Let me just, at what point can you look me in the eye and say, Dre and Klay are going to come off the bench and everyone's going to be kumbaya? Like that, that feels laughable to me. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm open to seeing it, but they're going to take a backseat to those two guys. I just don't see them doing that.
It depends if you see, like, why are we so fixated on who starts?
Because these guys are.
Are they, though?
Yes. Clearly Jordan Poole is.
Jordan Poole is. He's
clearly
a youngster.
Klay is.
He's a youngster.
Clearly Draymond is.
But see, here's the problem. Do we know if Klay's ever been asked to come off the bench? How do we know that? Steve Kerr came out and said Klay's not coming off the bench. Now, Steve Kerr, when this is where they missed it in this situation, and I get it. But if Steve Kerr would have came out as he was rehabbing saying, we're going to ease Klay back into the lineup, he will not start. Therefore, Klay comes off the bench when he first starts. He's coming off the bench. Okay, you're starting him now. But you know what? At least Klay has been receptive to it, right? At least he knows that, hey, there's a possibility. I think so.
What are you basing that on?
Klay Thompson, his attitude. Klay Thompson, the player, the guy who's been around team sports his entire career. The guy whose father came off the bench for the Showtime Lakers after being the #1 overall pick with the Portland Trailblazers. I'm basing it off everything he says about being a team guy. The podium.
Well, I think it's one thing to say it, it's another thing to do it.
What are you basing it off of? What are you basing it off of?
Off of him starting for the last 8 years.
That's not on him. That's on Steve Kerr.
Well, no, you're just asking me what I'm basing it off. That's what I'm basing it off.
But that's not enough. That seems baseless.
When you watch the style of play and when you watch the individual denying, I mean, this is one person who's been very adamantly against any kind of criticism on shot selection. This is someone who said that I'm not going to take less when Kevin Durant showed up. I mean, he even turned to John Dickinson and laughed at him this year when John was asking him a basic question about what's a good shot and what's a bad shot.
Is that why John Dickinson's not feeling Klay?
I mean, I think that.
Yeah, I hate that.
I'm just going off of Klay's own reactions. That's all. And look,
man.
If he did it and he surprised me, I would sit here and go, wow, didn't have that on my schedule.
Yeah, well, I think you're basing too much off of that. I really do. We just don't know what's in his sight.
So you would be not surprised to see Draymond and Klay Thompson coming off the bench?
I think they'd accept it.
I'd be surprised.
Iguodala accepted it.
I think it would be a great step forward for the organization.
I think they would accept
surprised,
it.
Though.
I think they would accept it if it brings out the best of the team and it's about winning a 5th championship. And you sell that message.
But they think
and
that
it comes
winning
from
the
Steve Kerr.
See, that's the part I think where we get a little blurred. I think a lot of these guys, because of the ego of playing ball, I get it. They think that their best version of winning a championship is with them as a focal point of it.
But Sean Livingston has been on that. He's in that front office, and he could talk to these guys. Hey, you're going to play in the 4th quarter.
Okay,
that's what it's about. When the cameras are on and the fans are all watching, and you're getting peak audience in that 4th quarter, who's on the court? Michael Porter Jr. starts, but he ain't finishing games.
So
he knows it. He ain't finishing games. Bruce Brown's coming in finishing games. You could sell that, like, hey, look, these guys aren't starting, but when it comes down to winning time, you're in the basketball game. That's not enough to sell to them?
Well, I mean, it would depend what your closing lineup looked like. So Dre's the small ball 5 exclusively in your closing lineups?
He could be. He could be.
I don't know. Again, like, I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm saying until we see it, it's very difficult for me to envision
it's you and a lot of fans who don't believe that. It's a lot of fans, but if these guys are about winning championships and being team players,
yes.
You know, Kevin McHale once came off the bench in the prime of his career.
Yes.
It happens. It happens.
It is rare, though.
Tony Kukoc came off the bench.
It
Manu
is rare,
Ginobili
right?
Came off the bench.
Yeah, but I mean, we've got a handful of
I'm just saying, star players come off the bench. They do.
Russell Westbrook this past season.
Came off the bench. Came off the bench. You know how tough that was. Carmelo Anthony. Once you, hey, PG, they want me to come off the bench, man. And then he finally had to come to Jesus moment and said, you know what? I need to bring my ass off the bench.
Well, the come to Jesus moment was sitting out in free agency and not getting in.
Well, to get into the OKC Utah Jazz series, that's what you got to do. So let's go to Brett on the Bay Bridge. Let's take some calls here. Fascinating conversation that somehow evolved into Klay Thompson come off the bench. What's up, Brett?
Nice segue, gentlemen. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was going to, I say this with a heavy heart because I always try to analyze if the juice is worth the squeeze. And I get it, and fans need to understand it's a business, first and foremost. And with Klay, I just don't see it anymore. I just don't see, the eye test isn't there for me. He's a shell of himself. He's searching for a shot. He had that explosive January, whatever, where he was Michael Jordan-esque. But it's just, for me, $40 million a year, I mean, that can go to 2 really good players coming off the bench.
Well, it's the last year of a contract.
We already spent $80 million to have him on the bench for 2 years, without even playing. And I think at this point,
all right, let's go to Rodney in Oakland. Rodney, what's happening? Rodney. You're on the roast.
What's up with it? How you doing?
Good. What's up, Rodney?
I appreciate the call. Yeah, I agree. Klay Thompson and Draymond Green should come off the bench. Now, like he said, would they be happy about it? No, but it's not like it happened. It didn't happen before. I mean, they did it to Iguodala, and Iguodala was a pro, an all-star. You feel me? A vet in the game. Still in his prime, and also, mind you, without an injury. So, I mean, if you tell me Klay Thompson, bro, you're injured, 2 legs, let's keep it real. You ain't gassing up like you used to. You feel me? Why don't you come off the bench? And then Draymond, since you have a problem with Poole, and to keep the peace, because Poole is a little immature and young, you know what I'm saying? He needs to grow. I think you should take one for the team, bro, and come off the bench with you and Klay Thompson. Because that's still support with Klay Thompson, y'all boys. You feel me? And he injured, so you ain't producing. So why not help the team?
I hear you. Good call, Roddy. Listen, I don't know what's going to happen this offseason. I really don't. But the 408 Comcast business text line. Bonte, what are you talking about, dude? You want Curry and Poole together on the floor without Draymond? That's a guaranteed 45 points in the first quarter for opposing teams. How many times with Draymond Green did the Warriors give up over 30 points in the first quarter?
A lot.
The Memphis Grizzlies damn near scored 50 on their asses in the first quarter, and Draymond Green was on the floor. How many times did the Warriors get cooked in the first quarter this past? How many times we come on this show the next quarter and say, boy, talk about setting the tone. The Warriors did not set the tone defensively. So it didn't matter. Draymond was in and Looney and the best net 35 rating, all that nonsense that everybody threw at us all season long. They got cooked defensively regardless of who was on the floor. So let's just nip that one in the bud. So now you got to try new things. You got to maximize Jordan Poole, right? You got to try to somehow maximize Klay Thompson and Draymond Green on the floor. Now, Draymond Green may know that, saying, well, you know what? I'm going to opt out and sign elsewhere. So then that decision becomes easier for you on who to start and who not to start.
I think I will agree with you there. Like, for the team, I agree. There are some benefits to not starting those two. I don't think it's foolproof, but I like where you're thinking. I agree with that. I just believe with the tug and pull of being a free agent impending as Klay Thompson's going to be, trying to get an extension like that, those are real things. These guys all want job security. They want the most amount of money that they can get, which is what every one of us would want in that situation. I think if they were under, both of them, multi-year contracts, I actually think they'd be more amicable to going to being not starting.
Now, knowing Klay does a better job on bigger bodies, right? The threes and the fours defensively. And Jordan Poole was not good defensively. You asked me earlier, is Jordan Poole a winning player? I believe he can be. He shows signs of being a winning player. But if you do start Jordan Poole over Klay Thompson, is that guaranteed more wins for the Golden State Warriors?
Well, no.
We already acknowledged that you're taking a step back defensively.
Well, I led the league. Poole's a worse defender than Klay.
Right, worse.
Even I'm talking about current Klay.
Yes,
Poole's a worse defensive player.
That's a problem, right?
Yes.
He was number 4 overall in the NBA in turnovers.
And that's the other part.
So why should he start over Klay? Why should we reward Jordan Poole because he's moping and he's mad about not starting for Klay Thompson? Why does that why does it have to be Klay?
I don't know. It was your suggestion.
No, that's not my suggestion. It's what you guys have been throwing at me for the last season and a half.
No, I think that if you're asking me, what I would do is I think you'd slide over Klay Thompson to the stretch 4. That's what I think his best role is.
So you go Poole, Klay, Wiggins, Poole, Klay, Steph, and Wiggins, and you figure out the 5 spot.
Yes, either Looney or Draymond Green. I told you, I think the best version of Draymond moving forward is him as the small ball 5. Picking and choosing your spots, load managing him so that he's ready to go for the playoffs. That's when they're at their best. It's proven. They're at their best when they have the one big, and Draymond's that one big by himself. He's better. The team's better. He's able to facilitate and expose more big men off the dribble in particular. Stretch that guy out. I think he'll get better looks from the perimeter. So I think that it has much more upside than people want to admit.
So you want to just go to the small ball 5 lineup that they've started and really went away from. It hasn't really worked since the last 2 games of the Nuggets series last year.
I mean, you got to try something.
But it wasn't as effective. Wasn't as effective this year.
This year, I don't think anything was as effective this year. But yes, it was not.
I have reservations about Draymond Green playing the small ball 5 at this juncture of his career. You're talking about getting dominated on the rebounds. You're getting dominated on the offensive glass. That to me is not making you better than this year.
So you want 2 bigs that can't shoot on the floor?
I don't. I told you in the Sacramento series I wanted 1 big lineup, but it has to be Looney.
I'm just trying to maximize what they've got going, and I'm trying to think about what makes them better.
And that's if you start. Say if you gave me the option. And by the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in AC1 San Francisco. We have Logan Webb's Pops coming on. Eric Webb, he's going to join us at 9:20. We talk about Logan, how he became a baseball player, football, all that stuff. Eric Webb joining us at 9:20. He's also active on Twitter, follows everybody, so I'm sure he's seen all the criticism we've tweeted about Logan Webb. That's coming up at 9:20.
That's you, not me.
That's not me. I just, I'm not afraid to call things out. You guys are, because you want to be buddy-buddy with these guys. Oh, my God, they're my friend. Let me not tweet bad about them. Listen, Trey, so if you want Poole to start, my thing is you got to start Looney. I don't know, man. And the question is, are you better than Denver? Are you better than Denver with that lineup? Are you better than Denver without making any major changes?
Who's guarding? Okay, let me ask this then. Who's guarding Jamal Murray? It's a lot to ask for Wiggins.
A lot.
Now who's guarding Michael Porter Jr.?
Michael Porter Jr. is a stiff.
Just saying,
you can put Klay on
who's
him.
guarding Caldwell Pope, right? Who's guarding
Bruce Brown? Who's guarding Aaron Gordon? Who's keeping him off the glass?
This is why I think they need to shake it up a little. I just don't think you can roll everyone back. I don't think everyone can play nice together, and I don't think it's your best version of your team.
Right.
I don't think you're good enough to get through Denver. Even if Denver loses Bruce Brown in free agency.
Right. You could try to run, like I see Mustafa Ward, hey, you just run. Well, they tried that. But if you don't get stops, other teams set their defense.
Yes.
And all of a sudden you're playing against half-court defenses, and we've seen how that worked out against the L.A. Lakers. It wasn't pretty. They suffocated the Golden State Warriors in that series. Hell, Sacramento pushed them to 7 and had a very good defensive game plan, one that Mike Brown got away from in game number 7 when Steph dropped 50. Took Steph Curry to drop 50. Get past the Sacramento Kings. So I don't know if you can run it back. And I don't know if you're better than Denver. I'm not scared of Denver. You should be scared of Denver.
I am pretty scared of Denver.
But how are you going to match up with them? Not that they're one game away from getting a ring. I mean, they're getting it tonight.
Jokic is basically just going to get that one last thing that he needs for his resume to shut everyone up.
He's got the ring.
He's gonna hopefully
going to get the ring. Miami's not winning 3 in a row. I bet my 401k on that. I would. I bet my 401k on that.
Yeah, I'm good off betting on anything in pro sports these days. Anything can happen.
So
I mean, Mr. Irrelevant's about to, come back for week 1 after.
Is he?
I mean, that's what it looks like.
Well, good. Shanahan's got his quarterback. Now go win the Super Bowl.
Not even have a good second season. Let's keep it rolling.
Go win a Super
Super Bowl.
Go win a Super Bowl.
Now
That's what
I
it's
gotta
about.
go.
Whether you like it or not, we can have all the fun in the world watching our teams. And it's been fun watching the 49ers thrive and be relevant. And I love the position that they're in. But you're going to win one of these days?
Probably, but maybe not.
707. Everyone's always talking about Poole moping around, but we're just going to ignore Clay's terrible body language nearly every single game. Let's not be homers and play favorites. Call a spade a spade. I don't know why I did it in that voice.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know why you read that.
Was that the hater voice?
Yeah, it was a hater voice because we know how you feel about Clay.
I mean, I try to assess what's going on.
I'm kidding.
You know?
I'm kidding. You don't take it so seriously, Shasky. Jesus Christ.
Oh, I'm good.
Clay does mope around. He gets down on himself. He gets too into his dome. He does. We know that. But hasn't he earned that equity? We always talk about equity and what a player's earned. Hasn't Clay Thompson earned it?
Yeah, but you're dealing with the last embers of a burned out dynasty here, and so you're trying to cling to championship hopes. Like if they didn't have championship aspirations, Monte, yeah, I got nothing to worry about. He's earned everything. We're just gonna ride this thing out. But don't we all want to win one more championship with Steph Curry? Like if Steph was a lesser version of himself, I'd totally subscribe to what you're at. But I think that you're trying to hey, there's only 1 or 2 of these Steph years left. You're trying to salvage that.
Here's the optics though with a lot of fans that hit me personally. Poole, it looked like Jordan Poole just laid down in the Lakers series. Like he just checked out.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Those are bad optics.
Yeah, I agree.
Clay struggled, but at least he didn't tap out.
No, he just got...
That means something to me.
He got beat pretty bad by Austin Reeves.
The last 3 games of the series he did.
I mean,
First
he's not the only
Austin
one.
Reeves. He's not the only one. But Clay at least, you got to throw a jab. He can't even help himself. The effort doesn't mean anything. What's Spinoni said?
I said, he got beat pretty bad by Austin Reeves, and he wasn't the only one. And he gets in my ear and goes, and he won't be the last.
Oh, gosh.
Just Austin Reeves.
Let a Laker fan.
Gonna get the bag.
Gosh. So what are you doing for your Warriors? I mean,
you sign off to Austin Reeves.
He's the key to all this. I've been saying it. Who needs Chris Paul when Austin Reeves is on the market?
Hey, Chris Paul news over the weekend. Warriors, I emoji.
Woj, yeah. Warriors, who was it? Warriors, Lakers, Knicks?
Number 1, Warriors don't need a guard. Number 2, Shasky's always talking about, I'm having fun watching the Giants. And we all acknowledge that it wasn't a fun season of Warriors basketball. How's it going to be more fun with Chris Paul? Like, let's say Chris Paul hypothetically wears a Warrior uniform. This guy will be screaming to the high heavens, game 10. Why are we signing Chris? And everything Chris Paul represents.
But if Curry wants him, I want him.
So you wanted Avery Bradley too?
Yeah, and I was wrong.
Yeah.
Just like Curry.
Yeah. Do not bring in CP3.
Pivot, don't panic.
Exactly. Do not bring in CP3. Because if you want to bring in CP3, it screams to me that you did not watch CP3 last season. And you haven't watched CP3 over the last 2 years. It screams to me that you don't really watch basketball.
Even CP3 in his prime couldn't even carry teams to the title. So what? As a washed-up 39-year-old, is he really going to add that much?
We don't need him to carry.
No. You want him for second units? Davion Mitchell will lock him up. This version of CP3 will get locked up by Davion Mitchell.
Okay.
Second stringers, like Tyus Jones in Memphis would cook CP3 right now.
Tyus Jones faded.
But he would cook CP3.
Probably.
Yes, he would. So we're talking about top backup point guards for the Denver Nuggets. Bruce Brown? You want him eating up Chris Paul? Let's stop. Let's stop with the Chris Paul stuff. Please. Please, please, please. No CP3 to the Golden State Warriors. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bake, full-service baking, no compromises. Eric Webb, the father of Logan Webb, joining us to talk about Logan in the season and being a new $90 million man. Must be nice for the Webbs. He'll join us on the morning roast, and then we'll get right back into the Golden State Warriors here on the roast on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-957 is the number as we continue to roll along on a fast Monday morning show.
Well, now I know.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
All right, we got Eric Webb coming up, but starting this Wednesday, we're giving you and a guest a chance to go to Chase Center and attend the Warriors introductory press conference with the player they draft. We'll be showing you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch at certain points of the show, and you will qualify by texting those words to our short code. It all starts Wednesday, so search 95.7 The Game on YouTube and Twitch right now so you are ready to go. Watch that rookie hoist that new Golden State Warriors jersey, whoever it will be, next to Joe Lacob, and Mike Dunleavy Jr. or Kirk Lacob, who the hell knows, but it won't be Bob Myers. That's one thing we do know. It's CP3. We ended the last segment. We'll get to Eric Webb in just a second. So I'll just say this right now. The fan of me wants nothing to do with CP3. The fan of me, nothing to do with Chris Paul. For business, for content, for radio Bonte, I'll bring in CP3 all day long. Oh, my gosh.
Oh, hey there.
Oh, my Lord. Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570. Boom. We got a show. But it also means that Jordan Poole may be on the way out. Because there's no way Jordan Poole and Chris Paul are sharing the basketball.
I mean, I feel like there's no way Jordan Poole and Draymond Green are sharing a locker room.
Chris Paul? Are you serious? He's
wouldn't we all be surprised?
We keep talking about defense, and that's the last guy you want to bring in for defense.
I just don't know why you're so mad at it. It's just a suggestion.
No, you guys all talk about defense, and Chris Paul can't guard a traffic cone. Literally can't guard a traffic cone.
He fits right in with the rest of the team.
All right, we'll get back to the Golden State Warriors. Let's talk some Giants who had a tough weekend at the Yard. Logan Webb got the tough luck loss Friday going up against Marcus Stroman. That was DeSclafani. Logan Webb pitched at Coors Field, and the Giants picked him up in that dramatic come-from-behind win Wednesday, June 7th against the Rockies 5-4. But Logan Webb has pitched well, although the win-loss record doesn't say so. He's pitched really, really well, and he's got rewarded with a new $90 million contract. Let's talk to Pops, who's active on Twitter, and I'm sure he's probably had to block us or mute us on Twitter. Eric Webb joins the Morning Roast for the first time with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. Eric, good morning, and what in the hell made you want to get on these airwaves with us, with these two jabronis here?
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. And I don't know, just be nice to me, all right?
All right, come on. We'll try. We will not tweet at you.
Come on.
We won't tweet a bad thing about Logan Webb. I'll just do that through my burner account.
You're living the life that my dad wishes he could be living.
Exactly.
Going to his son, watching to pitch for the local team. I mean, every time I see you post a photo from the stands, I'm like, dude, what an awesome story.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool. I'm sure you know the whole background behind the fact that we grew up. Never mind. I'm not even going to get into that. Yeah, no, it's awesome.
No, start there. I want to start there. I was just in Elk Grove this weekend, so we took our Little League San Francisco All-Star team up there, and we got our heads kicked in by all the amazing baseball programs up there. So this is 12U, right? And a lot of these kids play 2 and 3 sports. Your son played every sport growing up, or was baseball always his first love? Take us back to the beginning.
No, actually, you know what? Actually, football. Yeah. Baseball was his first love. I mean, I would come home from work. He was not even 3 years old, and he'd be out back with one of those little the little things that you step on it.
Oh yeah.
Step back and it pops a little wiffle ball up in the air, and my neighbors used to complain because they'd be bringing over 5-10 wiffle balls from that he'd hit over their fence, but into their pool. But baseball was. Football, though, he loved playing football. So Friday nights, that was his thing. That was a tough one for him to give up, and I know he still misses it. He talks about it all the time.
Yeah, we know he talks about his Raiders, too. Eric Webb here on the Morning Roast. Of course, Logan went to Rockland High School up in Rockland, California, just past Sacramento. And at the Positive Coaches Alliance, I saw Logan there, and he honored his high school football coach.
Oh, that's cool.
And he talked about some of the principles he learned in the game of football, being a quarterback or whatnot. Do you still have those things like, boy, what if Logan was quarterback in the Niners?
You see how much Jalen Hurts got in money? Yeah, maybe he picked the wrong sport.
$90 million, man. That is chump change compared to what Logan, Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes are making, Eric.
Oh, yeah. No, Patty. Yeah, no, that's I'm not going to. Yeah, chump change. It is. but nobody's complaining.
Nobody should complain. So we'll talk about some of those principles he learned and brought to the baseball diamond, because you see him on that mound there. He never loses his composure. Agreed. Watching him in that 2021 season when the Giants won 107 games, we didn't know. Can he start a game 1 against the Dodgers? Can he start a game 5? And I think he more than held his own. You see him in these pitching matchups. He doesn't flinch. Now, the results doesn't always go his way. How much did football impact his composure on a mound?
He kind of lives for those moments. If he's not pitching and it went all the way back, like you said. It went back to Little League and travel ball, and he wanted the ball. And he was mad if he didn't get it. I had to try and explain to him, you can't, you just pitch, there's pitch count, you can't, but he wanted the ball all the time. Football, though, like you guys just said, quarterbacking, you're kind of in control. You're the captain out on the field. And it carries over to pitching. Like you said, the big games he absolutely lived for. So, and Jason was, Jason had everything to do with Jason Adams, who's the coach that he
honored at the PCA.
Yeah. Jason's the best. And that guy just brings out, you ask any parent, they had no problem handing their kid over to Jason and letting him teach them life lessons. So,
Eric, take me through your guys' relationship. Like, whether it's game day, it's not game day. Are you guys talking? Are you texting? How much dialogue is there regarding baseball and the performances, or is it just strictly everything but baseball?
You know what? He probably would like it to be a little less baseball, but it's kind of hard, because I'm constantly asking. So we talk and text pretty much, if not every day, every other day, and we have our, he loves talking baseball with me, but I'm sure I thought I was just thinking about it the other day, because when he called me and he was driving from Lafayette to he was sitting in traffic on the Bay Bridge, and he was probably I'm picking his brain, and he was probably like, Dad, why don't you ask me? Let's talk about the the upcoming draft or anything but that.
Right. Talk about the Raiders. Talk about what he ate for lunch, what he's having for dinner. So, So April 14th, he signs a new one. We're talking to Eric Webb, the father of Logan, of course, Logan Webb, the ace of the Giants. He signed a 5-year, $90 million contract extension with the Giants. And no, Eric, that's not chump change. We all live for that. One day in radio, we know we're not getting that money from radio, so maybe we hit the lotto one day. But what was the first thing Logan did when he did sign for big money with the Giants? He got the $600,000 signing bonus coming out of high school there. What was the first thing Logan bought? And do you advise him when it comes to finances?
No. No, I don't. No. No. I let the professionals handle the financial advice. What's the first thing he didn't. For what? For the most recent contract?
Well, he already had money in the bank with the most recent contract, $90 million. He probably already had everything. That's just icing on the cake.
You know what?
First got that signing.
Did he get
bonus.
a truck?
Right.
Yeah. No. Yes, I did. So I did advise him on. He was all excited. He was down in Arizona. He was down in Scottsdale, and he kept driving by this little used car lot that had. This guy's brilliant. This dealer. He would buy trucks and just soup them up. Lift big old lift kits, tires, wheels, tint out the windows. And his lot was literally right by the minor league complexes. And so he that guy sold to nothing but these 18, 19-year-old kids, that just got, just signed whatever bonus, whatever bit of money they got. And so I told him, I told him, hey, look, he called me and said, Dad, I fell in love with this truck. And so I said, hey, you know what? Go for it. This is how much, don't spend any more than this much. And, so yeah, that was his first purchase. He loved that truck. He misses that truck.
Who's his best friend on the team, Eric? Who's the guy that he confides with the most? Like, who's he goofing around with?
On the team?
Yeah.
Oh man. Honestly, there's more than a couple.
Well, what's the crew?
Well, he loves Brendan Crawford. I know that. Him and B. Craw hang tough.
Yeah, but it's true that they say pitchers kind of hang out with pitchers. Obviously you guys know his relationship with Gauze. That was more than just a regular relationship. Gosman was a great mentor to Logan. Great guy. I'm gonna assume you guys probably ever had him on the show when he was here, but now, Woody, he's oh shoot. Now I just sorry.
Let me real quick. How are you on game day? How are you when you're at home and he's got a road start? Are you pacing? Are you throwing remote controls? Are you talking every single pitch? You biting fingernails? Kind of, because I know I would be freaking out. I'm like that anyway, and I don't have no dog in the fight. What are you like on game day when your son is away, when you're not at the yard, when you're at home watching on the tube?
I'm pacing right now, man. And it's not just because I'm talking to you guys on the morning show. On game day when I haven't missed a home start.
Wow.
Yet since he's been up, but on when they're on the road, it's I'm luckily my bosses are all down in Southern California, so they're not listening to the show. But my production is probably not the best on game days. But yeah, I have not a normal routine, but yes, I'm a pacing mess on game day, and I can't sit down. Even during the game, that's even worse. Let's put it this way: in Little League, all the kids on the teams always called Coach Webb's bucket, because especially when my kids were pitching, because I just pace in the dugout the whole time, and so the ball bucket, that the kids don't fight for to sit down on their on. I'm a pacing mess. And then as soon as he's done, it's like, I can relax.
There it is.
Thanks for coming on with us.
Big start in St. Louis this week. Giants schedule heating up here as they try to stay in the race here. 3 straight home series losses, but going to Colorado to sweep them. Logan looking to bounce back after a rough start in Colorado. Eric, we appreciate the time, man. We're rooting for your son, and it's a good thing that he's going to be a Giant for a long, long time here. Eric, thanks for the time today, brother.
Hey, thank you guys, and we're more than ecstatic about him being a Giant for a long, long
Hell yeah.
time.
And Eric, continue to mute us on Twitter because we're irrational. Giants
we
fans.
all good.
All right, guys.
See you, buddy.
All right, Eric. Eric Webb here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Are you a pacer? As in someone who paces and gets up, sits down, moves
only in
around?
the fourth quarter.
What?
Only in the fourth quarter. First 3 quarters, I'm nice and relaxed because I realize there's 48 minutes in a basketball game. There's 9 innings of baseball. There's 60 minutes of football. I'm not like Joe Spinoni, who's going to send out a text, and I figured out it came from got to meet his family, his mom, Mets fan. His father, as I dig deep into the dictionary here, is a hoot. His father's a hoot.
Oh.
Mr. Spinoni.
Bob, yeah.
And look, and I'm like, your son, dude, he texted us like in the first 3 minutes of a game, said, oh, it's over. Raiders are lost. Well, for them, 9 times out of 10, he's right about them. But the Lakers, oh my God, this is over. And like Spinoni, they're going to win this game by 30. Like, he gets it from his dad. I'm not one of those guys.
He get it from his mama.
No, he gets it from his dad. His mama is very calm, cool, and collected. And his mama
She also doesn't really like sports. She's a liar if she says
like,
she's a Mets
what
fan.
What station are you guys? 93.7?
God bless her.
Something
She's
like that?
yeah, my son, he's on the radio sometimes. You don't even know where it is, Mom. God bless you.
She doesn't.
Oh,
She doesn't.
that's sweet.
It's all good. My mom knows. She's probably listening right now.
So you'd be
Shout out to
calm
Mama.
then. You'd be more Bochy.
Well, if you're asking me if I had a kid.
I had a kid coaching, and let's say you were part of the staff growing up or whatever. Okay. You'd be more of a chill, because I think you're full of BS. I think it's cap.
Well, during games, I'm chill for the first 3 quarters or the first 7 innings.
Oh, so then you're just going to get wound up like Harbaugh in the fourth quarter?
No, I don't get wound up. I just start paying. I say, okay, it's nutcracking time. It's pacing time. It's time to stand up.
Sometimes games are won and lost in the first couple innings.
Sometimes it is. But in playoffs are different. But in football, I like to relax. Game 6, I'm telling you, Game 6, Clay, OKC. I was on the couch like this, first 3 quarters. And then fourth quarter, it's like, all right, let me sit up a little bit. You know, because it keeps me calm. That's the Joe Montana in my DNA reeking right there, Shasky.
Of course.
You know? I'm not like you where we're, oh my God, first possession, go 3 and out.
I'm very optimistic when we're playing.
And
that's my whole outlook. We were down 6-0 the other day in the first inning to Richmond.
Right.
By the way, great team.
But you got to be upbeat.
Hit and run.
You got to be upbeat for the kids.
And
you
we
can't
came
be
back.
freaking
I know,
out.
but that's my coaching DNA. I'm always optimistic.
No. You just got to do it for the kids. If these were high school kids, you would have been freaking out.
No. It's different when you're in the heat of battle. You have to stay optimistic, right? You can be frustrated, but you got to move on. Got to make the next play. But there are some people that are stoic. Some people that are able to kind of turn it on and off. Me, I'm a pacer. I'm pacing around. I'm banging. I'm high-fiving. I'm trying to, I got to be doing something.
Yeah,
the sunflower seeds jammed into the mouth to just keep me from talking on every single possession.
I watch games with you. You give me anxiety. My guy, Sean Singer, Philly Zoo.
Doesn't surprise me.
Philly Zoo. I would watch games in the other room because he's screaming. Because for one, he's got money on the game, but he's freaking out. His team just went right down the field and scored. They went right down the field and scored. It's like, dude, chill the hell out, bro. I can't do it.
Conrad Arenas on the YouTube chat. How are you going to be when baby Ches starts playing some sports, Bonte?
Well, I'm going to be cool.
I'm a mess already, and Benny does 3-year-old practice. I'm a mess.
Well, I don't know how I'm going to be.
Yeah, I think you should maybe dip your toes and then come back and let us know how you are.
I don't know.
I think you trying to pretend what you think you're going to be like, I think it's going to be way off.
I don't know.
I definitely do not see you as the orange slice Capri Sun van driving mother of the team.
I would definitely be screaming at umpires. SC, so Bonte, see Clay missing 7 threes in a row. Are you still pacing? No, what I did during Game 6 of the Lakers, as we all watched it on a demo wall on NBC Sports Bay Area, it's one of my favorite photos ever. Me, Fezzi, D. Wright, Mullen. I know Shasky wishes could have been part of that photo. May have ruined the picture quality, but it's all good. Clay was missing. I was like, 1 of 5, 1 of 8, 1 of 9. And Willie just starts laughing. Damn, man, I'm just saying he's 1 of 9.
Did he drop I wonder what Shasky's thinking.
That did not happen. That
was a great opportunity for the Mully don't really talk about him.
Yeah, no, that was me. Mully don't really
honestly,
talk about
Eric, don't talk about him.
Eric Webb, Logan's father, is literally living the dream.
You
are just far enough to where you don't need to be down the block from your kid constantly. Right. So there's a couple hour difference, and it's just close enough to where you can go to all his home games, and it's for the local team in the market, and you don't even have to get a different cable or subscription package to be able to watch the game. It's perfect. I mean, it's pretty incredible.
You see Steve's out here just commenting about Cap. Steve is all over the place. I'm not going to read that comment, but it's Cap. We know who the Kings are.
That term's jumped the shark, by the way.
Thank you.
Please, God.
Well, Cap, when I grew up, was talking about somebody.
Yeah, well, you ripping someone.
Yeah, just making fun of somebody. Yeah, capping on them. So when Kevin Durant had a tweet, he said, Cap. And I asked Twitter, man, what's Cap? And everybody got on me saying, man, how old are you, dude? Really? I'm like, well, capping meant something completely different. But Cap is going to be around for a little bit longer. We'll use it.
The only Cap I recognize is Capcom. Shout out Street Fighter.
Shout out Contra 3. Was it Contra 3 Capcom? No.
Contra's tough, too. That's a hard game.
Very fun game. Up, down, left, right, left, right, right, left, right, left. Let's go to Jay and Hayward. Jay, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hi.
So, good morning. They refuse to let me be Jay from the Bay. I've been Jay from the Bay for a while.
Jay from the Bay. What's up, man?
That's
We
your
got you.
exclusive
That is
moniker.
your name.
I'm
Jay
not
from the
allowing
Bay.
anyone else. Can the king make a decree? The king, can you make a decree here, Bonte? I'm looking at you.
I'm not the king. I'm not the
There's
king.
only one Jay from the Bay.
No, he's Jay from the Bay.
It'd be J-word because he's from.
I'm
Hayward.
definitely not the king.
That's me.
I'm definitely not the king. Don't look for
But
me.
tomorrow is the reverse boycott tomorrow for the A's game.
Yep.
And this is the first fan-funded T-shirt giveaway where they're going to be handing out green shirts to say sell because we want John Fisher to sell this team. And the goal is to sell it out. Hopefully, I was looking online. There should be something around 20,000 tickets already sold. I doubt that it's going to be a sellout, but that's the goal. But that's what everybody's aiming for. But everybody's going to be at the Lot B in the parking lot before the game, where there's going to be live music, games, food, and hopefully we get Fisher out of there.
Well, can I want to ask you this question because a lot of people have been tweeting at us and texting us and stuff. The goal is to obviously raise awareness to get the guy to sell the team, but on some level, like it must. And I'm not trying to twist the knife in any way, but it's got to be very painful to see what's going on right now and to feel at times very powerless as a fan of a team that you've supported probably your whole life, right?
My opinion is that this hurts worse than the Raiders losing.
Why? Why?
Or excuse me, the Raiders leaving. Excuse me, not losing. The Raiders leaving. This hurts worse than the Raiders leaving.
Because they already left, right? The Raiders had already left you guys
Well,
once.
Yeah, but comparing the two, I'd say the A's it hurts more.
It's more Oakland. It feels like more Oakland. I mean, John Fisher not even showing up last week to Nevada, touring the Raiders' old practice facility. Oh, what was it? Harbor Bay Parkway?
And Alameda.
In Alameda. Spent a lot of time there.
Apparently, they put a pause to the whatever special meeting it is in Vegas so that they could, and this is reading between the tea leaves, so that they could go to the politicians that were going to be a no vote and grease their wheels somehow to be a yes vote today. And if they don't think that they have enough votes, they're just going to pull it from because they don't want to lose, so they're going to pull it from the special meeting. So we'll see today. We'll have a better idea.
My boy, Mr. J. Benz. Shout out to J. Benz on Twitter. You know who you are. Big A's fan. He wants him to sell. He just retweeted something about Cap. I think I'm going to say Jay in a bit. Jay Benz is listening to the show. What up, Jay? So Chris Broussard had on Undisputed. Listen to this. KD and I have a love-hate relationship. We texted for 2 to 3 hours straight about life, basketball, media, faith. KD has gone at me much harder privately. We make a living critiquing athletes. It would be hypocritical of us not to be able to take it. That is Chris Broussard. This is back in 2019, May 22nd, 2019. KD quote tweeted him by saying, Cap. You don't have my number, man. So that's the Cap. That was the first time I ever seen Cap.
Gotcha.
So, yeah. Funny. Cap. Yeah, much love. Yeah, I know you listen to the show, Jay Benz. Hey, by the way, the A's, keep them. Sell Fisher and Cabell, the human bobblehead, whoever said that. Spadoni brought that up. What a joke he is. I mean, could he even live in the Bay at this point? Like, could he even go to a restaurant and eat?
Well, that's a different question. And most people aren't going to, confront you, because I think most people are non-confrontational. Right. Most. I don't, even if he walked down the street, how many A's fans would even know what he looked like?
Yeah. Well, A's fans know what he looks like now.
But I'm saying, in general.
I think they know what he looks like now.
Yeah, but are all however many thousands? Yeah,
I think A's fans are well aware. They're well aware.
No, he goes to restaurant X, and you think the entire restaurant knows who he is?
Probably not. Yeah. It never works like that.
More so with John Fisher, definitely. No one knows what that guy looks like.
That's
now
what
more
I'm
and more, definitely. Yeah, Cabell though, because he was on
different. Yes,
Cabell 2016 when he came a part of the A's or whatever it was, and he was all rah. He was all in the chats and social, so people got a good image of him. But Fisher's the guy, and more so than any other sport, MLB owners in general, I could not tell you who was who. NBA, NFL. It's obviously different sports, but those are the ones I could recognize probably every single team in both those sports. Baseball, no clue. Charles Johnson, you guys know what he looks like? His son? Do you know what he looks like?
Yeah, now I do.
Now we do.
Now you
but
do.
We didn't.
Right, but
we
you didn't.
So Danker
He
on
looks
YouTube.
lost on a Zoom. That's what he looks.
Yeah, that was awful optics. You couldn't bring Buster Posey in to do that. You announced that he's going to be.
Was Buster a part of the Mitch Haniger acquisition?
I don't know.
Does he want to get credit for that? Was he Dunleavy on that one?
Shout out to Buster Posey.
He was the one who had the Jerry West call late at night to really seal the deal there.
Yeah.
He put the rings on the table and was like, Haniger, got to come here.
By the way, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, Brian Sabian, we need to induct him into the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame next season. Buster Posey.
Is there an actual physical Hall of Fame?
Yeah.
Where is it?
I don't know.
Oh.
Where they have all the monuments. They have all the monuments. Where they have all the monuments.
It was
They have
so
all the
good.
monuments at SFO. If you catch a flight, they have a Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame.
I've seen that as you're walking
There's
down
another one
Terminal.
at SAP Center, too. When you go to Sharks games,
Yep.
you can walk around. They have all the
Right.
plaques around there, too.
But official, it's a
Didn't know that.
nonprofit organization. So,
I didn't know that.
That would be cool if they did have a facility and who would pay rent on that? That's another thing. But I agree with Danker here. He said, Fisher may sell a portion, never all of it, but he should own part of the Giants. He's an OG in the industry. He knows about building stadiums. Well, if Fisher knew about building stadiums, he would have one already. They've been trying to build a stadium with the Oakland A's literally for 23 years. How many years? We had Fremont, we had San Jose, we had Fremont, we had Howard Terminal, we had Laney College. I mean, come on. Come on. You knew about building stadiums, the damn thing would have got done already. So I don't buy that. He knows about building stadiums. Get it done then. Get it done.
Yeah, I don't even know where to go with it. It's like it's the same song and dance for years and years and years on end, and it's just feels like there's never any end in sight. And then you're trotting out one of the worst teams anyone's ever seen, and then you look up and they're only 2.5 games in front of the Royals in terms of worst record in the league.
Right. Yeah, it's not good.
5-game win streak.
5-game win streak. 5-game win streak. Oh, Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. It says on sports figures who have made a significant impact in the San Francisco Bay Area. The organization is a Section 501 nonprofit that was created by the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce in 1979. It is located on Montgomery Street in San Francisco. And then, of course, there's a display, the display at SFO, the display at SAP Center, in San Jose. Sharks, by the way, they need a new stadium. What about that? They need a new stadium. It'd be nice. Get the tank rolling. What?
Milwaukee needs a new stadium. Everybody needs
Milwaukee
a new
doesn't
stadium.
need a stadium. The San Jose Sharks actually need a new stadium. They need a stadium. They need to renovate that bad boy.
So-
we need to get the Sharks rolling here.
Do they own that building? They don't own that building.
I don't believe they own that.
Yeah, that's. Look, this is just my particular opinion. I don't think that you're going to have to pay for certain infrastructure around a stadium, and that's where I think the nuances and the details, like what's the give and take there, we can have a great debate about that. But literally funding and putting together hundreds of millions of dollars for the construction of these stadiums and arenas on behalf of teams so that they don't have property tax to pay drives me absolutely nuts. We don't do that with any other businesses unless you're Twitter getting a free pass on the amount of employees and tax breaks and stuff. We always want to screw the small business owner, and we want to give all these breaks to the billionaires. I'm sick of it.
NBA Finals tonight. Game number 5 on a Monday. Aaron Gordon. Shout out to Aaron Gordon. 27 points, 6 rebounds, 6 assists. And it's a really cool story from him. 10 years ago, he's guarding dudes in the Pro-Am as a high school senior.
That's pretty incredible.
Incredible. And we got to see him, Yay Area Sports finest. Shout out to Travis out there who really, when NorCal High School was booming, and you had the Jabari Browns, you had the Aaron Gordons, you had all these players coming in and out of high school here, Noah Springwater University. Travis would chronicle all these games. He had him, George, Jason, Yay Area's finest. Juan Toscano Anderson was part of that movement. And alongside Roderick Bobick at Castro Valley High School. And Aaron Gordon, his highlight tapes would go crazy. And I got to cover 2 of his games. One at Sacred Heart Cathedral against Taylor Johns and Fox. And they beat Sacred Heart Cathedral. He had a breakaway dunk that was sick. And then, of course, at St. Ignatius when he went up against Stephen Domingo and my guy Dunbar. What up, Dunbar? Mix one, Trevor Dunbar.
Yeah.
His father drives for beauty. I love his dad, Mr. Dunbar. He's awesome. But Aaron Gordon, to see him get to this level and to see him grow as a player and to see him find his perfect role, because I remember his pops would always be around. Pac-12 championship, they lose to UCLA. And I'm like, Papa Gordon, man, he's going to go to the NBA. And he had his hands out. He goes, baby, we on our way to the show. He was great. They had a great story about him in the Athletic because he played at San Diego State with Tony Gwynn. Played college basketball with Tony Gwynn, Aaron Gordon's father. And you remember Drew
all-time
Gordon.
leading assist leader at San Diego State.
There you go. And Michael Cage. Michael Cage was on that team. So it's really cool to see Aaron Gordon be one game away from the
Is
from a championship.
Most impactful Bay Area basketball player in a final since Leon Poe? Or is there someone else that I'm omitting in terms of the impact?
Jason Kidd? Mavericks 2011?
Yeah, that was
It's
sooner.
Miami
You're
Heat.
right. You're
Miami
right.
Heat.
Wow, it feels like forever ago.
It does. 12 years. I was 12 years ago.
Leon Poe was like 15 years ago, so I'm way off.
Yeah. And Leon Poe had a game.
It was an incredible game.
It
though.
was. Shout out Leon Poe.
Bonte, it was
Tech.
an incredible game.
There may be a side story there off here. But Leon Poe.
He had
Oakland
a game.
Tech. Oakland Tech. Shout out Eddie House finals. Okay.
But Eddie House, same finals.
Right. Aaron Gordon, his run, guarding LeBron, guarding Kevin Durant, guarding Jimmy Butler.
It's pretty impressive.
Guarding Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive.
Hell of a run. And now the Denver Nuggets are one game away. Are they starting? Are they in the beginning, or is this the making of the next dynasty in the NBA?
I mean, can they win one first?
Well, they're going to win one. This is over. This is over.
You're calling it.
5, 6, 7. It's over. Denver's not losing this championship. It's done.
I think tonight they win it, but I'm not going to say it's over. I just can't count out. I can't count out Miami after everything we've seen this year. I have a hard time doing it.
I'm counting them out.
Okay.
They're done.
Tyler Hero might suit up.
Who cares?
It means nothing.
It means nothing. They got Bruce Brown.
Okay.
They got Christian Brown. Hey, you want to dust off Reggie Jackson? Go ahead. He hasn't played forever. Jamal Murray.
Fast five time.
Oh, is it fast five time? Denver's winning it.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It's getting wacky in the summer. I'm really tempted to play this Paul Pierce sound. I'm really tempted to play that as my final thought. Go ahead, Shasky.
Well, I think this is a big week of baseball for the San Francisco Giants. You know, you've lost a couple series here in a row. You got St. Louis and the Dodgers this week. It brings all the feels back, and they need to right the ship right now and get things going. And I want to see if Luis Matos can come up. Make a move. Let's do it. Like, what are we waiting for? The guy can't do any better in AAA. Bring him up.
All right, never mind. We will save the Paul Pierce sound for tomorrow because we don't have the sound that I want, which is, I'll ask this question tomorrow. Are girls into renting a boyfriend for a day? And are guys into renting a girlfriend for a day? I guess it's a thing, according to, well, your mic is off. You're going to have to partake in this
The term
conversation.
renting with an individual makes me very uncomfortable.
Yes.
I would like to
Boyfriend rentals, girlfriend rentals. Is that a thing? I'm just asking
She's
a question.
a porn star.
I don't know. It seems like everything's happening these days.
Well, now I know.
Lower extremities are getting compromised these days.
Your lower extremities.
I'm saying.
Compromised.
Dude,
Nobody's going to get in trouble.
Dude, he's so...
Novak
incredible.
Djokovic, I'll get this train back on the track.
Oh,
here.
yes.
He won
Joker.
number 23 of his majors, the French Open. He has now
Dominating.
won the Australian.
Yes.
He's now won the French. He is trying to go for the calendar slam, which means you win all 4 in the calendar year, the 4 majors. Wimbledon next, followed by the U.S. Open. Hasn't been done since 1969 when Rod Laver did it. Can Joker do it this year,
I
gentlemen?
would love to see him do it. I think he is going to do it. Nobody's touching this guy right now. He is mowing through dudes. Good call, Spadoni. Lutman, what you got?
I could really use a big night from Logan Webb tonight to not only get the Giants a win, get this team back on track, because this is a big week for them. I need a sweep of the Cardinals, and I need some help in my fantasy team, too. Your boys' fantasy team has not been doing well. So, Logan Webb, I got a lot riding on you tonight. And that's before the interview with you comes out tomorrow on Garlic Fries and Baseball, guys.
No pressure, though.
Yeah, hey, listen, I'm not trying to go for barstool humor at all. I just asked a simple question that Paul Pierce threw out there. I don't know what's going on in the world today. I don't. Nothing would surprise me these days.
Can't tell you.
You got Hinge, you got Tinder, you got online dating. Who the hell knows what's going on in the world? Maybe you can. Maybe there are some girls who's like, you know what I want to do to go shopping with today? I'm going to rent a guy. Or vice versa. You see Steve on YouTube. More weed smoke. The Denver Championship Parade or the San Francisco Championship Parade?
Oh, that's a good call.
Very underrated
good
weed town.
Call.
Very underrated. I don't know. My final thought is...
What is it?
Let's go Giants. It's June. This is your time.
I know.
Will you lock us in through the month of September, or will we fade away by the time training camp happens? What's going on? The Giants, big series for them in St. Louis. A lot of fun today. This Monday show went by fast, Shasky.
It did.
I had no idea what we were going to talk about. But we got the Nuggets are going to win a championship. We'll talk some basketball tomorrow. We'll recap the Giants game. And there's going to be a lot more things that's happening. Jordan Poole, what's going to happen with him? Steiny's in the prep room right now as Guru has lost 10 pounds thanks to soda.
Nice.
The soda diet. Say it with me now. State of the art. SOTA. I'm going to be all over this Anthony Slater article. Steiny was driving this saying, yes.
Did he text Lacob directly?
Yeah. So you want to talk about flexors, guys who like to pat themselves?
Yeah.
Mr. Stein.
If he stretches that flexor out too much, it might hurt himself at that age.
It might.
Homie's
It just
gonna
might.
be fine, bro.
All that
just
golf
might.
he's doing.
All right, man. By the way, I'm getting fitted for some clubs tomorrow at the Contra Costa Golf Club. More details on that tomorrow.
What?
Shout out to Kristen in the golf spot. The golf spot out there in Pleasant Hill.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah, you should be. That was Fast High, brought to you by Xfinity. The next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
And now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Midsummer Days.
I mean, there's only one real piece of big news from the weekend.
Uh-oh. What happened?
You know what happened. It involves you. Come on. Buddy.
Come on. Steiny, I don't recognize this Steiny. You know what
I'm talking about?
The LeBron and Wade alley-oop. But yeah, I lost 10 pounds. Wow. Stop when I get there. Yeah, male modeling.
All right.
Yeah.
That's enough, right? Now it's over, huh? You're out with us at the old ship today, right?
I got to tell you, let me tell the people, I was late. Can I tell you why I'm late?
Sure.
Steiny, I'm a crackhead. I am looking for sugar and any reason to cheat. I got on the freeway 5 minutes from the house, didn't have the food nor the product. I turned around because I would have been done. So thank you for supporting me. 10 pounds, all you guys, Steiny. I'm going to keep going. Let's go.
So,
I know I said Steiny probably hates the
so
video.
you started driving, realized you forgot your food, went back.
You went back, Steiny. I had to. I said, Steiny will love me later.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm glad you did it. Great start for Goo. Of course, it leaves.
But this is the big week, right?
What do you mean? They're all big.
Okay.
They're all big.
All right, but follow it up, man.
You know what? You're not going to probably won't lose 10 this week, but if you lose 6 or 7,
okay,
that's how you start to build.
And we got breaking news. It's official. Not Team 957. The game will be in the tournament for the Warriors World Tournament. Warriors World Tournament this September 23rd. We got Dickinson. We got Board Op John. We got Evan, myself, and Alan Styles right now. And
a little piece of you die.
We have 2 roster spots we're trying to fill, Stoney. So if you know anybody, ringers.
That sounds like a first-round exit team to me.
Oh, hell no.
Please.
We got Dubs. And Bonte overlooking the team.
Yeah, I hate that.
He's doing a little Pat Riley.
Is Bonte the GM or the coach? Or both?
When you spend money, I guess you might be the owner. I don't know, yeah.
All right. Well, when's that thing?
September 23rd.
Oh, God.
All right.
Jeez. You even know if we'll be alive by then.
Here, right. Be a little stick. Yeah. Shout out, Sheed. Let's get it started. What's on your mind, man?
Oh, a lot. There's a lot of stuff going on as far as I'm concerned. You got Game 5 tonight.
I think it's the end.
Best team in basketball last decade, I would say. The Nuggets. I mean, this team. Well, wait a minute. That's not fair. The
Warriors.
That's right. The Warriors were in there the last 10 years.
Warriors
Never mind.
Best team. Yeah. Look at Steiny coming out early with material.
Good story in The Athletic today by Anthony Slater talking about what's going on with the Warriors. And you know what the answer is? Not that much. Not that busy, man.
It still would be chaos, though, right?
Huh?
It's still dubbed chaos.
What
no
is?
pun intended. What they're going through.
Is it?
I'm telling you this.
I'll tell you right now. Hold on.
Okay.
I'm going to say, right, I don't mean to stop you and cut you off.
No,
4 minutes into the show.
I did it a lot Friday. I went back and listened to the show on the way home. Good Lord.
But if you are saying 888-957-9570, the Warriors in chaos, I think 90% of the people say, no, they're not in chaos. The transition.
Well, that's
life.
Yeah, okay.
Life has transitions. Life has pivotal moments. Chaos. Whew.
Well, I'll tell you what. Half the fan base, to me, I told you and Evan this before the show, I feel like, and I know we've talked about this young man ad nauseum, I feel like they want Jordan Poole off the Warriors. If I can do anything to keep Jordan Poole as a Warrior, that's a big win for me. But Steiny, every day I wake up and read The Athletic or come in here and shoot the stuff with you guys that there is not a mandate that Jordan Poole says he wants out of town. I'm going Festus Ezeli. I'm starting to think maybe this can be fixed. Draymond, because I do think he's staying, Steiny. I think Draymond and Poole can coexist. You say what for that? Because we haven't heard Poole wants out of here. Too early?
That's one where I don't think anybody knows. Well, I'm not sure. No, I shouldn't say that. I don't think we know whether these two guys can play together or not. Couple things have shown itself, if you will, though. Mike Dunleavy right now and Kirk Lacob, they're running the show.
Okay.
According to Anthony Slater. So Dunleavy and Lacob, and according to Slater, both those guys were instrumental in the Jordan Poole extension. And in fact, they both go back to drafting Jordan Poole out of Michigan. So the assumption there would be Dunleavy and Kirk Lacob like Jordan Poole.
No doubt.
And they feel maybe a little bit even responsible for having him here. So then the question is, well, if they're leaning toward Poole, well, what does that mean for Draymond Green?
No doubt. And Steiny, I got to believe that carries a lot of weight. What you talked about, the Jordan Poole, the things that went into the two guys that went into giving him an extension with Dunleavy and Lacob. So to me, forget my corporate days, Steiny, that means something. Okay, and here we are. I keep going to Azili, Steiny. You think he knew something or he's hearing something to where those two guys can't coexist? But until we hear Jordan Poole wants up out of here, I'm doing everything under the sun to prevent that.
And how about this?
Give it to me.
Adrian Wojnarowski reporting 4 teams in the running for Chris Paul. The Clippers.
Give it to me.
The Lakers. The Knicks. And the Warriors.
Oh, boy.
I thought anybody wanted Chris Paul and the Warriors. I know basketball, huh? Somebody.
Nobody said that.
Somebody in the Warriors must be sniffing around Chris Paul.
Look at him.
And we're not going to do the same show again, but I'll just say what I said.
If he comes here, I'll leave.
That'll
be the ultimate that'll be the walk-off.
For who?
You. If
Why?
Chris Paul actually comes here.
I don't want him to come here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying, if you're going down a certain avenue, which I don't want the Warriors to go down, but if they go down that avenue that I don't prefer they go down, well then, go ahead and get him.
Yeah.
But I'm.
We need youth. We don't need age.
Well, and the other thing is, here's one thing I was thinking about Jordan Poole, and so much of this to me is not even about the punch. Steph's 35. Clay's what, 33? You're really going to trade your 23-year-old combo guard when those two guys are getting up there? Let me just throw this at you. Let's say Clay misses 10 games. It'd be pretty good. And Steph misses 20. Like, who's going to start the 30 games that neither one of those guys start?
Wow. I don't. Right now, the answer is Jordan Poole. And
exactly.
It's not even a second thought. It's just natural.
Exactly.
So I'm with you. That does mean something. Damn, Steiny, I didn't see that list. Warriors on the list, huh? I don't know why. I still think I feel he's going back to Phoenix.
Well, that's a possibility.
Because what are they going to do? And what would he want to do? Not pass the ball to Booker or Kevin Durant?
I don't know. Does Chris Paul think the Lakers are better than the Suns? I don't know. But there's a lot going on. The other thing is that here's the other another player that's surfacing. Any interest in Karl Anthony Towns? Tell
me when you're asking me.
You? No.
Hell yes! Uh-huh. He's been a dream and a target of mine since Chris Webber. The Warriors, this would be the best post player that the Warriors had that could go out and hit three. He's a hybrid. And I know sometimes he tries to be a guard too much, but every time I watch the Warriors play the T-Wolves, he causes havoc. Half of it is because they don't have anything to offset him just from a physical standpoint. So I will drive to Oakland Airport, SFO, to get Karl Anthony Towns. Steiny, he would be perfect, and he's got a little nasty in him. And I know a year ago we laughed and nobody wanted him, but he had a pretty good year, but last year wasn't his best. But, man, if somehow you could get Karl Anthony Towns in a Warrior uniform, watch out, Jack.
Watch out for what?
I love Poole, so I'm hoping Kuminga.
It would be Poole, Kuminga, and maybe Patrick Baldwin Jr. And the 19th
Is there any way I could substitute Wiggins for Poole? Because, Steiny, you got me thinking about Wiggins. I mean, Poole's age.
Do they want Wiggins back in Minnesota?
That would not happen, no.
I mean, I can't see.
Cat.
I mean, the funny thing is Karl Anthony Towns. Cat, hell no, he doesn't get with Wiggins.
Okay.
He would be coming to that combo. But this is different. You got the chef.
650 says Chris Paul's too old. Karl Anthony Towns is too soft. And you know what? Let me just throw this at you. All these things we're talking about. Chris Paul, trading Poole, not re-signing Draymond. What about Karl Anthony Towns? Is there a great decision among them? Is there a no-brainer among them? My answer is no. There's not.
LeBron James.
You want Karl Anthony Towns for Poole, Kuminga, Patrick Baldwin Jr. in the 19th? That's a lot for Karl Anthony Towns. Ooh. Now, he's in his prime, but you're getting rid of two guys. You're getting rid of three. Like, this is the catch-22 for the Warriors. We all hate how young they are, but you're really going to get rid of three players under 24 years old?
That are really playing no role right now and helping Steph Curry win a championship. So if it is about Steph Curry's, Donnie.
Well, Poole's helped him win a championship.
True. But other than that, this would be an immediate upgrade for Steph Curry and his chances or how close he could get back to winning another championship.
Would it?
I think Karl Anthony Towns is badass. And I think if you got him with Draymond, it makes Draymond's job easier. But some of that dog that Dre has and is the master of would rub off on Cat, who can at times, I know people going to laugh, get nasty, Steiny. Dude's a bucket. Look at his numbers, man.
He's got great numbers. He's got great numbers. Does he make the Warriors better?
Man, I got to believe. I'm Steiny, yes.
Good player. There's no doubt about it. He's a real good player. The funny thing about it, this is
27. That's a baby.
Yeah. The part that's interesting.
OGs.
The part that's interesting is so he's making $36 million next year.
Lay on what he's getting after that.
Then after that, he's making essentially 49,
56,
54, 57. Last year of his contract, he's got a player option for $60 million. So you might say, well, Joe Lacob can't take on all that money, which is about $250 million.
All right.
Okay, but you're going to get rid of Poole, so subtract $128 million from that because that's what he's going to be due. And then you have Kuminga. Well, you're going to have to pay Jonathan Kuminga at some point, right? You got to pay him. Now, I don't know how much he's worth.
If he's here.
Yes, if he's here. Okay. If he's here. Let's say he's a $50 million, 4 years, $50 million. That's $12 million.
Right.
So by obtaining Karl Anthony Towns, you obviously give up Kuminga, so you're going to save the money that you have to pay him or would have had to pay him for the extension.
All right.
Same for Patrick Baldwin Jr. 3 years from now. And you know what else? I'm looking at this 19th pick in the draft. This is like another issue with the Golden State Warriors. The rookie salary scale has the 19th pick making about $3 million his first year.
All right.
That means whoever that player is, if he's on the Golden State Warriors roster, the 19th pick in the draft is actually going to cost him about $12 million in real money because they're over the luxury tax.
But nothing you could do about that.
Well, you can trade it. You can trade the pick, and that saves you $12 million in real money. So again, when I come to the Golden State Warriors, I feel like there are a lot of choices out there, and I got no idea which way is the best way to run up the road and try to pursue your future.
Let me lay this on you. So you said last Friday that the Nuggets are here to stay.
Oh, yeah.
I believe you. I believe that. That is factual.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not telling the people Karl Anthony Towns is Jokic, but he gives you a big that can do just as much or if not more than Jokic.
Wait, just as much if not more.
Around
you're going to need to correct that.
Being around the Warrior system.
Okay, he's never going to be Jokic.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
but
don't then.
He would be he could give Jokic the business like I've seen when they play. Karl Anthony Towns is a special player. I'm just saying you put him in this Warrior system, Stoney, then it's not just Karl Anthony Towns in Minnesota. He's got to do everything. He would be a part, but he would also be bringing something to the table athletically. The dude's bad, and I watched him in the playoffs, Minnesota, Denver. Of course, Denver won. They were the better team, but Karl Anthony Towns had moments. And he had bad ones too, but he's a top 15 player in the league.
Top 15?
Yeah, I on my list. I'm just being real. Karl Anthony Towns is a top 15 player. Come on, Stoney. You gave me that look, but top 15. Let's keep it real now.
I'm about to try to keep it real.
Because we can go off Giannis, Steph.
Let's do it. Giannis.
Right. Okay, that's one. Curry.
How about let me do it my way because I got the whole teams here. 888-957-9570. I might be wrong here because I haven't really done this.
Right.
Giannis.
Gotcha.
How about Tatum?
Yeah. Barely. Okay. Yeah.
Embiid.
Yep.
Harden.
Nope.
Anybody on Cleveland?
No.
Julius Randle.
Oh, hell no.
I'll tell you who I'd rather have him ahead of him. Mikal Bridges, but nobody else will say that.
No.
Anybody on the Hawks?
Nope.
But Jimmy Butler?
I'll put Jimmy there.
How many we got now? Like 5 or 6? Siakam?
No. Thank you, Evan.
Anybody on the Bulls?
No.
Anybody on the Pacers?
No. Sorry, Alabama.
Bradley Beal?
No.
I
like this.
Orlando?
No.
Banchero's already better than him, but that's all right.
He's a baller, but go ahead.
Charlotte?
No.
Well, Detroit's got Wiseman.
They got LaMelo
So that's okay. So that's only like 5.
Yeah, I got it. 5 right now.
5?
Yep.
All right. Jokic.
6.
Murray.
7.
Ja.
8.
De'Aaron Fox.
I'll throw De'Aaron in there.
Booker. Durant.
That's 12.
Kawhi. Paul George.
Well, they're hurt all the time, so no plus there.
Steph.
13.
Clay.
No, come on.
Oh, LeBron. Anthony Davis.
I'll give you AD, but the Bron one because he's so fascinating.
Anthony Edwards.
I'll throw Edwards before
Zion.
Oh, please. That dude can't even play.
Here's one who's definitely better. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah. Dame Lillard. Put that.
Luka. Kyrie. Laurie Markkinen.
No, please. We're about 18.
Let me tell you, there's going to be a new guy on that list, ladies and gentlemen.
Who?
Victor Wembanyama.
Hey, Steiny.
Whatever. He's a good player.
No doubt.
I just was messing around.
And he's a unique player, man. The skill set.
A big man who can shoot? Yeah, that's unique today.
And he's got some post-up games, Steiny. Come on now. You just need somebody. Hey, Draymond to get his ass off that three. We need you in the paint a little more, baby.
Draymond got to drive him across the bridge, ladies and gentlemen.
Gary Payton, the senior. Damn, we got some good stars in the league.
You know what's funny is I was looking at that trade, believe it or not, Poole, Kuminga, Patrick Baldwin Jr. in the 19th
I just
pick.
hate them.
And I'm thinking, I might do that if I'm Minnesota.
Oh, I believe you.
I might do that if I'm Minnesota.
I mean, how close is his era being a failure there? Because I'm putting it all on him.
I mean, what if Minnesota knows right now, Gobert and Cat can't play together?
There's no doubt.
Well,
that would be a great return.
Exactly.
Who else can give you more than that if that were the package?
Well, try to go get LeBron, right? LeBron, Chris Paul, and Karl Anthony Towns.
Okay,
you have your choice.
Now I'm telling you, Stoney, Spadoni and Evan don't even know how much I'm trying to hold on to Poole. But you've been through this. As bad as I think it is, and I keep telling you, Willard and Dibbs, every turn, every changeover, hey, crossover, hey, one of them's gone. But the fact I just keep harping on that he has not publicly demanded to trade Jordan Poole, don't you think that would have already manifested? That we would already be hearing some whispers?
Not necessarily.
All right.
Not necessarily. Warriors are so great at keeping stuff in-house, right? Remember, they're a special organization. Their culture is one of a kind.
Yeah.
So
took a hit this year.
Here's the other thing I was thinking about as it related to Draymond Green. I'm going to take him at his word here.
Take him at his word.
If I didn't punch Jordan Poole, we'd still be playing. Okay. Well, then make it right. Then somehow make it right. Do whatever you have to do, Draymond Green, to make it right. Because if you're telling me what you did was the reason that the Warriors didn't advance further, and you're saying had you not done it, we would have advanced further, go make it right. Then, and I'm dead serious about this, then run it back.
Could you be Jordan Poole, though, Stoney?
I'm not Jordan Poole. I don't know what
the divorce
Draymond
rate
Green
is over 40% in this country.
I don't know what
Sometimes
kind of
things
effort
happen.
Draymond. Maybe.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
Has Draymond really reached out?
One wants. Oh, that,
I don't know.
I would be hurt if he said no.
I don't know.
Hell yeah, I would. Every day he probably tried to reach out. But Stoney, some things in relationships, they just sever them. There's no coming back, and one person will still try to want to try, the other no. So if Poole is there, there's nothing Dre can do. There's nothing Curry can do. Now, Dre can go talk to Bob. Hey, Bob, can you convey this to Jordan? I'm sorry, man, but I got to believe that's at least happened.
Okay, well, if it has and they know the answer, then
that's what I'm hoping is not the case.
Well, then Poole's got to go or Draymond's got to go.
Wow.
It's that simple. It's amazing the way two guys can, well, I'll say one guy. One guy messed up a season.
Man.
But we got to re-sign him for 3 years. Think about that for a minute. I mean, just no, like, you know.
Yeah, I am.
Hey, why? When? Just no details. Your aging power forward punched your rising young player in the face, and you're going to go trade the young player because
wow, when you put it,
I don't know why.
Yeah, it may not happen, Stoney. That is sour though for the young player.
I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't get it. I think the Warriors. Well, I do get it. The Warriors still think they have action with Draymond Green. That's really
but the ROI on it, return on investment. I would go Jordan Poole all day. Him playing here, not with Draymond, then Draymond, what he'll be in year 2 or 3 of this deal. But we'll see.
I don't know. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Few things. A, Adrian Wojnarowski, who's tapped into the NBA, says the Warriors are one of 4 teams that are in the running for Chris Paul, or at least sniffing around for Chris Paul.
Why?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you why. It's proof they're going to run it back. That's why. Like, that's what it does. If they go out and get Chris Paul, mark my words, Draymond will stay and Poole will leave.
Man,
because why would you get Chris Paul
L for me.
And then keep Jordan Poole around?
Yep.
888-957-9570. So we got Chris Paul in the mix. We've got Karl Anthony Towns being talked about in Minnesota. Damn good offensive player. And then we have Mike Dunleavy and Kirk Lacob, who right now, they're running the show for the Golden State Warriors, according to Anthony Slater. 888-957-9570. I've thrown out a lot of scenarios. Chris Paul, Karl Anthony Towns, sit tight, don't re-sign Draymond, get rid of Poole. What's the best option for the Golden State Warriors? Push coming to shove. 888-957-9570. Starting Wednesday, we're giving you and a guest a chance to go to Chase Center and attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with the player they draft. We're going to be showing you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch at certain points of the show, and you get to qualify by texting those words to our short code. It all starts Wednesday. So search 95.7 The Game on YouTube and Twitch so you're ready to go. Also, that segment sponsored by Cars.com. We'll be right back on the other side. I made up those sources.
I have no sources.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Man, Guru just blurted out, "Oh, I got a story for you guys."
I hate the word blurt.
When? How long do you think it'll take?
Boy, you putting the clock on my stories.
Well, I'm thinking, should we tease and bring it out at 11?
I went to school. The guy was Joe Pinorowski, and I didn't like Joe. He didn't like me. I'm playing, but listen.
Okay, you want to start the week that way? City Boy in San Francisco. What's going on, City?
Hey, what up, guys? What's going on?
Hey, man.
Oh, man.
Make us feel better, Jay.
For this off season.
Me too.
I will, because this is a star-driven league, and I'll tell you what. I mean, Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Patrick Baldwin, the first-round pick. You're betting on the come with these guys. I mean, one or two of them might pan out to be good players. You might get an all-star game or two out of one of those guys. I mean, if you can go get a big boy, Matt, like you always like to say, you go get a big boy. This is the NBA. And Karl Anthony Towns, what a perfect fit for him to come in here, because that guy can't be a leader, kind of like Kevin Durant. And he's not as good as Kevin, obviously, but you need a guy, for one thing, he has size, and the league is moving in a direction where size is becoming important again. So, honestly, getting a 7-footer who can shoot, space the floor, and if he can, he can be a first option scoring wise, and will be on many nights if the Warriors get a hold of him. But he doesn't have the pressure of leading the team,
right?
And he can just sit there and do his thing. So, what a great fit that would be, I think, for his personality, too. I don't really know him and Wiggins' dynamic, if they're friends, but if they are, that would help him acclimate. I would love to see Cat come here, because that sets the team up for the future.
Man.
Talk about moving into the future. Well, what better way than go get yourself a 7-foot, all-star?
27 years old,
yeah,
Julian.
man, I'm all for it.
Yeah, 27.
City Boy, you still there?
I'm here, yeah.
Because I have under your comments Zion.
Uh-oh.
Well, that was my alternative, because I do think, so there's one thing, right? We talk about the NBA being a league of stars. Well, stars have to be available, right?
Yep.
To get them. And usually teams aren't willing to let go of guys. So, yeah, I would love Zion. If we can't get Cat, give me Zion. I mean, we need a big boy, and Zion's a big boy. When that dude plays, what does he shoot? Like 70% or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Hey,
So,
Julian, how soon before the Pelicans get Pornhub, that's who they are on their jerseys, Pornhub.
Wow.
Yeah, I came up with that one.
I mean, it's
Guru original.
Yeah,
That's
it's funny.
Yeah.
But I'll take it.
Yeah. Pelican uniforms,
I want
probably.
to keep this PG.
Right. I'm just saying, Stoney, how soon before the Pelican logo's out on Pornhub? I hear you.
He said something that I always think's important too, is certain players are going to become available. Problem is they're all going to have a flaw. Nobody's going to be perfect. But I think Zion Williamson will be available at some point, if not now. Yes. You don't want to play in New Orleans. New Orleans is where you get drafted.
Well, Steiny,
so
what
you
about
use
him not being able to play?
Well, that's what I mean.
Okay.
Obviously, every star's flawed. Who becomes available? Why is Karl Anthony Towns possibly available? Well, because he's soft and he doesn't play defense, and he's mostly offensive minded.
Yeah.
Who else could come available? Trae Young. Trae Young's available. Okay, well,
OG
he doesn't
Anunoby.
play. I don't know that he's available.
But that's why you pick up the horn.
Right, but I'm talking. Yeah, I mean, maybe they're going to trade OG Anunoby. I don't know. I'm talking about the guys. Do you want Kyrie? I'm not saying the Warriors.
Yeah.
Do you want Kyrie Irving?
I would want him more than Chris Paul. Yes.
AJ Anunoby. The other thing is somebody was talking about Kyrie long. You know what? And I've had it with this guy. Long time since you made that big shot, Kyrie. When's the last time Kyrie went onto a team and helped them win? Go make a playoff run.
If I had the cricket button, I'd play it.
Exactly.
I'm not blaming him on what happened in Dallas, but man, they found out they gave away all their size.
945. We don't need drama, Steiny. We don't need more drama. The last thing we need is Zion.
Yeah.
See, that's where I disagree.
Well, how scary is this to some GMs, Steiny? Who wants to? The Zion's situation is body. This ain't, I tore my Achilles, I'll be back, or my ACL. This is, I like gumbo. I like neck bones. I want some hog mouth.
Well, what about Rick Celebrini?
Well, okay.
I thought he's the greatest trainer in the NBA. And so,
how hard is it to keep somebody from eating, though, Steiny?
Well, I don't know. I'm asking.
Well,
somebody could just ask you that.
Weightloss.com.
I mean, you've done
one weekend.
Maybe you should train Zion.
I'm cranky as hell.
No, you're not.
I got it all out last. When did you get in the fight? Wednesday.
You've actually been you've been doing great, Goo. You've been doing great. Yeah, I don't think Zion. Believe it or not, I don't consider what players do off the court with their girlfriends and women drama.
But on a 1 through a 10, a Matt Steinmetz scale, I'm at a 13 because I'm borrowing your scale. That's my answer before I pose it to you. How worried are you about Zion not coming back this year, his career? I'm at a 12.
Yeah, I'm not.
Because
he's 20, how old?
But what if he gets bigger, Steiny? Or what if his body just can't hold up with the, like...
Well, then you traded him for Jordan Poole. Big deal.
He's 22.
22?
Dude, this serious. It's like obesity.
I don't even think Kevon Looney could get on the court at 22, though, Goo. Remember him?
Well, Kevon Looney wasn't in the refrigerator, man. Did you see Barkley, the video?
Kevon's got bad hips.
When they showed... And your boy's got a big butt to where Barkley said Zion looked like him and Shaq had a baby.
Line, though, we all know we all know he's a risk. Are you taking the risk?
No.
With Zion?
No, I'm scared. I love the kid.
I would.
You shock me.
He's 22.
And that's why I'm more concerned. His body is not, his metabolism is in traffic.
Well, now I know.
I thought we believed in our culture. See, this is like, seriously, this is like kind of funny, but it's kind of true. You don't want Zion, but you believe that the Warriors have the best culture in the NBA. Well, then they
never
look
had
what happened to Andrew Wiggins.
Well,
he coasted for 6 years. He got to the Warriors, and he had a career year. Jordan Poole got to the Warriors, couldn't play, worked hard. Now he's a good player.
Anthony, oh my gosh, Steiny. And the space that the chef would create for Anthony Towns, he'd probably be like, oh my God, this is heaven. Hey, Steiny, I get what you're saying. I really think Zion is we're just a couple more years of reports away from his body he was gifted when he was out there, but he couldn't stay out there. And 22 is more of an indictment.
I'd rather take a shot at Zion than Karl Anthony Towns.
Wow.
That's me. That's just me.
I'm rooting for the kid, man. It's just a big tease. That's what he's going to be, Steiny.
Yeah, but he's shown that when he can play.
Oh my goodness,
he's
a problem.
He's pretty good. So when we talk about the Golden State Warriors, like there are no perfect stars who become available. Jaylen Brown. I want to pay Jaylen Brown too.
Give it to me, man. I'm with
that. I'm not paying a guy like Karl Anthony Towns 200. After this upcoming year, Karl Anthony Towns is going to make 50, 53, 56, and 60, essentially. No, sorry, I'm out. You know why? You're not worth that. There's only about 5 players in the league that are worth that.
I guess the question's why is he not? Because skill set wise, to me, is. You would just have to reprogram Karl Anthony Towns.
Well, he's 27, so how much can you reprogram him? Like reprogram him how?
If you think he's soft, you can't
reprogram.
There's times he's soft.
We go over this all the time.
Well, you can't. Anthony Wiggins is case in point. He's a third or fourth option, sometimes second. I mean, he's playing his best basketball. What would that do for Cat? And the spacing, though, with Steph Curry. And what defenses, the sleep they lose trying to stop him. Karl Anthony Towns. And about the Warriors culture, I was just going to ask you this. I almost forgot. How many problem childs have they fixed in regard to a guy's career was going the other way, the Warriors? I can think of one. And my point is, they don't take on many knuckleheads like a Rodman. They had JaVale McGee. That was the one.
Back the way. Spates a little bit. He wasn't a bad guy, but he was a little mercurial.
What about someone like Andrew Wiggins? Like, he wasn't a problem child, but his career wasn't exactly headed in the best of directions.
And this is a perfect, Evan. This is a perfect comp for Wiggins. They're kind of their mindset's the same. Their mentality, and he's the number 1, 2, and 3 in Minnesota right now. He comes here with the Warriors.
Here's another reason I don't want Karl Anthony Towns, because him and Wiggins played together, and that team stunk.
But that team did have Steph Curry. You're right.
Yeah,
and it made one playoff appearance against Houston.
Oh yeah, how'd the Warriors turn around Nick Young? How about Nick Young?
He was already headed the wrong direction, so you couldn't turn him.
So Zion. What's that?
NBA champion.
No, he's not.
What do you mean? No, he's not.
He's not.
He has a ring.
I don't care. He's not an NBA champion in my book. You know how you can just say, "Oh, the Warriors never lost that one title." I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think he's a champion.
But your book is invalid if you deny facts. You always got to take into account.
Yeah,
you have to say,
ask me again.
Steiny, Nick Young is an NBA champ who has a ring.
Not. No, he's not. First of all, I guarantee he pawned the ring already.
See, now
I guarantee he doesn't have a ring.
You're on your own.
Well, but it's okay when you say, Steiny, the Warriors won 3 straight titles because the injuries against the Toronto Raptors don't count.
Yeah, that's not assassinating somebody's character.
No, I am.
Why did he pawn it then?
I don't know that he pawned it. I made that up.
But it sounded horrible.
Just saying. Yeah. And I do you can't trade for a guy and then think you're going to change him. I don't know. You're not going to make Karl Anthony Towns tough. How many guys? Let me ask you this: How many teammates of Draymond Green's did he make tough? Or does
Draymond for one?
Or does
Wiggins for one. I think he had a part in that. Looney to a degree too.
No,
I don't say Jordan Poole, but I can't say it now because they don't like each other.
See, I don't think Draymond's capable of that. I think he works the other way. I think Karl Anthony Towns next to Draymond Green's more likely to say, "Oh, now I see why everybody thinks this guy's the worst."
Well, again, I mean, you wouldn't say, "Hey, we need you to be Moses Malone." You're about to embark on the easiest basketball you've ever played because of who's here. You saw Durant come in here and just make a seamless it was just easy. So, again, Sonny, I don't need you to be something you're not, but just be a little more detailed. That comes from the coaching staff. That just comes from being around this Warrior culture. But that is the name that if you told me Denver's playing the Warriors and next year, and I'm assuming they're in the All-Steiny, running it back, oh my God, like they got action. We got something different than the last time you seen us, and the league would be on notice.
Let me throw something out there to the
I can't think about nothing else.
Then what?
Cat coming to the Warriors.
Here's Con. I'm just going to run it through a couple on the YouTube chat. UC Steve, does Guru think Karl Anthony Towns will play in the box/key? He just stays outside the key. Steiny denying facts on Nick Young. Yes. Here's the okay. Everybody's saying that my ideas stink or I'm being a hater. Why don't you guys on the YouTube chat tell me what you guys are going to do? Unless you're just bringing back the same team, which you could, and you'll be 500. There'll be a 7 seed again next year if you bring things back, right? At best.
But you still will not. Let's put the right on the table.
All right.
Sponsored by ATCOPestControl.com. Go to ATCOPestControl.com, Steiny, for all your pest control needs. Joe Lacob is not going to like Draymond's green contract, whatever it is, in year 3. That's just where I'm at. So I understand bringing Dre back and what he represents and Curry wanting him. There was a report over the weekend or on Friday about Curry saying that to the powers to be with the Warriors that he wanted.
That's untrue. That's not how it happened.
What happened?
There's no.
And you made the San Jose Mercury. We did.
About what?
You're talking to Lacob. Yeah. About you don't think people gave you love. It says Steiny and Guru did it too. Then it says Steinman said he had talked to Lacob.
There's no
I don't see it,
report out there that has Steph Curry going to Joe Lacob saying keep the big three together. There's a suggestion
I
that
appreciate that,
if
'cause I
Steph
was
Curry
wrong on
were talking to Joe Lacob, he'd probably want the big three. But nobody knows what Curry wants.
A ring, that fifth.
Well,
yeah.
Then you're going to have to make some tough decisions, maybe, Steph, involving some of your friends.
Wow.
Your teammates of 10, 12 years. I mean.
And this would be, Carl would be the best big he'd ever played with. Yeah, Steiny, it ain't even
disagree.
close. If Evan, I don't need this in my life on a Monday. You going to land down under?
Yes, I would take Andrew
I watched
Bogut's
him last
best
night.
season with the Warriors over Karl Anthony Towns.
What if you're getting Karl Anthony Towns' best season next season?
Well,
Steiny, offensively, Bogut couldn't hold it. Before
exactly.
Well,
because
before.
we don't need offense on this team.
You need a big.
Yeah, right. You need a big who does the dirty work. You need a big who rebounds, blocks shots, and defends.
They did sign Boogie. Was that a failure?
Yes. Sure.
You already got one of those bigs, though, Steiny.
Who?
Kevon Looney.
I'm not the guy. Listen, I think the Warriors need a bigger player, but I'm not the guy who we got to get bigger. We got to get bigger. We need a big man.
Check this out, Looney. You just bored.
We need a big man.
I'm gonna get the buckets.
We need a big
Let's
man.
go.
We need a big man.
We do.
Yeah. You know what? There's about 6 big men on planet Earth who could play for the Warriors. I don't even know if Towns is one of them.
No, I think I just thought
We know Wiseman's not one.
A little unfair.
I know.
Let the body cool.
Hey, Dublin Marge, let me tell you something. I guess I'm going to have to go watch some tape on Derek Lively. Of all the names that have come up on the Comcast Business text line, Derek Lively comes up more than anybody else.
Bring him in.
Derek Lively, 7'1", shot blocker.
What if it's him? What if it end up being him?
I don't know. Here's the other thing. I was wondering, we're talking about Bob Myers. Do you think when we look back at the last, 5 years from now, you think we're going to be able to say, oh, that's when Myers left? That's when Myers left.
What do you give me for this, for the answer? Steiny, I don't know what the future holds, but right now it looks like it's headed that way. And I don't know what's in Bob's heart, but all I can go on is what he shared with us. And I love him being a girl's dad for his daughters. But a part of me is he probably was looking at the landscape of this thing too, Steiny. And just like Bart, when I get off the Union City station, that's the end of my ride. I think that's a little of that went into his about what we've done and where we're going and just how hard I got to work for a man that I may not have the cards to get the results that he wants because the players are aging. And right now there's some, if you want to call it dissension or guys not on the same page, it's all that. So I think the Warriors and Joe Lacob are staring that in the face.
510. Okay, Steiny, who do the Warriors need? Well, I've been clear. I would not bring Draymond Green back. Unless he would come back for the 1 year that he's
that's not
owed.
That clutch ain't going to allow him.
Okay, well then Draymond, good luck
Yeah.
to you.
What if he got hurt?
It's been a great run.
Wow, Steiny.
You're a smart guy. You know it's a business. You see our payroll structure. As much as it's going to hurt us, Dre, we think it's going to hurt us less if you don't come back this year and we save that money as opposed to extending you for 3 years.
And you know what?
That's the first thing I would do.
That's
okay,
real.
now what's second? Well, if then I wouldn't go get Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Quite frankly.
You wouldn't have to.
But if Draymond Green, run it back, we're going to give Draymond 3, then I'll take any veteran in the book who knows how to win.
Wow.
If you're going to go run it back for a year. Now, as for a big name, Karl Anthony Towns, nah.
He's better than what you got currently, though, Steiny.
All I said was, if I'm going to take a chance on a guy, I'd much rather take a chance on Zion than Karl Anthony Towns. That's just me. So To me, Karl Anthony Towns is.
Has he worn out his welcome in Minnesota? You think they're ready to move on?
It's just something I'm not crazy about. I don't think he's tough enough. I think he's a touch too robotic, too. But Walsh is in South San Francisco. Hey, Walsh, how you doing?
Doing good, man. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, I agree. Hey, I agree with you, Steiny, on that Karl Anthony Towns situation. Do not get that guy. He plays no defense. He's due over $50 million these next coming years. The guy just wants to be known as the best three-point big man of all time. I think it's a very bad move, man.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know if it'd be a bad move.
As opposed to what? Just running it back, guys? And wasting Steph? And Karl knows the moment he gets off the airplane, not demanding, but he's going to have to be somewhat of a different version of himself. He knows what time it is, man.
You know what? Why can't somebody, this whole wasting stuff. Washington did to Bradley Beal. Washington wasted Bradley Beal.
But I'm mad at Beal because he ain't used his pie hole to say, get me up out this thing. It's almost like he's happy.
Well, you don't know that.
Or content.
Or he's loyal and wants to follow through with the...
Like Dame?
Kobe. Maybe he wants to stay in the same organization for his whole career. But as for Steph, Steph's a smart guy.
Yeah.
What do you think if somebody went up to Steph and told him, hey, man, we might have to take a step back this year to take 2 steps forward the year after? You in? What? I'm sorry, Steph. We might have to take a little step back.
That's too far for me. And the reason
you're under contract for 3 years.
Yeah, but we're not.
So we thought about you till you were 38. You can't think about us till you're 38?
No, I'm not doing that. I'm telling you, you don't know if anybody else is going to get hurt the year that you think we're on the come. So tomorrow is not promised. We got to move and fire and react now.
There's nothing we can do.
We don't got a year to just.
Well, what can we do? We don't have anything. We already signed and traded the last 5 years to appease you, essentially. So we're running out of time here.
We'll start making some better decisions.
Okay.
First one we're going to do?
Yeah, we're going to let go of Draymond. That's the first decision we're going to do.
Oh, you're going to do that, huh?
Yeah.
And Kuminga's ready?
We think Jonathan's ready to take the next step. Absolutely. Like, here's the other thing, and I don't want to get.
I got a tea time, Joe.
I don't want to get into how much, but the boys in the morning played it again this morning.
Oh, I missed it.
Just where Joe Lacob was saying, "Ain't no players run my team." Ain't no players run my team. I'm Joe Lacob.
But right. Is there any owner that says players? Could we get any soundbite from any owner where he would say, even if he was playing or didn't mean it, players run my team? Like, is that a bad thing?
Yes, I think. Don't you?
No, I think we're going to find out. Because remember, I was telling you, Curry has some.
We can play that on the other side.
He has some gravitas, Donnie. Well, when he uses it, I don't know. It didn't stop Wiseman from getting drafted. But if you think about it, maybe Steiny.
Let me ask you this question.
The guys were excited about Wiseman.
Philosophically, would you appease Steph right now, knowing in 5 years you're going to have 2 years of 25 wins just because of the move you made?
No, Steiny, I would.
See, that to me is criminal.
I would do that.
That to me is criminal.
I owe it to that man. And I owe it to the organization not to get there, though, Steiny. So when it is over, we're not at the 25 number twice. But, man, I don't think that's a big ask.
I do.
The way you talk, Steiny, you're so cold. It's almost like there's a scenario in a couple years to where, Steph, this might not be the best place.
Maybe not.
I'm in dream world. I always like you're not gonna put on another uniform, young man. I owe that to you.
Yeah, like, how old are you, Steph? How old is Steph Curry?
Almost 40, Bob. Joe?
He's still got, like, this. I'm sorry, you cannot hold my, or I don't care who you are, you're not holding my organization hostage at 36 years old and telling me what we need to do now, because I don't care about 5 years from now, even though you're the owner who might. But I'm not painting Steph Curry as some guy who's going to be like, oh, he's not going to be okay with that.
Right.
Like, I think he's smarter than that. Like, if we're sitting here as media people and we see the writing on the wall with the Warriors, Steph Curry sees the writing on the wall with the Warriors too. He knows damn well the next 2 years could be very, very, very tricky. So is he open to thinking outside the box to try to keep this thing going? I would think so. I think all things are on the table. Even maybe taking a step back for a year if you think that's what's going to happen. 888-957-9570 is the number on the other side. I'm going to play that sound where Joe Lacob basically informs the Bay Area that Steph Curry has no clout. I'm kidding. Of course he does. The question is how much. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Money time!
We got to put him out of his misery.
The ball.
There it is. I said it.
Steiny,
he's going to hurt somebody or he's going to hurt himself. You know what?
How did you not know?
I thought we protect. You know what? In a lot of cultures, we respect our elders.
Sterling is
We would
the
never
best.
put him in a position to look that foolish.
Oh, my goodness.
Surprised he didn't call it a home run.
Hey, dude, you're watching the game at the game. Follow the ball.
Done. Look, my Nana lived till she was 96.
Yeah.
And yeah, she was cooking. She was cooking at 95. She had that spaghetti, Spadone, hanging over the clothesline in the kitchen.
Those Italian grandmas
That's right.
live forever. My
That's
nanny
right.
was like 94.
And she was productive at the end,
dope.
and that's all we asked of her.
Boy.
Said, Naughty, you want to stick around? You got to be productive.
Oh, my goodness.
She said, Maddie, I'll cook you pasta anytime you want. I said, well, then you're free to live here. With my family.
Hey, ask me what I did Saturday.
Is this the story?
Yeah. Dude,
all right.
I don't like that you've been like, when's he going to bring it up? Was in Dub C, Walnut Creek.
Okay.
You know I'm on my little thing. I wanted some seafood, which you can have. Ended up at our guy Zach's spot, Havana, who gave us all the hosts. Havana, help me out.
That's Havana.
Yeah.
Havana Trump has a place.
It does.
It's called Havana's. This one's Havana.
Stoney, the food was excellent.
Yeah.
All I had was in the parties I was with, they enjoyed themselves. No chicken, shrimps. You
Okay.
can have it, yeah. Oh, just sauteed, Stoney. They had crab, which I didn't touch, but it was popping.
I think seafood's okay for your diet.
No, it is.
Seriously.
That's why I had the shrimp.
All right.
But I don't want to do too much. But the ambiance.
Oh.
A lot of action in Walnut Creek, Stoney.
What time?
I was going to call you about 7:30.
7:30 on
and they
Saturday.
got Dan's out there in Walnut Creek, all these little spots where we were at, where I did the Irish goodbye and left y'all, that whole area. I said, I might Walnut Creek.
Saturday at 7:30.
It was popping, as they
doing?
say. They got the little, I needed my
I wasn't
iPhone
doing
light
anything.
to see the menu, though.
You know what? I had curfew on Saturday night because
you've been responsible.
I played golf early yesterday.
Stein, the only thing is, I'm getting some readers, but they're going to have the fancy frames because I had to break out the iPhone light to see the menu.
All right.
It's better than having them on, though.
And that's the story?
That was it.
Okay.
In and out.
Anybody recognize you?
Couple people. And shout out Devin. Devin says he's a P1. He listens to us all the time.
Was he a patron or was he working there?
He worked there.
Okay.
He goes,
and Zach is the owner?
Yeah, Zach.
Okay.
Zach was at our function, too. You'll probably remember Zach. Good-looking dude. Now, why would I say that? Because if he was ugly, would I say, the ugly dude with the big nose? No, he's a good dude.
Right.
Came to check on me, make sure we were good.
Who?
Yeah. Zach double back. He didn't just say, what up, Guru, and leave. You know, they double back to see if everything was okay.
Okay. Good stuff. Good stuff. 408 says, Steiny, we went to Sailor Jack's and ate with a nice sunset on the water in Benicia. Sounds
Sailor,
nice.
That sounds dope as hell.
It does sound nice.
Sailor Jack's.
Back to Wiggins.
Hey.
Okay.
That Sterling sound, oh my God.
Okay.
What happened to us? The ball was like eating them up. Like it was a rattlesnake. And how did you not see it coming? You're going to tell us where it's at, but you didn't see it. Oh, my goodness. That's going to be just on loop in the car on the way home. We love you, John.
All right. This is how we're starting the segment because it's a totally fair text from the 408. Steiny, you have to remember what the term generational talent means. We've got to squeeze every bit of juice out of the curry lemon. You can't think too far out of the box. You know what I'm starting to hear? And let's go ahead. Put the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Go to Atco Pest Control for all your pest control needs.
And maybe this is going to strike a chord with some Warrior fans. But you know what I hear when I hear this excessive talk about anything and everything for Steph? Or when I hear whatever Steph wants, we should do. Or when I hear go all in now for Steph, the hell with the future. I'm going to tell you exactly what I hear. I hear people who like Steph Curry more than the Golden State Warriors. That's what I'm starting to hear.
Well,
I'm starting to hear it.
Okay, well.
Because you're assuming that whatever he wants or whatever you supposedly do just for him will work.
Well, you almost hope it's
Are we Curry fans or are we Warrior fans? Because to me, you can't be a Warrior fan and say, I don't care what we look like in 4 years. I just don't think you can.
Well,
You've got to balance everything. And you don't just go all in one way, leave yourself vulnerable 3 years from now and say, hope it works. No, every move you make has to be kind of both for now and for the future.
And that's why the Wiseman debacle is what it was. It's still a debacle. That didn't even start to hurt. That's a bruise that hasn't even started to pain you yet. Steiny, I'm trying to defend this Curry stands, if you want to call them that, because it's been so great. But I feel like you're ignoring the fact that Joe Lacob paid Steph for years down the road for this contract.
That's right.
So they wrapped him up. Right. So the one constant that you have is Steph Curry being himself, which is greater than 95% of the guys in the league. So I don't think it's too far-fetched for Warrior fans now to say, hey, and Joe not think like this, hey, you need to move with some urgency. What's the urgency? Steph's not going to be around forever. Let's get something around him because we know he's going to still stay great or as close to great as possible. Let's cash in now. That's all. Let's eat while the food is hot. That's not. Oh, and I hear what you're saying. Curry saying, though. I don't give a damn what you look like, Joe, in 6 years, but this is the cost of doing business. This won't be the first owner that had to have these thoughts. I mean, and that's why when you strike out with bases loaded with Wiseman, I don't know what's going on with Kuminga, but I don't know what's going on with Poole. All that stuff was supposed to be a cushion for the years that we talk about down the road when there would be no Curry. But you kind of messed that up thus far. But, man, we can't get mad at Steph for the contract they've given him and how great he's been.
See, here's where I think you completely missed the boat on Joe Lacob. You look at Steph Curry, who's making, what, $150 million over the next 3 years?
Oh, my gosh.
Like, if I'm Joe Lacob, this is when I say to Steph, we're paying you $150 over the next 3 years. You better bear with us. This is the time when you need to give us the benefit of the doubt, because from what we've done the last 5, 6, 8 years, it was all for you, and we were rewarded. We all were. Yeah. You did the heavy lifting. We won 4 titles. We're not there right now, Steph. But you know what? We got you for 3 years at $150. We're going to need a little something from you called patience.
Wow, Steiny.
I'm not, and here's what I go to. Take a listen.
Dude, man.
The politically appropriate thing to say probably would be, I let people do their job, and I do. But I am pretty involved in everything. I mean, I'm going to have to be honest about that, whether it's a business decision or a basketball roster decision. Even the 15th spot, you would think, why do I have to be involved in that? But the truth is I am, because I'm really probably the person that's all over this, maybe more than everybody, because it's what I love and what we're doing. And I'm involved. I know what's going on. I don't overrule people very often. If they've come to a firm decision, they've got their analysis, that's it. We go with it.
Including the draft?
Yeah, including the draft. I will tell you the draft, that's very true. We can sit here and say who liked Wiseman, who liked this guy. We could do that all day long. There's all kinds of views on that. But at the end of the day, it's a group thing. We come to a group decision for a lot of different reasons, and we pick who we're going to pick. And hopefully we're right, more often than not. But, we've been wrong, too.
And then this is
he said everything.
This is the one from 2021 that to me lives on.
You have to talk to your stars, for sure, before a big decision. But the truth is, they are players. That's not what they get paid for. They get paid to play, right? That's what they are great at. We pay Bob Myers a lot of money and Steve Kerr a lot of money to coach and to make the kind of roster decisions. And so I have to rely on them primarily. when it comes down to situations like that. That isn't to say that Steph or Clay or Draymond, particularly Draymond, he definitely speaks up. But the truth is, they have to have input, but I think they would understand by me saying this here today that they can't be the primary decision makers, and that's not their job. Maybe they'll be good at it someday. Steve and Bob have had a lot more experience doing that. And so that's what they're here to do. So again, we take input from everybody and we put it all together in a pot, swish it all together, and then we come up with the answer.
And then we ignore it.
Wow.
If there's one thing that I could stress, it's that it's Joe Lacob's team.
That's not a hard sell, Donnie.
He is, whether we like it or not, he has to think about 2026. He does. And that's the reason this is such a hard offseason for the Warriors. We'll see what happens. I don't know what direction they're going down. We've got some ideas. If they go down an avenue that I don't want them to go down, does not mean it's the wrong avenue. It just means then there's a whole set of issues they're going to have to deal. They're going to have to deal with a whole set of issues no matter what avenue they go down.
And the reality is, Steiny, if you want to go that far down the road, I don't care. There is no antidote or med to soften the blow of when Steph Curry leaves this Warrior team. Now, had Wiseman looked promising, then you'd be like, okay, we got something, but you don't. Austin from San Jose sent this to you. Steiny, Steph sells tickets. You're worried about 4 years. There will be empty seats then to some degree.
Well, yeah, if you stink, there surely will be empty seats. I'm not sure there'll be empty seats if you're still pretty good.
But that's why Jordan Poole is very important. And I know I'm like, they can't coexist, but damn, there's just no scenario where I'm picking Draymond Green, if it came to that, over Jordan Poole and his future. But if Azili is right, because I keep going to that, he was the one that said he thinks they can coexist. More power to the Warriors. But you asked me, Steiny, how can I fix this, Jordan and Dre? That's number one priority for me.
Let's go to Mike in San Jose. Disagrees with me. What part, Mike?
Good morning, man.
Hey,
I got to say, Guru, your body looking good on Twitter, brother. Keep up the good work.
I appreciate it. Right on, Mike.
So what I disagree with, as you know, I always call in and try to give a perspective as a guy who spends money on tickets.
Yep.
So I completely disagree that any move now, you have to think of 2026. But my premise is a little different. I don't think there's two players on that team that will be any good in 2026. That's why. I have the utmost faith in Joe Lacob to make another run back at it. And then if there's anything I believe in from him, if let's say it's 2 years from now and it's not going, he'll blow it up and find a trade for a superstar somewhere to keep that building filled. My complete faith is in Lacob because he's an assassin. I also believe him and Steph get along great, but what's there not been to agree upon? There's been nothing wrong in 12 years. So now you'll find out about their relationship.
Mike,
I believe you go back. And one last thing I want to say about the Draymond argument. I'm a staunch Draymond supporter because of the effort he gives for the fans, and Poole does not. But it's just crazy next year that Draymond will make less than Poole.
That's a good point.
And it's not going to happen, though.
Why not?
They know that too. I don't think they like that. That would be a problem. Mike, can I interest you in Karl Anthony Towns?
You might be able to, but he hung up.
Oh, okay.
Sounds like he'd be open to that.
Nope.
That wasn't Mike.
It was.
We need to start getting back to being Warrior fans, not Steph Curry fans. There's no I in team.
But why are you checking ID? It's all Warrior love. Who cares?
No, it's not.
Why are you? You checking ID?
The minute the priority becomes a player and not the team, you're misguided.
No, but this is Snotty. This is a generational player that's still showing us he's got to get at least 2 to 3 years left.
Oh, so then why is it all next year or bust when you think he's got 3 years left? It might take 2.
Yeah, but you can't say that out loud. I don't think. Yeah, you can't say that out loud.
Guess what? They ain't contending next year.
You don't know that because you don't know. Nobody knew they were winning it 2 years ago.
No, that's now history.
But it's a part of
and
history.
Now they're older.
They earned
They're
it.
30. He's going to be
right,
36.
But the bottom, all I'm trying to tell you is it can be done, Steiny.
No, not next year.
You can't.
You can't.
You feel that
if you
way.
go into next year thinking you're a championship contender, I think
as
you know.
What?
I think you know
as opposed
that
to
you're
what?
trying to fool people.
Well, you got 100 things on the to-do list before thinking like that.
Apparently, you don't. You just have to re-sign Draymond and run it back.
No, you got to see if he could play with the guy that you just paid last year, Jordan Poole, who's supposed to be a big part of your future.
Then
you got to get a GM.
Hey, but you got Steph. So you have a GM, apparently. You have the guy who makes all the decisions. Everything for Steph. I don't know. I think people know what I'm getting at here. And I'll tell you who understands where I'm coming from. The people who were fans in 1997. All right? They know what it's like to have 4 straight years of 21 or fewer wins. So, yes, I'm for trying to avoid that. Let's go to Vince, San Jose. What's up, Vince?
Hey, Steiny and Guru, how you guys doing? You hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Awesome. So I just had a quick question about some comments that Steve Kerr made. You know, towards the run when they were kind of falling out and they got eliminated, Steve Kerr made some comments. He was saying basically like, you know, the team maxed out. And I kind of staunchly disagreed with those comments. I'm a big Steve Kerr guy. I respect what he does for the team, and I super respect what he does for the community, above basketball. But I really 100% disagreed with those comments. And again, I don't want to rip on Clay. He's earned a lot. But you look at some of those shooting numbers with that series in L.A., and I tell you, those are Campbell Park shooting numbers. That's like... You know, you go to Waukee, pick up a couple swirls, take your stroll down Campbell Avenue, and then you're at the park and you see some guy jacking up jumpers. That's like what we saw for Clay for the most part. And, you know, I super hope the team can mesh together next year. Poole and Draymond, that's going to be a big factor if they're going to be successful. It's just going to come down to ball movement and eliminating turnovers. And again, I was saying this last year, but they're going to have to find a backup center, guys. We can't, in 2023, going on 2024, we can't continue to rely on the small ball. We're going to have to, you know, if it's some guy out of college, some guy who's going to play 15 minutes a game, something, so Festus can rest his legs and continue to dominate. And again, I'm not going to bring up Wiseman. I know it's something in the past, but my whole vision for Wiseman was, you know, Wiseman was going to be that guy, but he didn't play in the system. Anyways, I hope you guys have a phenomenal day. Thank you.
I think he meant Wiseman, not Festus.
Well, he did say Wiseman, but then he said Festus, too.
Yeah. I'm just out on any so-called short-term fix that's going to have consequences down the line. Because I don't think they're as close as people think. I just don't. I don't think they're one move away from being a champion again. And I certainly don't think I don't think they can win it running it back. And I got to, you know, that's what can I ask that question? Can I get a feel for that right there? 888-957-9570. Because I want to see if I'm in the minority or I'm in the majority.
Yeah.
The way I feel, okay, if you're going to quote unquote run it back, bring Draymond back. Keep Poole here. Keep those 6 guys together and pick up a vet minimum guy, maybe. But that's basically it because you don't have a lot.
Okay.
I'm not going to go into next season thinking we have a realistic chance to win an NBA title. I'm not. Like, this is where people say, Steiny, you got to do everything for Steph. Well, to me, if I'm Steph Curry and we come back with the same team, that would piss me off.
Well,
like that would be like, what are we talking about? We just won 44 games, almost lost in the first round, but we're bringing the same team back.
What?
Why might that not get Curry upset?
I got a reason. And I'm telling you, Steiny, to answer your question that you threw out, I don't like it, but I'm being as real as I possibly can to you. I do believe they would have a chance to win it. Good chance, slim chance. I wouldn't rule it out if they brought the team back. Let me tell you why. Because if they do bring it back, you're telling me you fixed the relationship between they buried the hatchet, and Jordan Poole's going to look like he did 2 years ago, and Andrew Wiggins is not going to be gone for 2 months to where he'll be somewhat compromised and mess up the rotation to the degree that I believe he did without even knowing it coming back. So we're going to have a better Wiggins. You're going to have a better Jordan Poole and his psyche. So from that point on, I put that with the words that Draymond said, had I not even swung on my guy, we might still be playing. I tend to think that's how you get better, by staying status quo upstairs mentally, because of Wiggins and Poole, is somehow they can hash it out. It's all you got.
Well, see, that's where I disagree.
Oh, well,
why is it all you got? What if I think that stinks? What if I'm a Warrior fan that says, you know what, we were pretty lucky to win it 2 years ago. We got a lot of breaks and whatever. Yeah. That's the way that went. But it was a great thing, great. But winning it last year did impact the field. Okay, now what happened this year? We're a 44-win team.
Small.
And we lose in the second round. Like, Steph's going to be 36. Dre's getting older.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm being a jerk. Maybe I'm being too harsh. I don't see how they can be better next year when they're essentially their three best players we know are not going to be better than they were this past year just because, I don't know, it's that thing called age that we've all seen take a toll on players.
Now, I don't want to rob Clay, but we had a caller last caller talked about why aren't we talking about Clay and whatnot, but I haven't been proactive with him. We can't rob him of having a great offseason and coming back and being a better version of himself. I wouldn't bet on it, but that's a possibility. But to what you just said, we play Joe Lacob sound. If he is the killer that he is, Steiny, there's nobody walking this earth that says giving Draymond Green a new deal is the way to go. This would be the first example to say we got to think about the future, right?
Well, see, that's where I disagree. And you're going to be like, how can you disagree? You just said don't re-sign Draymond. Yeah. Because I'm acknowledging that no matter what you do with Draymond, there is no guarantee it will be the better move. Like, if they re-sign Draymond for 3 years, there's a chance that will be better than letting him walk for nothing. How it ends up playing out, how's it going to play out, I don't know. But it could be better. I acknowledge that. I don't see it, but it's possible.
Could Dre be better?
No.
See, and that's why I would hold off if it's got to be what you're talking about. And Joe Lacob is like, I ain't giving no.
Well, if
what you did for Janet Jackson, what have you done for me late? What have you done for me previously? Then I don't know how many people are saying, here, Dre, you're getting a raise.
I mean, the bottom line is if you're going to pay guys,
and that ain't me hating on Dre at all.
I mean, the bottom line is Draymond Green and Klay Thompson are declining, and they're both up for contract extensions coming up in the next year or two.
My goodness.
So, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
There it is, right there.
What are you going to do? 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by Cars.com.
what the F do you got to lose?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru with you. 95.7 The Game. Talking Warriors. All right. This is starting to get to me here.
Don't let it.
And when I mean it's starting to get
it
to me, I mean it's not really, but I will address it. Steiny, is there anything positive you agree on, like at all? Yeah. Yeah, it's just that you can't stand the things that I might think might work. And here's the other thing, 954. Is there any Warrior fan out there that's thinking right now, oh, we're sitting pretty. We are in. I wouldn't want to be any other team. Of course not. They're at a tricky point. There is more danger than upside right now. That's just the way it is, unless you actually do think they're sitting pretty.
And they can fix that.
Fix what?
What they face right now can, with one move or two moves, decisions that they make, it will look brighter or bleaker to fans after we find out what those moves are, starting with Draymond, starting with Clay. Are they going to have him come back with the 1 year? Man, there's so much on the table for this team that you can't ignore. They got some tough decisions to make.
They certainly do. And this is the kind of fan that I can relate to. Hey, Goo, I'm a fan. I've been a fan since 1981.
Okay.
I root for the team, not the player. Even if trading Curry would make us better, I would think about it.
That's a real one.
Yep. Jay Voltron's in Oakland wants to talk about free agency. All right, we'll try. Warriors don't really have much to do there, but what's up, Voltron?
Ow. Hello. Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys.
Hey, no problem.
What's up, baby?
Hey, I got a question for you guys. Since Poole got punched in the face, does it affect the Warriors going to off season for signing big names? Because to me, is that they don't trust, because the Warriors protecting those big three, and why should other players want to come to the Warriors? You know.
No, yeah. Well, they're not. Well, free. They don't have a lot of money in free agency, so
they
if
can do it via trade.
See, this is and 925. You're a man. You're a man who I agree with, or woman. I can't agree with you any more than what you just texted in here, and I'm going to read it. But let me once again say, did I tell you that this is what I truly believe in my heart of hearts? The same thing that the 925 has texted, which is Joe Lacob sounds like he'll move off any player to make the team better, even Steph Curry.
Right.
And I believe that. By the way, did you see? You're Dan Issel? Take a shot at Coach Steph Curry? Dan Issel, one of the greatest players.
Be careful now.
One of the greatest players in Nuggets history.
Make who?
Eviscerated Steph. Did you see this?
Nope.
Who is this?
Dan Issel. You probably haven't heard of him. He's an NBA great.
Mick who?
Nuggets. Doug Moe.
Dan Issel said, well, Nikola Jokic is the best player in franchise history, easily. People ask me, how do you stop him? And I said, darned if I know. Nikola Jokic is the most unselfish superstar in the league. I thought that was Steph. Issel says Jokic is more unselfish than Steph. What? It's news, right? It's very similar to what Kerr just did to Poole and Kuminga, right? He says everybody on Miami just wants to win, and everyone said, yeah, let me tell you who he's talking to, the two guys on our team that don't want to win. Issel's talking right to Curry.
Boy, you need to work for the Inquirer, man. You got it down. The stuff you say you hate, you are, Steiny. Because I was like, what did he say? But you're implying he was saying subliminal.
He's talking about the stat pattern. I mean, Jokic, please.
They're about to do it tonight, man.
They are. Yeah. I'm surprised they didn't do it in 4, honestly.
So what are you going to say all next year when Steiny, I love the Warriors did that? What about the Nuggets? Oh, Steiny. They just got every break last year.
I'm not that.
They don't have the pedigree the Warriors have.
I already told you they are set up.
No, you don't. No, they got this team.
No, Denver is. You said that with Miami. I'm done with them now.
Who?
Miami. Jimmy Butler guaranteeing victories. Like, Bud, you can't do that before last game. You can't. That runs out, man. I'll tell you this. Denver is set up for the come, man. Like, they can get. I know the Warriors got 4. I ain't going there, but right now as we sit, and they ain't got 1 yet. They're on the cusp of 1. Damn. So Joe Lacob, whatever he's doing, and that's what I like about Joe. Arthur Blank had Home Depot, and you were talking about all these other owners. They got all these other entities that they got to tend to. He's in the lab right now. Which way do I drive this Corvette or this Bentley of a franchise?
Because right now it looks like he's in a road show. A sideshow, rather.
Yeah, look at
cars just spinning around in circles.
Shout out 415, Richie Rich.
By the way,
rest in peace tracks. Yeah,
I don't like those sideshows at all.
I used to go to them now. We'd catch the BART up from Union City to
figures.
East Mount Mall.
Bird's eye view.
How the hell do you even know? Like, what thread are you on? Oh, hey, we're doing a sideshow.
Now that
I want to
have
let
no
everybody
idea.
under the sun know, except the police department.
You just kind of knew when it was sun was going down.
Those that know. Those that don't.
Yeah, I want to be in the know. David's in Concord.
Hung out.
No, we don't.
No, I wish we did when we were young because I got a story for you.
Another one?
Yeah.
All right.
J.R. Ryder.
Hey, David, how you doing? David in Concord.
D.
Here he is. Get him off. Jesse's in Jesse's in Marin. Hey, Jess. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all good. How are you guys doing?
Jesse.
Doing well, thank you.
Jesse's girl.
All right.
No, it's
So I love you guys' show. I got a question to pose for you guys real quick.
I love it.
Do you guys think Draymond or Poole's contract is more favorable to the team going forward?
Draymond's.
Draymond. Okay. Well, I'm on board with that because I would love to keep Draymond. I have nothing against Poole, but I just don't think that they can play together. So I have just a quick trade.
Give it to me.
Yeah, trade.
Baby.
All right.
Rick James.
I would look at Brooklyn because they're pretty heavy on defense.
Yeah.
I mean, they're stacked. They got a lot of. So I would go with Poole to Brooklyn, and Dorian Finney-Smith is a defensive two-way kind of guy. I'm not sure if they can make that happen or not. They also have Patty Mills and I don't know.
Well, they got Mikal Bridges
Poole
too.
that way.
Yeah.
I think they would keep him. But they're probably trying to build around him, but if we could keep Kuminga and just do Poole for Finney-Smith, I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? I'll bail you out here a little bit, Jess. I'm not against stuff. I'm definitely not against something like that. I think if you trade Poole and he's making 26, you might end up with a $14 million player and a $10 million player. And we'd probably be like, neither of them are that great. You know what? They may fit. So there you go.
Yeah, 20-point scorer just left.
Who?
Jordan Poole.
Oh, just left
that's what
Warriors.
I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm hoping they don't. Hey, you said something. So if Dre got 3 for 90, you're saying that's a good deal?
No.
Oh,
Did I say that?
No, you and Jesse were talking about the contract as it is now.
Yeah, it's a good contract
okay.
now.
No doubt.
Because it's expiring.
But in my mind, it was 3 at 90.
No.
Like, dude, that's when
I love Draymond's contract at 1 year, $25 million.
And he ain't playing unless he's got multiple years on it.
We better get.
He needs an offer. Joe's going to call Clay too. When nobody that's not getting enough run. We need to talk because I probably don't want to have you come back in a lame duck year. Like, let's be real. You shouldn't have to step on the hardwood next year, Clay, and think, let's have that uncomfortable conversation because, Steiny, that's what it's going to be to me. Unless Clay is being real, he's talked to his dad. He's like, you know what? I've won already when it comes to the finances. And maybe he'll be like, I ain't taking a cent less, or I'm trying to go for all of it, the whole enchilada. I don't think Klay Thompson's that type of dude, Stoney. But if he had that mindset, they could wrap him up going into next year, before next year. And then all the noise on the sideline is kind of curtailed.
So next year, Klay Thompson's making $42 million. Would you tack on 2 years at $30 million each for the following 2 years? So he'll make 42 next year.
Yeah.
Then he'll make 30, and then he'll make 30 again.
60. He made the most three-pointers in the damn league, Steiny. He's the greatest compliment, like ketchup is to mustard, to Steph Curry. I would do that.
I would not.
I was just watching the 16
can't do
finals last Western Conference
Keep
Finals.
watching him.
Draymond looks like a different dude.
That's
His
'cause he
body,
is.
it was incredible.
How long do you think you're going to? Let me ask you this: how long are you going to keep saying they won it last year? Are you going to say it all next year?
When it gets 2 years old, they haven't even got a new champ, and you're already
So next year, all next year, you're going to say,
"Oh no,
well, they won
it'll
it
be
2 years ago."
No, it loses its. No, I get
Once
what you're.
Denver wins tonight, it's over. That's right.
Only when I need to break it out.
No.
But it's not that far removed.
See, this is
Last
the problem.
year at this time, we were in the midst of a chase, a title run that Helen Keller,
I got lucky.
Ray, nobody saw coming. Nobody. And you act like that thing got 4 years on it already.
I don't understand how you acknowledge if nobody saw
cobwebs
it,
off
if nobody saw it coming, if nobody saw it coming, and it was one of the most improbable titles ever,
right?
And nobody thought they could do it, then why the hell do you think they're going to be able to do it next year? Just because we were wrong 2 years ago?
Oh, no, it's not.
And everybody's older?
No, you got to reinvent yourself.
No, this is the kind of logic I never understand. Nobody can believe they won it last year. Everybody was surprised.
Oh, right.
Van Gundy called it the most improbable title of his lifetime.
Facts.
I'm looking at the Warriors last year saying, I can't believe they did it. I just can't believe they did it. So the consensus among people who know basketball is, man, the Warriors came out of nowhere and won it. Just nobody saw it coming. The definition of improbable is it's not going to happen more than once. Like, if they win it again, then it wasn't improbable, is kind of what I'm saying.
Well, my point is the fact that it did happen, you don't come out of training camp, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, or you don't make moves, Steiny, that ignore next year and your quote-unquote chances, whatever they are, just because you kind of seen divine intervention.
Okay, here's what I would say.
Show its head.
How about this? Here's what I would say. We won it last year, right? We won it. Yep. It was our fourth title. Came out of nowhere. Okay, this year we didn't win it. So my question then becomes, all right, so you think you can win it next year?
Steiny, why didn't they win it?
Because they're old.
Okay, that's not just Andrew Wiggins left and messed everything up. Okay. Meet me halfway, saying in the playoffs next year, because I'm putting him in there. Steiny, he'll be better.
Who? You do
Andrew
not know
Wiggins.
That. You do not know that anymore.
And can you put that same energy on what you've been doing since the show started? You don't know if it's going to be the opposite of that.
Right, but I'm not counting on every player getting better next year.
We can
you
count
said
on
Klay can get better. You said Wiggins is going to be better.
I'm saying Wiggins won't take a leave of absence. That's a big deal.
He wasn't
himself in the playoffs
this year.
Okay,
he had a bad year.
So that's something that can already make us better. That's not me telling you I'm going to grow 5 inches overnight.
Marginally better.
Okay, what about if Jordan Poole, let's say he doesn't go anywhere.
Okay,
two.
All right, what else we need to happen?
Well, that's enough to me.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's enough.
Wiggins coming back and Jordan Poole being Jordan Poole, they can win it again?
And the growth from Kuminga, which they probably started that thing already.
All right, so you don't.
That's running it back.
Okay, and you think they can win it that way?
I think they got a chance, yes. All right. Now, if they run up in the Lakers first, I'm going to be like, they're going to punish them because they're too small.
What about this? Here's the way I look at the Warriors right now.
Gotcha.
So in 19, they lost it, right? They lost to the Raptors.
Yeah.
Okay, 2020 was the joke year. 2021 was the 39-win play-in. Last year, they won it.
Oh, my gosh.
Last year, they won it. This year, they almost lost in the first round.
But they lost in the second round.
That's right.
Okay.
44-win team. Why? If I'm looking at the Warriors now, I would look at the Warriors like, our last title was was 19. Like, the fact that you did it 2 years ago, that's what we're holding on to? Like, I get we held on to that this year because we won it last year. But we were lucky to win it last year. We were 500 all this year, but we're going to run it back and we're going to win it again. That's where I'm at.
Well, and
that's where, to me, this year proved it's over.
Because Stoddy, I hate this. You are a man that's just ignoring two things that happened to the Warriors this season that you've basically told everybody you don't care. And
I don't care.
I just went over them.
Not the difference between a 500 team and a championship team. That's what I don't feel those two are.
Well, I'm telling you, Andrew Wiggins wasn't at his best against the Lakers. So you missed his best, and we know Jordan Poole wasn't even a factor. Those are two key factors that if those two dudes are on their game, who's to say that Lakers series turns out different? And who's to say Jordan Poole don't miss the game-winning shot, game one against the Lakers? But, man, you're blowing past those two things like everything was copacetic for the Warriors this year, and it wasn't. It just wasn't.
But it's just going to magically get better next year.
Well, how about – so what do you got for Draymond saying had he not hit Jordan Poole, they would still be playing? I'm just asking your response to that.
First of all, I think it's a joke because, they wouldn't still be playing.
I would just ask
but if that's what he believes, okay, I believe he believes it. But –
man, Stoney, that's better than them just playing a wholesome and not winning.
Best players are declining.
And they were declining when they beat Boston. If you want to go, if you want to be that dude.
Was Steph Curry declining?
By the age and birth certificate and the minute usage and the log, everything was adding up, yes. And they still won. Stoney, what you're looking for is death on the basketball court, which I know is not. Steph's skeleton is not going to be left on the floor. That will never happen. So the age, it was happening just last year, and they managed to win it all. But things went their way. Health. Wiggins being gone 2 months is a big deal.
Everything fell into place last year. Nothing fell into place this year.
You know what?
Next year, everything's going to fall into place again.
No, because then I say you're depending on luck. They made everything fall into their favor last year. That's all. But, Stoney, those are two big things for me, man. Poole and Wiggins. I mean, they are. They can't be understated, man.
Andrew Wiggins has played 7 good months of pro basketball. Okay,
did he ruin Kuminga? We hadn't talked about this, Brad. Did he ruin whatever was going on, or did his return play a part in DiVincenzo going south and Kuminga? I believe so.
Of course it did.
So that hurt the team.
Right.
They never said that it used as an excuse, but we could take a step back and look like it didn't help.
Like, this is maybe where I'm different than everybody else. When I look at Andrew Wiggins, if I'm a Golden State Warrior executive, and I look at Andrew Wiggins right now, I got to think, I'm not sure what we're going to get next year out of Andrew Wiggins. I don't know anymore.
But you better bust your ass to find out. If you're,
how can you tell right now? Andrew Wiggins has been an anomaly his entire career.
But you know what he was really attending to. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't think he's and if he lost anybody, it wasn't to the point to where they didn't get him back, Stoney. He can be better, man. Upstairs, more than anything.
David's in El Cerrito. Hey, David.
Wow, Joe. Wow. Dude, look, last year was an aberration. The Celtics are terrible. You saw them this year? This year they supposedly improved. And did you see them this year? That's the best team the Warriors beat last year. Last year they beat the Nuggets team without 2 of their best players.
Yeah.
That was one of the easiest runs anyone has ever had, getting to a finals. That last year, it happened, take the chip, run with it. But any belief that teams like Oklahoma City is going to be markedly better next year. Sacramento is going to be markedly better.
Okay, so what are you doing with Draymond? I hear you. What are you doing with Draymond?
Who cares?
What does that mean? How do you get back? Who cares? What are you doing with them?
It's over.
Oh, okay. He's saying it's over.
For titles.
He said it's over.
Last year was like a free chip. Some of the worst
you guys
you'll ever see. That ain't going to happen again.
Wow.
Appreciate the call,
He
David.
gave me the Van Gundy. I didn't like it. I don't care.
Listen, I'm not. Trust me, I didn't mean to troll. when I said they were lucky last year. But I know a lot of Warrior fans
stuff went their way.
Understand basketball, and they're like, got a lot of breaks last year. So if you get the same amount of breaks next year, you're not going to win it because you're not going to be as good as you were 2 years ago. And yes, there's no such thing as luck when it comes to winning a title. Of course there is. There's a lot of luck involved in every title.
Yeah, the Warriors, Steiny, off the court did not have an easy season. And I think that derailed their on-the-court product. And I won't be a broken record, but I've stated why. You're already better if you don't have to go through that crap. And if you can get rid of a guy that makes guys walk on eggshells, and I'm making this up, and I could be totally wrong, or if you get rid of one of the guys that the veterans don't like being around, if all the callers and texters are right here on YouTube and the Comcast business text line, then you get better that way. The amount of people that are just forgetting just how good of a basketball player Jordan Poole is, you better be careful. That ain't Stephen A. That's me. You better be careful to run that kid up out of town.
And honestly, the one thing I'd be concerned about is, like, you can't over-catering. You might be over-catering to a big three that can't win it anymore. That just cannot win it
Lacob's
anymore.
Got to have that on it. Like he knows that's a possibility.
That's all I'm saying.
That he has these two. He knows, Steiny. But what are you going to do? And that's what makes this so provocative, man. I don't think they've ever had an offseason like this. Because it's never been
in the Lacob tenure.
Yeah, because the Poole Draymond, that's just nobody wanted. I don't know how many teams have ever had that. And if they did, all those behind closed doors, it don't count. This one was for the world to see.
510 and Toronto. 510. Yes, Toronto got breaks in 19.
They got breaks in the finals.
Exactly.
Yeah, 2 breaks.
There's never been a title team that didn't get a break or two along the line. I don't think. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, he's not being delusional. 707. Goose, stop being delusional. He's not being delusional. He's not being delusional. He just believes something that I don't, and apparently you don't either. But I know a lot of people that agree with Goo. And that's kind of what I want to, like, do I think they have a title in them with this particular core? I don't think so. But if you do, I get it. I get it because they've proven it before. Hey, starting Wednesday, we're going to give you and a guest the chance to go to Chase Center, attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with a player they draft at 19. We're going to be showing you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch at certain points of the show, and you're going to qualify by texting those words to our short code. It all starts Wednesday. So go to 95.7 The Game on YouTube and Twitch right now so you're ready to go Wednesday with a chance to go to an introductory press conference for the 19th pick. We'll be right back. Talk more Warriors. I see all your calls. I'll get to them on 95.7 The Game.
Aussies, girl.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Uh-oh. That first major domino of free agency has fallen. I'd hit the breaking news sounder, but that's me. There you go. Oh.
That's abbreviated. I love it.
Freddie Van Vliet. You don't want to get left out of the point guard sweepstakes. Freddie Van Vliet. He's declining his $23 million option. Freddie Van Vliet.
He's a baller.
He's a free agent. I'll tell you what, you want to keep up with the Joneses, and you're the Golden State Warriors, and you see Freddie Van Vliet's out there, you better go get yourself a Chris Paul. You don't want to be holding the bag. And I'm not talking about the bag Jordan Poole got. Mm-hmm.
He'll be a Laker.
Oh, that's good for the Warriors.
No, it's not good.
Warriors can still win it if the Lakers get
they'll
Fred
end
Van
up with
Vliet.
him,
Let me tell you something.
Kyrie or somebody.
Spadoni, do me a favor and agree with me here. If I'm the Lakers, I'm taking Freddie Van Vliet over Kyrie any day of the week.
I buy that.
Yes, sir. Lakers just got better, but you're going to come back with the old soggy big three.
And you want to bring old man, 38 years old, Chris Paul, who can't finish a playoff
as a backup? Damn right I do.
He ain't ready.
24 minutes a game. You know what it'd be?
You need to call.
You know what it'd be? Hold on a sec. I'll tell you what I'm going to do right now. Right now, watch this. Watch this. Get one of my wallet.
All right.
Oh, only 20s. Oh, there's a one. Let me tell you what you do with Chris Paul. It's a revitalization sensation.
Cha-ching!
There you go. There's $1.
D'Angelo Russell's available.
Oh, I like him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he was playing good.
Nick
for
Young
a minute.
available too.
Yeah. It was an F.
Freddie Van Vliet.
Bonte Hill's twin.
And to your point, Steiny, Sham Sharani of The Athletic, May 25th, he had Van Vliet as an option for the Lakers as well.
You're right. I believe it's him or Kyrie. Look at you. Either way, you come
and
up
Kyrie
better.
stays in Dallas. They get better because they have a year to play together. All of a sudden,
they need some size.
All of a sudden, you're a playing team.
Yeah, play
to the Warriors.
Stop.
Let's go to David in Concord.
Stop it.
Hey, David, how you doing, man?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear, my friend.
Fine. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, my friend.
Good. I want to talk about the Draymond Poole punch.
Okay,
sure.
Maybe I'm watching a different video than everybody else because I have not heard a single sportscaster comment about this. The video I saw did not Poole throw the first contact two-handed push to Draymond's chest?
Yeah, I guess he I would call it a parry, not quite a push, David.
He was breathing on him. He was in the space.
But go ahead.
That's fine. The point I want to make is, Draymond's gone in front of the world, multiple apologies. I've never seen or heard anything regarding Poole, because to me that was a two-handed push, which pushes shoving someone, according to California Penal Code 230 and 232, is assault and battery.
Oh, yeah.
David, I think we've gotten it all wrong.
Yeah.
Ow!
That makes my Steiny. That makes my day. That should be my ringtone.
Why? Because a guy got hurt?
No,
because an old man.
John,
think about
is
this for a minute. Think about this is the kind of humor that I'm usually out on. You know where a guy will be walking up the escalator and he'll trip.
Oh yeah,
he's funny. That's funny. No, it's not. Nobody likes to see anybody trip.
Yeah,
this is a 94-year-old guy who just got struck in the head with a baseball, and you're laughing at him. You don't care. You don't care that he may be further debilitated.
I love me some Sterling.
Would you like to reveal your response to the John Sterling call, Steiny?
I said I'm surprised he didn't call it a home run. Seriously.
Did you borrow that? Because that's a 4.
Evan called it a 5 this week.
Called it a 6.
Really
I thought it was pretty good.
Did he still? That's pretty damn good. Hey, well, but to the caller, so what was he saying? Poole deserved it?
I don't know.
My wife, Miss Little House on the Prairie, one takeaway from that video, He put his hands on Draymond. What do you expect?
What is Little House on the Prairie?
She's so nonviolent. Martin Luther King, no violence. But in that instance, Draymond was okay because Poole put his hands on him.
I'm not. You know what? I'll accept this 408, but I got to read it to my partner. You two are soft and have never been in a fight, obviously.
I was jumped
That's
at
me
Jeffrey's
for sure.
inner circle and made it out. But go ahead. And I done gave some whippings, too.
You can call me soft. Don't you dare call Goose soft.
I made it up.
I took some L's, too, Stoney.
I'm
Not like when your friends are around.
I'm 0 and
you
0.
wait for the press conference.
I'm 0 and 0.
You're like, hey, when we going to talk about what happened?
Any exhibitions, Steinmetz?
You had to get in something.
I told you, Brent Wiley when I was like in second grade. That's it.
Kicked his ass.
But
atomic knee drop.
I've been around you when we've had alcohol. You seem like a hothead in college. Like you would have been in fights every. Hey, I'm shocked you haven't
What are you
been.
doing?
You run hot. Normal. You
I
run
reject
hot.
that.
Yeah, Evan, back me up.
I don't see Steiny wanting to fight people, but
Oh
I
my
do see people
goodness.
wanting to fight Steiny.
That's what I mean. Steiny, how did you avoid? You
What are
are
you
really a
talking about?
lover, not a fighter.
I'm a conversationalist. People enjoy talking to me.
Yeah, but then you could say something and you don't agree with them, and it can go down a road to where I could see you like with a good 6 fights in a year.
What are you?
Yeah, college Steiny too. Oh man, I'm shocked.
That actually hurts my feelings.
No, it's actually a compliment.
No,
I think you know your
I don't
target
wanna be a
audience.
fighter.
You know your audience. I think because you always that dude's big. I don't want to get into it with him. So you change your stuff up. You know what I mean? You act different.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
That really hurts me.
No, I'm just telling that Steiny I know, and I didn't know young Steiny. You know what you're doing. You did good. You know Ernie Shavers in the streets, but you did good. Yeah, Steiny got one.
I'll tell you what. Somebody wants to scrap with me, I'll scrap with them.
Look at you.
I don't usually.
I know.
I don't fight. I'm usually
Neither do
friendly.
I.
Who's the friend? You guys.
Why do you like awards?
Because you
could
guys,
be.
You guys don't understand. It's like when we're out and socializing, and you guys are looking at the wall like you always look at the wall. And, we might have to say hello to somebody. We might have to have a conversation. And I'll go like, "Hey, what's going on down there? How you doing? Nice to see you." Because I can strike up. Just because you strike up a conversation doesn't mean
that's the beautiful.
People want to punch you.
I love that exercise.
There's not been a person who has left an environment that I've been in the last year that has disliked me after I've left. Fact.
Those are facts.
I had a couple days.
Well, you made it sound like we're sitting up against the wall with dunce
Stoney.
caps on, looking at a piece of brick.
We're all conversationalists.
Don't be afraid to get. You know, don't be afraid. Hey, you guys, don't be afraid to take some chances in life. Don't be afraid to. You know what? Don't be afraid to be friendly.
Hit you in the chest.
No, don't be afraid to be friendly.
You know us.
It's
You've
okay.
seen us. We start conversations.
It's okay.
Hey, how you doing? How's it going?
Walk into the bar, see these two guys, and their noses are right up against their iPhones. 38 people at the bar, and they're just like glued to their iPhone. I'm like, guys, try to be a little more
now
friendly.
You got a complex. It was a compliment I was giving you.
Guru and I are into more intimate conversations.
Evan,
We're selective.
No, I talk to men. I talk to women. I like people. Do you like people? Really?
Some.
Like, if you weren't doing this, what would you be doing? I'd be working with people. I'd be selling. That's a way of natural. I call you, go to your house. That I like people.
I think if I weren't doing this,
honestly,
I think I'd be like a
loner.
No.
No, you see it. You always speak. You think that was a
no? It wasn't funny.
You're
but
alone.
I laughed.
You'd be traversing the Arctic.
I just pictured you in a Dora the Explorer fit, just out the wilderness traveling. Like, this is really cool.
If I weren't doing this, I would be doing my dream job, which is
I'm mad.
being
I don't know
spokesman for waste management. I've told you that over the years. That's my goal. I want to be a spokesman for a company, a crisis manager.
You can attain that.
I want to be in PR.
Yeah, you can do that. So that shouldn't be dream. Dream is when you're not worthy of it.
I want to be like a
Like me
union,
here.
a union spokesperson or a like Odyssey's. No, not Odyssey.
Give me some.
Like
Who can we use?
like I'd be the PR head for the. It's a good company, I believe.
So would it be
in.
conflict
Yellow
resolution?
Sack.
You want to hear
Yellow Sack.
You want to hear Evan and Spadoni or get Draymond Poole? You want to fix those? Is that what you want to be, like a conflict resolution?
Well, I want to do what I want to do is get something I
Spokesman.
believe in.
Okay, gotcha.
Like the Warriors,
Like, the
and just
laughing.
be able to get the word out about something I believe in, like Yellow Sack, for example. It's a great company.
I want to. There's a word for that.
Spokesman,
yeah.
PR.
Well,
Yes,
good luck.
I did say a spokesman for Waste Management 760. You're going to think this is a bit. I swear to God, you're going to think it's a bit. I swear to God, it's not. I've got an unbelievable soft spot for people in the waste management industry.
I never knew that.
Yes, it started, honestly, you ready?
Yeah.
It started with Larry Bird. Because remember, after he left Indiana,
Go ahead.
he went back to French Lick and he worked on the garbage truck. And he said he liked it. He never earned money that was more well worth it. Yes, Evan.
Isn't that how he hurt his back?
No, that was doing his mom's driveway. He was doing he's 9 years into the league shoveling macadam. Macadam, yeah. So anyway, and then, my father, who always used to put a six-pack of beer
I love that one.
on top of the. So yeah, I love waste management.
I didn't
And also,
know.
I tip the waste management people. I don't like to bring that up because it makes you feel cheap. I told you about my big tip, right? Let's go to Molly. It's back to Kat. Hey, Molly.
Yo, hey, what's up, man? Yo, so I'm here, so hi.
Hey.
Say, I watched the Jordan special, rewatched it a couple of days ago, and Phil Jackson said your only success at the moment, your most successful act, right? So, dude, Karl Anthony Towns' value was met when they needed him. Curry's value was met at, what was it, $44 million at 4 years, $11 million a year.
Yeah.
So, dude, Karl Anthony Towns, it's not his fault that he was signed on to a
Too much money. Is that what you're saying, Molly?
subpar team. Yeah. It wasn't his fault, you know what I'm saying?
She's saying that's a vote of
I think
confidence.
you should bring him on. Huh?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Molly.
You said what?
No, you were giving Carl a vote of confidence.
Yeah. No, I'm definitely giving him a vote of confidence because your value is only worth your spot at the time that you were signed. So at the time that Karl Anthony Towns and Wiggins were signed, they were on a subpar team, and that's what their value was worth, $50 million, $30 million, $20 million. But now that you can possibly trade them over to the Warriors, you can lower the value a little bit, and that's what it is. It's like your success is what you're worth at the time that you're signed. So I would say bring him over. Poole, he was signed at a time that his worth was needed a lot much more than he called it for. So
you're pro Karl Anthony Towns,
I like
Molly.
it.
I am so pro. Bring him on, man. It wasn't his fault that he was signed on to that much.
No, you're right. I never blame the player for that.
Look at Wiggins when he got
2 years
left
from
the
now,
ranch.
Karl Anthony Towns is going to be making more than Steph.
Dude, but he's good, Stoney.
Not as good as Steph.
Oh, no, hell no.
Unless Steph declines.
But with them, Karl will be badass.
He's going to be better defensively?
I believe
know
that's
that
a
doesn't
want.
matter.
No, dude, and I think you sold his footwork wrong or his lateral movement.
Who?
He ain't the cat. He ain't the worst. He's been an all-star, Stoney. The dude will dunk on your ass. He can jump over newspaper. The dude is that game that they stole from the Warriors. Karl Anthony Towns hit that three. I was like, hey, go to the bucket. You ain't been having the best game, and bam! I need a tissue to wipe the spit off my mouth thinking about him in a Warrior uniform.
Giving up 139 a game.
But Steiny, stop.
You gotta
Your
look
boy
at-
Finchie saying bye to him?
I would say goodbye to Cat before Gobert. I know.
You got to score.
Offensive, one's defensive.
You got to score the ball, Steiny.
And
You got to score the
One
ball.
also punched his teammate as well.
You know
Missed.
what? The more I think about
Here we go.
Gobert, yeah.
You don't like him?
No, the whole thing with he didn't know how serious COVID was. None of us did, but the whole rubbing on Donovan Mitchell. Remember that?
That's a long time ago.
Still happened.
Yeah, and so you hold grudges?
Selectively, I do.
Steiny, you're pushing it. And then somebody above you, that was disgusting, Guru.
No, you didn't
What are
read
we
the one.
talking
No,
about?
read this
No,
one.
exactly.
9-1, whatever.
Oh, you're drooling part. Okay.
Yeah.
I thought they meant.
I work at a waste management company.
I
We're all
heard
huge
this.
Guru fans. Andrew in South City. Why would you blow past that one?
I wasn't gonna. I was gonna read that because I thought it was funny.
Yeah, okay.
No, I did.
Yeah. What you thought? What was funny?
He's sticky because I can get it stuck to me. I don't care. I don't.
Oh,
I
you
can
think they
laugh
were
at
sticking
myself.
you? Oh,
yeah, I just told them how much we love.
And I
love
took it
waste
for face
management.
value that they really like
Well,
me.
they might really like you, but what he's saying is, we love Guru.
I understand. They
Yeah, I'd laugh at that.
Yeah.
Okay, bro. I hear you.
That guy is money.
Can I hear Sterling want the ball?
1 sec.
I just want to hear that.
Making fun of an old guy.
No, I'm not making.
Yes, you are.
How did you not see it?
You're making.
Oh, but Steiny, I understand not seeing the ball go out the park. And when you go out the park and you say, what are the chances of that happening?
Now the 3-2.
They're
swung
likely
left.
with this guy.
A pop foul.
Back here.
Back here. No, back where you're at.
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2.
The idea of my 94-year-old grandmother getting hit by a foul
this
ball
has nothing to do with
does
age.
not make me laugh.
Just get
I'm sorry,
in the game,
I'm not
John.
that kind of person.
Follow the ball. It's coming back. They're always here.
When does it not become funny? When you find out he had a concussion?
The ball was.
What about when you find out that it ruined some neurons in his brain?
Oh,
What about when
man.
he's hospitalized? Is it not funny then?
Dude, if you have a drink party or somebody does after I'm off this soda diet and you just play Sterling clips, I'm there. Like there's.
I want to get Evan's thoughts as a broadcaster, what he would do in a situation like that. Or, Evan, have you ever been in a situation like
I
that?
heard 2 owls.
You know the old adage, the ball will find you?
I've heard that one, Evan. That's not. I'm not. My dad is 82, and my grandma Inez lived to be 100. I'm not laughing at age.
Yes, you are.
No, it's
Try not. No, that's yes, you
your
are.
job is to follow the ball. Tell us what's going. The theater of the mind. He's like, it's back here. No, it's in your booth.
This guy's gonna hurt somebody.
Oh
Or
man.
himself soon.
There's honestly not much you can do, but I did think he called it about as well as you can. And that's why John Sterling is a legend.
He's fine.
Oh my gosh, he's from Philly.
That's why he's tough. He could take a ball to the face.
He also went to Moravian, which is in my conference.
That sounds rough. Moravian
College.
Yeah. Oh, Stotty, that is. Oh, I got a new thing, man. Feeling down, play, just hit play.
D3.
And the chaos that ensued. Ow, like it was biting him. I'm not making fun of.
Yes, you are.
No, Stotty.
You just had
RP
4
is sending
minutes.
me packets
4
in the mail. I'm the
minutes.
last that can make fun
Laughing
of.
at the expense of that guy.
No, of how he didn't know where the ball, and then it ended up at it. He's like, ow.
A great call by Ruben on YouTube.
Uh-oh.
In baseball, sometimes they do call those ugly finders.
No, I've never heard that one.
So now you're saying if you're old, you're ugly.
No, I'm just
Yeah, 'cause
saying
that
if you're
kinda-
ugly, the ball
You
is
guys
gonna,
are really
No, I didn't go
tightrope
there.
walking
I need
here.
Evan to elaborate on the ugly. I've never heard that.
No, it's just like a phrase in baseball. You know, someone hits. It's usually you're in the dugout. Someone hits a foul ball in the dugout. It almost clips the one. You say,
Okay.
"Hey, ugly
All right.
finder."
All right. I got you.
If I threw the ball in the studio right now, I'd
Scotty,
be like,
have
"Hey,
some
ugly finder."
fun. Like, no.
I like.
That's funny. Admit.
No.
We, He ain't in the hospital with a broken leg. It's just funny.
You ever heard of something called delayed trauma?
I've never heard of it.
I just made it up. I'm sure there's something like it.
Dude, your lies, dude. You're getting good at it, man.
Listen,
that's pretty damn good.
My whole life, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's people getting humiliated. I don't find that humorous.
So at my son's basketball game, I'm getting up and I fall and trip and everybody sees.
That's not funny to me.
But you understand the world thinks it's funny. And I understood when I fell, I was embarrassed, but I would have been on the other end laughing. It's not they wanted me hurt. It was like, oh, no, you really didn't try to do that. You're embarrassed.
I've never egged anybody, 510. So, Steiny, you're telling me you never egged old people's houses? No.
You think John Sterling was humiliated?
You see, I'm
Didn't sound like
should be.
What? Well,
no, he bounced back.
Now you're projecting.
Okay, your one job is to follow the thing that you couldn't follow.
To the point it smacked you right dab in the face.
Chris is on the Bay Bridge. Bail me out, Chris. Just show me one slice
I'm not
of
bailing
humanity.
you out. I agree with Guru. If your only job is to follow that ball and it hits you, that's funny.
Hey, you don't have a grandparent, do you?
Candy.
You don't have a grandparent, do
You
you?
can't do that,
It's not
Snotty.
funny.
Yeah.
Get him off.
Yeah, don't do that,
Come on,
Snotty.
you know that's funny.
I will never acknowledge that's funny on the air.
And we need to start looking at driver license and everything. Now you take them?
This is another one. I can't stand this one. Steiny, have you ever pulled a chair out under someone?
No, I don't. That's not
Who
cool.
the hell's ever done? Like,
Yeah, I ain't.
What?
Rick Mahorn was
is this
good
who
at
I'm
it.
broadcasting to? These kind of people?
Yeah, you are.
Well, now I know.
But Stoney, I don't get into that.
Get hurt somebody, they fall, and then they hit their head on the
yeah, all that stuff. But Sterling, you get it. We love him, but
no,
that
we
was-
don't.
He made fun of himself after the game, took a picture with a Band-Aid over his eye and a Band-Aid on the baseball.
Now that I did not
You know?
see. That warms me, man.
Let me ask you a serious question.
The baseball
He's owning
said something
it.
along the
If
lines
he's an
of,
announcer for any other team,
Did the ball have paws? Like, what? Something happened after it went in there.
12:27. I don't have a read here.
Oh, boy.
So-
Cheer up, man.
No, you know.
You ain't telling us something. You done had a moment in front of people where you got embarrassed.
Yes, I have.
Oh.
And I don't like when people laugh at it.
Can you share with us on the other side what it was?
I'm going to share something with you.
All right.
Maybe it'll be something that Draymond Green shared with Jordan Poole. Making fun of a fossil. That's real funny. How old do you have to be? How old does somebody have to be when you think it's funny? 84? 90?
He was
93.
part of the fun. It was the ball that landed in his boot.
Let me guess. Had he been 101, it would have been a belly laugher.
Yes, yeah.
Come
I
on,
love how
people.
you
Would have been a
feel
hoop.
bad about it. but
I'm
not.
gone.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
You don't know Matt Steinmetz. You don't know me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Well, unfortunately, our show has devolved into making fun of old people. I'm sorry about that, but in case you haven't heard, the Yankees have an announcer who was born in the Paleozoic era, and he got hit in the head with a foul ball.
Ow.
And you're laughing about it a day later.
You
know, if he were young and functional, that doesn't happen.
If it did, like I've seen a couple people in the press box have escapes.
Yeah,
let's call it, from foul balls.
All right.
And if they got hit in the head and we're fine, there might be.
We
some
don't know
trouble.
he's fine.
He did the picture with the Band-Aid. He's playing it up. He's having fun.
First of all, he's not fine. He wasn't fine before he got hit. Okay, because he calls home runs that aren't and aren't home runs that are.
Remember, you go, what happened? You tell us. Right. All right, I'm done laughing.
I can just think of my. Oh, I'm thinking.
84, yeah, you're right. 84 years young.
Man. And my dad's 89. You want to make a joke at his expense? Good.
That's my guy.
No, go ahead.
No.
Make fun of his
different.
one leg.
No, please.
My dad's he's got one leg.
Yeah, I
he's
see him. I met
amputated.
him.
Make fun of him.
I'm not that guy.
Go ahead, call him
and
a
there's
peg
nothing.
leg.
Please, a what?
Peg leg. Call my dad peg leg. Go ahead. That's funny, isn't it?
Nope. Now you know who I really am. That ain't funny. This was funny. And if he was 29, it would have been funny. It ain't
Well,
about how old he is.
that would have been funny. 29.
That's
like if
the same.
Evan gets hit in the head, that's funny.
Wow,
Not an 84-year-old.
If he's still doing the job, he still think he's in the game.
Thank you, Ernie. See, Ernie C., otherwise known as Ernie Chavez.
He knew you were struggling.
He gets it.
Yeah, he knows when to throw you a
You're
ball.
right, Ernie. He could die from that head injury.
Who's talking about me?
Wow. Come on, man.
All right. Back to...
We got to get to these A's, too, Stoney.
What? Hey, you know what? Why don't you share that story?
I got it. Okay. First, we all know what's going on, the debacle that is the Oakland A's. Fisher and Cavill and what the A's just it's just disgusting what's going on with the A's and their ownership and the buffoonery that we're seeing on TV, on the news with their courtship of Vegas or whatever you want to call that. But A's fans have been taking some lumps here lately because the place is empty every other night. And I come in today, heard about it late last night. Evan's going to be there tomorrow, Stoney, but the A's are doing a reverse boycott. I've never heard of it. I'm a fan of a team, so you know I'm a fanatic. The A's fans are going to try to fill the Coliseum tomorrow to get back at ownership and be like, you know what? We're getting the blame for the stench that is this ball club, but we know who it's really about and where that stench is coming from. So, yeah, Fisher will make money tomorrow, but the fans are going to try to sell that place out tomorrow. I love everything about it. A reverse boycott. You get it, right?
Yes. They're going to play the Tampa Bay Rays.
Best team in the game.
As of now.
Yeah, record-wise.
You know. So, yes, they're having a reverse boycott. Our guy Evan's going to go out there.
Yeah.
So, obviously, the A's are looking to move because they say there's no fan support in Oakland. Meanwhile, there's no viable stadium.
In Vegas, too.
You know.
Yeah.
You know what's going on. And then tomorrow night, a reverse boycott.
And who put that together? With fans. Evan knows one of them. That's what's awesome about being a fan, Steiny, is you belong to an alumni, different ages. But they're going to, and I hate Fisher's going to get the gate from the game. But what if we see 35 or 40,000?
We're not.
I know. But we'll see 20,000 instead of 40,000.
Maybe. Really, guys, reverse boycott and packing the stadium on a Tuesday night for a team that's supposed to have green card fans. Fans have to.
I love this idea, man.
Worker.
It's definitely unique. Like, I've never heard of anything like this before, even if the owner does get some of the profits. I mean, the entire point is just to show that no matter who they're playing, might get killed tonight or tomorrow night, probably will, that the fans will show up despite who's on the field. It's not about the actual product. It's just about the ownership.
And they play tonight. And Stoney, I'll ask you and Evan, when has a team, he says it's unique, but when has a city really lost a fan base like the A's? Oakland has lost the A's.
Oakland ownership.
And that, I can't tell you another city, even when a team moved to where they got this rotten. You see the love for the Sacramento and the Kings when they were rumored to be moving to Seattle years ago. There's a 30 for 30 on it. But the A's ownership, yeah, you're right, Stoney. They're going to get money off of this, but to me, it's just the signal that double bird to the Fishers and everybody running in Cavill.
Yeah, guess what? I think it's all working. Believe it or not.
Well, they want.
I think
what part of it?
I think he's going to sell the team. Believe it or not.
Oh, Steiny. Now this is one everybody would love that you're right. You would be right on.
Vegas doesn't want him. First of all,
but what kind of dude is he? Is he going to be? Is he so spiteful that he won't give it up?
Nobody wants to do business with the A's. Why would you?
Well,
they want come have the
owner.
A's come to your city and take all the tax revenue from it for a ballpark
But that's why if Joe Lacob got it, everything would change.
Well, maybe.
Mark Cuban got it.
That's why
Everything would change.
I think he's going to. I think he's going to sell the team, and it'll stay in Oakland. Eventually, there's no stadium anywhere else in the country that's ready.
And that makes it more embarrassing.
So they're not going anywhere for 2 or 3 more years, no matter what.
Howard Terminal, make it happen. Oakland needs it too. You live there. This is your city.
No, we don't. No, don't do that.
What do you got right now? The Grand Lake Theater?
We've got a city that I'm every bit as proud of, regardless of whether John Fisher has a team there or not. I'm not going to let John Fisher impact the pride I have in my city because he doesn't want to play in Oakland because he can make more money somewhere else. See, that's the other thing that's part of this that I think there's a misread on, which is, oh, Steiner, you don't care. No, I don't care about John Fisher. And I'm not about helping him out one iota.
Right.
But, don't try to... You can't use the A's as a hostage and think that I'm going to back an owner who's not committed. Wow. I'm just, I would rather not have the A's than whatever we have right now. Because this ain't a pro baseball team.
Wow.
I know they're hot. They won 5 in a row.
But you know why, though? It's not hard. We all know where the root of the problem is. I'm just telling you as a resident and, born and raised here in the Bay Area, Steiny, I want the city of Oakland to have, when it comes to athletics, no pun intended, I want them to have a pro baseball team, a pro team. And they used to have 3. Now it's dwindling. So I want the A's to remain in Oakland, but the dream would be just what you said, if old man Fisher could sell the team.
Yeah, and I understand the idea that you're putting money in Fisher's pockets, but it's like one game.
No doubt.
20,000.
Like, look what you can have. Look what you can have.
Yeah, I
almost want to go.
Go ahead.
No.
They got
No, they got the hot dogs, the pizza smell, all that stuff, dude.
Don't go in. Just go outside.
Are they boycott? I mean, are they tailgating?
3:30.
See that?
Come on, Evan.
See, that might not be the way. That might be. Well, it's
a lot
already
is
done.
going to be a party. Come on out.
Now we should.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Why don't everybody just go to the parking lot and then not go into the game?
But I think it's that they want the place full so it can make its rounds on social media to show it's not us. We would come if you gave us a product.
Steiny, way off base again. It's not about Fisher. Okay. It's about Oakland and the A's. Hit the pike. Yeah.
I would love that person.
You're in the minority.
Oh, my gosh.
What
are you talking about? Even though there's a 3% fact to that, you're wrong. It's about Fisher, Steiny.
Like,
I get so sick, man.
No, well.
Yeah. And I watch the games. I know you think I had the Giants. I got the A's on, Steiny. I love baseball. I watched them get a life.
So you watch the Giants, the A's, you watch Pittsburgh. Now, you spend a lot of time watching baseball.
I'll stay out the streets. You like that?
No, it
helps everybody. Go ahead. Stop you. You can do multiple things now. You don't got to just do one.
Let me just play some sound.
We haven't made a lot. We've done well. But I don't want to put the onus on any particular players here or there. But we probably should have listened last year a little bit with the fit of some of the players. So a couple players we brought in. It wasn't quite right. I mean, I don't think it mattered as much because we weren't going to win the title last year. Right. But, I mean, there's things like that. We haven't made a lot on the basketball side. I mean, honestly, I'm pretty amazed how well we have done.
Kelly Oubre is who he was talking about.
Man, I took that L.
Do you guys collect baseball cards? I used to.
Yeah, I don't.
When I like baseball more. It's coming back a little bit for me, but...
nothing better than when you had that gum, Steiny. You'd get that stick of gum and see who you got.
707, put this in your pipe and smoke it. From a guy from the 510. It's all about Fisher. Steiny's all over this one. Mm-hmm.
But we've all said that. Why is that playing?
I don't know. Some people blame the city of Oakland and the fans. Some people look at it and say
if
the
you
fans
look
don't
at the players, you know what's going on. It's the movie Major League. How can that be on the fans?
Because they can win. They can play the chicken or the egg argument. They can play that.
I just hate when bad people get disingenuous and bad people get rewarded. We all knew. Hey, I'm not going to call Fisher a crook, but he's damn close, man. This is BS. And shame on Manfred in Major League Baseball for not forcing him to sell. This is a joke.
He's got to
go to Oakland and see that park and see where it's at. Nothing to do or go frequent when you're done, and then come across the Bay Bridge and go on a night under and watch the Giants and see everything that they have and the things that you can experience. Like Evan Lucas and I, when the Cubs came to I forget they're playing the Pirates. But I mean, it's just sad. I feel bad for the city of Oakland. And I mean this, Steiny.
Yeah, and you know what? It's weird. As somebody who lives in Oakland, I kind of don't want you to feel sorry for me.
I'm backing you up because you're showing your heart, but I know what your heart looks like. The people don't, so I'm going to help you here. But you know what the cause is, so that's why you can sleep good at night. You put it all on Fisher. We got people saying it ain't that. So their judgments, they don't know the root of what ails them.
The bottom line, too, is it's got nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with Manfred. He's got to convince the other owners that Fisher should sell. It ain't. No other owner is going to tell another owner yes to sell.
Well, Daniel Snyder was different. That took forever.
Well, and the other thing about John Fisher is he's running out of options. He's got nothing. Like he's going to sell once a stadium in Vegas is built. Okay, how's that like? How's that working?
A's, look at their history, man. That's what this ain't no fly-by night. This is a team that I told you started the Russa A's, the Billy Martin A's, Dave Reverend, Tony Armas, Mike Norris, La Russa, Lansford, Steinbach, Tony Phillips.
Yeah, it's a little later.
Ricky Murphy.
There you go. What Murphy?
Shooty Babbitt, Dwayne.
Okay.
Shooty Babbitt.
Keep going. Dick Green.
No, the famous, most hype man, better than Flavor Flav, Crazy George. Crazy George was the ultimate hype man. He used to go to Viking games. I didn't like that. But Steiny, come on, man.
I'm not a crazy.
If Guru was president, Steiny, A's would keep their team and get a new stadium right by the water. Go to your favorite restaurant right down there. Scott's, next to Scott's.
I don't like that.
Kincaid's. Oh, I love it.
I don't like either of those places. I don't like any of it.
All the action used to be it. When I was single. Oh, boy. I have a wife.
It has everything to do with Oakland not having disposable income. Takes a majority. As opposed to.
I would want to go if I wasn't on the diet.
Shooty Babbitt only played 1 year for the A's.
But that counts. Yeah. Next up to bat, Shooty Babbitt. That's how I remember it. Ladies and gentlemen, please turn your program to page.
I'm sorry, what year did he play for them
Don't make this into Jockberty. I got the dub. It ain't going to be an L. Go ahead, Evan. What you got, baby?
No, I'm asking you. What decade did
whatever
Shooty,
decade comes up when you Google it.
Way to mention Kincaid's. It's closed.
I know.
Well, Babbitt gets love because he's a Bay boy. He's from Berkeley.
And I'm a man, no one.
But it is curious though, like, there's a lot of fans obviously vocalizing their support for the A's, hope they stay. Maybe not everyone, but if Oakland residents had to choose between the three teams that they once had, the A's would probably be in last place, right?
I'd be the Warriors, I think, right now. No doubt about it.
Over the Raiders?
I think the Raiders have left. Yeah, Raiders left a bad taste in my mouth.
Well, they did a couple times. If you told
me, hey, one team can stay in Oakland, it wouldn't be the Warriors, no doubt about it.
And I'm sitting there
as an Oakland resident.
I'm sitting there watching.
We're proven. We're proven when it comes to the Golden State Warriors.
Doubt. We were there when, I'm saying we were there when it was all bad. And I'm watching that game against OKC. Game
Which game?
7, 2016 Western Conference Finals. Just knowing it was Oracle. It was just like, man, they look like kids.
Yeah. And yet we go back to that year and say, they'll play like that next year.
Kerr looks different. Everybody, I
play
look
like
different.
that next year.
Well, Steiny, we don't know. They're not going to come out in wheelchairs and canes.
No,
that's how you talk, though, because everybody's getting older.
That's right.
But come on.
Come on what?
Did I say it like, no, we don't know what's about to jump off. We can sit here and talk to which we have. Now, we've been hammering this.
See, this is where
Draymond Lee, but we don't know it's Kuminga's job, but somehow if they get a veteran minimum to come in, they're going to look different somehow next year, the Golden State Warriors, aside from Curry. Now, will Curry have his right-hand man? You think it's Clay? I think it's Dre in this sense because I think Clay ain't going nowhere, Donnie, unless some team that needs shooting is ready to pay and say, we want you just to do this. We don't care about what your defense was. We want the guy that made the most threes in the league.
And took the most threes.
You remind us of that.
Kobe!
They're already at 20K reportedly.
By the way,
A's attendance.
Didn't the Lakers try to keep Kobe's window open as long as humanly possible after they paid him?
Well, they got 2 rings out of it. He got 2 without Shaq. Paul Gasol, Bynum.
Talking about after that.
Oh, well, it was all. The run was over.
Oh, the run, but they didn't know it was over, did they? They didn't think it was over.
Right? They had some bad luck too.
Oh, like Kobe getting older?
No, the Chris Paul thing. I never understand what went down there. Oh, the league owned the Hornets. I forgot.
New Orleans, I think.
Yeah.
Were they still the Hornets back then?
No, they were. Oh, they're right.
What?
No, they were Charlotte before. Anyway, I missed you.
You missed me or you messed up?
I missed you. I did both, but.
888-957-9570 is the number.
Let's go.
Go where?
Get fired up.
About what?
Just what we do. Me seeing you. I'm happy to see you.
Give us a pep talk.
Well, we already talked about something that hit me in the cardiac muscle. I mean it, Stoney. I stand for something, man. I hope they sell out and Fishers and Bears somehow and the city of Oakland gets the A's back. Golden State Warriors. You're not doing this, but it comes off that one day, Stoney, you're going to eventually be right.
I am right. I was right this year.
Steph Curry-led team is going to get older. Nobody's fighting that, but they look damn good.
No, they didn't last year.
They're defending champs until Denver ain't did it tonight. So you ain't got me on that.
That's the lament of the loser.
What you really need to be talking about and what we've talked about is these misses that look like misses with Moody. I'm throwing Moody in there by default. Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman.
You can't do that.
And Poole. Because if you trade Poole, what am I doing?
No, this is offensive.
Because you've had the Mount Rushmore of stuff that you can inject in your franchise to keep it going for life after Steph. And one of the guys that you pay, Jordan Poole might be on the chopping block because he got hit upside the head.
So you've said all year you've maintained Moody's got something going. I say, yeah, he's all right. He's just a player. And now you're calling him a bust.
No, I'm not calling him a bust. I'm calling the Warriors coaching staff out for how they mismanaged Moody. Moody could have been at greater heights. And I look at Moody, but he didn't get the chance to fail. And I want to know why Kuminga's water was cut off. And if you're right, and it's the Trey Land,
well, this is what we've been over.
Steiny, every announcer, I wish we could just watch the game and us not say a word and listen to the announcers drooling over the potential from Jonathan Kuminga. No, you can't take that from me. Has he been Mr. Consistent? No. But the dude was a problem for 2.5 months.
No, he wasn't.
Every announcer watching the Warriors was like, oh, Jonathan Kuminga, his future, and it still is, promising. Do we got the right people in place to get the best out of the youth? And I'm including Jordan Poole, who's number 4 on this, because if you're going to punt him after turning him around for a guy that's already past his prime, and you just want to give him 2 more to be just because, okay. But whoever inherits or gets Jordan Poole, who's a free throw, just, oh my gosh.
Wait, he's a free throw machine, or is he a guy who wears church shoes?
The latter.
Okay.
The before.
Okay.
The free throw line.
Because things are changing.
Poole on a good day. We'll call him Jordan Poole on a good day. But yeah, he was a different person after he got socked. So is it PP or pre-punch or AP?
Well, they hadn't played
after
a game
punch.
before he got punched. It was before the season started.
So I thought he got past it. It was easy for me to say and go live my life and pay my bills. He couldn't get past it.
Fred,
Joe Lacob, this
Fred,
is going to be great.
We'll get to you on the other side, Fred. You want to talk some A's? I want to give you the time to do it.
Yeah.
It's just some of the words you use.
I hear you.
Kuminga was a problem.
No, I used potential.
You said problem, but that's fine.
Well, he was for a couple months.
No, he wasn't. He helped him a little bit for a couple months.
He was a fan favorite. Even though I know that means nothing to
you know what? And you know
fan
what?
favorites don't give out scholarships.
Nick Young. Nick Young was a fan favorite too.
He was already.
With all due respect, maybe I'm just trying to. You're saying let's go, let's mix it up. So I'll mix it up.
I didn't say mix it up.
Who cares if he's a fan favorite?
No, I'm just saying he did something for people to like
this is
what
what's
he
does.
Happen
when you want me to get stirred up.
No,
then we're going to get into a fight.
And we're not in a fight.
No, we're going to get one.
I want to know what Kuminga does to get your stuff in a bunch.
I want to know what Kuminga does.
Ask the fans that love him.
They don't know. They can't come up with anything either.
We like him for no reason.
He can dunk, and he's athletic. That's it. Right now.
He can be Aaron Gordon, Stoney.
He better be better than that.
I hope so. I'd like to be some Gordon.
Actually, I'd take Aaron Gordon right now for Kuminga.
And who know about there wouldn't be somebody else to tell you different.
No, I mean Kuminga turns into Aaron Gordon.
Oh, okay. You was
right.
Cool, but I'll tell you, but that's
perfect compliment to Jokic.
This is where nobody gets it.
What?
Talking about Moses Moody, I remember saying, you think he's going to be like a Caron Butler? Oh, yeah, that's about it. Caron Butler was a 10-year starter in the NBA. And this is kind of what this is what I mean. This is what I mean about
rotational
Kuminga.
Piece for Moody.
That's right. I just think he's a rotational
piece. But
piece.
Caron, I would take.
Caron's better than Moody. Moody will never be as good as Caron Butler, is what I'm saying.
Well, it's crazy now to say it because I respect Caron, but what if Moody has his Jordan Poole moment and goes somewhere and comes back with some game like he did when he went to Santa Cruz? I thought Poole was awful. He's not.
Steiny Warriors would not. Oh my! No, I'm not even reading it. 510. I refuse to read that. Nick Young, embarrassment. Embarrassment to anything and everything. Hey, starting Wednesday, we're giving you and a guest a chance to go to the Chase Center to attend the Warriors introductory press conference with the player they draft. Right now, they have the number 19 pick in the draft. We're going to be showing you a keyword on YouTube and Twitch at certain points of the show, and then you're going to be able to qualify by texting those words to our short code. It all starts Wednesday, so search 95.7 The Game on YouTube and Twitch now. So you're ready to go. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors decision time. Starting to come. Starting to happen. Anthony Slater, fascinating piece. Warriors are in no rush to name Mike Dunleavy or Kirk Lacob the GM. We're waiting on Draymond Green. They've got the 19th pick in the draft. How do the Warriors stay relevant? On 95.7 The Game. No, Guru's fine. I'm the problem.
It was an F.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I met you last night, baby.
I agree, 707. Edison in Benicia. Steiny could be a great motivational speaker. Well, I'm 1-0 when I give the Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga a pep talk.
What world are you on and the one we are on? We're on Earth. Where are you? What planet are you on?
I do. Something just happened during the break that So I got a car, a Volkswagen, and there's 2 recalls on it.
Oh, God.
And I go to schedule an appointment.
There we go.
And she said, well, we don't have the parts yet, so I'll call you back and we'll schedule one. So about a month ago, 2 weeks ago, she called me from the Oakland VW and said, we've set an appointment August 12th. And I was like, she's like, just get back to me and confirm. But I'd forgotten.
Oh, damn it.
So now it's 2 weeks later. So I called the woman and said, da-da-da. And she said, yeah, okay, that's okay. She said, I had to push it back a week, though, because I didn't hear from you. So we're looking at the week of August 19th. And I said, that's fine. 2024. 2024.
What did you say after?
Oh. Well, that's very different. And then she said, do you think you're going to want to bring the car in the morning or the afternoon?
Dude, you should have handed that thing to me. I'll drive your car up there for you, Steiny, in 2023, and let's get my baby
fixed. No, it's 2024.
For you.
No, they don't have the part to do the recall.
Oh, see, now that.
They're not going to get the part.
Can I ask what the recall is?
One's for the battery.
Okay.
Not the battery across the street from the old ship. Exactly. The only battery that matters. And then there's this door issue where the lock sticks. And then there's...
So that ain't no airbag popping off. That ain't... Dude, why? And why can't you get them to...
I don't know.
This world, man.
So anyway...
He's okay.
Got to make sure I tell the boss it's August 19th, 2024. I got to get that car in.
If you decide morning or night, you still have to make that choice.
She said morning or afternoon. I'm like, are you kidding?
If you're still here.
It's just a preference.
What do you think Kyle Shanahan would tell her?
7 o'clock in the morning. I'll bring the damn car in.
That's just amazing. Well, if you're here and you got the same boss, because you could be Skip's new partner if you jettison us and leave for TV.
I couldn't do that job. You could. I couldn't.
Oh, I'd do it in the heart.
I know you. You probably do it for free.
Well, we're doing it now. We just be in suits. Oh, my God. I'm a Dodger fan. With suits, Donnie HD?
That one hurt me. Because you're insinuating that I'm the other guy. There's no way. Right? You're doing exactly what Steve Kerr did to Poole and Kuminga. You're saying everybody. You're saying, boy, do the Miami Heat care only about winning.
Pictured you and
like my guys.
I pictured you and I. It was us two at the desk.
Oh yeah, Bayless is an ass. We're basically doing the same show.
No, meaning we're doing the same thing back and forth. Good God, come on! I need old Steiny, Clint Eastwood.
Oh, here we go with the old again.
No, you've been in a good mood. Even Norm was talking about it, and it's the longest good mood we've gotten in a while.
Fred's in Oakland.
Man.
Freddie.
Fellas.
Talk to me.
Fellas, look.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk to you about that age situation, Guru and Steiny, because, look, there's 3 parties that are at fault. We start with the municipality, which is the city and the county, Alameda County, the city of Oakland. They have bungled that parcel over there at the Coliseum for way too long. Given the age, that 10-year lease a few years ago when they were dealing with the Raiders issue, and then when the Warriors dipped on them, even messing up how they sold a piece of the parcel and didn't have the right requirements on it, then you got to go to the owner himself, because at the end of the day, I believe he's one of the 4 richest owners in Major League Baseball, and he has the money to put a stadium right there at the Coliseum or at another location with his own money and not requiring so much from the city of Oakland. It can be done. All you got to do, look in Miami. They're building, the owners of Inter Miami are building a $1 billion facility for Major League Soccer in Miami.
But the A's don't got Messi coming.
Wow, man.
Right?
What's up?
That's because they're getting Messi.
Oh, yeah, because
though,
of
right?
Messi. Yeah, I get that. But you know what? Guru pointed it out earlier about the history of the A's. If the A's owner really wanted to be a major league owner and not the heir to his family's gap fortune or own one of the most expensive art collections, he would go ahead and build a new facility, and he would go ahead and have free agents and so forth to have a park that people will come to see a team full of free agents. And finally, we can't let Manfred get off the hook, because all Manfred has to do is do it just like the commissioner in the NBA did when they wanted to get rid of Donald Sterling. He just probably picked up the phone and said, "Yo, you got to bow out. We're going to get you a good price, but you ain't a member of the club no more." So that's the three people that we're dealing with in this situation, and I feel so sorry for Oakland A's fans because we ain't going to have no team.
We'll see how it's going to play out.
Yeah, man. And that last part, Stoney, I don't want to be negative, but I think about what would be coming next. What franchise would look at Oakland as a destination if the A's somehow get out of here? It's got to stop. Evan, I love and commend that you're going tomorrow. I may somehow even try to make it happen. Stoney, I know you think I'm over here in La La Land. I want to be a part of it. You got a guy with money that doesn't want to put back, and the city is affected, the cities in the greater Bay Area. All A's fans. It's a shame. It's tragic.
A Comcast business text line in the 707. Steiny, how could you say the Lakers didn't go all in for Kobe? No, I'm saying they did go all in. How'd it go? With Dwight Howard and who else did they? Who's the guard they brought in?
Steve Nash.
Steve Nash.
Yeah.
No, it didn't work out well. I don't think.
They tried. Yeah. It didn't work.
No. And it set him back.
Yeah.
But you're okay trying, and it's setting you back. I want to avoid that.
Well, if I had a crystal ball, then, everything would be
707,
different.
I'm saying if that's what you do with Steph, if that's what you want to do with Steph Curry, then you got to do it.
Now, when you say do it, just put stuff up and dress him up until he's done?
Who?
When you say do it, it's what's around Steph until he's done here.
Right. Right now,
there should be
the bottom line is this. Okay, we're catering to Steph. Everything for Steph. Everything under the sun for Steph. Okay. Well, then that's what we're going to do?
Yeah.
Fine. I'm looking at the Warriors right now, and I say, you ain't a title team. So doing everything in the world for Steph doesn't automatically include bringing Draymond Green back.
I hear you.
There's no proof that bringing Draymond Green back for 3 years is the best move for the Warriors.
And all you know is what
Steph
you know.
Curry.
Draymond represents the championship, Stoney. So I get that the Warrior fan or a portion of the fan base believes he's got to be in a Warrior uniform because they don't know anything else. I understand it.
This can't be right from the 408. Auto recall tip, which is what I'm looking for.
I'm already excited.
As long as the recall is remotely related to safety, just tell them you're bringing in the car tomorrow, and they must provide a rental or loaner until they fix it. Watch their reaction. They'll almost always, quote unquote, find the parts now. Some dealers will take parts off an inventory car to cover you. Good luck. That's my new main man, Dale.
No, all our main man. If you don't do that tomorrow, I do it today. As soon as we got.
Well, they might not
is how they act.
But you know what? The door thing is probably not a safety issue. It just sticks a little. So
that's a safety issue. What if you have to get out and? Yeah. No, I can make it a safety issue. You'll be like, hey, I didn't really think this qualified, but I'm going to try. Stein, you got to be a renegade. That is awesome. And they would, oh no, now we got this dude's car here. We got to find the part. Make them work for you.
See,
dude, that was a gift.
I don't need to do that. I'll just wait my turn.
See, this is, you're just.
I'm just a cog in the wheel. Thank you.
You're sheep.
Thank you.
It's like
You're
the
right.
rest of them.
You're right.
Meh.
Keep doing it. You're right.
He's the Gamo.
I'm gutless at times. Absolutely gutless. Let me tell you something. I can go to a restaurant. I can be treated awfully. The food could come late and it could be cold. I still tip. I don't know why.
You're a good dude.
Because I'm weak.
Well, no, it's because you're a good dude. I hope you ain't doing nothing that.
No, you know what, Goo? This is where I'm scared. I'm scared of conflict and confrontation. A big talker, Steiny, but when the push comes to shove, he just shuts his mouth and recoils.
Well, you guys both stood up for me when plastic was in my food.
Yeah,
the one time
I was
went to
just
dinner. Thanks for
going
that.
there, Evan.
But
It's Steiny. You were
was
the Tony.
result?
We still paid.
We still paid.
Oh, okay. I hear you. Well, one person did.
The man had a baggie
Dude,
in his ravioli.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that.
And they gave us like a free drink.
That's right.
They comped the plate. That was it.
And they told me I was getting one. Then I was looking like little Larry, like the glass empty. Yeah, I forgot.
I know, 510. Steiny, you tip when your food is cold, you need to hit the pike. I know. I got to get stronger. I got to.
Like, that bothers 2024. And she was serious.
Oh, dead
Lady,
serious.
I don't even know if I'm going to be around.
She was absolutely serious. Getting back to the Warriors. Back to Lake.
So let me.
Back to Wiggins.
So
Wiggins.
Does Draymond getting an extension, does that fall under Curry getting his way? Or is that just business?
Fair question.
Because I'm going to say
I think
something
we think
to
we know
defend
the
Draymond.
answer, but not.
He's smart, Steiny. And the dude before all this really jumped off said, the handwriting's on the wall. Ain't nothing changed. Nothing has really changed from Draymond, as smart as he is, looking at the state of the Golden State Warriors, except now they lost to the Warriors in 6. So you do question, is this the right way to go? Sacramento did, to a degree, expose the too big lineup. Does a Draymond Green extension go under, we're doing this for Steph, we're doing this for Dre? What is it? Because telling me you did it doesn't, I don't get a lot of goosebumps saying, okay, Denver, watch out. Because they can beat you with them.
Warriors aren't even on Denver's radar right now. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's to be continued because there's a lot to be.
Now people
addressed.
are saying, just because I can't get the recall stuff done at one VW, I could go to another VW.
But they should
store.
No, all the inventory
That can't
should be
be right.
everywhere, no doubt. All the computers are linked.
People
so
are
if they
saying,
don't have it, they don't have it in Fremont.
Yeah, somebody's saying go to Walnut Creek. It's like, no,
good luck with that.
Yeah, I don't think that's the way it works. Even though I have no idea. But
my gosh. Sam Lubman's uncle, who is one of the greatest dudes on this earth, Justin, was my advisor when I took the caddy in, Steiny. We bonded. Norm was with me. Somebody just said Goo doesn't tip when he gets good service. I didn't tip Justin, nor was there a jar for me to tip him.
Who's Justin again?
That's Sam's uncle that works at Cadillac.
Yep.
So I hope, no, Justin knows I'm a real one. We hit it off. There was no tip jar. He helped me, and they did the paperwork.
At a car dealership?
Cadillac, Fremont.
Yeah, I'd say no.
Okay.
He gets nothing and likes it.
I was like, I hope Sam didn't text that, because that's like, hey, yeah, you don't tip your advisor.
925 Volkswagens, my wife and I both drive one, are very impacted by the global parts shortage. Them and Volvo and BMW are struggling. Thanks, Rob.
So then if you did pull that or play that card, you would find out if there were really any, if they had any.
There's supply chain issues.
Because if they had to give you a rental, oh boy.
Let me tell you something about the supply chain, and I do know this for a fact. Why are you laughing?
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Well, half the stuff I will make up, but the other half I have some knowledge of. And this I have a very small amount of knowledge about. But one of my friends, Craig L., works for the Port of Oakland. And let me tell you, we got supply chain issues. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Everybody knows.
And the supply chain issues are going to last for more than a year, 2 years. Hey.
At least till 2024.
Yeah.
And around August.
And there's nothing really you can do about it.
That's why some teams aren't wearing their alternate jerseys too, Stoney.
The Pirates.
Baseball. Oh, no, you haven't noticed.
408, I'm ready to do it, but Guru won't do it.
Read it. I don't know.
Guys, admit it's Jim Morrison time.
What? It was Jim Morrison time last year.
Nope.
I hate you. I know what you hate right now and you despise. You wish there was some type of technique or some system or formula that you could just compute and make last year's Warriors championship 5 years old. It's
not
only
at all.
1 year old. I'm talking about to the people. You're not a fool if you're looking at last year's model is we don't know. We think we know.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Okay,
so while you're up there grinning.
Because run it back. Go ahead and run it back.
A lot of teams run it back because they got issues.
Yeah, run it back.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'll be happy if they run it back. You know why? Because Poole didn't get traded and Draymond's still here.
Yeah, you win 42 games.
You know, is Wiggins going to be here?
Who cares?
Is he going to miss 2 months?
He's a marginal player.
Oh, Steiny.
90% of the time, he's been a marginal player.
Dude.
I get it. You can say, Steiny, this might. Okay. Well, what are you relying on? Well, Curry's not going to take any noticeable step back. That must be assumed. Because if he takes a step back, we're done.
Cooked. But
okay.
Okay. It ain't going to happen.
No, he's going to get better at 37.
Boy.
Clay is 33, coming off 2 devastating injuries. He's clearly lost something, both ends of the floor.
He didn't play pickup basketball all off summer.
Oh, but he's going to get better.
I think he'll do it this
summer. He's going to get better at an advanced age.
All right.
Draymond Green declining, but he's going to have a turn back the clock year.
Wow,
okay,
man.
so your 3 aging stars. What you need to happen is they all have better years next year than this year. All right. Fine.
And you won't throw in Poole. You won't throw in Wiggins.
Okay. Y'all throw them both in.
So that's 5 guys that could, that's a lot, Steiny.
I don't think so. That's not a championship team. I don't think. And, this is where I'm not being a jerk. But I think, were they a championship team last year? Yeah, they were. Barely. They were barely.
Because they were 18-2. Remember that.
We're talking about. The people who say got lucky, da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
Forget that. They earned everything. But they were barely the champions last year. So if they were barely the champions last year, then they took a step back this year. Even if they bounce back next year, everybody's older, they're not going to be, they're not back to where they were. Even when they got breaks winning it. They're still not going to be as good as they were.
The word I'm looking for is
year.
Relevant or in a player, a threat.
Fine. That's fine. I'm talking about winning titles.
And I got to throw this to you, Stoney, because the trophy comes as it is.
Are over.
That series with Boston, although they were down twice, 1-0 and 2-1, they won it in 6. So when you say,
Boston stunk. That's the rat on the table.
Now, wow.
The rat on the table is now. Oh boy, Boston wasn't easy. Wasn't that?
Well, they
tough
lost
to
in
beat.
the conference finals. Boston did
this year.
Yeah,
right.
So, I think you're saying it like they won 25 or 30 games.
No,
Boston's got they got some issues behind the scenes too. Starting with their head coach that departed.
This is what
Boston's a good team. That's all.
That's fine. They're a good team.
Right.
What the F does barely mean?
And that's where I was going.
Well, what can't you understand? What can't people
barely
understand?
Barely is never on a championship trophy.
That's fine.
Okay.
But there's a reality to this situation. And it is when we had Durant and we had Curry, we won titles in 17 postseason games.
You got that.
So you were the best team by far.
Right.
That means even if you got worse, you're still better than every other team.
And last year they were the best team after 20 games. They got off to that phenomenal start.
Okay.
So would you
Last year they were one of the top 6 teams in the league. They were third in their conference record-wise. They run the table, okay? Do you think they were as dominant last year as they were in the Durant years?
No, hell no.
Well, that's my point. So if you're starting from a lower level of champion, you're a champion, yes. but those Durant teams were elevated teams. Now you're a champion, but the pack is closer to you. Yes, 2 years down the road, that matters. Because we're not talking about a dominant team last year. We're talking about one of 6 or 7 teams that could have won it. They won it. My point is, I think you're making a big mistake if you think the Warriors have the most talent in the NBA.
No, I wouldn't. Come on, everybody, even Dub Nation knows that.
Okay.
And they're to put it bluntly, I think they're sick of it to a degree. I want to see the next stage or phase of this offense, and I think one exists without Draymond Green in the screen setting. So, Stoney, I've never once looked at you. That's why I'm up here lightweight nervous about the Warriors next couple of years because of where Denver's at, where the Lakers are at with what the enhancements as they get. Kawhi coming back. And if you guys say, Kawhi's a myth, okay, well, we're doing that with Klay Thompson, hoping that he reverts back to form. So I am not happy, and I don't think the talent is as great here in Golden State. But I do think the talent that you're grading, I just really feel like you're omitting Wiggins and Poole.
I feel like nobody's really understanding what I'm saying, which is, let's say you're grading every NBA team in the history of basketball on a scale of 1 to 100.
Gotcha.
All right, so the Bulls, they were 100. Okay, the Golden State Warriors with Kevin Durant and Steph Curry, what were they?
101.
100. We're going to give them 100.
You put 102 for me.
Then who'd they beat? Cleveland. Yeah. What was Cleveland the last year the Warriors won it? What were they?
They were undermanned, but they were.
But if the Warriors are 100, what are they?
8.5, 9.
Or 90.
No, they had young Ballard. Yeah, 9.
So they're 90.
Okay.
This past year, the Warriors won it. Okay. What were they? What number would you give them?
They were, I'll go just to the start of the season. They were a 7 or 8.
Okay, well, I'll give you 9.
Okay.
But my point is if they're a 9 2 years ago and they're 100 4 years ago, their margin for error is already shrunk.
Okay. Now, bear with me because of the Boston example you used and a couple people laughing at what's going on. But Boston, on paper, they've done a whole hell of a lot of winning. You talk to me all day long about Miami being the 8th seed and being if the Warriors somehow they're not past Denver. I know they're not better than, but Stoney, it ain't that. I don't want to disrespect Miami here. I got to be careful. What if the Warriors had to play Miami?
When?
No, right now.
In the NBA Finals?
Yeah, right, like. Okay, they couldn't apologize because Miami got there as the 8th seed.
They didn't apologize for Boston last year. You're right. They didn't. We didn't know we were going to have to apologize for Boston. No, it's not getting to the finals. Yeah, they can beat anybody once they get to it's kind of like the Super Bowl in my mind. Steiner, you don't qualify championships by using the word barely. It still counts. I know it counts. But they had less margin for error last year in their championship than any of the previous 3. So if you're dealing from that starting point, that's a different starting point than we're the most dominant team in the NBA. And we can afford to slip a little because we'll still be better than everybody else in the NBA. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got action on the other side.
Give yourself a round of applause.
the guy.
We just don't have the answers. We're trying.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, follow me here. I'm going to try to use another example of what I mean with the Warriors. So, when they won it last year, okay, just for sake of argument, they played Denver without Murray and Jokic. Okay, we see they're pretty good. Then they played Memphis. Morant got hurt.
Oh, man.
And then they played Dallas. They beat Dallas. Yeah. Then they go play Boston. They beat Boston. Let's take a look at the Miami Heat this year. All right? Miami plays Milwaukee in the first round without Giannis. They advance. Then they beat the Knicks, favorable matchup. Then they beat Boston. I want you to suppose for a minute, just suppose for a minute, that Miami beats the Nuggets this year. Jokic got hurt in game 2. Doesn't matter how. Yeah. They get lucky. Okay. So this year, the Heat win it all. Okay?
Yeah.
They run it back. Do you think at the start of next year, Miami thinks we're the best team in the Eastern Conference?
I don't know how to answer that. If I'm a player, we're defending champs. Yeah, there's something that comes with that. I would say yes.
Okay. So you run it back, and you win 44 games. The Heat win 44 next year, finish 6th, and they lose in the second round.
We got to look ourselves in the mirror and come off the high horse or the euphoria of winning the chip because we were aided and we got help.
So the Miami Heat.
That's one person's job.
Go from a. There's all I'm saying is there's no way that the Heat would have won it this year. Pat Riley says we're going to run it back next year. You have a Warrior-like season, and then Pat goes, "We're going to try it again."
Right.
Because right now, Miami, they can't say they're the best team in the East. I mean, yes, of course they can. They're in the finals, but. Next year.
But they could win 50. They could win 60 next year.
They could.
Gotcha.
But they also they're not head and shoulders better than everybody, no matter how good they are.
Now, nobody would argue that.
Okay, well, neither were the Warriors.
But somebody would say, why are you coming up with that? Why are you criticizing said team that hasn't even embarked on their season next year? Right now, they are the best in the East because they're representing the East in the finals.
Right.
So what I'm asking you, I'm not disagreeing. Steiny, is haterade when people got to go to a card that is not in the deck, and to go into the card and have a fan base think like management and say it's not good. This is not how you're supposed to feel next year just because this or that happened. I'm saying all that to say, do you think right now wherever Steph is, he doesn't think his team has a chance to win?
No idea what he thinks.
I think he thinks his team has a chance. We don't know what that is. A chance. That ain't, we're going to be number 1 seed or go public. But damn, and I think Joe Lacob ended that presser with, we ain't done winning.
There's no way Pat Riley, this season ends. They go into the offseason and Pat goes, we're the best team in the East. We don't have to get better.
He would be a fool.
Exactly.
Especially with them being,
Because while they were in the finals, they might not be the best team in the East. Now they got there, nobody's taken anything away from it. From them. They've had a great postseason. But there's no chance Pat Riley, because they ran the table, believes, we're just better than Milwaukee. Well, don't you have to factor in that Giannis was hurt? I think you do. It doesn't mean you didn't deserve to beat him. It means, let's factor in what happens if Milwaukee gets healthy. Let's go to Ralph, San Rafael. Hey, Ralph, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well.
Hey, quick question. It's kind of the unthinkable question, which is, do you guys think, again, I'm looking for your opinion, obviously, do you think in terms of what's best for the Warriors franchise moving forward to remain competitive and whatnot, is it time for the Warriors to start thinking the unthinkable, which is to start moving on from, Steph in particular and seeing what they can get for him to keep things rolling? And part 2 of the question is, do you also think, or possibly, that this could be, behind some of the reasons that perhaps Bob Myers isn't there anymore? And I'll take your questions off the air.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I don't know.
Well, for me, I just heard Bob Myers in that presser. He said this team ain't done winning. And he said, the rules ain't going to stop nothing. Joe Lacob, nothing's going to stop him. That's all you, okay. And he may not be able to do diddly squat, but that don't sound like a guy that's looking to give up or pull the plug on Steph. What are you getting later? Tomorrow is not promised. Maximize what you got.
The reality of the situation is, and I don't talk about it because this fan base can't handle it. But yes, that would be something that you'd be open to. Because the bottom line is, there's nobody more valuable on this roster than Steph Curry. Yeah. There's nobody that could fetch more than Steph Curry. Again, I don't even bring it up because there's such a big portion of this fan base that can't even understand the thought process. But yes, the Warriors would not be the first team in the history of sports that would consider moving off their face and franchise player in order to salvage some part of the future. I mean, Joe Montana was traded. Chris
what's the bigger point,
traded.
Steiny?
My point is, yes, you look at Steph Curry at some point.
Not this
summer.
Not now.
No, at some point. But I mean, I can't stand when people say, I wouldn't trade Steph for anything in the world. Yes, you would. Mm-hmm. You'd trade him for Jokic right now, straight up. You absolutely would, right?
No, because
so Denver, so Jokic, they win the title, and then something happens. Something just happens in Denver. It's a personal thing where Jokic is like, get me out right now.
That's
they called you.
Right.
Yes, it is going to happen. We see players come available all the time. Zion may be available right now. Ja may be available right now.
And they both
Chris
have baggage.
Paul. Everybody's got baggage.
Well, Steph doesn't.
Okay.
Jokic doesn't.
I'm telling you, if Joe Lacob would trade Steph Curry for Jokic tomorrow.
Right, but that will never happen.
Well,
That's
but it's
all.
the thought. But you need
That's
to
different.
not you.
Yeah.
But you need to understand that they might come off Steph at some point.
Right. The Niners came off Montana.
Exactly. Michael Jordan didn't play for just one team. It happens. I'm not saying they're there yet, but this is kind of what I'm talking about. There's a lot. It's funny. Uncle Looney says hypothetical. What's a hypothetical? That Steph's almost 36? That's not a hypothetical. That the Warriors don't have tough decisions to make? No, that's not a hypothetical. They have tough decisions to make. They just do. And I know people don't like to hear it, but you know what it is. Ilron the True, Steiny, do you know basketball? I don't know. My whole life. My whole life. But I don't know. We had it at 42 or 43 here. Oh, thanks. Let me take a look. Oh, you're saying break now? Does that mean 42? All right. We're not trading Steph. Not yet. Really conscientious superstars, of which Steph is one, they've been known actually to go to management and say, why don't you move me for the sake of the franchise? Maybe that's Steph's next step. Hey, Joe, you guys are done. You know it and I know it. We're done. I can't carry these guys. See what you can get for me. See if you can keep this thing going without me. Change over next. Mm-hmm.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. We're now joined by Willard and Dibbs. The
guys.
crossover is brought to you by California Academy of Sciences. Every visit supports the Academy's mission to regenerate the natural world. Learn more and reserve your ticket at calacademy.org.
It's up to
Woj
you.
reporting. Interest in Chris Paul. 4 teams. 2 Lakers, Knicks, Clips.
Come on.
And our Dubs.
Not where I
Come on.
Yeah.
What'd you think I was coming?
All I saw today was the internet put up 5 logos as far as the potential Dalvin Cook landing spots, and the 49ers were one of them.
Oh,
I'm like, yeah, got it. Christian McCaffrey and Dalvin Cook.
Yes, sir.
I just the Warriors are good box office, so they stick them on those lists. At least that's my hope.
All right.
Chris Paul.
You guys had a good weekend?
Yeah, great weekend. Yeah, no doubt.
I played dominoes with you, so you didn't post anything.
It's your turn, so let's go.
Well, I'm doing the show.
A baby girl maybe has a tooth, so
here we go.
Yeah, that kind of turned the weekend south a little bit. Did I mention? It's like, come on, act like you've had a tooth before, but she hasn't. So
Things are percolating.
dude,
But you
big
don't
time.
really mean that. Act like you had a tooth.
Well,
For
I
the
mean,
people
come
in the
on,
back,
dude.
Yeah.
It's a bit.
My son turns 20.
Some people take it serious.
My son turns 22 tomorrow. So
happy birthday!
I've been through all this like a bunch of times, and now baby girl, I got a tooth. It's like, come on, suck it up.
Speaking
You got
of
33 more of those coming.
Well, speaking of the babies, I need to thank both of you, but then also to come down your roads a little bit.
No.
So
Yeah, here we go.
It's not on no for me.
No, this is good.
Yeah.
It's always an
2
oh-no
minute
for
drive to the park. 2 minute drive. We probably should have walked, but
Okay.
we're lazy and in a hurry, and because the kid loves wiffle ball, and
My favorite.
And when we hop in the car, and there's 95.7 The Game, and he's like, "What's this? Who's playing?"
Oh, okay.
Like he thinks there's a game on. It's like it's 10 in the morning on a Monday. I go, "This isn't a game." He goes, "Well, who is this?" I go, "This is my friends Steiny and Goo. They come on, right. They come on, do the show right before your dad does." Oh, okay. And then he listens for 30 seconds, and then all of a sudden he's got takes. He's got Jordan.
Is this
Poole
young
takes.
Jude?
This is 9-year-old Jude.
My nephew.
We
He starts-
went to the Giant game where there was no food.
Go ahead, Willard. That one's in the vault. That one's in the vault. Anyway, he's got Jordan Poole takes. He's got Draymond takes. But then by the time we're there, Steiny, you're over here putting John Sterling out to pasture.
Yes.
What on earth? I'm trying to teach a young man a little something in life.
Wow.
You're over here like trying to. You're like,
There's
what's
2 things going on.
Yeah,
here.
what's happening?
Well, first of all, he got hit by a foul ball.
I'm well aware.
Okay.
My
It's a
older
glancing
son,
blow.
My older son and I
Whatever.
had a 13-minute snot flying belly laugh last night.
Oh, so good.
When I showed him this video. I mean, we could not control ourselves.
How did you not know where it was at?
Ow.
The baseball wins. The baseball.
But the baseball
wins.
seemed to do something like it was still attacking him when it landed. It didn't just land. It was doing something
it
to
came
him.
after him.
Yeah.
My memory is gone.
He gave up on
I'm
it.
laughing with him, not at him.
No, you're laughing at him.
My memory.
This guy needs to be protected from himself. Okay? He does.
What do you mean?
What I'm saying is two things can be equally true. I'm worried about this guy.
Yeah, dude.
He's non-functional at times.
Oh, never that.
However,
He
what
just
you will
a-
never see me do or hear me do is
It's funny.
laughing at an 84-year-old
We're not laughing at him.
man
We're
who
laughing
gets
with
hit.
him.
No, he wasn't
Steiny.
laughing. He was saying, ouch,
My
ouch,
memory.
ouch.
That's a
It's
great
not-
one.
First of all, it was ow, so leave out the CH, and ow is less formal than
Two
ouch.
of them, yeah.
Secondly,
Ow.
the man wheeled, just when you thought medical attention was coming, he wheeled and was like, curveball,
Hey.
whoa. If he
which meant it was a fastball down the middle.
That's fine. But if the man was laid out on the ground, we wouldn't be laughing.
Yeah.
It's hysterical because he rocks 3 outs.
And his play-by-play of
32 seconds later, he's like,
he knew it was a foul ball. Because he's telling you it was a foul ball, but it's like he had no idea. Oh, there it is.
He gave up on it. Did you see his eyes? You got to look at the video. His eyes go up, and he sees the foul ball go up, and he's just like, it's gone. And then the next thing you know, it's in his cheek.
We love him, Steiny. We're laughing. Like if I got up in a company meeting, I told them this and fail.
This guy would no longer be around.
I wouldn't get mad.
Bring back George Steinbrenner. There's no chance he would tolerate this guy. There is no chance he would have his PA announcer taking the spotlight away from his baseball team with buffoonery. Flat out buffoon.
Play-by-play.
Yeah, he's not a PA announcer.
Exactly.
That's pretty
Put
good.
some respect on his name. He's not making
That's
$48
right. You're right.
a game.
He's not Robert Shepard, the voice of God.
Rest in peace.
Now that guy.
And I'll say this to defend Steiny because he has never been one to laugh at the pratfalls of other people. And I wish that I was better than that because he and I were golfing at Metropolitan in Oakland about 4 years ago, and he had a slip and fall that I didn't see. He fell in the mud. He was hitting a golf ball on number 5, long par 4. No, you were going to hit the ball.
No.
I didn't see it,
Well,
but you fell in the
do you
mud.
want this story
and I
accurately?
thought that it was hilarious.
I would have laughed, Steiny.
You didn't see it.
But I would have
Neither did
laughed.
he.
Nobody
Wait a minute.
saw it.
Hold on. We're dudes.
He is gone.
There's a rule. If you're not hurt, it's funny.
No,
period.
People
If
laugh
you-
before they know the answer to that question.
No, he wheels around and calls me
That's
back.
all right.
He was so
He's doing the shit.
And then the ball, it was like a person when it got hit.
Raise your hand if you were today's years old when you found out that Sterling does the shimmy with his arms when the Yankees win. Of
course.
I knew that he did the thing with the voice. He gets his arms.
I love him.
Oh, my gosh, Steiny, come on. How can you not? If you fell in a bunker and we were playing golf.
No, he fell in the rough.
The second I see you
I appreciate this, Mark.
with a wry grin.
It was the muddy first cut.
I'm making fun of you for the
All
rest of the
day.
week.
I'm a young man.
Would you take that personal?
I'm a young man, I guess. No, I wouldn't take it personal.
He took it personal, and we got to the next tee box, and he is gone.
I mean,
he walked it off.
But this is like a guru story. It's about 40% right.
Oh.
Wow. That's a 3.
And what was he laughing at? I didn't like that.
So you were in the mud.
No, okay.
And then
So
I was lying too down the right side.
It was number 4.
Okay.
Before that short par 3, I hit my drive to the right, and it was wet, and there was water on the cart path.
Ah, yeah.
That course is wet.
I couldn't find my ball. And I was like,
you.
I wonder if it's underwater where water gathered in the cart path. Well, the cart path was very slippery.
Yeah.
So as I tiptoed in, I
Tippy
fell,
toe.
and I ended up like a cockroach on my back.
Did you hear any laughter?
Nobody was there.
No,
Nobody
it's
heard
on.
it.
Wow.
No, it's on.
Nobody, I could barely get out of the puddle.
I was in the pool.
I had a gum
I
bag.
can't get my bag.
This is funny. This is
I'm
still
falling.
funny.
I can't get
so-
up.
How many years
They
ago
all
was
work.
this?
All the jokes
work.
work. I was in the pool.
Yeah, so
Thank you.
I'm literally on my back, still holding on to my bag. I was carrying it. I had to do you ever see the crab walk?
Yeah.
That's how I had to extricate myself. I got up. I was hurt. My back really hurt. And now I'm soaking wet.
My neck and my back.
I was soaking wet.
How many hours? How many hours? 3? Over under set at 2.5.
Honestly, the effort was spent on, I got to get out of this puddle as fast as possible. So there wasn't a lot of, oh my God, it was just like, get out. Because anyway, I got out. I met Dibs on 5, and I said, I think I'm done, bro. He goes, what? I'm like, dude, I just fell, and I hurt myself, and I'm soaking wet.
Soaking wet.
And he was like,
So he left.
I had to.
I said, dude, you'll be fine. The sun's out. Couple holes, you'll be dry.
yeah.
He said, no, you don't get it. I'm out. And I said, all right, bro. I'll see you. Thank you. And I felt bad because, and as he's walking away, he was in fact super wet.
But you were hurt. You said your back was hurt.
I was hurt.
Yeah.
See, Willow's showing me a side of him that I didn't think he had.
I love it. If you fall in front of me,
You're
I'm laughing. And once I find out you're not hurt, we're going to laugh.
Hurt. Remember
Well, not that instance.
He played the next day.
Remember the trip to Yosemite a few weeks ago, and I came back, and y'all were like, "Gosh, there's no way you and the lovely Christy are that happy."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "No, we went on a hike, and I bailed. I mean, bailed.
Shout out
hard,
Christian.
Hard on a very crowded.
The missus had to laugh.
I mean,
it's
as
funny.
soon as yes, but I am. You're at the age where it's like, "Are you all right?"
Yeah.
And the second she sees me laughing, I want everybody on the trail to laugh. Everybody.
I'm with you, Mark.
I'm kidding. That is hilarious.
Now, if the paramedics got to come, I ain't laughing.
No, of course not.
Now, let me clarify something about this as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Please don't get it twisted. If I'm the person who falls, I also try to make light of myself and laugh at myself and be like, "Oh boy,
there you go,
the dork, Steiny the dork." But that doesn't mean that if I see somebody, I laugh at them. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, then you're not doing a very good job
how
of
you
being
look at life.
self-deprecating.
Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta be funny.
No, I am self-deprecating
I know,
when
but
I fall.
Then it should
I
be
will
funny.
not laugh at somebody else's possible expense.
But if it's not possible anymore, once you are in a self-deprecating spot, it's just funny. You're signaling to the rest of the world it's okay. Susan, it was a glancing blow.
Yeah.
You're
That's a
signaling
3. Yeah.
that it's okay, so now we can laugh. The Yankees networks are not putting that on social media if the dude got it in the temple.
And he played it up
and
with
they
the
had to
Band-Aid.
call- Right.
Yeah, he did.
I don't like physical comedy. I just don't like physical comedy.
Well, it's funny because John Sterling was there on the golf course when Steiny fell, and he said, "The puddle wins."
Actually, he would have gotten it right, so he probably would have said, "Look at Steiny. He's dominating this puddle. Look for him to play 36 holes today." Like everything he says is wrong.
Wait, what did I do wrong?
Dude, that is the greatest one of everything.
No, he actually called this one. He nailed it. Ow.
Dude,
Ow.
that was great.
Ow.
But he knew there was a foul ball. He just somehow got
He
lost.
gave up on it. Like, right? There's less range of motion at that age.
Well, and he misjudged the
looked up,
spin.
and it went out of the range of motion of his head.
Like he can
And
see
then
the seams.
He moved on, and then the ball came down.
It's a classic top spin.
What goes up must come down.
Well, and he looked up, and it turned out it was a top spin, so that thing was dipping all the way. And by the time he looked back, it caught him. It was a glancing blow, Susan.
So he's not like Ted Williams couldn't tell what direction the seams were
There's a
moving.
flying baseball in John's box. That's what Susan said.
Are you okay?
For those of you who
I'm
remember.
okay.
Yeah.
There's an angry baseball in John's box. Thank you.
Is that Waldman?
Yeah, that's Waldman on Roger Clemens is in
yeah.
George's box. That's her famous call.
Goodness gracious.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Yankees' whole broadcast team
Yeah.
is a
caricature,
documentary.
yes,
It's
they're
a
a
documentary
caricature.
in and of itself.
So he fits right in.
Oh,
He
my
does.
God.
Guru wants to get Karl Anthony Towns.
I heard that too.
Yeah, I wasn't going
Man.
there. I was going to ask him something else.
Yeah, guess what? You don't get to control
Well,
everything.
you don't speak for me, so it's my turn. I'm going to ask him something else.
man.
You can change your mind?
No, I'm Townsed out. How about that?
Oh.
So I'm going to talk about what I want
You know
to
what
talk
I
about.
want? If you're going to get Karl Anthony Towns, I want soft serve ice cream because
I
it's
didn't
the
ask you
same
about Karl
thing.
Anthony Towns.
Yeah. No, I'm just
All right,
saying.
you know what?
that's-
It's on you. You guys go.
No, no, that's no.
No, what'd you want to talk about?
Well,
Because
it don't even matter.
no,
we got into it on Friday.
Carl
a little
and
bit.
Andrew.
Who did?
Carl and Andrew.
Me and Larry, yeah,
Yeah.
because the whole thing about Karl Anthony Towns came out, and I told him I'm out on Karl Anthony.
Where did that come from, by the way?
And
Is
what
it just
am
an
I
idea?
feel like I'm missing
Bleacher
something.
Report.
Bleacher
Yeah,
Report said
yeah.
what? What they said? This
No,
is
it's just some trade proposal.
just an idea.
He
Or
would
like,
fit
right,
in
right.
perfect
I think
here,
so.
though.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Carl and Andrew aren't playing together.
And that's what we
Again?
talked about.
I know.
Yeah.
I don't think Carl and Andrew are playing together.
But Joe probably could care less about that. They're playing together
mean-
with Steph, Dre,
True.
hopefully, and
Yeah.
whoever else.
Yeah,
Well, pick something else then.
The
Would you?
boycott for the A's tomorrow. I thought that hit me in the cardiac muscle. I
I'm
know you're giving
torn.
ownership
And yet we didn't
money,
get any
but I
mileage
like.
out
They
of
said
it.
there's about 20,000 tickets sold. I just like the concept of the fans throwing the middle finger and saying, Yeah, you're blaming it on us, but
Yeah.
it's bigger than
Yeah,
us.
you gotta be careful.
Evan will be in the house.
You got to be careful with that stadium, though. You can be like, hey, look at the pictures of our stadium. You put 20,000 people in that stadium, it looks half empty. So are the pictures on social media really going to tell the story that everyone who's going think they're going to tell? We showed up 20,000 strong.
Well, hopefully it's 30 or 40.
And
You
most
need 30 or
teams are
40.
like,
Right,
You
right,
need
right.
30 or
most
40.
teams are like, that's Tuesday.
No doubt,
That's
Willard.
Tuesday night.
Yeah.
20,000.
But it's something from a fan base we haven't heard anything from that's
Yeah,
been
I mean,
down dead
Yeah.
on the mat. Those I'm telling you, I ain't Oakland residents, born in Oakland. Cavill, that was so bad, him in the court. Like, that was embarrassing.
Right.
I remember his first day on the job, the stuff that he was saying on Twitter, but I just feel happy for A's fans that they get this exercise to throw up the double bird.
Sure.
And if that's putting
Yeah.
money in Fisher's pocket, so be it.
Right, and they're all going to have the sell shirts. There's many different locations where you can buy the sell shirts, and I was torn on Dave Cavill because he gave me a shot with the San Jose Earthquakes. I did one game. Jim Kozimor was out. He had to do something. Well, here's the story.
Right.
I did one game, and I had a very famous big call, blonde-haired bedlam, and Cavill loved it, and so he gave me the gig because Kozimor couldn't do it anymore.
Okay.
Kozimor was being kept in-house at NBC Sports, at the time Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area.
Gotcha.
Dave Cavill gave me a shot. I did a one-year gig with the Quakes, and then Dave Cavill was a part of me losing my shot. So I'm definitely mixed on the man in terms of his whole arc as an executive in pro sports in the Bay Area. But this whole thing with the A's, if you want to look at blame, we all blame Dave Cavill. He's a puppet.
Yeah, okay.
He is on Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood. It's John Fisher and it's Rob Manfred. Rob Manfred is getting the biggest pass in all of this, and I know that he works for the owners, Mark, and you're so right, but honestly, it's John Fisher and it's Rob Manfred more than it is Dave Cavill. They're trotting Dave out there to be...
That part I get. But
Right.
the Fisher, how can he not be forced to sell?
Well,
how can this continue to go on and Manfred let it?
Because despite what the videos showed in the Nevada State Legislature last week, just because it was a joke does not mean it's not going to pass. Like, you got a lot of those lawmakers were trying to put video out because it'll show their constituents, see, I was against it, or I held their feet to the fire. But the vote, from what I read, it was a situation where there were like 5 undecideds and they only need 2 or 3 of them. Like, this is Nevada. And the
So
answer,
this is not done, you're saying?
It's not done. I hope it's... Now, if it gets turned away in Nevada, then yes, now you're in a situation where the A's might get sold. Because I don't know, because they'll be homeless. They'll be totally homeless. They'll be out of options. But, I mean, honestly, Nevada state lawmakers, that's where our hope sits. They say yes to everything. Wow. They say yes to everything.
Yeah.
That's why they're getting a pro sports team every year right now.
Right.
So, I don't know. I hope they say no. They should. It's a terrible deal for them.
Yeah, I do too. I think that's the only chance that falls through in Nevada. And then Fisher's like, well, this is just too much heavy lifting at this point. So we'll sell to Joe Lake.
You know, 5-game win streak to get to 17-50.
That's just
right.
Wow.
Unreal.
Yeah, they're hot. Hottest team in baseball.
It is, but that they are.
Yeah, no doubt.
Nuggets close it out tonight?
Yeah. I had Nuggets in 5
They
the
get
whole
everybody
time.
just.
Well, I was team Nuggets in 5 2 weeks back, and I know that Whitley put out a graphic. I don't know if your prediction made it, Steiny, but mine certainly did.
I think I would have had Denver and, I don't know, 7.
Yeah, we didn't get. I didn't get
5 or 7. Guru had Heat in 7.
No, I had Denver in 7.
Evan?
Let's go to the
you
tape.
definitely had the Miami Heat in 7.
Man. But you don't get to say because you don't,
Who was Evan speaking
you don't
for
make
me?
predictions anymore.
Oh, Show me the graph where my face
Let's
is
go to
on
the
there
tape.
with the
There
glass.
was
That's
not a
all that
graphic.
matters.
Let's go to the tape.
No,
It
Willard, there
wasn't a graphic.
wasn't.
Nobody asked
Yeah,
me for
Ernie
this.
Chapman.
There is a
He'll-
graphic.
Ernie
It's
Chapman
coming
will-
out after
It's
the
coming out. He'll find
After
it.
the finals.
Yeah, but we
No.
don't have a graph. You know, the official.
I do
Yeah.
think a couple things. I do think the NBA
Steiny
season
killed those graphics.
Yeah,
That's how that worked. Yeah, that whole bit.
Why you did that?
Oh, just come on.
I think the NBA season ends tonight. I think that's why the article in The Athletic came out today. The idea that Jordan Poole is maybe going to get traded, but not, but maybe not. Like they think it's recoverable. To me, that's a message that the Warriors would like to send the whole NBA, so it doesn't look like they have to trade Jordan Poole. I think that timing is interesting. I also think we've all forgotten that supposedly. Does Adam Silver have a press conference tomorrow to let us know about Ja?
Oh, that's right.
If Denver
was a
wins
toy
tonight,
gun now. Please.
Whatever it was, their decisions made.
That's akin to joking about old people. About
No,
guns.
the joke is you shouldn't have
Guns
any
and
guns,
old
young
people.
man.
You're hitting all the sensitive
whatever
subjects
suspension
today.
you get, you warranted. And then you ran this dog and pony show about you went to counseling in 4 days. Hey, that's fine. But you're an infant, and you messed up bad. I hope you don't get the year because I love to see you play, but he'll probably get half the year.
So if you
but
bring-
to say there's a toy gun,
If
there's
you
no way
bring
to
that
prove
toy
that.
gun into a bank, for example,
Oh,
and I'd like to make a withdrawal. Ha, 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 ha. How does that go for you?
No, it don't.
Plus, by the way, this is also weeks
Steve,
removed.
you got me on that
but
one.
and it's a weeks removed from another gun incident on Instagram.
Right.
Like you've literally supposedly just gone to counseling about this. Come on. So even if it is a toy, the NBA is going to remain highly concerned.
There's a stupid tax involved, too.
It's either 30, 50, or the whole year. It is. I'd be shocked if it's anything else. For Ja.
Yeah, I got it at 50.
I think a whole year's excessive.
Might feel that way, but it's one of those three, don't you think? I mean, it's going to be significant.
30 sounds.
You remember
It's gonna be a
Gilbert
lot.
Arenas and Javaris
G-Code,
Crittenden?
yeah.
And what went down? Now, they got the rest of the year, which was fewer than 50 games, but they just got the rest of the year. And I think that was about 30 games, what they got.
And I think Gilbert had gun in the locker room.
Multiple
and then there
guns.
was a gun
He
situation
laid him
on
out.
a plane.
It all
over
started on the
cards.
plane, and
Yeah.
then they got in the locker room.
That's right.
And he said, "Where's my money?"
Oh,
and he
my
said,
gosh.
and he laid out reportedly a selection of artillery and said, "Which one do you want me to shoot you with?
Yeah.
Take your pick."
Wow, crazy.
That's basically how that went. So, but
Could you imagine
you're
that?
telling me
I actually can with him.
Oh, wow. I see. I didn't know
He's
him like that.
Agent Zero.
He's
So Latrell got
a live
what,
wire.
70
68.
when he
Choked Carlissimo.
Right.
Assaulted
Because it was
a
the
coach.
rest of the
Yeah,
year.
that's assault.
Remember the initial
Right.
suspension was 10 games by
Exactly.
the Warriors.
Exactly.
And then the league came in and said rest of the year.
So this individual has had multiple gun episodes. These are guns. This is not my hands on your throat.
Okay.
Hey, you choke me, Kev.
Yeah,
That's me doing Whitey doing him doing PJ Carlissimo. But so he gets 60 whatever games, and Ja's going to get what 30? I don't see it. Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up today other than the show?
I don't know. I don't know what else we could do between 2 and 6 other than the show. That's what we got coming up. The show.
But
the show.
It's like another day's gone by where we couldn't avoid an awkward crossover.
Well, you thought this was awkward? Well, I didn't think this was awkward at all.
This is this part right here.
Yeah.
This part right here.
Wasn't the definition of insanity doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result? Don't ask what's coming up. The show.
No. I mean, just me walking off.
Well, you know.
Hey, you're judgmental about it.
No,
Like, you think there's a way to do it?
Did you see the Mayweather brawl?
I don't at all.
We're going to get to it.
Yeah, just
Today
go
we're
with you.
debuting a new segment called "You Got Served," and so the Mayweather may or may not be a part of it.
That was incredible.
The McGregor, the
Dude,
Adam
he's in trouble. McGregor's in trouble.
Did you see Adam Hadwin yesterday from the Canadian Open?
Nick Taylor is that golfer who hit the 72-foot putt.
Okay.
And his friend came flying out onto the green to spray him with champagne, and security thought it was a random fan.
He got
So
served.
he got
gonna get
tackled.
my neck and my back. He's going to get a little something.
No.
Oh, no.
He's Canadian.
No,
so,
it's
in
all
fact,
good.
he apologized immediately
Oh, my goodness.
to security forces.
American, my neck and my back.
Totally.
I can't move.
What should we ask Doc Pandia today with a special
Uh-oh.
Monday doc?
You
What's
should ask him
striking
about
you?
John Sterling's face.
your lower extremity.
I would ask Hanji about the challenges of, working, of having to cure older people as opposed to people in their prime, and whether he thinks it's funny.
Yeah, that'll keep
like
you
Doc,
honest.
like Doc, how do you handle it when someone comes into your office and says "ow" 3 times in a row?
Right.
That's
you know what I mean? Yeah. Good seeing you, Steiny.
Always good.
All right. I'll see you guys too.
Yep. All right.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
I mean, let's just be honest. It's the thing we can't escape. Although maybe we can find a portion of it to escape today. Like literally, right? First of all, hope everything was awesome on Friday with Larry. Thank you for doing everything you did so that I could be at my daughter's graduation. Fantastic long weekend. Summer has begun. So shout out to all the parents who woke up today and went, what the hell do we do now? I'm one of you. And so here we are. And mornings are different now. They're not at school. I am now accepting the physical challenge. I will be at the park every single morning at 10 o'clock throwing wiffle balls inside, outside, working the corners.
Sure.
And on that 2-minute drive, there's Steiny and Goo. And what can we do? All I want to do in life is be like, is Luis Matos here, but turn on 95.7 the game, and we're working out Jordan Poole trades, and now I'm getting hot takes from the back seat from a 9-year-old on what to do about Jordan Poole.
And I would love to hear what he had to say, because sometimes out of the mouths of babes, I think is the expression, sometimes you get like the absolute crystallized truth in terms of takes.
You get the truth. You absolutely get the truth.
I don't know if I can handle the truth.
We'll find out. I did do something that you're not supposed to do.
You booked your 9-year-old to join us?
I did not book him.
Book.
I recorded him.
Win the young people.
I recorded him without his knowledge.
You recorded your own kid without his knowledge?
I did. And
what kind of a monster would record his own kid?
A parent on the first
for
day
his
of
own
summer.
devices. Oh, well, wait. I got to think about how my career started when I recorded my 4-year-old.
You got to get down. I remember.
Dude, he turns 22 tomorrow.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Nobody wants to talk about that reality.
Luckily, you and I have not aged while he has. So that's good. But
so when he was dropping good knowledge and phenomenal knowledge, and you got to get down. That kid turns 22 tomorrow. So for all of you who have been riding with me since I exploited my Dan, you exploited that poor kid. You're right. That's right, Gary.
You're damn right.
And here we are 18 years later.
Here we are. So, yeah, I did. I recorded him without his knowledge. But before we even get into that, I do, like, that was, and for those of you who don't know why we're on this, like, interesting article from Slates.
Thank you. I missed that.
Our guy, Anthony Slater, The Athletic. And by the way, real quick, shout out to the whole organization, The Athletic, and everybody who's dealing with another media company having layoffs today. So to all of the brothers and the sisters in The Athletic who are having a tough day, thoughts certainly with all of you. But really good article in The Athletic about the Warriors offseason. And as my mind always works whenever I see something like that, it's sort of like threefold. There's the media industry stuff where I'm just like, okay, is this a well-written article? Did I enjoy reading it? Okay, there's that. Second part, what's in it? What's the meat in here? And then the third part, which is a little bit more abstract, is why is this public? So my mind always goes there because as much as everybody over with the Warriors loves the slates, somebody is telling him something that he can put in The Athletic for a reason. Why would the Warriors want 1,200 words on whether or not Jordan Poole is safe or if he's going to be traded? Why would they want the message out there, which was, just to sort of sum it up for everybody, the message was the Warriors think that this is recoverable. However, that also means, that does not mean he's safe. everybody not named Steph is possibly going to be traded this offseason. Why would they do that? Why do they want that out there? If you ask me, Dibs, it's because they want the NBA world to think they don't have to trade Jordan Poole.
Of course.
Because if they know that they have to trade him, that throws his value into the toilet.
Right, and you don't want his value in the toilet if you are, in fact, going to trade him. And they also added in the piece in that article about them not being that concerned about being up around $4 or $450 million. They're not going to make a trade just to save money under the cap and the luxury tax and all the rest of it, which even, I think, furthers that point about them trying to get the narrative out there of, we're not going to trade Jordan Poole just to save money, or just because we've given up on him, or just because he won't play nice with Draymond Green. We're not motivated to do any of those things necessarily. We're not going to be completely put in that box. And so all those narratives come out today on June 12th as we sit now 10 days away from the NBA draft.
Well, welcome in Twitch and YouTube and the chats that go along with it, the Comcast Business text line, and we are always open for your phone calls at 888-957-9570. And we can go ahead and chop it up. Willard and Dibs, good afternoon. Hope everybody had a wonderful, wonderful weekend. The whole message from the Warriors at every stage right now is everything's fine. Everything's fine. It doesn't really look like everything's fine, but think about it. Bob Myers is leaving. Oh, we're fine. Right? Promote from within, and damn it, no matter what the rules are, we're going to win. We are going to win, and Bob, gosh, we love you, and all right, we'll see everybody next week. That's the message, and that was the message of this article as well. Everything is fine here. We're not scrambling. We could just do it again, or maybe we won't. But no matter what, like, we're fine. Just because our general manager left and because we lost in the second round and barely won in the first round and had infighting and we have financial issues that are skyrocketing out of control, we're fine here. The Warriors are very much like that famous GIF or GIF, depending on the way you like to pronounce it, where who's the character that's sitting there and there's just fire surrounding inside the apartment? Everything is burning. And the character's looking at the screen going, everything's fine here. Everything is absolutely fine. There's no problem at all. I don't think that the Warriors are burning by any stretch, but there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
And they would like us to believe that there's very little going on.
And there is a lot going on. And the lot going on is the GM is gone, the president of basketball operations is gone, and your power forward might opt out, and your shooting guard, one of your Splash brothers, is entering the final year of his deal, as is the head coach. And then your backup point guard, your backup two guard, Jordan Poole, may or may not want to be a part of what goes on anymore, depending on if Draymond Green is there. He may want to be gone. And Jonathan Kuminga intimated at the end of the playoff run that maybe he wants more playing time or he wants to be elsewhere, but nothing to see here. Everything's fine.
Yeah, and the article even linked the Draymond podcast and the comments that Steve Kerr made that we talked a lot about a week ago with regard to how the Miami Heat are, well, they're here because they don't have any bench players complaining. They don't have anybody yelling about playing time. Everybody's singularly focused on one goal. It linked it and said there's no doubt that these comments made their way back to Jordan Poole. So it's interesting. To me, the more everybody says, like, everything's cool here, the more I feel like something significant is about to happen. I can't tell you what, but I know that a lot of these things make us feel like, and I know Steiny was talking about this earlier, and he's not wrong, the idea of running it back being on the table. I don't really think it is. I think if the Warriors get there, they're setting it up so that if it does happen, they don't have egg on their face. But if we get there where they're just running it back, I think it's because a lot of the things they tried to do they didn't end up getting them done.
And running it back to you means everybody's back except for Dante DiVincenzo and J. Michael Green, players who can opt to go elsewhere.
Steve Kerr has referred to the foundational six. It would mean to me that they are still
foundational six.
They are the top six players.
Steph, Clay, Dre, Kevon, Jordan, and Andrew.
Correct.
So if that to you is running it back.
If that's your starting lineup, and if the sixth one is the first man off the bench, yeah, You're running it back.
And if you do run it back, in my opinion, you're not going to be an NBA championship team. You won't be an NBA finalist. You won't be a Western Conference finalist, in my opinion. I don't think that core is good enough to get you to where you want to get.
Probably not, but it was 12 months ago.
Right, in a flukish kind of year. And I heard a caller on Steiny and Guru lay it out, and I don't think that they were wrong in terms of the way everything broke for you. You beat a Denver team that didn't have two of its best players, so you beat a broken Denver. You didn't have to face the best team in your conference because they gagged it away against Dallas, so you beat a very deeply flawed Dallas, and Memphis lost its best player in that series. Ja Morant did not finish the series, and you could tell me that they're better without Ja Morant, but if you would ask anybody in the Warriors organization, you got to sacrifice GP2, but they're going to give up Ja Morant. Would you take it? The answer is yes.
Yeah, but my comeback on that comment is always that the Warriors were still ahead in the series when Ja was in it. They were up 2-1 without him,
right,
or with him, and then they went 2-1 without him. So I don't know. I get a little. My shoulders go up a little bit when we call years flukish, because
maybe flukish is the wrong way to describe it, but things broke their way in an extraordinary fashion.
I think whoever wins the championship always feels that way. I feel like that is omnipresent. For Denver this year, it broke their way. It absolutely broke their way.
How? They were the best team in the conference.
Well, but we felt that way about the Warriors 12 months ago. I guess
but they were the 3 seed.
Understood.
So it's different.
Understood.
To me.
But the favorite is not always the 1 seed. Denver doesn't have the best record in the NBA. How did it break Denver's way? Okay. How about this? The 2 seed imploded. Right? The defending champions had infighting, and the teams with the best record in the NBA both flopped on their home court and never made it to the NBA Finals, so an 8 seed was waiting. Is that not breaking your way?
I think in the NBA Finals, you could say that it broke their way, because if you look at Boston would have been a tougher opponent than Miami's been. Even Milwaukee would have been tougher. You could argue that Philadelphia would have been tougher. So that is the only way I think that it, quote, broke Denver's way.
I mean, the Phoenix Suns were actually the favorite to come out of the West at the start of the whole thing
of the season,
start of the playoffs.
More so than Denver?
Yeah, with Kevin Durant.
Wow.
Absolutely. They were the favorite. The Warriors were right there. Denver was in the mix, but they weren't the favorite to come out of the West, and the Suns didn't materialize. They didn't materialize, as they often seem to not. And so, I don't know. I get what you're saying. I just feel like whenever a team wins a championship, like if a good player on one of the opponents getting hurt means that it broke your way, well, then it's broken their way every single time they've won. That's happened every time the Warriors have won. That somebody good on one of the other teams got hurt. You know what I mean? And when the Warriors didn't win, it was for the opposite reason. When Toronto won, did it break their way?
Sure.
I mean,
yeah.
Like literally ligaments broke their way.
Tendons too.
Yeah. So I don't know. I don't feel like next year is just a fait accompli that Denver is going to be impossible to beat. You know, like they got to go on their journey, don't you think?
Yes, they do. I mean, every team has to go on their journey, and every team, to your point, needs a little bit of luck. I just look at last year, and we lean on the fact that the Warriors won the championship. I think that I would caution people to look at that championship and say, yeah, that team is dominant, and they're just, one restart away from doing it again. Things broke their way, and that's why they got their 4th championship.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Do you want to earn up to $39 per hour within 3 years of starting? Then apply to become a VTA bus driver by texting VTA bus to 333-161. Again, text VTA bus to 333-161 to apply. 888-957-9570. We'll take your phone calls. Hot takes from the back seat by a 9-year-old, also around the bend. This is Willard and Dibs.
Mom, Dad, Sis.
Here we go.
95.7 The Game.
So it's Zach Beiruti.
Yes.
Beiruti.
Zach Beiruti.
He is the voice of the Sacramento River Cats.
Thanks to me.
Which means he loves himself some Luis Matos.
He does.
He probably doesn't want Matos to get called up because then he won't be calling Matos anymore.
No, but he'll call whoever Farhan sends down.
That's true.
You know, because that's what he does. Exactly,
yeah,
right?
Exactly. He's calling Harrison. He can call Joey Bart at bats.
Right.
Sorry.
And again, thanks to me. Zach Beiruti was just a single A play-by-play guy. He was just a fledgling. He was a squirrel trying to get a nut, if I can borrow from Orange Juice Jones and his great song, The Rain.
Okay, so you're the reason.
I saw you.
So he was in the minor leagues, and then he met you, and now he's in the minor leagues.
But you understand, Mark, as a failed minor league broadcaster yourself, yes, and I
failed.
I meant for that to hurt you.
Failed?
You went from single A to out of the business.
To this.
Right.
I went to this.
You couldn't handle it doing play-by-play. You were too smitten with your own voice.
You're right, yeah.
Here's the 1-0.
Yeah.
Ow! Ow!
Exactly. That one's fouled right back up there toward. Yeah. No. Ron Fairley did that when I was a kid listening to Giants games, and I thought it was the funniest thing ever. That one's fouled right back up here toward.
Oh, when he would do the whole thing.
Well, no, the ball hit the mic, like hit all of his equipment. This one was even funnier.
Man, and we'll get to that in
John
our
Sterling.
new feature, Who Got Served. But
do you
Zach Beiruti, I've known him forever. I didn't make him, quote unquote, but when he started out doing play-by-play for the Stockton Ports, there used to be a thing called Comcast Hometown Network.
Yeah.
We did all these local broadcasts. We did high school. We did single A baseball, and I was the color commentator doing games with Joe Rizzo down in San Jose and games with Zach Beiruti in Stockton. We did 20 Ports games, and we did 20 Giants games.
I know you take credit for many in this industry.
Many.
When I'm not around, do you take credit for me, too? I mean, we've known each other a long time.
Long time.
Yeah. Do you?
Look at Grandy.
Like, was the show on Friday all about how you nurtured me and brought me up through the tough days in the business?
Ask Grandy, because he is like the Pinocchio of 95.7 The Game. He cannot tell a lie. Tell him, Pinocchio.
Grandy, does Dibbs take credit for my career?
I haven't heard him take credit for your career.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Thank you, Mark.
All right, good.
It's better coming from the Grandy man.
When you say thank you, Mark, which Mark are you talking about?
Not you.
Okay.
I say thank you, Mark, to you when you actually let me speak.
Well,
that's which happens
coming up at
once a
4:15.
Exactly.
Coming up, we've booked you for 4:15.
I don't take credit for you because I mean you were making your bones, and you were actually national when you and I met on the radio. I think you already were doing the Tony Bruno thing, and that's when you and I had that in common. So you were already well ahead of where I was.
I'm going to write a book someday called Traveling with Bruno. Oh, my God.
Yeah, I bet. I bet.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
We're streaming live on YouTube, people. So you can go to youtube.com.
Come on, people.
95.7 The Game. Watch us live. When Dibbs swears, you get to hear it. But he's professional, so it's rare. Callers do it all the time, though. Like and subscribe. 95.7 The Game content on YouTube. And speaking of content, and speaking of thanking people, I have Steiny and Goo to thank for this.
So you were saying that, you think both of them are ruining the team?
Well, kind of, in different ways, though. One is ruining the team more. Because Draymond, he also helps the team. He gets points. Poole, against the Lakers, he averaged 1 point per game. Starting to rain.
It's starting to rain.
Yeah, a little drizzle.
In other news,
we're a little for shizzle by drizzle. But yeah, Jordan Poole and Draymond Green are both ruining the team, but Jordan's ruining it more. There it is. And I didn't tell him to say that.
And that's your son.
That's my son. That's my 9-year-old Jude. who would be furious if he knew that we were playing that right now.
Well, odds are he's not listening to us. With Dad out of the house, he's probably watching TV or playing video games.
Could be driving around with his big brother, although I don't think his big brother even knows what station we're on.
Correct.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
He's listening to Drake or something.
Yeah, I've mentioned my 22-year-old
Post
now a few
Malone.
times. He turns 22 tomorrow, and I don't know if he's ever heard me on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
And, he's been in this market long enough, and he's 3 years away from being in the core demo, at which point I'm going to have to beg him to listen.
That's right. You're going to have to buy him a meter.
And your son is I can perceive his feelings on the matter based on his slander. You allow your son to slander Jordan Poole? 1 point a game?
Yes, not quite
Man,
accurate.
Jude.
Not quite accurate, but I think he watched, he's like that night he scored 0. And then there was another night where it felt like he scored 2. So let's just go with it. 1 point per game.
Right.
Not quite right. I actually don't even know what Jordan averaged against the Lakers. What did he average against
I
the
think
Lakers?
9.
9?
He did have 22 in the opener.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. So we would have had to have played 22 games in the series and scored no more points to actually average 1 point per game.
Correct.
But that's his perception.
And if you don't cherish accuracy in your household, that's a you problem,
I've
man.
never really cared about accuracy. Not my thing. That's why I'm not a reporter. I just come on here and make stuff up. Look at the YouTube feed. That's what it says every day. Oh, he just comes out here and just says stuff. Yeah, that's what we do in the Willard house. So anyway, yeah, that's his perception. That was not coached. I got very inquisitive. I didn't want to correct him. I'm not trying to squash him. The young man is feeling his own Stephen A. He's working on game.
Totally.
He's working on content. And he says Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, they both ruined the team, but Jordan more. Do you know what's funny? At like some sort of a core level, I actually think a lot of people agree with that take. They've both ruined the team, but Jordan a little bit more.
It's
I bet
interesting.
a lot of people, right? I'm still stunned at the Draymond negativity that is out there. I get it, but I'm stunned at the level of it that we've encountered.
Right. And I'm not stunned by the level of it because he cost you one NBA championship, and those are his words, not mine, when he chose to lash out at LeBron James, knowing that he was one flagrant away from being suspended, and he did, and he was, and they lost the series. First team ever to blow a 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals. Miami's hoping that Denver becomes the second team to do that, but that was Draymond who did that, and yet you've seen Draymond carry on subsequent to that. So I know that a lot of players, especially the younger fans, the newer fans who see Jordan Poole and his, as Guru would call it, and his ability to score on his own, they look at Jordan Poole as the future, and so it's easy to blame Draymond for the things that go wrong.
But the highlights.
Yeah, how'd you read today? Like when you, that's what was interesting to me. We wake up to this article on The Athletic. It's Monday morning. Okay, why today? Why today? Why these points? Right? Anthony Slater's just reporting. He's doing a good job. He's talking to people clearly. And there are a lot of things tucked in to that article. Everybody not named Steph is on the table. Nobody is safe. However, it's recoverable. They definitely think they could just keep going the way they are. But they definitely also might not do that.
Right.
And so Jordan Poole is not safe. And then there's an acknowledgement tucked in there that, like, there are problems. It's like, let's not forget how great he was in certain moments, last year's playoffs included. And then let's not forget how terrible he was at other times. And so it's this very yin-yang sort of report. And again, that was my read, that the Warriors would simply like the world to think that they've got all kinds of options.
Yeah.
And it's also an under-promise, over-deliver type of a thing. We're not going to promise you that we're going to trade Jordan Poole. We're not going to promise you that we're going to run it back. That way, whatever it is, come October, we don't have egg on our face.
Of course, and I think the fact that it comes out now makes perfect sense because the NBA Finals are likely to end tonight. You've got the home team favored in a closeout game, the better team favored in a closeout game. If the NBA Finals end tonight, then tomorrow there's a celebration and the parade is Wednesday or Thursday, and then everybody turns their attention toward the draft. And you're already seeing news come out around the association, the Raptors have hired a new head coach, and it's going to be Darko Rakovic, formerly an assistant in Memphis. And you see other players with news coming out in terms of them opting out or I want to trade. And so we're starting to get into the off-season news cycle. So if you're the Warriors, you want to be at the front of it because, honestly, if you look at all of the off-season question marks around the association, you've got Jaylen Brown might be number one in terms of does he or doesn't he in Boston. LeBron James, will he or won't he in LA? But maybe shortly thereafter is Draymond and Jordan. Can they or can't they?
By the way, there's also this little nugget within the article from Slates in The Athletic. He quickly writes on the vacant general manager spot. Remember the whole thing at the press conference? Oh, Bob, we're going to keep you until June 30th and work you all the way to the end. He's like, palms up at his wife like, oh, well, no. Bob is not in there grinding away.
He's not.
That's not my understanding. And Slates writes, on the vacant general manager spot, Kirk Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. are currently running the show. And even as the draft and free agency near, there doesn't appear to be any urgency to officially announce a front office restructuring. Joe Lacob, the ultimate decider, wasn't in town this last week. Indications remain that Dunleavy and Lacob, the younger one, will step into elevated leadership roles, so the interim structure is most likely the permanent structure.
Okay. And whatever titles get handed out and whatever salaries get handed out, that's all business. It has nothing to do with a change in terms of the front office personnel. And that makes the most sense, honestly. If you're not going to bring in somebody from the outside, a real heavy hitter, and if you do, and you're Mike Dunleavy Jr., you don't want to be somebody to answer to somebody else. If somebody gets elevated from outside over you, I can't see that being the move, so this makes the most sense.
Well, and it's also interesting from this perspective. It's pointed out by Slater that both Kirk Lacob and Mike Dunleavy Jr. were influential within the office that decided to give Poole a major contract extension. Dunleavy was a scout a few years ago and was part of the team that found Jordan Poole. And he was said to be a huge proponent of taking Jordan Poole at the 28th overall pick a few years ago. And he has maintained belief in Poole throughout his career, including the early struggles that he had in his career. So if the Warriors are to move off of Jordan Poole, that would take a general manager or a structure of the general manager office of people changing their opinion.
Yes, and maybe the opinion's already been changed. And maybe this reportage is reflective of what you said at the top of this, which is we want to leave our options open to anything. Keep Jordan and Draymond. Keep Jordan or Draymond. Keep neither Jordan or Draymond. I think the whole scepter for me of this article indicates that they're not trying to close any avenue in terms of any player outside of Steph Curry. And according to the Slates, the piece indicating that only Stephen Curry is off the board in terms of anything as it pertains to the offseason.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, again, that's sort of how I read it. Nothing about what I've been feeling up to this point sort of changed with this news. I find it interesting. I get where they're coming from, but this is a chess piece. The NBA season is likely. What's the number tonight? How big of a favorite is Denver? This is likely to be over tonight. They got to be a 7 or 8 point favorite, right?
Last I saw was 9.
Woo! Good Lord. Right? Denver has shown.
Yeah, 8.5 according to ESPN.
Yeah,
so
Denver's the best team, and they're at home tonight, and they've got a great home court advantage, and this is probably it. NBA season is about to wrap up, and so everybody is jockeying to see what's next. And I don't believe, by the way, I think this is always a feeling whenever it ends. A year ago, the Warriors won, and we walked into an offseason where we were thinking, well, all these teams need to jockey to figure out how to beat the Warriors. Well, what ended up happening? The Warriors, in many respects, just went out and beat themselves. So that doesn't mean they're still the best team. That's not what I'm saying. But the biggest challenge for the Warriors came from within. And then other people, Denver namely, got healthy.
Yeah.
But look around. Each year, every team's got its own story. You've got trade deadline performers like Dallas, like the Lakers, like Phoenix. You have self-implosions, the Memphis Grizzlies. To a lesser degree, the Golden State Warriors. Then you have the young up-and-coming teams who may or may not develop. What does Sacramento do for their next pitch? Denver is the establishment.
Right.
But they could completely implode for a variety of reasons. Could be their fault, might not be their fault. Nikola Jokic could step on a curb wrong.
Well, short of injury, they look like they are the team to beat in the Western Conference.
I mean, they'll come
They've
back
got a
as
young
the favorite.
core.
Yeah.
Their top four are all under team control, and they're all between 26 and 29 years old. They're all playing at the peak of their NBA careers.
Sure.
And they've got 4 legitimate great players all together who would be coming off a championship.
But what do we also always hear? It's so hard to repeat.
Yeah, it is.
It's so hard. Like, there are so many things you've got to navigate. So, I mean...
But maybe easier in the NBA than any other sport to repeat. And history would indicate that's the fact.
It's a smaller group that's got a shot at winning the whole thing. I'll agree with you there. But if you ask me how many teams are close enough to where they've got a legitimate chance for things to turn their way next year, I think the list is at least 6 or 7 other teams. Don't you?
More than ever, yeah, in the association, I would say.
Milwaukee, Boston, Philadelphia, do Cleveland and Sacramento take the next step? I don't know. From a roster standpoint, I look at these 3 teams in the West, the Lakers, Warriors, and Suns, and I wonder how they sort of rework their rosters. But each of them have major stars, and I believe that gives them absolutely a shot. Feels like Memphis is going to have to go sit in the timeout chair for at least a year.
Right.
This is what it feels like. Sacramento, while I think they could take a step forward, are probably still not going to be quite championship ready. That would be my guess there. The Clippers are always floating around in the clouds. I have no idea. Pretty sure I'll die before they win a championship. But I don't walk out of this going, dude, Denver's got it again next year.
No, for sure. But I don't think that I walk out of this year and looking at the Warriors and think, oh boy, they're definitely the best team going into the West next year. I mean, the core is 1 year older, and you've got question marks in terms of the depth. And the depth pieces this year were a big reason why they didn't do what they did last year. Also, they had a tougher road to hoe in terms of being a 6 seed. You needed 7 games. If you didn't need 7 games to beat Sacramento, maybe things went differently against the Lakers. But the fact that you needed 7, you played every other day for the better part of a month as an older team, and I do think that hurt you going up against the Lakers.
How do you translate this? This came out 1 hour ago, like right as we were hopping in here with Steiny and Goo. Shams threw out a report. There's a Western Conference playoff contender seriously pursuing a top 2 to 3 pick in this month's draft with eyes on point guard Scoot Henderson, who I know you and I both like.
Yeah.
Really, really like that player.
I love Scoots. Any other year, he's the number 1 overall pick.
Western Conference playoff contender. I mean, I guess that could be anybody.
It could.
Does Dallas count
That's
as a playoff contender?
Yes, that's the one that I immediately thought of.
Do Utah and Portland, do they count as playoff contenders? You know what I mean? Like, I don't see a lot of those teams we just mentioned. I do not think Denver. I do not think Sacramento. I do not think Phoenix, Clippers, Warriors, Lakers.
How about New Orleans?
Yep.
New Orleans sitting at 14. And if you were to say, I don't know, trade
Zion.
New Orleans trades the number 14 pick and Zion and the rights to his yet-to-be-born child. It's just a bit, people. Don't be so sensitive, Grandy. Oh, sorry. I was expecting you to react.
Yeah.
He allowed it.
Well, she won't move to New Orleans if he gets traded. I'll say that. But anyway, maybe just Zion.
It was a Western Conference playoff.
Western Conference playoff contender is seriously pursuing a top 2 to 3 pick in this month's NBA draft with eyes on point guard Scoot Henderson.
How about Utah? How do you feel about Utah as that team? They're picking 9th and they're picking 16th. So you package 9 and 16 to get up to 2?
Yeah, this isn't the NFL. I'm not moving the second or third pick for 9 and 16. Do you know what I mean? Like, that works in the NFL.
Right.
In the NBA.
But if you're Charlotte and you want 2 players instead of 1.
Maybe.
And Charlotte's 2 players away from being 2 players away.
Okay, so now it is New Orleans. Okay, I guess if you read further into his video report.
It's a new thing he's doing. You have to actually watch the video to get his report.
Yeah,
I'm out.
I'm
out
too.
too.
I can't watch a video right now. We're talking to Debs. Okay, so did he bring up the name Zion? Or did he just say New Orleans?
He just said New Orleans, and they're looking at Scoot.
New Orleans is looking at Scoot. Okay. Yeah, that feels like Zion. That feels like a Zion Williamson move. I mean, he is that kind of talent. If you believe that he'll play, and if you believe he'll get in shape, and if you believe he'll be healthy.
That's a lot of ifs.
A lot of ifs.
He's played, 25 games in the association?
No, he's played more than that. Hasn't he? He played a lot more than that.
Oh, he's played 114. He played 29 last year.
Yeah,
that's the number.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. Durable. He's durable.
Averaging 26 a game in those.
He played 24, then 61, then 0, then 29.
Mm-hmm.
So 4 years, 114 games. That is an average of 28 games a year.
But you know how this works. During those games, this man has averaged 26 points and 7 rebounds per game.
Right.
And he did that like he got out of bed as a rookie and started doing that right away. So people,
should I punch up the Sam Bowie splits or the Greg Oden splits?
I got it. Oh, I don't think they ever looked like I don't think Greg Oden ever looked like Zion, even when he played. I hear you. I'm not buying in on it, but by the same token, this is somebody. The big draw here is that when he plays, it's really good. He has already proven that. This is a really good NBA player when he's on the court. He's just not usually on the court.
That's the thing. Yeah, he's played 29 games since 2021.
But that can change. As soon as that changes, you got an all-star on your hands.
And does it feel like it's heading in that direction or the other direction? If you were a GM, which direction would you think that it's more likely heading?
It's heading in a bad direction, but what's the bigger risk? I'm risking a guy who could be hurt, but if he plays, he's great, versus I'm picking someone in the draft. I got no idea what that person's going to do. What's the bigger chance?
The bigger chance is trading for a 285-pound guy who may or may not be even interested in playing basketball at $30 million a year.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your calls welcome, 888-957-9570. Plus, something happened right here yesterday, right here over the weekend in the Bay Area that should never, ever, ever happen again in sports. We'll get to that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Matt Coker here with West.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So I don't know how many of you follow the station and all of its peoples on social media.
I'm locked into all of them, except for the ones I have muted, which is half of them.
Muted all of us.
I need to actually go through and figure out who is still on team mute.
Yeah, it's a lot of us. Am I muted?
I'd have to check.
Is it a mutation sensation?
That's a buck. I think you're still all right, but I'll say this. There are 6 regular on air. There are 6 to 8 off the bench on air. There are 4 to 6 producers and social media people, and then there's look.
Right.
Of the 22 of us, I'd say 8 to 10 are muted.
I was going to say about half would be my guess.
They're about.
Yeah. Okay. So
a lot of it is because you, and I'm not saying you because you're not this person, but if you're an over tweeter, then I got to take a play off. I gotta pause you, and I love this man, and I'm gonna say this because I'm his biggest fan. I bought early stock in this person. I am trumpeting this person for jobs constantly. There's no bigger Alan Stiles fan than this guy right here.
But
I prefer. However,
a
lot of content.
Yeah,
a lot of content, and I know you've got a nice jumper, even though it's a set shot. And I know you've got Luis Matos takes that people are trying to prove you wrong on. I'm getting to an oversaturation sensation point now where I may need to press that button.
Yeah.
And I'm a huge fan. I love his work.
Alan showed up in my mentions today, as it turned out.
And you know how it works with the new algorithm, because I'll click on an Alan Stiles tweet and I love his content, but when you click on somebody's content, now you're getting more of their content.
Show up. Yeah, it's kind of like saying near your Alexa, like, gosh, we need new luggage for our summer trip.
Don't say that.
That's the end of that. There's 40,000 luggage advertisements in your Instagram feed.
I clicked on a Callaway link over the weekend because I love Callaway golf clubs. I was thinking about getting a 3 hybrid for my upcoming tournament, and now all of a sudden by they I mean the algorithm, you need shoes, you need balls, you need tees, I just got a new golf bag.
Do you want to know what the worst one is? The worst one is
algorithm.
This. Scrolling Instagram the other night, and I accidentally click on one of these guys that's got like the secret to make billions of dollars on the internet.
Oh, no.
All from your home. And he's got a 27-step program so that you'll never have to leave the house again. And you can own a boat like one of these people.
Yeah.
And it's like, what? My finger hit the thing. And now my Instagram feed is nothing but people who are like, so I'm 23 years old and I have $8 billion.
Oh my God.
Want to know how I did it? And I'm like, if you wanted to if you've got a reason to tell me why you've got $8 billion, you don't have $8 billion. If you're such a billionaire, why are you selling me something?
Totally.
You ever think about that, Bob?
How about that?
Okay. So anyway, I hate that one.
I mean, I clicked on Hank Haney's Slice Fix one time. Okay, cool little drill. And now it's like, dude, I don't need to fix my slice anymore. Leave it alone. I don't even play golf anymore.
The reason I bring up social media.
Sorry about that.
No, it's so we like the Warriors World thing at our station. It's all over the place today. Build the 95.7 The Game basketball team. And apparently, in years past, didn't go so well. Bonte's the coach. He's looking for a whole new team, right? And all that. Now there's people. JD is like, well, we would have had a shot if you had actually asked the best players on the staff to come. And Whitley is over here like, hello, I play basketball.
Dude, she's a baller.
She's a baller. And so everybody's jockeying for all of these spots.
Mark, we went winless, and we had a guy who was an intern. We called him Melvin, a.k.a. Toothless Mel. Lowe called him Melvin. His name's Ryan Williams.
Yep.
He is 7 feet tall.
I mean,
he played Division II at SF State.
And we never won a game?
And we didn't. But problem with Toothless Mel, and I love him.
Well,
he fancies himself. He's like the Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh.
He just wants to shoot
fires
threes.
from deep.
Worse. Ryan Anderson. Didn't step foot in the key all day.
So
tallest person in the gym.
You know what?
And he was in that team photo. Lucas was. It's Lucas.
Yeah,
it's
Lucas.
Nat. It's a bunch of 5'8" little dudes.
How many
and then
years ago was
Toothless
this?
Mel.
Because Lucas, you look like you were 12 in that picture. And how old are you now? 31?
Yeah.
What?
Probably like 4 years ago.
How long ago?
4 years
Anyway,
ago.
This was super fun.
Oh
it was
my gosh.
very comfortable for me to
We
read.
stink.
Well, I bring it up because like Styles can shoot.
Yeah.
I bring it up because this was an Ottoman game for me. Because I'm reading everybody jockeying, and I could be Al Bundy if you want me to here. Yeah, 4-year player at San Mateo High School.
Nice.
I'm ready, coach. No, I'm not. I don't ever want to play basketball with other human beings on the court at the same time ever again. And the message just got driven home to me again 2 weeks ago. I got all the buddies. I got all the 45 and 46 and 47 and 48-year-olds, the Little League dads. Oh, yeah, we got a Thursday night game. You should come. You can shoot a little bit. You should come. And, don't worry. It's very relaxed. We're not trying to get anybody hurt. And there was a little bird in the right ear who was like, should you do that? That sounds fun. You should think about it. Sure.
You're still in good shape, too, Mark.
Fine.
You can do it.
Go shoot. Just stay out there. Make 1 out of every 3 3-pointers.
That's it.
Do whatever. Be like Jordan Poole. Fall over if you don't like the way things are building.
Sure.
Right? And 2 days later, my good buddy who runs all the hoops clinics in town, I go to Safeway to get some avocados late at night, and there he goes. Talk about Scoot Henderson. This guy's flying. This guy's flying through the produce aisle with his right leg on a wheel.
One of those knee scooters.
Yeah, one of those little knee scooters.
I broke my back.
Hey, brother man, what the hell'd you do? Yeah. Blew out the Achilles.
No.
On one of those Thursday night men's league deals.
Oh, jeez.
Right? And then my other buddy showed up to the Little League jersey return over the weekend with his arm in a sling. So what the hell were you doing?
Sling blade?
Scoop shot. Somebody tried to block my shot. Elbow exploded.
Oh.
My back is broken.
I go, you guys.
Dude, Brock Purdy.
Doc Pandy in an hour. Ask him if at 40 or 50, whatever, you ought to be playing basketball with other people on the court. Get out of here. I'm out.
I'm glad.
I know damn well Bonte wasn't going to ask anyway, but the answer's no.
Well, and Bonte is maybe 40 now. He's right on that cusp.
Yeah, they just turned 40, both of them, right?
Yeah, he and Joe.
Yeah.
So you're right at that point where, you want to keep on doing it as long as you can, and you hope for the best. Guru's 50, and he still plays at the 24-hour fitness. And I take my cue from the guy who shares the microphone with you, Matt Steinmetz, because if you want to talk about basketball accolades of anybody who works at the station, the dude was, yes, D3, but he's on his college's all-decade team, which tells me that he was a pretty good player, and Division III is no slouch. And I've known Steiny for 15, 16, heck, 17 years. I've known him as long as his youngest daughter has been alive, and I've never once known him to try to run up and down and do that thing. Now, he had his time in his 30s where he played a lot of pickup, but you get to be 40, that's when things start to be less pliable, more injurable. And you know this, Mark, and you haven't had a big injury, knock on wood. I have. I've had a couple of them. It gets tougher on the rehab the older you get.
Okay, so speaking of things that you should not do to your body, I'd like to introduce to some of you will know the story. I'd like to introduce you to Quinn Matthews, pitcher, Stanford.
Quinn, you just finished off a legendary performance, 156 pitches. What were the last few innings like in the conversation about you finishing this?
Yeah, I mean, I told them I was good to go. It wasn't like that they were going to try and take the rock out of my hand. I mean, I gave up a hit there that made it a little more interesting. But, I mean, did the job. The team got the win, but we're not done yet, so we got to get ready for tomorrow.
What was the last discussion when Thomas came out in the ninth?
He goes, let's have an adult conversation. I said, I'm getting this kid out. And again, pretty stern conversation there. But I mean, they gave me the leeway there. I knew that it was my last hitter of the game. I didn't know what my pitch count was at, but like I said, I knew I wanted the rock, and I mean, at least give the bullpen a shot tomorrow, and we'll be ready to go.
To be fair, that would be more of a statement than an adult conversation.
Oh,
I'm going to get this guy out.
That's basically what he said. Because I walked off, and he's like, "All right, that wasn't much of an adult conversation, Quinn." And I said, "Yeah, it was. You know me. Come on now, Eags."
I'm rooting for Stanford at 5 o'clock today. I really am. 156 pitches in a game where they were up by 5 runs going to the last inning. I feel sorry for that kid. The Stanford coaches should be ashamed of themselves. I've got the data through the roof. 156 pitches is completely out of control, disrespectful, unacceptable. Should never, ever happen in a baseball game, especially a player that young.
I applaud Quinn Matthews for being a competitor and for understanding that you play to win the game. And 156, big deal. It's not like he threw 160 pitches. I mean, 156 is the new 148 mark. I think you're being a little bit too overdramatic.
All right, I'm not.
He's got a rubber arm. He never showed any signs of weakening. And you know what? A 5-run lead, you're a few base runners and a couple of home runs away from that thing being tied.
Yeah, great. We can get into this a little bit more. Plus, coming up next, Zach Beirudi. Let's talk about Luis Matos and tell you how you can end up at Chase Center to attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with the player they draft. We'll tell you all about that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
And Mark, this time of year arrives every year, and it's arrived when people enjoy working outside. And Golden State wants to know how they can help you with your home project. Are you in need of replacing weather-beaten fencing or looking to build that deck you've been dreaming about? With assistance from your professional contractor or builder and Golden State, your gratification is just a short time away. For businesses looking to upgrade your outdoor space, Golden State realizes time is money. So with their large inventory and quick delivery, businesses can complete projects with little interruption. For those of you outside the city areas, you may want to consider fire protection. Golden State works with a variety of vendors who can protect your home or business with fire-resistant and flame-reducing siding, trim, shingles, and decking from James Hardy, TimberTech, and Fiberon, and others. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com to see how you can upgrade your home or business. Family owned since 1954, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
It's Ram season.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, apparently we've touched a nerve with 156 pitches. So those of you who want to talk about it, stay right where you are. Would love to chop it up with you for sure. A few people on the YouTube chat as well. And this is what's funny. Like Uncle Looney, who's there every day. And Uncle Looney, thank you so much.
Loon!
Right? Yeah, they're not saying boo. They're saying loon. And he's like, are you kidding, man? I used to throw 200-plus pitches in Little League. And I'm like, and how'd your career turn out? And he's like, well, yeah, I blew out the rotator cuff in high school. But I mean, like, what? But what are you talking about? That's what I'm talking about. 156 pitches. Truly. And I would say it directly to them if they want to come on the show. The head coach of Stanford, like, you should be ashamed of yourself. That is absolutely absurd that you would leave a kid out there with a 5-run lead, no doubt.
You tried taking the ball from him. You heard the quote.
I love it when everyone's like, oh, well, he wanted it. I don't care if he want. My kids want 8 desserts. Say no.
This kid's 22. He's a grown man,
Stop
Mark.
it.
Come on.
All right. So anyway, we'll get to your calls on that in a sec.
I can't wait.
Zach Bayruti, though, is on with us right now with the River Cats. And I'm sorry, Zach, you're on a plane for where? Where are you about to go?
Well, we're landing in Houston, but the final destination is Sugar Land, Texas. So it's about 20 miles or so from Houston.
Okay, and who are you playing here? Are the Savannah Bananas going to be there? What's happening?
Used to be a team called the Sugar Land Skeeters, which was like one of the great names of all time in minor league baseball. But that was when they were an independent league team. And then Major League Baseball took over the minor leagues, and they absorbed the Sugar Land franchise in to be the AAA affiliate of the Astros, and at which time they changed their name to the Space Cowboys.
Beautiful.
Zach,
Beautiful.
Is Luis Matos being wrapped in ice so as to not catch fire to the entire plane?
Dibs, no joke. Like, I came in, I rode in the parking lot today. We're about to get on the bus to the airport, and he walked past my car, and I felt the need to really make sure that I stayed far away. I was like, I didn't want to drive past the kid right now. That's how much you don't want to mess with what's in his orbit.
Yeah, Zach, don't even talk to him. I don't even want you to look at him. I don't want you to do not announce his at bats. Zach is the voice of the River Cats, and if you're a Giants fan and you don't know this, Luis Matos is out of his mind. He is going crazy. His OPS is like 1,100. He's been there for 4 weeks, and he is knocking on the door, but the Giants have no spot for him. So, Zach, first off, tell us what you see. What do you got? What do the Giants got down there in Matos?
They got a pretty special kid, especially at 21 years old. Like, we're seeing this, and it still might be pretty raw at 21 years old, and I can't imagine. I almost shudder to think what it might be once it gets refined and if it holds up at the major league level, because he has bat-to-ball skills that you can't teach. It's just something that's born. Like, a scout asked me a couple weeks ago, you think more great hitters are made or more great hitters are born? And Luis Matos is the case. That most great hitters are born. Like, he just has this ridiculous hand-eye coordination. He has bat speed like you couldn't believe. I mean, he had a home run. He pulled a home run out 107 miles an hour a couple of days ago, and they showed the animation of where the pitch was, and it was like way down and in. So he does some things that are pretty special and I think God-given. And when you get him to the major league level, if he can keep refining his game, the Giants really have something special in Matos.
How often do you see players come up to your AAA, Zach, and really ignite the way he has going from AA up to that level?
There have been a few, but I mean, the last couple of years I was with Reno, and they were the Diamondbacks team that you're seeing now. I mean, the Corbin Carrolls and the like. And so they would get it going. Like, more often than not, those types of players got it going. This, though, is the first time I've seen it, obviously, with the Giants in my short time since I've been with the Giants/River Cats. I mean, it's a pretty big jump. I mean, it didn't even happen with Patrick Bailey. Like, Bailey was hitting like 200 before he got called up because of a need. So, I think it's pretty rare that you have something like this happen, even though I've been fortunate enough to see it for the last couple of years because I've been with such great organizations.
Zach Bayruti is with us, the voice of the Sacramento River Cats, and watching this hot streak from Luis Matos, the 21-year-old right-handed outfielder in the Giants organization who is really trying to make a case. Zach, I'll ask it this way, knowing that you're not a scout, But what do you think? Is he ready?
I mean, I think so. How can I not think so? And I've talked to scouts. I'm like, what do you see that's like on the negative side? And there was one scout that when he first came in, he's like, I've seen him a couple of games before, and I'm not really sold. And then Matos went out, played that night. The next day, I'm like, so what'd you think? He's like, actually, I'm pretty sold now. So just from scouts' eyes and from the talking that I'm doing with them, he seems pretty ready. That being said, it's probably going to be a big organizational decision, obviously, to bring him. He's already on the 40-man, so not in that way, but like they're going to have to, as you said, make room and figure out, what do you do with Mitch Haniger? Like, you paid him all this money. So I think that it's a macro decision for the Giants as far as how the organization shakes out. I don't think there's a drawback to letting him stay in the PCL. Like, he's still going to face pretty good pitching here, and more importantly, he's going to play every day. And I think there's no drawback to keeping him here. And I don't think there's a rush right now for the Giants to get him up.
We hear about the bat all the time, and it's been incendiary of late. But what about the glove, Zach? Where does he like to play, and what sort of a defender is he?
I saw him make a throw to the plate the other day from left on a medium deep fly ball with a runner tagging from third. And the throw, I was ready to call a big play at the plate. The throw kind of pulled the catcher up the line a little bit, and I was like, okay, maybe it's not quite there yet, as far as the arm. And as far as where he plays, I was doing my Sunday interview with Dave Brundage, our manager, yesterday, and he said, the Giants really want him to play and to be an expert at every station in the outfield. So that is something that he is going to get here as well. Like, he's going to get to play left, right, center, and they're going to move him all over the outfield in an everyday role. So I think they still want to see him develop that. A couple of those spots a little bit more, but hopefully when he gets up, he's a guy that can play and be comfortable and feel comfortable at every station out there.
Zach, give us a little something on Keaton Wynn and Kyle Harrison as well. Keaton just got the call, and we're waiting on Kyle Harrison. What do you see with those two?
Well, Wynn, I think, was more consistent of late. He really was, and he has a devastating splitter that has just come a long way in the last month. It's been a swing and miss pitch at 90 miles an hour. So I think in terms of consistency and for what they need out of him in terms of the role in the bullpen, a guy that can go 3 innings and get you outs in the big leagues, I think he's there. He's coming back from Tommy John a couple of years ago, obviously, so there's still that as far as the arm health, but he's shown no bad signs from the Tommy John. As far as Harrison, I wish, I've been saying this on air, and I've said it to folks with the Giants, I wish they'd let him go 6 innings and 90 pitches a month ago. They're still really, really being careful about building him up and plateauing him and then taking him up a notch. Like, he was sitting at going 3 innings for a few starts and then no more than 4 innings. And finally, they've let him have the opportunity to go 5 if the pitch count allowed his last 3 starts. He's not made it. He went 4 1/3 his last time out, and that's his longest outing of the season. So, for me, like, if you're talking about Kyle Harrison in the big leagues, I want to see him go 5 innings a couple of times in the PCL because they want him to be a front end of the rotation guy. And I think if you want that guy to pitch and be successful in the major leagues, you got to see him go 5 and maybe 3 times through an order.
Zach, I tell you what, we'll call again when Luis gets the call. How about that, man? Thank you very much for hopping on.
Yeah, you got it, guys. Appreciate it.
Okay, there it is. Zach Bayruti, who is the voice of the Sacramento River Cats, and apparently his career was launched by Dan Dibley.
Yeah. He didn't deny it, did he?
No, he did not.
No.
I didn't ask him directly. But,
No, we could have, but it's always awkward if I ask him. So I thought that you would ask him, but you're always a little bit hesitant to give me the credit for my just desserts.
Totally, I was terrified to ask that.
You were
question.
locked in on your Kyle Harrison.
Yeah,
Q&A.
I went with Matos instead.
No, and I think he is right about Kyle Harrison. And actually, Larry and I talked about it on Friday because as we were getting into the show and you were off for your daughter's graduation, and we were looking at the Sacramento probables, and it was TBA all the way through the show. TBA, and we were starting to think maybe this is the day that Kyle Harrison gets the call and he gets sent up to the big club, but he didn't, and he actually started on Friday, but he only went 4 1/3.
Yep.
And so that's kind of what Zach is intimating in terms of the way that they're slow playing his development.
Well, and the Matos thing, like I'm as excited as everybody else is, but if you want him up, you got to explain what the corresponding move is.
Right.
And as much as I know people are ready to just throw Mitch Haniger out, This person is highly paid to come be the Giants left fielder for 3 years. And they're not going to give up on him in 140 at-bats. That's not how that's going to work. Austin Slater, now healthy, is also hitting close to 400 as your right-handed center fielder, which is what Matos would be. And Conforto and Yaz are both doing their thing and playing very, very solidly. So, I don't know where you put him. There's nobody on that roster right now that you want to DFA. You could do the mysterious injury thing, but then what happens when Matos, what if he comes up and he rakes like Schmidt did, right? And now what do you do when this mysterious injury person is supposed to be activated? So I don't know. These things figure themselves out, but I do think Giants fans need to be a little bit patient here because there's just not an obvious move to make.
Right, and maybe if he continues to do this and you get to the trade deadline, and if you feel like, okay, we want to go all in on Luis Matos and bring him up, maybe there's a trade that you can make ahead of the deadline where... And I know that Haniger and Conforto both have pretty big contracts, and Haniger hasn't really performed as well as you would like, so maybe his trade value isn't as great as it normally would be if he was playing well, but maybe you find a spot where you get toward the deadline and you realize maybe you have an outfielder you can trade.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on there because when he's healthy, which he supposedly is right now, he is a very good player, and he is playing at like a below replacement level player right now. Had that one good week, and outside of that, it's been pretty disappointing.
And that was in Mexico City, right, where everyone had a good week.
Well, no, it was also in Milwaukee. I think he went crazy in Milwaukee when they got there. All right, we'll take some calls on this Quinn Matthews thing. But first, starting Wednesday, we're giving you and a guest a chance to go to Chase Center and attend the Warriors' introductory press conference with the player they draft at number 19 overall. We will be showing you a keyword on our YouTube and Twitch channels at certain points of the show, and then you will qualify by texting those words to a number that we are going to give you. This all starts on Wednesday, so search 95.7 The Game on YouTube and Twitch right now so that you're ready to go. Get yourself all set up so that you know how to do it, but starting on Wednesday, this is with all 3 shows, we'll be doing keywords on YouTube and Twitch for you to text in and qualify, and that's a pretty unique gift. Like, that's pretty cool. You're going to end up at the introductory press conference at Chase Center with their draft pick. It'd be funny if they traded it and then there was just nobody there.
Right.
But we're thinking that it's going to be pretty cool and that you're going to be there, and I'm pretty sure that's something that most listeners would never get a chance to do something like that. That's amazing.
To get a chance to meet the new draft pick and to be able to be in the room, and I wonder if the winner of this contest might be able to influence his or her way into asking a question of said draft pick. If
go to this person right
exactly,
here.
Exactly, you throw your hand up. Oh, yeah, contest winner, 95.7 The Game. How tall are you?
And they'll say, I wish I was a little bit taller.
Totally.
And I wish I was a baller. All right, for those of you just joining us, Stanford yesterday gets a win. They need another one tonight to move on. But Quinn Matthews threw all 9 innings of an 8-3 victory. This is odd now. Like, he wasn't going for a no-hitter, wasn't going for a shutout. It wasn't a 1-run game. It was a 5-run lead. And they left Quinn Matthews in there for 156 pitches.
He's a horse.
And I've got data. I've got data to explain why this is such a hellacious idea. Here's Quinn after the game.
Quinn, you just finished off a legendary performance. 156 pitches. What were the last few innings like in the conversation about you finishing this?
Yeah, I mean, I told him I was good to go. It wasn't like that they were going to try and take the rock out of my hand. I mean, I gave up a hit there that made it a little more interesting. But, I mean, did the job. The team got the win, but we're not done yet, so we got to get ready for tomorrow.
What was the last discussion when Thomas came out in the ninth?
He goes, let's have an adult conversation. I said, I'm getting this kid out. And again, pretty stirring conversation there. But, I mean, they gave me the leeway there. I knew that it was my last hitter of the game. I didn't know what my pitch count was at. But, like I said, I knew I wanted the rock. And, I mean, at least give the bullpen a shot tomorrow, and we'll be ready to go.
To be fair, that would be more of a statement than an adult conversation.
Oh, I'm
going to get this guy out.
That's basically what he said. Because I walked off, and he's like, all right, that wasn't much of an adult conversation, Quinn. And I said, yeah, it was. You know me. Come on now.
I love that there's a meeting about this. Like, guys at 150 pitches, he's like, all right, we'll give him one more at bat. And then we're going to have to take you out. Because you wouldn't want to go to 160. 156, that's fine. But you wouldn't want to go to $160. What are we doing? What are we doing with kids in their young 20s I know what many of you are going to say. Oh, gosh, rub some dirt on it back in the day, and Bob Gibson and Nolan Ryan. Like, okay, you can do that all you want, but data is data, and the way of the world is what it is for a reason. Like, you don't let pitchers do this anymore for a reason, because it has repeatedly ruined careers, or at least ended them early. I honestly, I cannot believe, and this is Stanford. They have a great program. They've got a great school. What in the world is more intelligent than Stanford? But Mike, I can't believe they're letting somebody go out there with a 5-run lead and throw 156 pitches.
Not the first time that he's been over 100, as I'm doing my research and your phone calls coming up.
Over 100 is different than over 150.
Arizona, on May 12th, he threw 116 over 6 innings. So, I mean, you could say that those were equally high effort in a 9-8 victory. Washington State, on the 19th, he went 7 2/3, 115 pitches. San Jose State, you win that game 13-2, he threw 116 pitches. So this is not a one-off. And I know 156 is sticker shock and it's eye-popping, and I'm just not necessarily defending it in terms of, wow, 156, but his whole year has been a high wattage year, and so his arm is maybe more trained to withstand that sort of a pitch count.
Well,
because he's done it time in and time out.
I can't speak to his arm, and there are always outliers. People will bring up Nolan Ryan and Jamie Moyer, and sure, that's fine. I can't speak to that. I will say, though, that 115 pitches and 156 are two very, very different animals.
Both are well outside of what the norm would be, because now it's 90, and you get to 100, and it's,
but you see
call the authorities.
But you see 100 in the big leagues. It'll get there. Even Gabe Kapler has allowed 100. 156 dibs.
That's a lot.
It's ridiculous. It's. I mean, Scott and Fremont, hey, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Scott?
Hey, guys. Mark, I appreciate and respect your wanting to, your position of wanting to protect this kid. I think the outrage is a little bit aggressive, though. He hasn't averaged that. If he was going out there every time throwing 130 pitches, I think it would be a different animal. I pitched in college myself. I had an outing of 148 pitches. And, Mike, I threw 3 years after that injury-free. It was... My career ended because I wasn't good enough, not because I had arm injuries.
Okay.
And when I was in college, the poster boy for biomechanics was Mark Pryor. And he was the guy who was never going to get hurt. Mechanics were perfect. They charted every pitch. And he pitched like 3 years in the big leagues and then flamed out. So to have one outing where you go that high, I don't believe it creates this huge risk of injury for him. If he was averaging 135, 140 pitches per outing, that's a different animal. A one-off, it's basically a coin flip and genetics on whether you're going to get hurt or not. For every one guy that throws 140, I'll show you guys, especially the guys now, there seems to be more arm injuries than ever, who have never thrown over 100 pitches and are having Tommy John surgeries and rotator cuffs.
Well, that's true too, Scott. Like, that's true. I don't know that necessarily rips apart my point, though. Like, yes, you can get hurt without throwing 156. You really, really can get hurt throwing a $156. I'm going to hear your point that it's a one-timer, but I'm also going to remind you, do you remember when Johan Santana tried to go for a no-hitter and went north of 130 pitches? There are many people who will tell you the man never looked the same again. Now, if it's one time, that's fine. I guess my question would be, why even do it that one time? It's 8-3. You're up 8-3, and there are 2 outs. Why are you going out to have a meeting to stick with this guy? Why is it so damn important that you stick with this one pitcher and go north of 150? I got a list, and this discussion got started on social media today. There's a list, and this is the last 23 occurrences of pitchers going north of 130 pitches at age 22 or younger, whether it be in college or in the minors. Listen to the names on this list. It is simply a bunch of names who blew out early. Mark Pryor's on there multiple times. Mark Mulder, Freddie Garcia, Kerry Wood, Jarrett Wright, Ishmael Valdez. There's Jason Schmidt, Brad Radke, Matt Cain. 131 pitches, age 21 and 261 days in year 2006. Matt had a very nice career. Did he go home early? Sure did. And flamed out even before that. They signed him to the big contract, and he was never really the same guy again. Lincecum is the last guy to do it in the bigs, going after a no-hitter north of 130. How'd that career go? All I'm saying is you're setting guys up to leave the game early. There's a reason we don't do this anymore.
I would say this, two things about this. One, pitches in the major leagues are different than pitches in college. I don't think that the effort that you're exerting in college is necessarily the effort that you're exerting in the pros. If you're in the pros, you're in the show, you're probably going max effort a lot more often than you are if you're going up against, I don't know, San Jose State.
That's an interesting take.
Or Cal State Bakersfield.
You think there's some sort of a pullback in the College World Series?
Well, the College World Series game's a little bit different, but I just went through as you were talking, as you were on with the caller, I went through every one of his games, and every one of his starts is between 112 and 123 pitches.
Dude.
So his year, I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but what I'm saying is his 156 is not that much of an aberration. If he was an 80 or 90 pitch guy and now he's jumping up to 156, that to me is different than a guy who, and I could show you his game log, every single outing, it's 7 innings, 7 2/3, it's 8, it's a complete game, and it's between 112 and 124 every single outing. And by the way, he has a week off in between all these outings.
Okay.
It's not like he's coming back in 3 days rest.
I wouldn't touch this kid if I were a major league team.
Yeah.
I mean, I absolutely,
lefty, 6'5",
and because he's throws 112 pitches or 115 a lot, 156 dibs.
It's a little bit more.
That's like 3 more innings than the guy who throws 112 pitches. And I would clap back even on he throws 115 all the time. Why? Why?
Well, that's a question for the Stanford coach.
Yeah, there is a reason that they don't do this in the bigs. Your point is an interesting one about pitches in college are different than pitches in the pro. I don't know that. I always feel like they're giving their max effort all the time.
Yeah, I wonder.
Right? He's not going 3/4 speed because he's in college. I don't think this kid's good enough to do that. He's a senior and he's still there.
Yeah.
So he's not like hot shot prospect, I don't know, man. That's all I'm saying. There's a reason teams don't do this anymore. You can weigh in on it, 888-957-9570. And in about 20 minutes, we'll ask Doc Pandia what he thinks about that and much more. Tyler Hero might be returning for the Miami Heat tonight. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Is it time to force Luis Matos into the mix? We can get into that as well on Willard and Dibs.
These are emails filling your employees' inboxes. Downloads beaming from device to device.
He's not been hot. That is the understatement of the world.
He's been lukewarm in a hitter's league.
I get.
Come on.
Come on, people.
Thank you.
Yeah. His slugging percentage in the month of June, his slugging percentage is .875.
Not his OPS.
That would be a great OPS.
Yeah, it would.
That's just the slugging percentage.
In June?
In June. The on base is .460. So if you would like to add .460 and .875,
that's $13.35.
That would be the OPS.
Pretty good, Mark.
That's the OPS in
That's better
in the
than
last 11
Bonds
days.
during his 73 homer year.
Yeah, I'm looking at in 48 June at bats. Okay, 48 at bats for young Luis Matos.
Small sample size, but go ahead.
21 years old, right-handed hitting center fielder for the Sacramento River Cats, who is also a fantastic defender, very good defensive player. 48 at bats. He's got 21 hits. 21 hits, okay? 3 doubles, 6 homers. So 9 of the 21 hits go for extra bases. He's driven in 16, and he has only struck out 4 times.
That's impressive.
In the 48 at-bats.
That's
4
impressive.
strikeouts. He's stolen a couple of bags. His average in the month of June is .438. And as you said, the OPS is over 1,300. Barry Bonds is looking at Matos' June and going, damn, dude, that's pretty good.
Yeah, now do it in the show and then
I get it.
and then talk to me.
But the question, I'm not here to tell you like the next big thing has arrived. I'm here to ask the question of when do the Giants need to get him on the roster?
Right. And it's to me an easy answer. And the answer is when they can, because he clearly is doing enough in AAA to show you that he's the real deal. He can hit in AAA, and I don't believe that he's using a metal bat against 8-year-olds throwing lob ball. It's the second highest baseball league in our country. So he's doing big things in a big-time league. But, and you know this, Mark, as well as anybody at this station and in the world, quite frankly, you don't call a young player up to the big leagues unless you can play him every day. Unless you can assure him maybe not 7 of 7 games, maybe not 6 of 7 games, but no fewer than 5 of every 7 games. So if he doesn't have a spot, you don't want to bring a 21-year-old up who is this hot. And you're right, hot's not a fair way to describe it. He's beyond hot.
Dude.
He's incendiary. He's scalding. He's white hot. Whatever you want to call it. You don't bring that player up and say, we feel as if you need to, it's a righty, so you need to sit. We're going to wait for a lefty. You're going to go ahead and sit for 3 days. Maybe we'll pinch hit you. No, you bring a 21-year-old up, you play a 21-year-old.
They have played 10 games in the month of June. He has had a total of 3 games where he did not have a multi-hit game.
Not where he didn't have a hit.
No. He's had a hit in all but one of them.
Right. 3 games he didn't have 2 or more.
1 hitless. 2 games where he only had 1 hit. All the other games.
7 games.
He had 2, 3, or 4.
Oh, my God.
Hits in the game.
Man.
That's the kid. Now, it's interesting. And 888-957-9570. You can throw your Giants weight in on this. We'd love to hear from you. Twitch, YouTube. Keep the comments coming. So, all right. You said you don't bring him up until he can play every day.
Right.
I don't know how many guys with the Giants even play every day, even when they are here. I get it. Haniger's out there playing every day, and that's one of the guys people would like to circle right now because Matos could absolutely, or at least the production that he's giving right now, Haniger is not giving that at the Giants level, and so that's tough because he was just signed to be their left fielder for the next 3 years. I look at it not just like you're right. You don't want to bring him up until there's time for him to play. I also, what I don't know, this is a little bit more abstract, which is just when's he ready? When does the organization feel like he's ready? And to me, that's more complex than just he's producing.
Right.
It's not that. We've had this conversation all year with the Warriors. everybody who's all ticked off about Kuminga and how come Moody didn't play to the playoffs. And my response is always, how do you know that they would have played this well if you did play them 3 months ago? I have no idea. Maybe Moody is playing that well in the playoffs because he sat. You want to let them bake. You want to let them bake the appropriate amount of time. You know who was amazingly hot in AAA last year? David VR. David VR was incredibly hot in AAA last year.
And he came up and he was great.
He was okay.
He was great right away, and then he tapered off, and then now he's back down in AAA.
Right. And you know, Casey Schmidt with predictably has completely leveled off, and he's going to stay, and he's doing fine, and there's nothing wrong with any of that. But, you know, especially in baseball, confidence is a thing, and if he's down there just building confidence, do you, like you said, you want to bring this guy up, let him play 2 to 3 games a week, and if he's not successful, do you dash his confidence? So, look, I don't know. The Giants are in a tough spot, quite frankly. Farhan even said it last week. We don't have a spot for him, but he might make us create a spot for him because he's exactly what they need. When Casey Schmidt came up, it changed everything for the fans. When Patrick Bailey came up, it started to change everything for the fans. Yes, it coincided with them starting to win more baseball games. But, dude, this guy, man, go find YouTube if you haven't. He is so exciting.
My Twitter feed is completely overwhelmed by Luis Matos at-bats.
He is so fluid, and he's 21. Like, I mean, he's got that look. He absolutely has that look. And so, I mean, aren't you way more apt to buy a ticket if he's there for the next homestand?
More apt, yeah, definitely. But at the same time, I don't want to see this organization make a move like this because they want to gin up the box office, because he's only played 23 games at AAA, and this coming off of 31 games at AA. Last year, he didn't play AA. So he's got 54 games above single A in his whole career, and he's 21 years old, as you mentioned. So this is a pretty meteoric rise. Now, if you call him up, let's just say it's July 1st. You give him 3 more weeks, and then you call him up, and he struggles, and then now you got to sit him down a little bit, and he doesn't play as often, or you play him and the team loses, and now he's feeling the pressure, and you send him back down to Sacramento. What does that do to a young man's confidence, as opposed to go ahead and do this for another 2 months, and then when we get to August and maybe we get toward September, then we need a shot of adrenaline. And if Luis Matos does well in AAA, he may not do this well, because this is crazy what he's doing.
No, I mean, nobody does this at any level for a long period of time.
No, he's putting up massive numbers in a very small sample. Yeah. So if he does this for another 40, another 60 games at AAA, he'll be a AAA All-Star. He can have that honor of being in that All-Star game. There's no rush for me, because you're getting productivity in your outfield.
I'll tell you why this is really important, though, when they bring him up and what he does when he gets here. We talked last week about the establishment of a nucleus, right? Look at the Giants infield. You see it, don't you?
Yeah.
You see it. Wade, Estrada, Schmidt, J.D. Davis, Patrick Bailey. You can see it. Now, is an outfield being established? I don't know if Haniger's going to figure it out, okay? But Conforto, don't even know if he's going to be on the team next year. But you start to see what else might get into the mix here, right? Yaz is not going anywhere for a little while. Slater's not necessarily going anywhere for a little while. Can Matos join this? And the reason it's so important, the Giants think they can compete this year. That's fine. Maybe it's even more important that at the end of the year, they look like they've got a roster that's ready to go win at a high level for one reason and one reason only.
It's a big reason.
Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
He's got to see it. He's got to see it. Oh, my gosh. You see those young crop? You see Kyle Harrison, and you see Matos, and you see Schmidt, and you see Bailey. Oh, my gosh, they're ready to roll here.
And who'd they call up today?
Keaton Wynn.
Thank you. Got to throw Keaton Wynn in there.
Keaton Wynn looked fantastic down in AAA.
All he does is win.
And now, no matter what, he's in the bigs. And so he has now arrived. And if Shohei looks at that and goes, now that team is going to be cost-controlled winning for the next 3 or 4 years, that's what I'm looking for. That's why it's important, the way the Giants handle this. It's not flimsy. Oh, bring him up. Yeah, why not? Who cares? We're only one game over 500. It's got to look exactly right. I think it's very important that when Matos gets here, he is ready to cook.
And he has to cook. It's not too much pressure on him. If he comes up and he struggles and he goes back down, well, then that's just the way that goes. Maybe you are like Ramos, or maybe you're just another player who might need more time. And how could he not need more time at 21? But to your point, if you do bring him up and he continues to pop and he flashes and it looks like he's a real mainstay in this team for years to come, that would definitely be more attractive to any free agent.
Yeah. Gosh, I'm looking at, since the moment he got there, because, his year, his stats, his OPS is at 963 for the whole year. That includes AA Richmond, much, much more of a pitcher's league in AA, and he was hitting over 300 there. So, you go back to last year, it was a disappointing year for him, but he was dealing with injuries. This guy is healthy. Man, he's on the verge. It's so funny how quickly stuff happens, too. Like all of a sudden, also at age 21, this guy is basically subbed out Marco Luciano as the name everyone's talking about. By the way, Luciano's homered 3 times in the last day and a half.
In
single,
okay.
Single A.
Okay.
Or no, double A, right? Marco's a double A. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's in Richmond.
Yeah.
All right.
And
I just wanted to, have you
three homers in the 2 games.
contextualize that.
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday in the Pitchers League. He has struggled a little bit this year, but 3 homers over the weekend.
Good.
For Marco Luciano, including a little Lapo Taco action yesterday.
Look at you combing the farm for content. I'd love to see it, Mark. Love to see it.
Absolutely. All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Guess what? It's time for Cleared to Play. Can take you inside the tent. Get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Hey, Doc, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great, man. Like, you're not going to be a crazy person and join this 95.7 The Game basketball team and end up tearing a ligament, are you? You're not doing that. You know better than that. You're an ortho. You know not to do that.
There's always room for a 5'6" point guard out there. Someone needs to give Guru the ball because no one's going to pass it to him. So I got to be there for him.
Like, will you corroborate this? I had a buddy of mine who's an orthopedic surgeon also who told me when I got hurt playing hoops like 8 years ago, he goes, my office is a line of dudes your age still trying to play hoops.
Yeah. It's the 35 and over, 35 to 50-year-old male. It's just a setup for injury, yes. And I fall in that group. So we all try to relive our glory days and then end up in the office. That's totally true.
Yeah, both of my catastrophic injuries, Doc, came from the sport of basketball, the torn ACL and the torn labrum. So I'm glad to hear Mark, a little bit younger than me, take the smart route and decide to pull the plug. One player who's looking to get back on the court, Tyler Hero, tonight. What could Heat's fans expect from Tyler Hero if he's able to get off the questionable list and play with the bum hand?
Yeah, I think it's going to be tough for him to be impactful. I think it's been almost nearly 6 weeks now since his injury, and it's a shooting hand, and it's hard to simulate those live game settings, particularly touch and 3-point shooting for someone in his position. So potentially there could be limited minutes, see how he's out there for 5 to 10 minutes and see how he's flowing with the rest of the offense. But I think it would be hard for him to be impactful and score 20, 30 points a game. But just where they are right now, they need any kind of spark. But I think with hand injuries and 3-point shooting and playing at the guard position, it's going to be hard for him to be really impactful, but maybe he'll be able to change up a little bit of their pace and provide some support for some of the other players.
Doc, we were just having a conversation about 15 minutes ago about this kid, Quinn Matthews. He is a pitcher for Stanford. He threw 156 pitches in the game yesterday. I think Stanford is nuts for letting him do it. Absolutely crazy. When you hear that, what do you think?
I think it's a great question. I think it's a combination of factors. I think in collegiate baseball and in the majors, there haven't been good studies that shown that one huge outing can lead to injury risk. I mean, you definitely see that in kind of youth, like little league areas, where one outing can kind of increase injury risk. But I think where you get a little bit more concerned is not necessarily the pitches he's throwing in that game, but that longitudinal volume that he's having. I know Dan was talking about how many pitches he's throwing and how much that lead up into 156 wasn't necessarily that big a jump. But that's still a lot of pitches he's been throwing throughout that season, and that begins to add up, and how much he's warming up and how much he's cooling down. So I think in general, the reason why they don't do that in the majors anymore is that there is kind of a longitudinal injury risk that comes from leading up to that. One game potentially maybe does not do that, but I do get concerned more bigger than that is what message that sends to kids who are playing at the lower levels that, hey, you're going to get glorified for throwing these many pitches, and suddenly have a bunch of 10, 11, 12-year-olds trying to throw 140, 150 pitches out there. So it's a little bit more complex than just that one individual pitch count, but definitely I think that what led up to it and the kind of the longitudinal nature of it increases the injury risk.
Luckily, we do have those protections for youth players to where they're forbidden from throwing that many pitches. Does days of rest play a factor in just how damaging this can be, and also something non-numerical, Doc, like just the basic fundamentals and the body type of the pitcher involved?
Yeah, I think, rest does play an important role, particularly if there hasn't been necessarily an injury occurring to the UCL. One thing I tell pitchers is that, the more you're pitching, the more likely, particularly when you're fatigued, you could have that traumatic injury or some sort of partial tear that leads you to then go on and tear it. If you structurally stay okay, then you are worried more about muscle fatigue that could then lead to mechanics breaking down and that injury risk. So absolutely, barring some degree of structural injury, that rest will help. And also, you're absolutely right. There are some pitchers whose arms are able to hold up to more of the volume. But I think more importantly, it's not just necessarily how they're made up, but it's how much pitching they've done when they're younger. I mean, people bring up this Nolan Ryan example and the Jamie Moyer examples. These kids, when they were kids, they weren't throwing 130, 140 pitches and playing year-round baseball at age 8, 9, and 10. So they were able to extend their careers and throw more volume when they're older. So I think the comparisons to back in the day are not the same as what we're seeing with current pitchers right now.
Doc, your confidence level in Brock Purdy for week one has done what in the last month?
I think it's gone up. I think the fact that he's throwing and seems to be kind of progressing really well, I think there is that possibility for him to be structurally ready for week one. I think what the decision is going to come down to is do they feel they're willing to take that risk from a football standpoint. I think he'll be cleared. The question is, are the 49ers going to be willing to say, look, let's give him a couple more weeks and see how the backups are going to play before putting him back in? But it does seem that he's going to be ready for week one based on the progression that the team has been reporting.
Which is good news, and maybe bad news if you're Trey Lance, but good news certainly for Brock Purdy. Jimmy Garoppolo, the ongoing questions about his injured foot. What's the next hurdle for Jimmy G in terms of getting better and being able to show what in a physical to be able to get his contract made whole?
I think it's a combination of factors. I think number one, none of us quite know exactly what the surgery was, but I'm assuming that it's some sort of issue with the bone and the ligaments in that area. I think number one, he has to show healing on the X-ray. That's probably what the number one reason was why the Raiders didn't necessarily seem that concerned about it. I think they probably got a physical, saw these X-rays, and said, hey, this needs to get fixed. The fact that they're talking about him being ready for training camp probably means the first step for him is to get out on the field and be practicing. And if he can be out there, potentially not in a boot, out there playing and not having pain, it sounds like he's going to be ready. The fact that they think a 3-month time frame from surgery to him being out there is pretty realistic, means it's probably not a big deal. But once again, if there's any kind of backlog in terms of how he's healing or any pain, then they may just say, you know what, this is not worth our risk because we don't want him to have a secondary surgery, and we're going to move on to another quarterback.
Doc, I know that normally doctors like to examine patients by seeing them in person. We're wondering if maybe you could just listen to this and then diagnose Yankees broadcaster John Sterling over the phone.
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2.
Okay, so what 3 ows to you means what, Doc?
That means kind of ball hits head hits something else, and then he hits another person. So that's usually not a good sign for someone his age. So you do worry about a head injury, especially with his elevated age as a broadcaster.
Yeah, okay. All right, we'll pass that along. Doc, thank you very much, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, take care, guys.
There it is. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. Who knows? Maybe Steiny was right. Doc sounded concerned.
Yeah, and he's a doctor, so of course he's going to sound concerned, unlike, those of us who are a little bit more frivolous. And I'm with you, Mark, in terms of John Sterling himself. He takes it. It's 3 outs, and then he's on to the next pitch.
Yeah,
and we know this with the pitch clock. He didn't have, nobody could step out. Nobody could really, pick up the rosin bag to let John recover longer.
That's right.
He was right back in it.
Sterling called time. Do the broadcasters have a timeout? Oh, time.
Totally.
Hold on a second.
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2.
So once again, it'll be a 3-2. I mean, is there anything more professional in the world than that?
What a stud. I mean, incredible.
How old is he?
I think he's 83.
Is that right?
Yeah, I go because Steiny referred to him as 94, and I looked it up. I believe he's 83.
Yeah.
Might be 84, but he's up there. He's old enough to where...
He's 84.
Yeah, that,
84.
blow to the head might be, one of those things that you don't come back from, quite frankly. But he immediately bounced back.
Yeah, it took 3 seconds. We didn't edit that.
No.
That's what it sounded like. Ow.
And
ow.
once again, the
It hit
3-2.
me, and that'll be a 3-2.
Yeah, right back to it. He's a pro. And he's on camera, for those of you who don't know. It's like the Sterling cam. They have a camera just on him during the broadcast, which is a little different.
For moments like that.
Right.
Just in case that happens.
And also for when they win and he has to do his thing.
I'm telling you, but
Yankees win.
Through all these years, I don't know if I've ever watched that live.
Oh, you never knew that he did the shake?
I thought he did a head shake. I didn't know he does a shoulder shimmy.
Oh, the whole upper body.
I want Steph Curry and John Sterling to do it together someday and see who do. ¿Quién es más macho?
Who's got a better shimmy shake?
Yankees win.
The torso move. Totally.
You know what I just realized was missing from this whole thing? A Nick Castellanos, that's a deep drive to left field.
It's gone.
Butt caught. That's right.
Man.
Listen, I don't feel guilty about this. Maybe a tiny bit. I literally called my son out of the shower last night. I'm like, get in here. You have got to see this. And we did the we can't breathe laugh for at least 7 minutes. I mean, we
watching it over and over and over.
Could not breathe. Only because he was okay.
Right.
Oh, it's going to be a 3-2.
Exactly.
I mean, just he went right back into it. Could not believe the video of this. It's incredible. 84 years old. He's taking it off the temple.
Yeah. And to me, those things are always funny unless somebody gets hurt. And, ask my son, Quest, next time you see him about me falling over some stairs with a clear sign that says "Watch your step." We were in Maine at a gift shop, and it was a classic "Watch your step," and I didn't watch my step, and I'm on the ground, and the three of them are just dying laughing because I wasn't hurt.
It was funny. Yeah, Dibs. It was funny. That's why. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. 888-957-9570 is the number. The initial edition of You Got Served is coming up later on this hour. We'll tell you again how you can end up at the Warriors draft introductory press conference. Matos, is it time? Yes or no? And then, man, we probably should have asked Doc this. It's never, ever, ever happened before in the history of the San Francisco Giants, but it happened yesterday. We'll get into that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
What did I do wrong? What did I see wrong?
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I think I changed my mind on something yesterday.
What happened?
Well, I was with you for a long time on this. I wonder if this changed your mind too. I think the whole position players pitching thing is a big old pile of hooey. Like it's not. I don't know how you ban it, but it's not the sideshow I think that people think that it is. I get they're on the roster. You can pitch them. You can pitch whatever you want. I am interested. It would have been fun to ask Doc. How's that go for people who actually aren't pitchers? It injured Jose Canseco long term.
Yeah, it did.
At one point in his career. So normally I'm like, look, it's such a white flag. If you're doing that, I'm not saying, hey, let's all go home. You got to play the ninth inning, but it's an entertainment entity. And to a degree, I think if there are people in the stands, you owe them a show. That's all you're owed. But you do owe them a show. And like having the backup center fielder come in and throw eephus pitches is not really entertaining. People get mad at the hitters when they try. Remember when Tatis hit a home run off one of those guys and people went, Tatis, and people went crazy. So I don't know. I'm like, I don't like it. I don't like it when they bring the position players in. But I did yesterday.
Yeah?
I did yesterday.
Because your boy?
Fun. Well, he wanted to do it.
DJ BC Raw.
Had no idea that was such a goal of his. But it is. And now it was. And he has never played a position other than shortstop in his life until now.
Right. And that kind of stinks, I think, in terms of, his overall trajectory. Because it was kind of nice. He never had played any other position. He never played outfield. He didn't play second or third, even though he was going to play third. And then he never played third. And now he's come on and pitched. So I guess that his baseball reference is forever tainted. Not that that really matters, but
he's happy with it, though. He's excited about it.
It's fine. And good. Good for him. And I think if you're a Giants fan and you saw him come in and pitch, you're probably excited that you were there that day. Remember the day that Brandon Crawford came in and pitched? Yeah, I was at that game. So I get that, the unique nature of it, but I do think that it kind of cheapens the whole experience of baseball. To your point, I'd rather see you're down by 10 runs if you're not going to try, and the Giants were up by 10 in this case.
Right.
So you're up 13-3, and you want to save your arms. I guess you're smarter than the average team, and I guess that's fine if you're leading by 10.
He did say that he was torn about it.
I was a little bit torn. I've only played shortstop my whole career, so that was something I kind of thought about. But I doubt many guys have played only shortstop for 1,600 games and pitched one game. So on a list by myself there, I think.
I mean, to your point, he's kind of the thought crossed his mind that it was tainting that particular stat that was in his history.
Yeah.
But he went ahead and now he's got this. He didn't just pitch. He put up a 0, Dibs. He put up a 0.
I always give pitchers a hard time about it not being that hard. So I think I proved today that it's not. They probably don't love that I have a 0 ERA because I'll continue to give them a hard time about it.
I guess he already got in touch with his brother-in-law, Garrett Cole, to explain to him that his ERA is better than Garrett's. I don't know. You're right. It's kind of a whatever. But in a 13-3 ball game, again, my point would be the fans are here. You got to give them something. And in this particular case, I think they did. Right? Like, let Pablo pitch used to be a thing.
Right.
If it's a fan favorite, then I think it's okay. I don't know how you sort of measure that. Remember when Evan Longoria got a hit off of Albert Pujols and he thought it was like the most special thing ever. Like he wanted to keep the ball. So if it's Pablo, if it's Crawford, sure, that's great. If Blake Sable is coming in to pitch, I got better things to do.
Interesting.
You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying, and there really is no way to determine, what that line is in terms of, okay, you're this player, you've been around long enough, I get it. We're going to go ahead and let you do it at that point. It's not like he had a record on the line in terms of, longest tenured shortstop only in Major League Baseball history. I just was poking through it real quick, and Derek Jeter played 2,674 games at short. Never played anywhere else in the field.
Never played anywhere else.
He DH'd 73
Okay.
times, but that's not playing in the field. He never once played anywhere other than shortstop. So Brandon Crawford probably isn't going to have a chance to break that record. He would have to play for another. No. I mean, Brandon Crawford's played a lot of games.
This is it.
But this is feeling like it's it. So if you want to pitch, go ahead and pitch.
Yeah. I mean, gosh, his wife was all over Twitter saying, Mike, you made a little kid's dream come true. This is amazing. They loved it. So if they loved it, fans were into it. I know who you want to hear from on this. I know who you want to hear from.
Your guy.
Just fun. Just felt like the right time to have a little fun. I know that, as you mentioned, he's been looking for that opportunity for a long time, and it felt like a good point because we could bring somebody in behind him if necessary. Not that we needed it, obviously, but could have had Tyler Rogers, get an out or two if necessary. And sometimes you don't have that kind of luxury. The whole idea is to have a position player cover an inning so that somebody doesn't have to pitch. So we weren't in a position where we absolutely had to do it, but it felt like the right time.
Why are you smiling and shaking your head?
Because we had a fallback plan in case Brandon went out and struggled. It's not as if we weren't thinking 7 steps ahead, just in case we felt it was the right time to have a little fun.
There it
you
is.
can hear it in my voice. I'm having a ball right now. I am rolling in my own slop over the laughter that we are having.
It was a consideration.
We called a Zoom as an organization.
Totally.
We shared a spreadsheet and decided that at 6:35 on a Sunday, it was time to have some fun.
I've seen Brandon throw to first, and I liked his movement on those throws as it pertained to the order that we were going to face. It felt like the right time to have a little fun.
We like to have fun.
Boy, do we ever.
You want some more?
I think he thought I was going to ask him to go into the game for a different reason other than pitching. I don't think he would have been thrilled about that in that situation. Hey, go play short for an inning for us. So we kind of talked it through, and he got loose in the cage and started to get excited about it. It was obviously a really cool moment for everybody in the stadium, including the dugout and all of us in the organization. It was fun to see him get that opportunity.
I was just excited that we got an obviously in there.
Totally.
We got an obviously. It was fun for everyone in the stadium.
I'm looking at Brandon Crawford's baseball reference right now. All these categories: fielding, batting, fielding, pitching. Standard pitching.
ERA.
One game.
Zippo Dippo.
Well, his whip
and
is 2. Not great. Not great. He gave up a walk and a hit.
Yeah, there was some
hit.
action. There was some action out there.
We had base runners.
Yeah.
But he got it done. So now his baseball reference games played 1564 at SS, 1 at P.
Where are you on this whole thing? Lucas, what was the number? What was the playoff odds deal? The Giants not making the playoffs is minus 175 for the betting public. Is that right?
Not just betting public. That's the line. That's the line out there.
That feels off.
Well, that's what the line is for. It's for the betting public. You guys are both right.
Yeah, but that feels off. I know why. Thank you very much. It's for the betting private, too. Do they ever have that? Who is the betting private? That's like Charles Barkley and Michael Jordan. Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's the betting private. I get why. I totally understand why. So here's what's taking shape. The NL West looks like it's going to have a division winner, and then whoever's in second is going to be a hot wild card. Yeah. That's what it looks like right now. We're not even at the halfway pole.
So what you're saying, and maybe this is breaking news, but you're saying there will be a winner of the NL West.
That's what I said. No,
breaking news.
What I said was whoever.
Thank you.
Totally. This just handed to me. No, it right now what you've got is whoever's in second is going to have a really good record. I mean, the Dodgers are not even in first place.
Right.
And they're 37-29. So here's the way the wild card stacks up right now. The Marlins are also 37-29. Those are your wild card leaders.
Marlins are sexy.
Yeah, then the Milwaukee Brewers come in 3 games back and in the final wild card spot. The Giants are only a half game behind them for the final playoff spot. The reason the betting public gets to go at minus 175 on the Giants not making the playoffs is because of who's still sitting behind the Giants. There are behemoths, the big boys, the big spenders, the big favorites. The Phillies, the Padres, and the Mets are all sitting right behind the Giants within 2.5 games. And so the thought is those teams are going to get better. However, I also think the Miami Marlins are going to come well back to earth. This is a team that's 37-29 and has a negative run differential.
Right.
This is a wacky scenario that has developed with the Miami Marlins. I do not find it sustainable. I think they are going to be out. Milwaukee Brewers, I feel less so, but to a degree, a little bit the same way. I don't know. I'll say this. There's two things going on at the same time, which is the Giants trying to compete to make the playoffs and the Giants trying to compete to interest their fans. All year long, that's what this is about. There's two different things going on at once. Are the Giants good and are the Giants interesting? And I think that they've taken strides in both in the last 3 to 4 weeks. Let's put it that way. They have taken strides in both.
They've taken more strides in being interesting than they've taken strides in being good, in my opinion.
Okay.
Based on where they continue to be. 3 steps forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. You're still basically, a 500 club? I mean, you're a game above.
They're game over, yeah.
So you're game over.
Yep.
You drop 2 of 3 in St. Louis. Now you're back to 500. You win 2 of 3. You lose 2 of 3. This feels to me kind of like the way the season's going to be in terms of a trajectory. I know they've been 6 games below on 3 different occasions, and each time they've surged to 2 games above. I don't know if they've been much more than 3 games above.
I think 2 games above is actually their height.
So it kind of feels like this is the team to me. Now, in terms of your other statement, I think they've become a lot more interesting than they've gotten good, and maybe it's because we watch them closely, and Bailey and Schmidt and Matos is coming, and Kyle Harrison's not that far away, and it feels like the youth movement is happening before our eyes, and even beyond that, take the 13-3 game. You had 2 different guys hit a couple of home runs each, and Jock put one in the water, number 101, splash hit. This team, when they win, is very, very exciting, and even when they don't win, they've got a lot of good pitching, and also, it needs to be pointed out, their closer is exciting.
He's the best closer in the
game
right now.
The dude throws 102 with movement.
Yeah.
How do you hit him?
Well, we leave this out of the conversation.
My God,
and
Mark.
we shouldn't. We're talking about the young nucleus, and he is a huge piece. So Logan Webb is now here. Camilo Doval's got the back end of the bullpen. You're thinking that maybe there's some more, at least 1, maybe 2 starters coming. Kyle Harrison, Keaton Wynn just got called up. Could they stretch him out, put him into the rotation? That's absolutely a possibility. Cobb's been good. DeSclafani's been passable. All of that. So can you sort of cobble together a rotation? Yeah, absolutely. The infield looks fantastic. The outfield looks better, and maybe you add a Matos to it. Sure, I think it's a viable team. I do think if you got to a playoff series, you're like, okay, set your rotation for me. Who's starting game 1?
It's Logan Webb.
Starting game 2. No, I got an answer on that one.
Go ahead.
Alex Cobb.
Okay.
He's been fantastic.
Maybe game 3 is where it starts to get interesting.
Yeah, it does.
Because DeSclafani.
That's your answer, but I mean,
Stripling's a no. Manaya's in the bullpen.
Right.
I mean, Wood.
But it could change by then. You
It
know
could.
who I always think about is Frankie Rodriguez in 2002, the year the Angels beat the Giants in the World Series. That guy in June, I mean, I'd have to look it up, but I don't even think he was up on the team. I don't even think he was up. And then he came up, and he absolutely was unhittable. No one had a scouting report on him, and he was a major piece running through the playoffs. Could Kyle Harrison do the same thing?
Sure.
He could. He could. Plus, you got the deadline. And you don't know what that'll look like. Farhan has promised being aggressive if they're in the mix for this whole thing.
I wonder what being aggressive would look like in terms of what Farhan. I know, but what would you part ways with? That to me becomes the real interesting. Yeah, whatever you want to acquire, great. It's exciting, and I believe Farhan. I'll take him at his word. But what do you want to part with? Because You don't want to give up Luis Matos for a 3-month rental.
No.
You're not giving up Kyle Harrison. You probably aren't trading Casey Schmidt or Patrick Bailey. Could you try to maybe spin off one of these Confortos or Hanigers or a Jock Peterson or an actual major league piece
you could do
to
that.
get a pitcher?
You could do that. That's that maybe. And there are a lot other prospects down on the farm that have not grabbed our attention as much. But no, I do not think the Giants are in position. I love when people do this, and I know how many hot prospects have never panned out. But if you're asking me, Matos, hard no. Kyle Harrison, hard no. Marco Luciano, hard no. Absolutes, hard no. You are not dealing any of those guys. I don't even know what Joey Bart could get you anymore. I don't even know if there's an excitement level out there. But the Giants have a lot of other people down on that farm. And if you want to do kind of like what they did to get Chris Bryant, back when they got him a couple of seasons ago, where they gave up a prospect, but it was like prospect 8 or 9 or 10 or whatever it is. I mean, that gives you an idea of the level of a player that you can get at the last second for a prospect. Like they got Chris Bryant, and it doesn't even feel like they really gave up anything to get him.
It's a rental. Yeah. It was a Chris Bryant rental, so that if that's where you are, then maybe you could part ways with Vaughn Brown. I'm just looking at MLB.com's rankings. It's Harrison 1, Luciano's number 2.
Totally.
Luis Matos is number 7, which I think that he'll probably be higher than that very soon. Casey Schmidt is 3. He's with the big club. Then you get into Carson Wisenhunt, who I know a lot of stock on Carson Wisenhunt. Reggie Crawford, who's just getting started with his minor league career.
Crawford and Wisenhunt are lower levels, so those would be...
Keaton Wynn is 14, and he's now in the show.
He's up.
So Will Bednar, the other guy is Will Wilson. Have they totally soured on...
No, he got a little injured.
Okay, because I know he's doing pretty well at AAA this year.
Yeah, no, they still very, very interested in him.
So the farm is deeper than it's been in a long time. Yeah, no doubt.
Pieces. There's stuff that they can do. So I wonder what it starts to look like in the second half of the season. But don't you think? I mean, there's two different things going on at the same time. Like the Giants, it's almost like which department, which office are you in? You in Farhan's office because he wants to win? Or are you in Larry Bear's office because he wants to be interesting? He wants to win also. And they are obviously related. The more you win, the more interesting you are. But the whole butts and seats angle, the whose jersey would you want to buy, the average fan, do they even know who we're talking about kind of a thing, it has started to take shape, not only because young people have come up who have performed well, but I still think it's that word that we brought up last week, which is nucleus. It's not even that you have to be some flashy player. We just have to know who you are. We just have to know who you are.
And know you're going to be here is the other part of that, I think.
Thairo Estrada, second base. It's the second base. That dude's awesome. He is awesome.
Well, even Mike Yastrzemski, like the idea that we knew who he was, and the other piece being he's going to be here. Now, anybody can be traded. We get that. But he was pre-ARB 3 when he first started to pop, or he was pre-ARB 2, whatever he was. But you knew that Yaz, as long as he played well, was going to be here. So you could fall in love with Mike Yastrzemski and think, okay, that guy's going to be here. And to your point about Thairo Estrada, young player, he's going to be here. J.D. Davis, who is the only Giant, by the way, who has shown up in the All-Star results just recently released today. He's the only one in the top 5.
In the top 5,
among position players.
Yeah. However, and I didn't think the Giants are this is kind of the point we're getting at. Like they don't have anyone who's going to get voted in. They probably don't have anyone who's going to get. Maybe.
No, but they have ballot box stuffers here traditionally. The Giants do.
But I think that Thairo is someone who, for instance, could get placed on the team by a manager, or it is very possible that the Giants will only get Doval. That's possible. That's the rule. You got to have one.
Yeah.
And the pitching staff obviously comes from the manager of the All-Star team, and that is your lockdown, no doubter. He is going to be on the team. So maybe that's it. But Estrada, to me, actually, even over J.D. Davis in this moment, is the most deserving. Thairo Estrada should be on the All-Star team. He has been absolutely incredible. And that's a Farhan find. You look at this. The other thing about this that's interesting, Schmidt over there at shortstop as a homegrown player. These other three infielders that are solidifying that group for the Giants are all part of these like Farhan minor pluck trades that everybody hates. Everybody hates them. Lamont Wade was in exchange for Sean Anderson from the Twins.
Yeah.
Farhan went and got Tyro from the Yankees organization. And J.D. Davis was one of 4 players the Giants got for Darren Ruff at the deadline last year, only to have Ruff come back, rejoin the Giants, and then I think he's in Milwaukee now. I think Ruff has moved on to the Milwaukee Brewers, but the Giants fleeced the New York Mets on that deal.
Another Farhan find.
Yeah.
Going to be tough for Tyro. If you look at second base, Luis Ariz is chasing 400. Ozzie Albies has 14 homers. Nolan Gorman, get an up-close and personal look at him today in St. Louis. He's got 15 bombs. So second base, Tyro's having a good year, batting .297 with an .843 OPS. But that's some deep, deep water at second base now, Mark.
Yeah, he's probably not going to make it. Lamont Wade deserves consideration, too, but same thing over first base. It was a consideration. Yeah, it was. But first base has a lot of good players. So what I've told Lamont was, during the All-Star break, the organization has decided that you can have some fun. Because we are good at having fun. Right. So those are the guys. They all deserve some consideration. But yeah, it's probably just going to be Doval. It's probably just going to be Camilo Doval.
Yeah. And maybe, I mean, Logan Webb, with pitcher's record, his record's awful, but he's had a pretty good year. Yeah, in the low threes.
Yeah, he's doing fine now. He's had a little bit of a wonky start there, but he's doing fine now. And so, yeah, I mean, this is turned into viable. Is that the right word? The roster. Like, stack it up now in terms of all these teams we're talking about. Is this viable?
Viable to be a 500 club year in and year out?
No. I'm talking this year and whether or not this team can make all those people that bet minus 175 lose their money.
It's a 50-50 proposition right now.
Right,
if I was going to bet yes playoffs or no playoffs, I would bet the yes just because the price is better. And I was looking at the odds. I didn't see any minus 175s. I saw minus 225. I saw minus 230. So the price, if you can get it at minus 175 on no, that's a better price than what I was seeing.
What do you think the actual FanGraphs percentage is right now for the Giants to make the playoffs?
It's probably 57%.
Oh, you're hot. Man, you think higher of the Giants than they do. 45.4%.
Interesting, just to make it.
Just to make the playoffs.
Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
And a 2.9% chance to win the World Series.
Well, there you go. And to win the division's probably about an 8% chance.
To win division, 7.9. Very good.
Yeah. And I'm not even looking at it.
Yeah,
no notes.
That's very, very impressive.
Appreciate it.
All right. Why did that Jordan Poole article come out today? And why do people think Brock Purdy's not allowed to get any better? We'll get to all of that coming up. We'd love to hear from you. Get your phone calls at 888-957-9570. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. We'll also tell you how you can end up at Chase Center during the NBA draft and end up at their 19th pick introductory press conference. Give you all the details coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
These are emails filling your employees' inbox.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Telling you, man. This is the way the day started, and I just don't even know. I don't even know where it's going from here.
So you're saying that, you think both of them are ruining the team?
Well, kind of, in different ways, though. One is ruining the team more. Because Draymond, he also helps the team. He gets points. Poole, against the Lakers, he averaged 1 point per game. Starting to rain.
It's starting to rain. That is and that's your 9-year-old son, Jude.
Yes, it is.
Great, astute points, and it just is such a beautiful thumbnail sketch of the 9-year-old life because he's really in depth about his Warrior feelings, and then seconds later, it's starting to rain. Hey, Dad, look at that blue car. Yeah. There's a dog. What's for lunch? My shoe's untied. Mm-hmm. It's just whatever it is. It's just such a visceral, beautiful moment because your son's not wrong. No. Other than the factual inaccuracy, he averaged 8 and change a game, not 1 point.
Is that what it was? What did Jordan Poole average against the Lakers?
50. I think he scored 52 points in 6 games. I looked it up earlier. So
you did?
Yeah,
so
it was
what does it work out
8
to?
a game, roughly 8 a game. Actually, I have it here. Hold on.
That's
no, it's not good, Mark.
That's not good.
It's not good.
So the concept that he's talking about was not terribly off.
No, he nailed it. 21, 6, 5, 0, 11, and 7, which is 50 points in 6 games, which is
50 divided by 6 is 8.3.
Correct. Yeah. 8 and change. So he averaged 1 point a game. Hey, Dad, it's starting to rain. It's just so great.
He wasn't wrong about that either. It was starting to rain.
Yeah, a little bit of drizzle.
It did not continue, and we were wiffle balling within minutes of that conversation.
But his viewpoint of the Warriors is pretty cogent because they both kind of messed up the season. Draymond messed it up in his own way, and he admitted to as much, saying he didn't get his voice back until February, and he lost his voice based on what he did to Jordan Poole on that October 7th day at the facility at Chase Center. From then on, he lost his voice until he said February, which kind of ruined the year. But then Jordan Poole, in his own way, if you are one of the honorary splash bros in the mind of some, and you have 21 points in the opener against the Lakers on 7 of 15, you can't then go 6, 5, 0, 11, and 7. 29 points over the last 5 games, Mark, of that series. He averaged 5.8 a game over the last 5 games of that series. He made 13 baskets on 43 attempts.
Crazy. It's just crazy.
So your son's not wrong in what he's saying.
Well, so this is kind of why this even came up, because we were in the car for 3 minutes. We probably should have walked. It was very lazy on my part. We hop in the car. Steiny and Goo are on, right? He's like, who are these two? Corn chips. Like, what's going on here? And I'm like, oh, that's my friend Steiny and Goo. Yeah, like they're right. They do the show before Dad. Oh, okay. And he hears them talking about Jordan Poole, and this is all based on the Athletic article from Anthony Slater that came out earlier today about the Warriors offseason. And that was his take, right? So he wants something new to happen. I think that everyone's waiting for this. Tonight it probably will be the end of the NBA season. And then that's where our focus goes. Adam Silver's going to have a press conference. He's going to announce what's going on with John Morant. Moves will start getting made, and the Western Conference will have its new structure, and the dust will all settle. What do you think they're going to do? What do you think they're going to do?
The Warriors?
What do you think they're going to do?
They're going to trade Jordan Poole. That's what I think they're going to do. I said this to you back in, March it might have been, when you and I are doing one of our many Warrior shows, and it hit me that I didn't think that Draymond Green and Jordan Poole could coexist on the Golden State Warriors anymore. And then the playoffs happened, and the way the playoffs went, and the way Jordan Poole kind of disappeared, he averaged 1 point a game against the Lakers, according to some. And those people who think so aren't wrong. Hey, Mark, it's getting windy outside.
Yeah.
But I look at the situation with those two playing together, and I don't see it. And then I take the words of Joe Lacob and Draymond Green saying, I want to be a Warriors. I want to, go out with the people that I came in with. So Draymond has the opportunity to opt in. I think he'll do that. And I don't think that he and Jordan Poole can play together. So if you're the team and you think that Draymond Green's going to opt in, and I believe that is the way that they're thinking, whether or not they extend him or not is a separate conversation. I think that they will when he opts in. If that's the case, then you got to do something about Jordan Poole because you can't run this back.
Well,
if Draymond hasn't fixed it with Jordan Poole, and I don't believe it's fixed, if this thing was fixed, then Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, it would have ended. I'm not saying they would have beaten the Lakers, but it would have felt better.
I don't think anyone thinks it's fixed. But I do think that what the Warriors are trying to do right now is look unpredictable. Like the take you just had, I kind of share. I agree with you. I think that's the most likely. If there's a major move to be made, that's the one. I remember we asked Steve Kerr. Might have been the last time that he came on with us before the season was over, and said, do you feel like it's time for major change? And he said, no. And he referred to the foundational six, and he definitely still includes Jordan Poole in that. But we also know, at least I don't feel like it's in Joe Lacob's DNA to just come back and just try again. We're just going to try again. But for $100 million more this time.
Right.
And, oh, by the way, we've lost some key pieces like a Dante DiVincenzo. I don't think that's what's going to happen. So what I do think is going to happen is something sizable will take place. It's probably going to be Jordan Poole, but the Warriors would like you to know that they're unpredictable. They want you to feel that way. I just don't know that they actually are. I mean, give me something that's not that they even could do this offseason. I hear from a lot of fans, they need to trade Draymond. They can't even do that right now. They don't even know if he's on the team in this particular moment. There's no way Clay's contract is tradable. Steph is Steph. Kevon Looney, why would anybody even think of that? Andrew Wiggins is on a deal that the team loves. So what move is there other than trading Jordan Poole?
Well, there's Kuminga. There's trading Jonathan Kuminga and the draft pick, and that certainly is a possibility. There is trading Klay Thompson. I don't know how tradable it is when you've got a guy making $43 million. He's top 10 in the association in payroll, just what he's making. So these are things that could possibly happen. Andrew Wiggins, you could trade. I think he's got value out there, and his contract is very team-friendly. So if you did want to get dramatic, your word, in terms of making moves, there are moves that you could make. Now, none of those moves are moves that you would want to make. And even Jordan Poole, I don't think that you want to trade Jordan Poole. I look at it this way. If you are going to bring back Draymond, Steph, and Klay, and you don't feel like the Jordan Poole-Draymond dynamic has been fixed, and I haven't seen any evidence to the fact that it has been fixed. So if that is still a broken relationship, then how do you in your right mind, to your point, run it back at the tune of $455 million, knowing that two of your core six aren't getting along?
Yeah, that's all. I just think the Warriors want this to appear like they could go any direction. They want to be unpredictable. They don't want the league to feel like they've got to trade Jordan Poole. I definitely think that is going to be option one. Speaking of the Warriors, we want to let you know that starting on Wednesday, we're giving you and a guest a chance to go to Chase Center and attend the Warriors introductory press conference with the player they draft. So we'll be showing you a keyword on our YouTube and Twitch channels at certain points of the show. Again, this starts Wednesday, and you will qualify by texting those words to a number that we're going to give you that day. It all starts Wednesday. Start searching 95.7 The Game on YouTube and Twitch now so that you've got a bookmark. You know where to go. You're all ready to go come Wednesday when that contest starts. So that is something fun, something a little bit different, and something that by the way, we're just kind of used to not even thinking about. The 19th pick in the draft is one option right now for the Warriors in terms of how they start to adjust this thing a little bit. I know that we're all sort of conditioned to Steve Kerr's never going to play a rookie, and that may well be true, especially one who's coming at the 19th slot. But if we take Steiny's words from earlier about how Joe Lacob absolutely has to be thinking about 2026, well, the post-Steph era, yeah, maybe this draft pick that we're going to see here in a couple of weeks is a big part of that.
Yes, ideally it would be. If you look right now at the 2026-27 team, you've got one player under contract. And you know who that is? It's Jordan Poole. That's it. Andrew Wiggins has a player option for that year at 30.2. Steph is off the books. Clay would be a couple years removed. Draymond, pending any extension, would be gone. The only player is Jordan Poole, making $35.3 million. That's it. That's all you have on the books. Not Rollins, not PBJ, not Lester Quinones, not Guy Santos, Mark. Not even Guy. You got one guy right now on that team. So, yes, Joe Lacob is thinking in terms of 2026, but I would bet you Joe Lacob would rather have, say, Giannis Antetokounmpo on that team in 2026 than he would the 19th pick in this year's draft.
Yeah, of course. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. All right, we wanted to have some fun. We mentioned that today would be the initial ride, the first journey and foray into You Got Served.
I love it.
Okay, go ahead and bring us in. This was your brainchild. Tell us what we're doing here.
I couldn't help but think about you and the show, and I'm always thinking about fun things that we do, and I try to joke around a lot, and I try to get a reaction from you a lot, and one thing that you always react to is when I tell you, he got served, because the way you say it, it cracks me up, because anytime something goes against somebody, I'll say, oh, he got punked, or he got clowned, and you'll get slightly annoyed with me, and you'll say, no, he got served.
Well, the birth of this was the first time I ever had Stephen A. Smith on the radio.
Right.
Give it to me.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, I had Stephen A. on the radio, and the funny thing is, the way he talks, it makes the listeners think he just worked you.
Oh, yeah.
But he's not we're not debating. We're not fighting. You'd ask him, hey, Steph Curry, where do you put him on your all-time list, Stephen A.? This is not argumentative. What you want to tell me that Steph Curry? And by the time he's done, he works himself up to a point where every time I'd ask a question,
he owned you.
Right, on Twitter, people are like, damn, Willard, you got served. I'm like, all I did was ask him a question. What are you talking about? So that leads us to this moment where right here on Willard and Dibs, we'd like to ask one another and you, who got served?
Y'all just mad because today, you suckers got served. 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 Served.
That's my man Lucas and Grandy on the wheels of steel.
Good stuff, boys.
Boy.
Real complex open.
You went into the lab.
Totally.
And came up with that. So,
Got Served, real quick, all-time underrated movie, by the way.
I'm going to have to watch it. I've never seen it.
Yeah. B2K, shout out.
That's great. I've never seen it. That's, wow. I'm going to have to put that in my Netflix, back when that was a thing. Remember when you used to get movies from Netflix? That was Netflix they send you movies.
When they would show up in the mail?
That was Netflix.
And you had to tear the little piece of paper. My parents were doing that until 6 months ago. Did you even know that you could still do it?
No.
I don't think you can now, but within 6 months ago.
Mark, the Blockbuster closed.
Yeah, what was the little list that you had? There was a name for that.
The queue?
Yeah, the queue. That's
still
what
there,
it was.
just technically.
Was it my
technologically?
Queue? Yeah, whatever. Who's in my queue? Now you just go on Twitter and go, hey, people, what should I watch on Netflix? If you're so inclined and so bored. But anyway.
Your parents tried to go to the local Blockbuster and it was closed. They got served. Ellen and Tom, you got served.
They get served every time they try to pick up their phone. I can't delete this text. Mark, how do I get this?
Mark,
how do I get this text off of my phone? Mom, let me get a plane ticket. I'll come down and I'll show you. But anyway, point being, all right, 3 events this weekend.
Oh, so good.
Where people got served. Who got served the most?
Yeah, 888-957-9570. We're going to put up a poll on Twitter, too, so you can vote to see who got served the most. Your first candidate, Mark, comes from Canada. Oh, Canada. And I don't know how much of this you were watching, but the PGA Tour Canadian Open was a wild, wild event. Nick Taylor, the Canadian, trying to be the first Canadian to win in more than 60 years. Tommy Fleetwood had a chance to birdie the easy 18th hole and prevent a playoff, but no. We go to a playoff, 4th playoff hole. Nick Taylor, the Canadian, drains a 72-foot bomb ski to win it, and Adam Hadwin, his countryman, is so excited that he runs out to give Nick Taylor a champagne spray celebration, and he gets about 5 feet away from Taylor, and here comes security off the top rope. Hadwin gets absolutely smoked like he was a fan interloper in an MLB field in short left field. Hadwin goes flying to the ground, and it takes security a minute to realize this is not just some average fan.
This is not a fan.
This is Adam Hadwin.
I just wanted Kevin Harlan, and maybe we could get him the videotape and let him. This is tailor-made.
Perfect.
Sorry for the golf
He's
reference.
drunk at the 15.
Oh, my gosh. Here comes Hadwin. He's on the 18th, and down he goes for a loss of 5 yards.
So good.
Oh, my gosh. It was hilarious to watch that guy get tackled the way he did, and he handled it like a champ. Because I think he understood. He's like, yeah, dude, I just ran after the guy who won the golf tournament. I probably looked like a crazed fan with a bottle of champagne. And down he goes. But he got up and took all the necessary photos for social media afterward, and everything was fine, and good tackling for him by the security guard as well. Oh,
yeah. Bottom line, though, Adam, you got served. And then the USGA served him again. It's U.S. Open week. And they posted this in his locker. I don't know if you saw this, but they put a bright yellow vest in his locker with a note saying, Adam, glad you're feeling better and made the trip. Your safety and security are our utmost priority. We're here to support you and ensure your well-being. So they gave him a special yellow vest to wear so that security knows not to tackle him.
Okay, so that was one. And it seemed like Hadwin handled the injuries like a champ, and all was good. I don't know if we can say the same for what happened with Conor McGregor.
Oh, man, NBA Finals, Dateline, Miami, and you know these old bits where you've got like the timeout or in between quarters. So they're doing a bit where Conor McGregor, former MMA star, kind of a bad dude, quite frankly, is going to come out and fight the Miami Heat mascot. And so they get into it, and you see the mascot hamming it up. McGregor comes in, whop, whop, hits him with the 2-piece. First he hits him once, and the mascot goes down, right? It's part of the bit.
Right.
Although my first thought was, he kind of hit that mascot pretty hard. Then McGregor, seeing the mascot's down, comes in with the overhand, hammer fist. Turns out the mascot needed medical attention, Mark.
Totally, yeah. It's completely laid out, and not anybody in the building would realize it because it looks like the bit. Right? How do you punch a mascot and actually punch the mascot? It looks like you're probably just punching foam, right? Like a big head that's on this human being. So it looked like great acting that the mascot went down, but the mascot did not get up. And the whole thing looked like a performance while other stadium personnel, the other people on the floor, go over and kind of carry the mascot off. And everyone's like, yeah, that's hilarious, right?
Bernie, by the way, is his name. Bernie, because the Heat, you get it?
Dude,
Bernie.
Completely. Weekend at Bernie's didn't go very well.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's the second punch that gets me.
It's so bad.
Because the first one, you go down as part of the bit. And then McGregor steps up with the overhand left.
Miami Heat, you said his name is Bernie? Bernie. You got served.
He got served.
All right. And then.
Well, just real quick.
Yeah.
He went to the hospital for treatment, at which point he was helped by the medical personnel. He was served there, too.
He was served. Oh, yes.
In the right way.
Exactly.
They served his needs.
They did. And probably some ice cream after the whole thing.
Totally.
All right. And then the last one comes to us via WFAN at the end of a Yankees baseball game.
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2.
It really hit me.
Why is it still funny? I've watched it 47 times. And every time he says, ow, it's...
I really do wonder where the cutoff point is that the more we hear it, I feel like it gets funnier. Like, should we just
now
keep
the
playing?
3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2.
That's WFAN with the call. It's part of it is the sound effects. It's that you can hear the ball contact the table and the microphone and then his face because there's so many microphones around. That's part of what makes it.
And it's also the way he says, there's a foul ball back here, and then, ow! It's like the call was perfect. There's a foul ball back here, and then he doesn't realize that it really is back here, like in your face. John?
Well, all the famous home run calls that have gone awry in the last 2 years, I feel like we finally figured out what's wrong with John. He gives up on fly balls. That's what it is. He gives up on him. The ball goes into the air, and I don't know if his neck, right, he's 84, and it just doesn't go back that high anymore. He don't want to look up. Once it leaves his visual scope, that's it. He thinks it's gone.
Right.
But caught. Like, John, the ball comes down once it goes up. Sometimes it comes down into people's gloves. Sometimes it comes down on you.
Now the 3-2 swung on, a pop foul back here.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
It really hit me. I didn't know it was coming back that far. So once again, it'll be a 3-2.
Oh, my gosh.
And he toughs it out, though.
What a treasure. Seriously. I love that he felt like he needed to tell everybody it wasn't a bit. I'm like, what is this, Dan Dibley? Like, you think he thought that saying ow 3 times, then he had to be like, no, it really did. It really hit me.
It really hit me.
And the count is 3-2. I mean, oh, my gosh, it's the best. It's the moment of the weekend. So the ball to John Sterling, you got served.
You got served.
Got served.
The baseball wins.
I encourage each and every one of you, if you've not seen the video, please go watch it. Not even just for the ball, but also because when the game does end, John Sterling, when he does his famous call, does the shimmy with his arms and his shoulders.
Yeah.
Like 2 fists, and they're up. YouTube, you see us. I mean, yeah, he looks like he's at a wedding. And the dance has broken. The dance floor is open. It is hysterical from all fronts. I'm voting on Bernie the Heat mascot, though. The other 2 things looked like they all ended in a whole lot of fun, and the Miami Heat situation ended at the hospital.
I'm going to go with Adam Hadwin,
Okay.
the Canadian, because not only because of the fact that he gets absolutely smoked. And I was just looking at a still photo. You see the security guard when he's 1 step away. He means business.
He's an intimidation sensation.
That's a buck.
He is.
He's not playing around with, I'm going to cradle you. He has his eyes on the center of Hadwin's chest. He's going to knock him out.
No, he did a great fundamental play.
It's a great tackle.
Yeah, he took him down.
And the reason why I think Hadwin got served the most, because in typical Canadian fashion, he apologizes to the security guy after the fact.
Well, he should have let him know that he was going to come flying out there on the green. And again, he had no idea that his buddy was going to make a 72-foot putt.
Right. But if that's an American golfer of the same ilk, we've got ourselves a lawsuit, and we're going to lawyer up, and we're
not necessarily. Maybe. We're not all like that.
Dude, if it was me, I would have called Ann Fong by now. or 1-800-8-million or whatever number.
I wonder if they would you even have a case? I mean, you run out there on the green. Security's job is to protect the athletes.
Right. But he didn't have, and I didn't see him having a lanyard on either.
Right.
To where
some crazy comes out with a bottle of champagne. The security guard was doing his job.
Did a great job, too.
Did a great job.
Very clean hit. Clean hit. And unfortunately, if that was an NFL hit, 15 yards, body weight.
Oh, absolutely.
Because I think he finished with some body weight. Yeah,
he did. He forced him into the ground.
Easy 15.
Yeah, especially if he was a quarterback. If he was a quarterback, they'd have ejected that security guard. All right. 888-957-9570. Speaking of football, I have a question that sort of developed in my mind over the weekend about the 49er quarterback situation, and maybe it is just focused on one of them. And this is sort of born in a conversation that you and I had. I was throwing this out last night, talking about Brock Purdy and all the things that I hear people say about him. I want to start this by saying I, like you, I don't know if Brock Purdy's going to be a great player or not. I don't know that. I don't know. Like, it's not done. Yes, he's only played 8 football games. He's a rookie. He's brand new. I do not know the way that this is going to go. So I'm not saying it's a done deal. But what's fascinating to me is the way people talk about him as if he's not allowed to be a great player, which translates to me that because his draft stock was low, people don't want to admit that they might have been wrong. That's what this is. And you know me, I hate the draft. I can't stand the draft. Oh, the 49ers got a B+, but the Eagles got an A. Oh, my gosh. What on earth are you talking about? These people haven't even played. Talk to me in 2 to 3 years.
Okay, you got 10 days to love the draft, Mark, because 10 days from now, we're going pick by pick, NBA draft 2023, lock in.
When I say I don't like the draft, it's not that I don't like the draft itself. I don't like the discussion that surrounds it, especially within the next 48 hours. Here's what
48 minutes.
Here's what I won't do. The second, you're allowed to like a pick. You're allowed to not like a pick. You can have favorites. You can do that. You can be Larry Krueger and be studying with like an Oculus on your head right now about players
oh my God.
who are
Were
at
you
Louisiana
on Friday?
Tech. No, I was not. I was at a graduation.
Okay, I mentioned the NBA draft and the Warriors picking 19, and I released my mock draft. My mock draft this year has 1 pick. And I've got Victor Wembanyama going 1 to San Antonio. End of mock draft.
It's a good mock. I won't mock your mock. Yeah.
Well, he tried to mock my mock, and then he told me 7 players that the Warriors are likely to take or should take at 19.
Yeah.
We got to 7, and I finally had to cut in. Larry.
Yeah. What are you talking about,
dude? What are you doing?
What are you doing?
He went deep.
Why do you know who these people are? Why do you know? I mean, honestly.
It's what he loves to do.
And that's fine. Love what you love. And you can love the pick, and you can all of those things. That's
so then I
all great.
offer up who I think they'll take at 19, and he looks at me semi-disgustingly, and he goes, he'll be gone before then. I go, well, I see a mock right here. That they got him mocked at 22nd. He goes, he's bottom of the lottery. So I just sat there for 7 minutes while you mocked me into submission.
You don't know that.
Yeah.
You
Derek
don't know
Lively out of Duke, anyway.
Okay. Very excited. That would be a lively pick. I can't wait.
I know.
What's their grade? Did they get a B?
C+,
Did they get a
Mark.
C? Okay.
And that's, you can ask me about any team and any draft, because I'm with you in terms of instant analysis. My bit is everyone gets a C+.
Yeah, that's fine. It's probably true, by the way. It's probably true. And then after that, you get to decide as a human being which person you would like to be. Do you want to be the person that only brings up their failed picks? Oh, these guys, Reuben Foster and Solomon Thomas, they're idiots. Idiots, I tell you. Why do we even still employ them? They need to be fired. I cannot believe that those players were picked on their watch. And then you can be the person who's like, well, Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel and Fred Warner and George Kittle and Dre Greenlaw, hello.
The fun one for me is Eric Armstead.
Okay.
Because everybody was ripping the pick, and then now turns out he's more than serviceable, and he got a second contract.
Got a second deal.
He's a legitimate starter on a very good defense. So all of the rip the pick of Armstead people have gotten quiet.
Traded up to get Brandon Ayuk in the first round, probably prevented him from being a Green Bay Packer. And here we are. Many people going into this year wondering if Brandon Ayuk is going to stay and earn a second contract, lead to a Debo trade. This is all that stuff. So that's kind of where I'm getting at with regard to not liking the draft. Obviously, it's not the draft itself. It's the discourse around it that I just find unproductive and kind of funny. And I think that it's affecting the way we discuss Brock Purdy because we've decided that as a seventh rounder, we've decided one of two things. Either it's fleeting and it's not going to stick, or if it does, it's all because of Kyle Shanahan. It's not that Brock is actually good. It's that everybody, whoever quarterbacks under Kyle Shanahan, is good because of Kyle Shanahan. Yet then in the next breath, we're like, he's an overrated coach. It's so funny to me the way we play this whole game. So here's my question with regard to Brock Purdy. Like, is it even in your head? Is it even possible that Brock Purdy is like great? That he becomes great? A sustainable second contract, third contract, long-term NFL starter. On the believability scale, that sits where for you?
Unlikely. It seems unlikely. And you laid out three different tiers to me because second contract, I could see that. That is likely right now in terms of where you are with this team. Brock Purdy's got 3 more years under contract, which really means 2 more years, and you need to make a decision. Trey Lance has 3 more years. Really, it's 2 years and a 5th-year option, which tells me that in a year, you'll have to make a determination. So at the end of this year, the 49ers are going to know either we want Brock long-term, we want Trey long-term, or we don't want either long-term.
Well, you don't have to do that on Brock at the end of this year because that's only year 2.
No, but they're going to know. I think they're going to know.
No, okay, maybe, sure.
So if
all right.
Brock plays 17 regular season games and plays a couple of playoff games, and let's say they lose, not the same way they did last year, but Brock starts 17 games, he wins a playoff game, he loses a playoff game, and that's it. But Brock throws for 4,200 yards, 30 touchdowns, and 10 picks. They're going to say, all right, he's legit. He was healthy all year. We were 11-6, and we may not have gotten as far as we wanted, but we like Brock. Trey, we're done with you. Whatever happens to Trey, happens to Trey. Brock gets hurt. Brock has a bad year. Trey comes in and is his backup, and Trey does well. Well, now the can gets kicked down the road, and maybe you're not sure either way about who you want to sign long-term. I would bet that Brock or Trey gets a second contract with this team, and right now Brock is the favorite to be that guy. So, yes, I think that Brock Purdy will get a second contract.
It feels like there are a lot of people. In fact, and I can't remember if this was you or not. Go ahead and raise your hand and be counted if it was. But there was a comment made on our show last week that Brock Purdy already is who he's going to be. Was that you?
I didn't say that. I
what
said
did
he's
you say?
Closer to being the quarterback that he's going to be than Trey Lance is. In other words, Brock Purdy to me is closer to his ceiling than Trey Lance is to his ceiling. That's what I said. That's what I meant. And I'm happy to repeat it here on Willard and Dibs on June 12th.
I don't need you to repeat it. I'd love for you to explain it a little bit further.
And this is kind of the notion that you're talking about. People who don't think Brock Purdy can get that much better.
I'm fully understanding of the idea that from a skill set point that, as we would call it, Trey Lance's ceiling is so much higher.
Yes.
You have someone who graded out as the number 3 overall pick in the draft. He can run. He's big. The arm is strong. All of the things, right? And then you have Purdy over here who graded out as barely being drafted at all, and he's small, and the arm is not as strong, and all of the things that we know about Brock Purdy. While I understand that, I guess what I'm trying to factor or figure out is 2 things. A, where do we plug in the part about how we're often wrong? So that's one. And two, Brock is even, and I don't even know this by age because I know that Trey didn't play as long, but Brock is younger in terms of how long he's been in the NFL. Brock was a rookie. How on earth, like what rookie have you ever seen show up? And the second they showed up, you're like, that's the best version of them. That's the best. Like that's it. The best we ever saw of them was when they were a rookie. Like by definition to me, Brock Purdy should be a better player this year than he was last year.
Well, coming off of injury. So
fair.
Okay. I mean, that I don't know if you can just completely discount in terms of we don't know what the elbow reconstruction and the strength therein is going to be like. I know he'll be cleared to throw in mid-August, and he's got 2 or 3 weeks to ramp up and hopefully be ready for week 1, but we don't know what the long-term effect of that elbow injury will be. And I also look at his body of work at Iowa State, and I see a quarterback that at times was less accurate than he was his rookie year and more prone to mistakes than he was in his rookie year. And you look at last year, he got away with some throws. What quarterback doesn't? I'll give you that. But I look at Trey Lance, and if I was to look at this team and everyone was healthy, I would start Brock Purdy. So I don't want to make this a conversation about me thinking that Trey Lance should be the starter. But I look at what Trey Lance potentially could be with more experience, more times with the number ones and first-team reps and all the rest of it. I think Trey Lance has got more growth still to do than Brock Purdy does.
Okay, I mean that's fair based on the fact that one played a whole lot of big-time college football and the other one didn't. But I also think sometimes, like for instance, you bring up what he did at Iowa State, and we see this based on his numbers and what he did there. Like we have all kinds of examples of what someone was in college under a completely different system can be so different than who they are when they get into the pros.
True.
Like Brady couldn't even start at Michigan. Then he becomes the greatest of all time. Think of some basketball players. UCLA, when I covered that team down there under Ben Howland, was famous.
Oh, so boring.
It was so boring. It was like, wow, they got to 45 points tonight. That's amazing. Because he wanted defensive grinders, and he did not want anybody doing anything creative on offense. And so who came out of there? Players who you were like, they're talented, but I'm not sure. Russell Westbrook, Kevin Love. These are all people who were better pros than they were college players. So why can't Brock be that?
Oh, he can be.
Okay.
I think it's a bit of a stretch, though, to go from Westbrook and Kevin Love in basketball to Brock Purdy.
Well, just examples of players who were better as pros than they were in college.
Brock Purdy is going to be better in the pros in large part because of what you said off the top, which is the Shanahan effect. Kyle Shanahan, his system, and not exposing Brock Purdy to too many things that he has to do on his own. And I'm sure at Iowa State, I didn't watch all of his game tape, but I would imagine that he was taking more risks under more duress, throwing the ball certainly more often than he does in San Francisco, and that absolutely would hurt his ability to win and have good numbers.
Let's go to James in Hayward on this, on Willard and Dibs. Hey, James, what are you doing?
Oh, hi. Well, battling through traffic like everyone else here.
Yep. Thanks for calling, man.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to chime in on the conversation about Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. I wouldn't say I'm an expert observer of quarterbacks, but I really do think that Brock Purdy is very much better than Trey Lance. And I think we're talking about Trey Lance and giving him a lot of, say, hope because of the draft capital and the things that we surrendered for him. But then if he ends up being a backup, that's really what he is. I wasn't really impressed by the games that he played or what I saw. So that's just my opinion. I'm just really thinking that we're giving him a lot of leeway here because of he's a third pick of the draft. That's pretty much it.
Well, James, I got to say, and this is one thing that is hard for me to even formulate. I totally agree. And I can't stand that I agree. I don't see it. I want to see it. I want to look at Trey Lance and be impressed by something. And I don't see it. And I'm just like James. I'm not an expert. I'm not a quarterback expert. I watch a truckload of football. So we've all seen what great quarterbacks look like. But I have now watched Trey Lance in multiple practices. We've watched him in multiple games. I sat down on my couch and watched his entire pro day, and I loved that. But I admit that I was trying to convince myself of something because I think pro days are a complete waste of time.
Agreed.
I think teams go to pro days because they want to talk to the kid. They want to put the kid through an interview. The fact that a kid can hit somebody 25 yards down the field in stride while everybody's in shorts with no defense, my God, should be beyond a baseline. Do you know how many people in the world can do that? That does not make them NFL quarterbacks.
But what would Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have seen? And this is what I always fall back on because I'm with you, Mark, in many ways. I've seen his pro day. I've seen all the tape there is to see. I watch a bucket load of or truckload, whatever you said.
Truckload.
All that and more. I'm right with you in lockstep, and I've seen him at practice a bunch of times, and I'm with you. But I always stop myself and think then, what would Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch have seen that would have moved them to trade up to the number 3 pick, knowing that Trevor Lawrence would not be there,
right,
and knowing with some certainty that Zach Wilson wouldn't be there. And you could have gotten McCorkle Jones, and everyone was saying, oh, the Niners want Mac Jones. And we did weeks here on 95.7 The Game, and I'm sure you did as well. We all covered the same story, which was they can't possibly be going for Mac Jones. And then when they traded up to 3, it's like they couldn't have done that for Mac Jones. Who then? If they went through all that to trade up and get Trey Lance, they had to see something that they liked.
Wow.
They had to see some level of potential that's got to still be in there.
I think he's a great dude, and I think he's incredibly smart. Think about if Kyle Shanahan has a weakness, it's what? It's that he at times seems robotic with his commitment to his, as you put it, laminated play sheet.
Gorgeous.
Okay? So if that's the case, and I sit down and you got a kid in front of you and you're like, man, 6'4", rocket arm, right?
224.
He can run and he is whip smart. Like I'm putting stuff on the board in front of him that's complicated. That playbook is known to be complicated, and I'm putting it on the board and he's nailing the test. He's absolutely nailing it. And then you go through whatever it is you see at pro days and other workouts, and you're like, yeah, right? It's there. The talent is all there. If it's a little bit raw in spots, you're sitting there thinking, we can coach that out of him.
I can fix it.
Right.
Yeah.
I can coach, like, yes, everybody, no one's going to be a perfect, completed piece sitting here at age 20. Essentially what he was when they were talking to him. He is actually, he's young. He is 5 months younger than Brock Purdy.
Exactly.
They are both 23 years old. But you're thinking, okay, right? No risk it, no biscuit. So let's give this a shot. And we think we can get him up to speed. Then the injuries mess it up. And then maybe you can't coach some of it out of him. Maybe. I don't know that yet. I'm not ending Trey Lance's career.
Yeah.
I do believe that the 49ers are frustrated with where it sits today. The same way I made that comment last August when Jimmy Garoppolo re-signed. I think
it's the same way that we couched it in terms of James Wiseman, where, yes, injuries cost him a critical year, and then you got to this year, which this would be the Trey Lance year, which is what Wiseman got. And James Wiseman got to start the first dozen or so games, and the team lost a lot of those games, not because of James Wiseman, but they didn't win in spite of James Wiseman. So you dug a hole. Wiseman became largely unplayable with these veterans, and then you felt like you got to a point where you had to move off him. And now here you sit with Trey Lance, and we mentioned this, you don't have the same luxury in the NFL to try something out, especially at the quarterback position, to see what you have. That's why I do think that these 3 preseason games for Trey Lance are going to be so important.
Yeah, they'll be big.
For him to be able to show them exactly where he is in his development.
This is a quick aside since you brought up James Wiseman. I was looking, just kind of scrolling around, looking at some old video, and there was a play. This was one of the first 10 games of the year last year when, thank you, James was still on the team, and I think it was the game in Orlando. I think that was one of the early games this year. Warriors lost, as we know.
Orlando gave them their best punch.
Yes, they did. Twice. But anyway, they go to Orlando, and there is a pick and roll situation with Steph Curry and James Wiseman. And Wiseman comes from the low block to meet Steph out by the top of the circle. And he throws out there the weakest, most half-hearted, absolutely nothing burger screen. Makes no contact with anyone whatsoever.
The whiff.
And then wheels to the hoop. The defenders simply switch. They are completely unbothered by this action. And Steph is sitting there flat-footed with the ball. Like, great, what the hell did that just do? So then Steph looks up, and James wheels to the hoop, simply to post up the other player that's now on him, and stands there with his arm up, not in great position. The defender is right on him. Steph opts not to throw the ball to James, and James does this whole pouty McPouty face with the shoulders drop and kind of whips the arms out like two pieces of spaghetti. Oh, supposed to give me the ball, chef. And it was one play. Maybe James having a bad day. Maybe James only did that one time. I don't want to paint with a broad brush. But I keep going back to my original point. Every single time I see or hear this stuff, Draymond Green show and mouthpieces, walking off the court, whether it's punches, whether it's things like that, there's all these little things that to me build up to believe that young players in the Warriors system at the beginning of last year did not have the right attitude.
That was game 9, Mark, of 10. James Wiseman played the first 10 games, all off the bench. The Warriors went 3-7 in those games. That was the night they lost to Orlando 130-129. Wiseman played 9.5 minutes. They would end their road trip in New Orleans. Wiseman played 16.5 minutes, scored 5 points, and collected 6 rebounds in a game they lost to New Orleans by 9. They went 0-5 on the trip. Then Wiseman received 3 DNPs. Played once, was inactive for about a month, played a stretch of about 7 games, and then after that, on to Detroit.
Traded to Detroit.
So that's, and
I'm just saying, again, it was one video.
No, but it's more than just one video because if you look at the start of that season, if Trey Lance comes out and had, if Brock Purdy's not ready, let's just say Brock, I need till week 3. Trey Lance comes out and plays like James Wiseman did at the start of his Warriors season. The Niners are 0-2. Trey Lance has thrown 5 picks and thrown 1 touchdown, and he's been taken out of at least one of those games for Sam Darnold.
The one thing I do know about Trey, though, and we're learning and we're putting pieces together with these Warriors youngsters.
Yeah.
Right? James Wiseman's now in Detroit. Kuminga's at the Chronicle, and Jordan Poole is over here, not letting Draymond talk to him on the bench. The one thing I'll say about Trey Lance, whenever we draw a line, is Trey will not do that. That I have the utmost confidence. Trey Lance will not pout. Trey Lance, that head is screwed on straight. I don't know if his footballs are straight. I know his head is.
Yeah.
That I know.
In
so
football,
that I give
you can't really do that in football.
It's
especially
true. You're right.
Especially as a 23-year-old quarterback. You want to have your career end overnight.
Trent Williams would throw him into his locker.
Right. And then
absolutely.
I was thinking about Zach Littell as you were just laying that out. Because somebody shared that video on Twitter this morning. I saw it when your guy comes out to pull him and he slams the ball in his hand and Cap looks back at him like, motherfather, what?
We would like to talk to you.
In the tunnel.
Down in the tunnel.
Totally.
And we are sending you to Sacramento. Gone.
Yeah.
Next morning.
Yeah.
Gone. I love that the Giants were like, yeah, that had nothing to do with last night.
No, of course not.
No, he's never coming here ever again.
And
He's so stubborn.
If Trey Lance was to do something, if Trey Lance was to pout or do something of that ilk, John Lynch would probably act equally swiftly
Night,
in
sure.
terms of making a move.
Hey, Greg and San Mateo, you're on Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Greg?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Yeah, I was just thinking quarterback stories from the past, and I had an experience where I went to college at University of Alabama, Crimson Tide, back in the 70s. And there was a guy named Stedman Shealy, and I remember they would have the Sunday morning interviews with Bear Bryant, the coach at the time, who was like a Nick Saban, 6 championships, et cetera.
And scene.
And he said,
oh, there you are.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead, Greg. We lost you for a sec.
Bring it home.
Got it now. Yeah, there was an interview where he talked about a guy who was named Stedman Shealy, and he looked like Brock Purdy to me. When I saw Brock Purdy first make his introduction, I said, oh, wow, there was a guy at Alabama that reminds me of this guy, 28-game win streak from 76 to 79, back in the day when they played in the Wishbone. But I said, the one thing about Purdy that reminds me of Stedman Shealy is he doesn't do anything but win.
Well, and do remember that we used to say the same thing about Jimmy Garoppolo, and it was true. I just think, the argument, well, he's a concoction of Kyle's program. Well, he's in Kyle's program. So if he is, that's fine, because that has not been true with necessarily everyone. We'll keep taking your calls on this, 888-957-9570. Plus, if you weren't with us earlier and you want to know what the voice of the River Cats said about Luis Matos and whether or not he's ready to roll for the Giants, we'll have that for you coming up as well on Willard and Dibs.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple...
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I hope it's not like one of the, sometimes the injuries, you're like, nah, I'm good. Then you go to bed, you wake up the next day, you're like, oh my gosh. Ugh. I hope that did not happen to John Sterling. I hope that he woke up today and everything is fine.
You'd feel bad, wouldn't you?
I would, because I've laughed like 133 times at this.
Right? And he could have been concussed, and concussions sometimes manifest much later.
I guess he could have.
I had a JV basketball player save a ball back in the 90s, and she took an additional step and crashed headfirst into a padded wall.
Yeah.
And, we go out there and help her to the bench, and she's okay, and whatever, she's fine, and whatever. Don't put her back in the game, and don't send her to the hospital. This is in like the mid-90s before we were really super concussion aware. And I'm like, wow, okay. Next thing you know, she goes home and she's throwing up, and now they're going to the hospital. This is like 5 hours later.
Yeah.
And so those head deals, you just never know.
No, you have no idea. Although, as he called it, a glancing blow,
right,
is better than
but
a
sometimes
head-on
the glancing blow can
you never
be equally damaging.
Well,
you do never know.
And he's 84 years old, so I'm
Right.
not saying it would take much, but he wheeled and finished the at bat, and then the Yankees win and the shimmy. And as long as he's okay, then I got no problems laughing my arse off because that thing was hilarious. All right, 888-957-9570. Let's go to Aaron in Oakland. Hey, Aaron, what are you doing?
Oh, man, I'm actually sitting on the corner of 73rd and International about to eat some A&W.
Yeah, get it on a Monday night. Look at you.
Yeah, I need a burger, dog. I need a burger. So, first, I respect the fact that you admitted you might have been wrong about Trey Lance. Last year, he was the savior. He was going to come in and change everything. And, Jimmy was leaving, and now Jimmy's still there. Look, I've been telling everybody for 5 years. The third year, you got lucky. Shanahan took you to the Super Bowl, and you lost. We spent the next 3 years trying to build to get there again. Shanahan got to go, man.
Oh.
He's not a winning coach. He's the problem here.
Okay, Aaron.
Every piece of talent.
Aaron, let me ask you some questions. First of all, I think you're mischaracterizing my point today because you're making it sound like I'm apologizing for having some sort of Trey Lance pom-pom party last year, which I did not have, to the level where my coworkers here still make fun of me for how much I love Jimmy Garoppolo. So that's a whole misnomer. But second of all, Aaron, this is one thing. This is how I'm going to challenge everybody who wants to come at Shanahan right now. If you think that Brock Purdy, 8-0, is simply a concoction of Kyle Shanahan, then how in the next sentence can you say he's a bad coach? He's apparently the only coach in the NFL who doesn't need a good quarterback in order to win. That's what the odds are telling me. So if that's the case, how is he not the best coach in the league? That's what I want to know.
Hey, I hear you, and I like that. Here's the thing. You hit the lottery with Purdy. That's the truth. It's the same thing as when, the guy that went to Kansas City got you to 8-0, got hurt, and then they came with Kaepernick. The league wasn't ready for Kaepernick.
Alex Smith.
Nobody really figured. Alex Smith, 8-0, only guy ever got hurt, didn't do anything wrong, lost his job. Sad. But, it is what it is. But Kaepernick came in, the league wasn't ready for him and that Wildcat and running that triple option, and he got him there, and that was great. And it's the same thing with Purdy. You hit the lottery, man.
Huh.
You got that. That was luck, man. For me, though he's a good quarterback, he's got great mechanics, and he looks good. I don't give Shanahan credit for that. He just went arm and a leg to go get Trey. He traded the house to go get Trey.
Well, now there's no debate. Now that's two different things, Aaron. In my opinion, Aaron, thanks.
Enjoy the A&W.
Yeah, hell, come on, get after it, brother. Listen.
There's other choices in that intersection, too. He made the right one.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, there's a KFC Taco Bell combo right there, too. He could have gone with.
Combo
and
platter.
Churches is right up the street.
All right. Yeah, hey, man.
I used to live on that street, so.
I can tell.
Yeah.
Go with what you know. Of
course.
Absolutely. But, first of all, the comparison to Kaepernick sort of lands a little wobbly to me because Kaepernick was doing things that the league was not seeing, that were very abnormal.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Right.
They weren't ready for him.
But then he said Brock Purdy was the same thing. Brock Purdy didn't do anything weird.
No.
He didn't do anything different. He just went out and played football and threw very accurately. And that's sort of the point. Like, okay, now we're going to say Shanahan doesn't get credit for that, even though what Purdy was doing maybe better than any of the other quarterbacks since Shanahan got here was executing his system and doing it with good decisions and accuracy. Those things don't go out of style. Those are not going to, well, the league caught up to Purdy and all that weird stuff he's doing, like being accurate and making good decisions. The league, you don't catch up to that. You just have a great career. If that's what you're going to do. If you're going to do that for your whole life, you're going to be accurate, you're going to make good decisions, and you're going to do it on a talented team, you're just going to have a good career.
Right.
That's just the way it is.
But it's not always going to be as easy as he made it look last year.
Definitely not.
And he wasn't necessarily that accurate. 67% is good. It's not elite 70%. It's close. It's better than good. It's very good.
Yep.
And 13-4 ratio, TDs to interceptions, again, very good. Not super elite. We'll see if he can do that over a full season sample size. And now you've got teams able to game plan, teams who are going to look at what Brock Purdy did. You've got 5 regular season games on tape. You've got 3 playoff games, really 2 in a series, playoff games on tape. Defenses now are going to have a better idea of what Brock does well, what Brock doesn't do well, what Kyle likes to do with Brock Purdy. So it's going to be tougher going, I think, this year for Brock, especially when you look at the fact that he's now coming off a major elbow injury.
I mean, I agree completely. I agree completely in terms of, look, no matter what sport you play, when you become a sophomore, you got to do something different. You have to get better because, yes, there's the league's going to get tape on you, but also you have experience. You are seeing things for the second, third, and fourth, and fifth times, and you need to do them better. You know, Brock, here comes pressure up the middle. I'm going to run around and spin around to the left and run around in circles. Now I'm going to run back to the other side of the field. That's nice when it works.
Right.
But, wow, sometimes that doesn't work. And it's how you get hurt. It's how you get hurt.
Right.
Like, if there's one thing that I think the whole organization needs to pound into Brock's head is averting injury. Like, you can't go out there and try to keep every play alive all the time. You're going to take more hits. You're going to get out of the pocket. Like, he needs to have it drilled into him, the importance of him staying upright.
Yeah, live to fight another play is the way he has to approach it, and that comes with experience. And I also think, Mark, that he's going to have to, at some point, undergo real adversity, whether it's coming off of a loss where he played poorly or coming off a loss where he played well. He's going to have a game at some point where he loses, and how does he bounce back?
Sure, of course.
And it might be even a game that they lose because of him. And then the questions from the media and the outcry from the fans and all that. There are still so many boxes that he has not checked in 5 games.
Well, and you've pointed out, I think the schedule is very, very different this year. You're also coming in with expectations. You're now like, people will be like, you're the dude. Like,
right.
Last year, our whole window, the glasses that we were wearing, we were expecting him to do nothing. We were expecting him to be bad. We were hoping for him to just keep the season together. And then when he went out and won all of his games, like, oh my goodness, he's incredible. Well, maybe he wasn't actually incredible. Maybe he was just way better than we thought he was going to be. But I will say this. I think that there were questions answered in plain sight that some of us didn't notice. I was very impressed. I will forever remember it. Part of it is because I was there, but I was very impressed when they played the Raiders on New Year's Day. Because if you remember going into that football game, that was the time when everyone was like, man, Purdy has never even faced a deficit. Like, what's going to happen when something goes wrong?
They were down 10 in that game,
Is he the type of person who can bring you back?
Right.
Because he's not dynamic. He's not hucking it downfield. He's not Mahomes or Allen. Can you come back? Well, the answer was yeah. The answer was he can go out there and be down by double digits and still mentally, physically stick in there, make good decisions. Okay, now here's a fourth quarter drive. You've got to go score. Okay, let's go score. He did all those things in that game.
Yeah.
Answered a lot of questions.
He did, and there still are more questions, and there will always be as many questions as you have for a team that hasn't won the Super Bowl. Until he completes that quest for 6, there'll always be questions about Brock and this entire team. What's
coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. That's the best of the game. It's a full hour of 95.7 The Game's best content from the day. We'll go ahead and let Grandy host it today. What do you think of that?
I think that's a good thing to do.
All right, let's have Mark Grandy host that. You want to do this again tomorrow?
Duh, of course.
Okay, for Dibs, for Grandy, and for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
Complete your dream outdoor kitchen with a grill from Heston. Come see the Heston Living Suites on display at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill, a Heston dealer for both indoor and outdoor. Each and every Heston grill is built from the ground up in California, and the pride and precision that goes into each grill truly puts the Heston product in a league of its own. And now receive a free Aspire under-counter refrigerator valued at over $1,500 with qualifying purchase at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hello, I'm Howard Mackler, founder of Innovation Refunds. You've heard me talking about the payroll tax refund for months. I'm so proud that we've helped over 15,000 businesses claim over $5 billion in cash incentives. If you own a business, even if you've asked your CPA about this, you owe it to yourself to take another look. Every client is assigned a licensed and insured tax attorney who evaluates your company at my expense to accurately determine eligibility. Innovation Refunds has hundreds of 5-star reviews on Trustpilot and Google, and your business might be entitled to receive up to $26,000 per employee. Businesses of all types can qualify, including medical, professional, construction, even nonprofits. Please don't miss out on this. Even your doctor would tell you to get an expert second opinion, and we do a lot of work for doctors. Download the Innovation Refunds app now or go to getrefunds.com to